This is the story of Kim Dokja, who is the only reader of a novel called 3 Ways to Survive in a Ruined World. The novel has been written and published over 10 years, and Kim Dokja has read it all the way to the end. The novel suddenly turns into reality, and Dokja's life transforms completely. He goes from being a pathetic loser to AMC in no time, as uses his special knowledge of the story. The story begins with a young man reading the final chapter of a web novel called 3 Ways to Survive the Apocalypse, also known as Dokja. His name is Kim Dokja. Dokja's name often confuses people because it sounds like it means only child, reader, or individualist in Korean. His father chose the name to make him strong and independent, but Dokja has been lonely and single his whole life. This defines who he is. Dokja is 28 years old and has attended a third-rate college. He now works as a contractor at a branch of a large company. That day, while riding the subway, Dokja reads a novel on his phone. Suddenly, a woman approaches him and makes a strange comment about him getting pulled into his phone. When Dokja looks up, he recognizes her. She is Sangha Yu, a woman from the HR department at his company. Dokja greets Sangha and notices she sits beside him. She explains she is heading home and mentions she got lucky because her team manager is away on a business trip. Dokja feels uneasy when she sits next to him. He finds it hard to believe he has run into Sangha, who is the most admired woman at work. Many men in the company seem to want her attention, and Dokja thinks she is far out of his league. Sangha explains that she usually rides her bike to work, but her bike was stolen, so she has to take the train instead. Dokja observes her more closely and understands why so many admire her, but he feels no connection between their lives. He believes his world is too different from hers. During the train ride, Dokja focuses on reading his novel, while Sangha practices learning Spanish. She notices his concentration and asks him about what he is reading. Her question surprises him, and he quickly puts his phone away. However, she catches a glimpse of the screen and seems excited. She mentions her interest in authors like Murakami Haruki and Raymond Carver. Dokja thinks that even if he explains, she would not understand. He cannot bring himself to tell her what he is reading. Dokja enjoys reading web novels, but he feels embarrassed about his hobby. However, the story he is reading, Dokja, holds a special place in his life. It is a long, epic tale that has been serialized for 10 years. Dokja started reading it as a teenager, and now, as an adult, he is about to finish it. Dokja has been with Dokja during the most difficult times in his life. He read it when he was bullied, when he failed his exams, and when he ended up at a third-rate college. He also read it during his military service, where he was assigned to dangerous tasks, and even now, when his job feels meaningless as he keeps getting transferred. The novel has a total of 3,149 episodes. In the beginning, it gained some popularity, but by chapter 50, Dokja was the only reader left. He feels like the story was written just for him. Since he could not afford to donate to the author, he once left a comment to thank them for the story. Realizing that Sangha is still waiting for his response, Dokja quickly changes the subject. He brings up the topic of their company contract, which is about to end soon. But then Dokja remembers that Sangha was promoted to a full-time position last month because of her hard work. Unlike her, he did not receive a promotion. He thinks that if life were a novel, Sangha would be the heroine. He wonders if he could ever be the main character in a story, but in a completely different genre. He imagines his life as something other than non-fiction, perhaps as a fantasy. However, Dokja knows the truth. The genre of his life is non-fiction, and he is not the protagonist in this story. He is just a reader who needs to live his own life. This realization also makes him think that Sangha should pursue her own happiness too. He feels a little relieved after successfully steering the conversation away. Suddenly, Dokja receives a message from someone named TLS 123. The sender thanks him for reading their novel. Dokja wonders if this person could be author of Dokja. The sender appreciates Dokja's dedication to the story and asks for his email address to send a gift as a token of gratitude. After a few moments, Dokja receives the promised gift. The sender informs him that Dokja will start charging for its content at 7 p.m. When Dokja checks the time, it is 6:55 p.m., leaving him only 5 minutes. He looks at his phone to check if the novel's content is still there, but he finds nothing. This confuses him. He wonders if the content has been removed without warning. Suddenly, the subway lights go out and the train breaks down with a loud crash. A strange hissing noise fills the air as the train comes to a slow stop. The passengers immediately fear it might be a terrorist attack. Dokja checks on Sangha to ensure she is safe, and fortunately, she is unharmed. She grips his arm tightly, clearly frightened. Dokja tries to comfort her, suggesting that it is probably nothing serious. At that moment, he glances at his phone and sees the time. It is exactly 7 p.m. Dokja is lost in thought when the conductor suddenly announces that everyone must leave the train immediately. Both Dokja and Sangha feel uneasy, unsure of what is happening. Suddenly, a bright flash lights up the cabin, and a system message appears out of nowhere. The message states that the free service of the 8612 planetary system has ended and that the main scenario is now beginning. It was from that moment the genre of his life completely changed. Dokja observes the strange events unfolding and the opening lines of that novel echo in his mind. He struggles to believe it could be real, but the similarities are undeniable. Suddenly, a bizarre creature appears in midair. The creature, called a Dokja, is dressed in straw and covered in hair. It does not resemble a fairy, angel, or devil, but seems like something entirely different. Dokja stares at the Dokja in shock, while the other passengers whisper and speculate. Some people wonder what the creature is saying because they cannot understand its language. Others dismiss it as a trick, and a few even comment on its odd appearance. In that moment, Dokja realizes he is the only one who knows what is happening. He recognizes the Dokja from the first chapter of Tusa. This creature is responsible for the tragedy described across thousands of episodes in the novel. Dokja's hand shakes as he grips his phone tightly, trying to process what is happening. The voice of Dokja echoes through the cabin, asking if the passengers can hear it. The Dokja casually explains that there is a minor glitch with the language patch, as if this is a perfectly normal situation. The passengers, however, are far from calm. One man steps forward, asking the Dokja what it is trying to pull, and jokingly wonders if it's part of some movie production. Another impatient passenger complains that he has an interview to attend and can't afford to waste time. 3 others march up to the Dokja, demanding it restart the train immediately. The cabin fills with noise as more passengers begin shouting, their frustration and confusion taking over. The Dokja, clearly annoyed, tries to get everyone to calm down and listen, but the commotion only grows louder. Meanwhile, Dokja observes the scene unfolding before him. The events are painfully familiar, matching the storyline of Tusa almost word for word. He feels a sense of urgency, knowing exactly how this situation will end if it continues. Dokja wants to intervene and stop the passengers from making things worse, but he hesitates, unsure of how to handle the chaos. He quietly tells Sangha to stay put, knowing she will be safer that way. As more passengers continue complaining, the Dokja finally loses its patience. With a terrifying outburst, it unleashes its power, instantly causing the heads of several people to burst. The sudden violence leaves the remaining passengers frozen in fear. Blood spreads rapidly across the floor, and the once noisy cabin falls into an eerie silence. The Dokja coldly informs them that this is not a movie, a dream, a book, or even the real world. Its tone is so matter-of-fact that it only deepens the horror for those who survive. Dokja feels his disbelief slowly fade as the gruesome reality sinks in. He doesn't want to accept it, but the scene in front of him leaves no room for doubt. This isn't a joke or an illusion. Everything is real, and it is just the beginning of the nightmare. Dokja feels like Neo from The Matrix, slowly piecing together the cracks in his understanding of reality. He observes the events, questions them, and eventually has no choice but to accept the truth. As much as he doesn't want to believe it, he realizes there's no escaping the conclusion. Tusa has somehow become reality. The Dokja's menacing expression becomes sharper as it speaks, pointing out that the passengers have been living comfortably until now. They have enjoyed basic things like breathing, eating, and reproducing, all without paying a price. Its tone grows colder as it declares that the free ride is over and nothing in life comes without a cost. Fear spreads across the passengers' faces as they realize they have no idea how to handle the situation. Suddenly, one man steps forward with an unusual amount of bravery, or perhaps sheer stubbornness, despite the bloody scene they just witnessed. Dokja and Sangha recognize him as Myango Han, a familiar face. Myango, in a confident and almost absurd display of courage, asks the Dokja if money will solve the problem. He starts offering amounts going up to millions, claiming he can pay whatever it takes if the Dokja will let him go. The Dokja doesn't seem amused. It explains that money is nothing more than a piece of plant fiber, a symbol humans use to agree on value within their own small boundaries of space and time. With a flick of its fingers, the Dokja sets the check Myango offers ablaze, the flames consuming it in seconds. The Dokja warns him not to try something so foolish again unless he wants his head to explode like the others. Turning back to the rest of the passengers, the Dokja declares there is no time for meaningless chatter. It points out that their debt is piling up as they waste precious moments. Instead of explaining further, the Dokja dismissively says it will be faster for them to learn the truth themselves. As the Dokja speaks, its horns grow longer, adding to its menacing appearance. In that instant, a glowing status window appears out of thin air. It states that channel by 7623 is opened and announces that constellations are now logging in. The passengers stare in confusion as the system message pops up in front of everyone, including Dokja. He focuses on the screen, his heart pounding as it declares that the main scenario has officially begun. The main scenario is called Prove Your Value. The objective is simple but horrifying: to kill at least one living thing. Before disappearing in a burst of blinding light, the Dokja leaves the passengers with a sarcastic wish for good luck, its sinister grin making the moment even more chilling. It adds that it expects an amazing story from them, clearly enjoying their fear and confusion. The passengers react in all sorts of ways. Some rush to the train doors, desperately trying to escape, while others frantically call the police. Sangha tries calling as well, but no one answers. Frustrated and scared, she turns to Dokja, asking him what they should do. Dokja remains surprisingly calm, though it's clear he's thinking hard. He tells Sangha to stay composed and reminds her of a game she once played, one where only a few people survive the end of the world. Sangha stares at him, completely confused, and asks what that has to do with their current situation. Dokja explains that they should think of themselves as players in a game. To survive, they must learn and follow the rules. Even after hearing this, Sangha doesn't fully understand what Dokja is trying to say, but she can tell he is taking this seriously. The scene inside the train is grim and surreal. The floor is littered with bodies as if they were discarded trash. Office workers sit trembling in blood-stained clothes, their eyes wide with terror. An old woman sits in a corner, clutching her hands together as she prays desperately. The boundaries between reality and fantasy seem to blur completely in this moment. Dokja closes his eyes and tries to focus. He needs a plan, something that will help them survive. As he thinks, another man steps forward, trying to take control of the chaotic scene. The man speaks loudly and confidently, urging everyone to stop panicking. He warns that even small disturbances could lead to more casualties in a national emergency like this one. The passengers are not pleased with the man taking charge. Many demand to know who he is. The man calmly shows his identity card and introduces himself as Hyeonsong Lee, an army lieutenant from Unit 6502. Dokja expected the situation to escalate into a national emergency, so this revelation doesn't surprise him. What shocks him, though, is something else entirely. Dokja realizes he knows this man, even though they have never met in real life. He recognizes the name from Tusa. Hyeonsong is one of the novel's supporting characters. Seeing someone from the story come to life leaves Dokja in disbelief. Hyeonsong is supposed to appear after the first scenario in the novel, not during it. Dokja begins to feel uneasy, wondering why events are happening out of order. He thinks that if he could reread the novel, he might understand what is going on. Before he can make sense of it, someone in the cabin shouts that the Prime Minister is speaking live on television. Everyone falls silent as the broadcast begins. The Prime Minister declares a high-level emergency, but before he can say more, his head suddenly explodes. The horrifying sight leaves the passengers frozen in shock. Moments later, the Dokja reappears, casually reminding everyone that this isn't a prank or a terrorist attack. It announces that the difficulty of the scenario will now increase. It shortens the time limit to 10 minutes and warns that if no one dies within 5 minutes, it will kill everyone in the cabin. Dokja watches the chaos unfold, feeling a strange mix of familiarity and unease. The sequence of events matches the beginning of Tusa perfectly, yet something feels off. He can't shake the feeling that something crucial is missing. He begins to wonder why the novel's main character has not appeared yet. If Hyeonsong Lee, a major supporting character, is already here, then the protagonist should also be present. Dokja thinks carefully, trying to remember the sequence of events. If he is right, the main character should appear soon. Before he can dwell on it further, the cabin behind them suddenly explodes. The sound of the blast is deafening and the passengers scream in terror. Someone yells that people are being killed. A young man rushes to block the door, hoping to stop the chaos from spilling into their cabin. However, he collides with an invisible barrier. A system message appears, informing everyone that no one can leave or enter the cabin until the scenario is completed. Meanwhile, on the live broadcast, the Dokja appears again, clearly amused. It comments on how some cabins are far more lively than others, enjoying the unfolding panic. To make its point, it decides to show the passengers what will happen if they fail to act within the next 5 minutes. The screen switches to a live stream of students in their classroom. Just as their time limit runs out, a horrifying scene plays. One by one, the students at Taepyeong Girls' High School are brutally murdered. Dokja cannot bear to watch and closes his eyes, overwhelmed by anger and disgust. However, the feed lingers on one girl, Jai Lee, a sophomore in Class B. In a shocking act of desperation, she strangles her friend, becoming the only survivor of Channel Bay 23,515. The Dokja laughs wickedly, thoroughly entertained by the gruesome turn of events. The passengers inside the train are paralyzed with fear. Even Sangha is visibly shaking, unable to comprehend what is happening. Despite the horrifying situation, Dokja remains calm. His mind races with questions, particularly about why the main character still hasn't appeared. Some events match Tusa perfectly, while others are entirely unfamiliar to him. Dokja instinctively checks his phone, hoping to find Tusa there. To his dismay, the novel is no longer available. Then the sudden thought strikes him, and he quickly opens the email sent to him earlier. To his surprise, he finds an attachment. When Dokja opens the file, he is stunned to see that it is the novel he has been searching for. The author has sent it to him as a gift. He briefly wonders if it is illegal, but the weight of the situation keeps him from lingering on the thought. A new system window appears, explaining that every character in Tusa is given a unique attribute and a skill tied to it. Dokja tries multiple times to open his own attribute window, but nothing happens. Dokja begins to worry as he tries to understand what is happening. If he cannot access his attributes window, he won't be able to learn what his attribute or skill is. Determined to find a solution, he decides to read the attached file from the email. As soon as he opens it, a system message appears, informing him that his attribute has been activated. It states that his reading speed has been enhanced. At first, Dokja is surprised by this discovery. His attribute, accelerated reading, feels underwhelming compared to what he had expected. However, he quickly realizes how useful it is. In less than a minute, he finishes reading the opening chapter of Tusa. Grateful for the ability, he starts to connect the dots. When Dokja notices he is in cabin 3807, an unsettling realization hits him. The events happening around him differ from what he remembers in the novel. He recalls that the protagonist of Tusa is supposed to be in cabin 3707, which is located right behind his current cabin. Dokja starts thinking about what the story says about cabin 3807. A specific line from the novel flashes in his mind. The protagonist looks into the chaos of cabin 3807 and only 2 people survive. His thoughts are interrupted when Nam-woon Kim, a teenager, violently lashes out at someone he had been arguing with. The sudden aggression draws everyone's attention. Sang-ga, visibly shaking, turns to Dokja, asking if they should intervene. Dokja feels a growing sense of dread. He knows the tragic outcome of cabin 3807 all too well. In the novel, the only survivors are Hyun-sung Lee and Nam-woon Kim, the same teenager now causing chaos. Dokja glances at Sang-ga and realizes the horrifying truth. If a story unfolds as written, everyone else in the cabin, including himself and Sang-ga, is doomed. Han steps forward, trying to stop Nam-woon from continuing his attack on the elderly woman. He pleads with Nam-woon to show some respect for the elderly, but Nam-woon's response is cold and unapologetic. He points to the screen displaying scenes of people killing each other and declares that the army will not save them. Someone must die, he says, and they need to decide who it will be. Nam-woon goes further, accusing the group of pretending to be morally superior. He says that they believe killing others to survive is wrong and inhuman. Normally, he admits he might agree with that, but this situation is different. He insists they now live in a world where survival depends on killing or being killed. In his mind, no one can be blamed for choosing to protect their own life. Now Moon tells the passengers to face reality. The world they once knew is gone, and they must adapt to the harsh new rules of survival. With his words, he breaks the fragile moral code that has held the group together, pushing them into a darker mindset. Hyun-sung watches the events unfold but cannot bring himself to intervene. He cringes as the passengers, one by one, begin to turn on the older woman. They attack her, their fear and desperation overpowering their humanity. Hyun-sung looks away, unable to face the horrifying scene. The countdown continues, and the passengers are fully aware of the grim reality. If no one dies within the next 5 minutes, every single one of them will be killed. In that moment, their most basic survival instincts take over, erasing any semblance of rational thought or compassion. Dokja stands apart from the chaos, observing everything as though it were happening in another world. He notices that the elderly woman, whose name he does not know, was not meant to survive in the original scenario. Dokja hesitates, knowing that if he interferes, it could disrupt the course of the story. Any significant changes might leave him with less of the original plot to rely on. Dokja questions his own decision to stay silent. He wonders if it is fair to let the woman die just so he can survive. As he hesitates, Sang-ga suddenly rushes toward the chaos, but Dokja quickly stops her. He warns her not to act recklessly because it is far too dangerous. Sang-ga knows this, yet her sense of justice pushes her forward. Dokja thinks to himself that some people are meant to stand out, no matter the situation or genre. However, he also knows that Saima cannot change the outcome of the scenario. She is not the heroine in this world, and her actions won't alter the story's course. Desperate to keep her safe, Dokja pleads with Sang-ga to stay where she is. He promises her that if she listens to him just this once, he will never bother her again. Dokja takes a deep breath, knowing that it is not the right time for him to step in. His hesitation is not because he fears Nam-woon or the others, more because he agrees with their savage actions. Dokja is waiting for something specific to happen. The scenario timer ticks down to 7 minutes and 32 seconds, and at that exact moment, a loud bang echoes from the back cabin. Smoke begins to fill the air, and Dokja knows the time to act has arrived. Without hesitation, Dokja dashes toward the commotion, his mind focused on one thing. Reaching Nam-woon, he tackles him with enough force to send him flying across the cabin. Namwoon, now furious, shouts at Dokja, demanding to know why he interfered. Dokja doesn't answer. Instead, his attention is fixed on something else. He quickly finds a young boy holding an insect box. Without hesitation, Dokja grabs the box, gives the boy one of the bugs inside, and takes the rest for himself. Turning to the rest of the cabin, Dokja raises his voice, commanding everyone to stop. He points out that killing the elderly woman will not guarantee their survival. His words catch everyone's attention, and they all turn toward him. Dokja calmly reminds them of the Dakebi's instruction to kill one each. Then he asks them who they plan to murder next. Namwoon, unfazed, smirks and responds mockingly. He declares that losers like Dokja will be the next to die. Dokja confronts Namwoon, questioning the need to risk their lives when there is a way to survive without becoming murderers. He reminds everyone that the scenario does not require killing a human being. Instead, it says they need to kill one or more living organisms. To prove his point, he holds a bug in his hand and shows it to the others. At that moment, Dokja stands against the chaos spreading around him. A madness so intense had almost led someone to try killing an elderly woman. Despite this tension, a smile appears on his face. Dokja wonders about himself and whether he has always been the kind of person who acts this way. He crushes the bug in his hand and completes the first kill mission. The system rewards him with 100 coins. After receiving the reward, he throws the remaining insects from the box onto the ground. This action shocks the other passengers, causing many of them to panic. Namwoon asks why Dokja would throw the bugs away instead of letting others use them. Dokja answers calmly, saying there are only 3 bugs left in the box. Namwoon reacts with loud laughter, mocking Dokja. He accuses him of throwing the bugs away because not everyone on the train could survive. Dokja confirms this is true, which angers Namwoon further. Namwoon calls Dokja's actions ridiculous and says no one in their right mind would act like this. His expression becomes wild and sinister. He claims Dokja must be lying and insists that Dokja only wants to watch the others fight for survival. Dokja observes Namwoon closely and realizes that he enjoys seeing people suffer. Namwoon thrives in situations like this, full of cruelty and chaos. Suddenly, a character profile window appears in front of Dokja. It shows detailed information about Namwoon, including his attribute. Dokja learns that Namwoon's attribute is edgelord. Most edgelords in Tusa could not cope with the nightmare that had turned into reality. Many of them ended their own lives. Namwoon, however, was different. He earned the nickname Delusion Demon Kim Namwoon for a reason. Unlike others, he had been preparing for the end of the world for a long time. When it finally happened, he adapted to the chaos very quickly. Time for the main scenario is running out. Only 2 minutes and 59 seconds remain. Cabin 3707 is completely engulfed in flames. Inside the fire, a mysterious man dressed in black survives. His dark silhouette moves as he tries to enter cabin 3807. Meanwhile, Dokja and Namwoon exchange awkward looks. Namwoon, intrigued by his earlier response, suggests they work together. A system message appears, stating that Dokja now understands Namwoon's character better. Dokja immediately rejects the offer. He tells Namwoon that he prefers to work alone. Dokja knows that if he had raided Tusa, he might have made a different decision. However, as someone familiar with the story, he already knows Namwoon's true nature and what he will become in the future. Namwoon is disappointed by his refusal. Frustrated, he approaches the elderly woman who is barely breathing. Before Namwoon can act, Dokja grabs his hand to stop him. Namwoon turns to Dokja, angry and disgusted. He accuses Dokja of pretending to be a hero and declares his hatred for him. Namwoon's anger grows stronger. When he can no longer hold back, he strikes at Dokja. However, Dokja reacts instinctively, using his power. Namwoon's attack misses Dokja's head by a narrow margin. Dokja feels anger building up inside him, but before he can react, another attack comes from Namwoon. This time, Dokja blocks it with his hand. He notices that Namwoon's attribute, the edgelord skill called Grimdark Awakening Level 1, is now activated. Namwoon launches another attack, but it misses again and strikes the ground instead. Namwoon realizes the strength of his newly awakened power and begins laughing hysterically. Dokja observes him and thinks about why the protagonist of Tusa must have recruited someone like Namwoon, even though he's a psychopath. A system message appears, informing Dokja that his understanding of Namwoon Kim has increased again. Another system message follows shortly after. It tells Dokja that he has unlocked a skill called Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint at level 1. Dokja feels confused because he doesn't know what kind of skill this is or how to use it. The loud sounds of the fight between Dokja and Namwoon start to draw the attention of the passengers. Despite Namwoon's repeated attacks, he still cannot land a single hit on Dokja. Dokja notices a message appear, warning him that Namwoon is about to aim for his right shoulder. Dokja quickly dodges this attack. Another message follows, warning him of an incoming punch aimed at his face. The gap between Namwoon's fist and Dokja's face narrows to just inches, but Dokja manages to evade it again. Dokja falls to the floor, feeling the weight of the battle. Namwoon's anger reaches its peak. Dokja realizes that he cannot fight back against Namwoon. His only option is to dodge and survive. He knows that if he can endure just a little longer, the scenario will end. Dokja looks at Namwoon and informs him that only 2 minutes remain before the main scenario concludes. Dokja notices that the old woman is still lying on the ground. He realizes that if she dies, Namwoon will clear the scenario. Acting quickly, Dokja grabs her and tries to roll away to stop Namwoon from succeeding. However, Dokja does not realize that Namwoon is waiting for this exact moment to catch him off guard. Thanks to his skill, Dokja senses that Namwoon is planning to aim for his heart. He manages to avoid serious harm, and the only injury he gets is a scrape on his shoulder. Namwoon's attack misses and hits the floor instead. Dokja then carries the grandmother away, leaving Namwoon frustrated as he watches them. Dokja thinks about survival. He believes that if he loses to Namwoon, he will die because only the strongest survive. He sees this as the unchanging rule, both before and after the world changed. He decides he must follow that same rule. Namwoon urges Dokja to act quickly since time is running out. Dokja responds by asking if an insect egg counts as a living organism. Namwoon, confused, questions him. Dokja calmly confirms his point and takes out the grasshopper's body from his pocket, the one he killed earlier. A popping sound is heard and a fluid spills out from the grasshopper's body. The disgusting liquid spreads over Dokja's hand as a message appears. The message informs him that he has killed a living organism and earned 100 bonus coins as additional compensation. Namwoon, enraged, lunges at Dokja in anger, demanding to know how he was supposed to know the answer. The attack comes fast and is difficult to avoid. A system message appears asking Dokja if he wants a tutorial on using coins. Dokja skips the tutorial because he already knows how coins work. Instead, he invests 2,700 coins to boost his stamina. His stamina level rises from 1 to 10, and his strength and endurance improves significantly. Namwoon tries again to stab Dokja in the heart, but his attack fails. Namwoon steps back immediately, confused about what just happened. Dokja stares directly at Namwoon and declares that he is not the one who will die. Namwoon is. With less than 1 minute left in the scenario, Namwoon launches a relentless series of attacks. Dokja remains steady and unshaken, showing no fear. The time runs out, marking the end of the scenario. Shortly after, the Dokja appears, looking fascinated by the mess they are in. The Dokja wonders what in the world has happened here. At the end of the first main scenario, only 5 survivors remain. They are Hyeonsong Lee, Sanbae-yu, Jiliong Lee, Myongo Han, and Dokja Kim. Dokja looks down at Namwoon's lifeless body and recalls the moment when Namwoon begged him for help. Dokja had refused to help him. And as the time ended, Namwoon's head exploded, just like the heads of the others who failed the scenario. Dokja realizes that he could have saved more people. He knows it would be dishonest to say he feels no guilt. However, he is surprised by how calm he feels. It almost seems as if he is reading a story, not living through these events. He notices his reflection in the darkened window of the train. At first, he thinks the blood is on his face, but then he understands it is actually smeared on the glass. Dokja learns that killing non-resistant organisms cuts his coin rewards in half. Even so, he gains 6,200 coins in total, though 2,700 were already spent to improve his stats. He finally accepts the truth. The world he once knew is gone. A new world has been born, and he is the only one who knows how this story will end. The subway train comes to a stop near Dongo Bridge. Some of the survivors stand and look outside. The view reveals a ruined Seoul with collapsed buildings. In the Han River, giant snake-like monsters are devouring the remains of a crashed fighter jet. Dokja immediately recognizes these creatures. They are ichthyosaurs, monsters often called sea serpents in the world of Tusa. One of the ichthyosaurs turns its gaze toward the train. Some of the survivors react with fear. Dokja, however, remains indifferent as the creature approaches. He understands these monsters are not a threat to them. In the world of Tusa, scenarios are the highest priority. Creatures like the ichthyosaurs do not attack unless they are directly part of a scenario. The Dokja feels immense joy as he counts the stars that appear around him. These stars represent how many constellations have subscribed to his channel. Dokja notices this and thinks the Dokja is overwhelmed with happiness. For a new Dokja, having 21 viewers is a significant achievement. In the world of Tusa, constellations are mysterious and powerful beings. They observe events from distant nebulas and are the masterminds behind the chaos. They are the ones watching the scenarios broadcasted on the Dokja's channel. Dokja remembers that in the original story, Namwoon had killed almost everyone in the cabin. This time, Dokja's actions have changed that outcome. However, he knows that some constellations are angry because of his interference. He picks up Namwoon's knife and reflects on how things have changed. Just one day ago, their roles were reversed, and now the constellations are watching him instead. A system message appears, stating that several constellations admire the way Dokja handled the scenario. They reward him with 500 coins. Dokja understands that while some constellations dislike him, others are starting to support him. He thinks about the constellations and hopes they all enjoy the events, knowing that they will eventually pay the price for their entertainment with their own lives. Manga approaches Dokja and asks if he is okay. He responds by apologizing because he could not save the old woman. Manga looks worried and seems like she wants to say something, but she stops herself. Dokja notices and asks her what it is. She hesitates and dismisses it, saying, "It is nothing." Instead, she thanks Dokja for throwing the cage toward her earlier. Dokja responds that what happened earlier was a coincidence and will not happen again. He cannot tell exactly what Manga is thinking, but he believes she is smart enough to survive in this chaotic world. He feels confident that she probably understands his words. Dokja reflects on his decisions and acknowledges that his choices caused some people to survive while others died. He does not feel deserving of the gratitude from those who made it through. However, he admits to himself that having 5 survivors is more than he expected. He then turns his attention to the boy, Jillian Lee. Dokja remembers the moment he gave the insect to the child. Realizing the dangers of the world, Dokja asks the boy if he wants to live. When Jillian nods, Dokja tells him they should team up. Dokja admits to himself that his actions are not driven by sympathy. If he had to name his true motive, he would call it hypocrisy. A status window appears showing that a few constellations are impressed with Dokja's actions. As a reward, they send him 200 coins. Dokja thinks that pretending to care might be a low move, but he justifies it because he also wants to survive. Knowing what lies ahead, he decides that gaining the attention of the constellations is crucial for his survival. The Dokja comments on how many interesting things have happened during the day. He also mentions that someone in the next cabin is completely insane. Manga, one of the survivors, asks the Dokja if they will now be allowed to leave since they have done everything required in the scenario. Dokja observes Manga and wonders why someone as wealthy as him is even taking the subway. It seems out of character for someone like Manga to be in such a situation. The Dokja responds with a sly smile and asks Manga if he is sure about wanting to leave. Manga, looking at the monsters outside, is left speechless and unable to answer. The Dokja seems impressed by the fact that so many people survived the first scenario in this cabin. The Dokja announces that every difficulty deserves a reward. He explains that the reward for completing the first scenario is the ability to receive sponsorships from constellations. Most survivors react with confusion, but Dokja stays calm. He is the only one who already knows about the sponsorship system. The Dokja warns them that they are still very weak. He tells them they wouldn't even survive an encounter with a weak ground mouse, let alone a kruk, if they continue in their current state. However, he adds that there are powerful beings in this world who feel pity for them and want to sponsor them. Dokja notices that he has 4 sponsors to choose from: Abyssal Black Flame Dragon, Demonic Judge of Fire, Secretive Plotter, and Prisoner of the Golden Headband. Manga calls out to him, mentioning that 2 strange options have suddenly appeared on her own interface. To avoid raising suspicions, Dokja lies and says he does not know anything about it. He suggests she think of the process as an aptitude test. The sponsor selection is a system in which constellations, watching through the Dokja channel, choose humans they want to support as avatars. In his case, 4 constellations have shown interest in sponsoring him, though their real names remain hidden. Dokja compares his situation to the protagonist in Tusa, who initially had 5 sponsor options. 4 options seem significant, and he is not disappointed. He knows that the Abyssal Black Flame Dragon leads the faction called Black Cloud. This constellation grants its avatar exceptional attack power, making it the strongest choice for early scenarios that demand physical strength and combat ability. However, Dokja also knows the risks. The more this constellation's power is used, the more it corrupts the mind of his avatar. Over time, its contractor would lose control and become a violent murderer. This constellation usually supports edgelord attributes. Feeling uneasy about the risks associated with this constellation, Dokja decides to exclude it. The second option, the Demonic Judge of Fire, amazes Dokja. At first glance, the name suggests a demonic being. However, Dokja knows this is misleading. Despite the word demonic, the constellation is not a demon. The combination of fire and judge reveals its identity. It is Archangel Uriel, who passes judgment through flames. The third option, Secretive Plotter, catches Dokja's attention. This constellation is unfamiliar to him. Dokja realizes he might understand its nature if he had read more of Tusa. The fourth and final option is the Prisoner of the Golden Headband. Dokja is shocked to see this constellation appear so early. He doubts his own eyes several times before accepting that it is real. At first, the name seems negative. However, Dokja focuses on the proper noun, Golden Headband, known as the smallest prison in the world. Fans of Journey to the West would recognize this constellation as Sun Wukong, the handsome Monkey King, also called the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal. Sun Wukong is famous for his golden gaze and fiery eyes. As the selection time nears its end, Dokja decides not to choose any constellation. His reasoning is simple. He knows that sponsor contracts are never fair deals. Furthermore, he is aware that there are ways to become strong without relying on a constellation. When the sponsor selection ends, the Dokja announces that someone has made an unusual choice. For a brief moment, he looks directly at Dokja. The Dokja then informs the survivors that they will have a short 10-minute break while he prepares the next scenario. After the Dokja disappears, Dokja tells the others to gather around. Although hesitant at first, they eventually comply. Hyeonsong Lee is the first to step forward. He introduces himself to Dokja and shakes his hand. Dokja notices that Hyeonsong has a firm grip, but he is not surprised by this. After all, Hyeonsong was the tanker in the early stages of Tuza. This made Dokja want to recruit him. Hyeonsong praises Dokja for his earlier actions, saying they would likely have died without his intervention. Before Dokja can respond, Manga suddenly grabs his shoulder and questions how Dokja knows him. Dokja responds by calling him by his name, which surprises Manga. Manga insists that Dokja should address him more formally as Mr. Han, but Dokja points out that they are no longer in a workplace environment. Manga continues rambling nonsense until Dokja firmly tells him to stop and focus on the reality of their situation. Dokja realizes it is not just Manga who needs to wake up, everyone does. He states that the situation is no joke, and by now they all must understand how serious it is. Hyeonsong adds that what they are experiencing feels similar to a novel he once read during night shifts. He still struggles to believe it is real and wonders if it might be a dream. He then asks Dokja if he has any idea what they should do next. Dokja responds that their priority is to leave the subway. His statement shocks the survivors. As they react, a loud roar from the sea monster echoes through the window, adding to their fear. Some start complaining, calling Dokja's idea crazy. Before they can continue, a loud boom comes from the other side of the subway door, cutting through their protests. The survivors freeze, confused and terrified, wondering what is happening. Dokja considers the possibility that the next scenario has already started, but quickly dismisses the idea since the Dokja has not yet returned. He concludes that the person on the other side of the door must be the sole survivor of subway cabin 3707. The door shakes violently as a black boot slams against it repeatedly. Dokja stares grimly at the door and feels certain about the identity of the person behind it. In his mind, it becomes clear. This is the true protagonist of the story. Dokja convinces Hyeonsong that they need to leave immediately. He warns that if they stay, they will all die before the next scenario begins. The relentless sound of the door being kicked adds urgency to his words. Hyeonsong hesitates, unsure if the person behind the door is truly an enemy. Dokja clarifies that the survivor behind that door is the one who killed everyone in their cabin and asks if anyone is eager to meet such a person. Hearing this, the group quickly starts searching for a way out. With the scenario over, the invisible force field blocking their escape has vanished. However, they still need to find a working door. 3 of the 8 doors in the cabin remain unchecked. Just as the menacing sound of the door being kicked grows louder, fear spreads through the group. Even Dokja feels uneasy as he watches the door from the next cabin, which looks ready to break open. Suddenly, Sangha finds a slightly open door. Hyeonsong points out that the door is broken, but Dokja asserts is still their best option. He briefly glances at his status window and notes that he has 4,700 coins left. He considers spending coins but decides against it, knowing that using them too early could be risky. Instead, Dokja asks Hyeonsong to use his strength to open the door. To be sure, Dokja checks Hyeonsong's profile using his skill and feels relieved to see that Hyeonsong's supporting constellation attributes match what was described in the novel. Hyeonsong mentions owning a power, but is clear he has no idea how to use it. Dokja tells Hyeonsong to imagine himself using the power. Hyeonsong is doubtful but follows the suggestion. Hyeonsong grabs the door with his hands, his biceps swelling with effort as he forces it open. The scene reveals the power of the Great Mountain Push. Dokja knows that Great Mountain Push is not a skill, but a stigma, a power granted by a constellation. However, to avoid drawing suspicion, Dokja deliberately uses the word skill when talking to Hyeonsong instead of calling it a stigma. A system notification appears stating that Hyeonsong has started to trust Dokja. It also mentions that Dokja's understanding of Hyeonsong's character has increased. After Hyeonsong opens the door, Dokja and the others rush toward the bridge. Dokja thinks about the sealed door connecting to subway cabin 3707 and how it will likely break soon. However, he reminds himself that the steel door is not the real problem. Dokja's thoughts are interrupted when he sees the Dokja floating in front of them. The Dokja looks angry and accuses the survivors of not listening to him and leaving their cabin too early. He explains that he has not finished preparing for the next scenario. Mayando panics, clutching his head as if it might explode, and says they should have stayed inside. The Dokja sighs, then snaps his fingers. He declares that he has no choice but to proceed since the survivors are already outside. A status window appears, announcing the start of the second scenario. The second scenario is an E difficulty sub-scenario. The goal is to cross the collapsing bridge and reach Oksu Station within 20 minutes. The reward for clearing the scenario is 200 coins, but the penalty for failure is a mystery. Without hesitation, Dokja starts running toward the station. Sanga hesitates and calls out to Dokja, pointing out that the bridge has not collapsed yet. Dokja tells her not to worry and to focus on running. He knows she is right. The bridge is still intact. However, he also understands the scenario description. The bridge is not broken yet, but it will break. The Dokja had given them a preparation time of 10 minutes, but they escaped 3 minutes earlier. Dokja observes the group as they run. Hyeonsong leaves with Gilleong beside him. Dokja notes that Hyeonsong is incredibly strong, a natural powerhouse who has not even invested coins in his stats. Yet the combined strength, physique, and agility of Hyeonsong exceeds 23. Mayando runs next with Sunma following behind him. Dokja stays at the rear, keeping an eye on the group. He thinks they might have a chance to reach the station in time. Suddenly, Mayando notices something in the water. A whirlpool forms, and from it emerges a massive sea monster, a sea serpent, or perhaps even a sea commander, based on its enormous size. The ichthyosaur roars loudly, sending chills through the group. Dokja thinks to himself that the ichthyosaur, having never targeted avatars earlier in the story, must have appeared to destroy the bridge. He estimates that they are about 200 meters away from the bridge and should be able to reach it before it collapses given their speed. However, Dokja feels uneasy. The Dokja has other plans. The Dokja announces that the game would not be fun if it were too easy. So he decides to change the scenario's difficulty from E to D inside the train cabin. A black aether, the wicked thoughts of the dead, begins to possess the dead bodies and bring them back to life. Soon after, there is a noise and Sanga is the first to notice it. Zombie-like figures start appearing in large waves. Some of them are people who were in the same carriage as the survivors. Hansong and the kid manage to reach Oksu Station safely, but they worry for Dokja and the others, who are now surrounded by zombies. A distant roar interrupts their thoughts. Dokja looks up and immediately orders everyone to get down. At that moment, the ichthyosaur takes a massive bite out of the bridge, completely severing it. Samna calls out to Dokja as he struggles to stand. When he regains his balance, he is shocked to see the bridge has been destroyed. He is, however, surprised that Mayando and Sanga have survived. Dokja notices the kid and Hyeonsong shouting something, though he cannot hear them. He wonders what will happen next when a message suddenly appears. It states that someone has received the favor of a constellation and activated Deus Ex Machina. At that moment, a brilliant bridge made of light forms across the remnants of the collapsed Dongho Bridge. The bridge in front of them was the bridge of even numbers, which could only be crossed by an even number of people. If an odd number of people tried to cross, the bridge would collapse. Sangha suddenly told Dokja that something had appeared on her head. Dokja was in awe, wondering if Sangha's supporting constellation had made a risky move by intervening in the scenario. However, Dokja knew that such interventions were rare even in Tuza. He wondered what kind of constellation could be supporting her. So he decided to take a look at Sangha's character profile. But when he checked, he found that he couldn't access it, indicating that Sangha had a special constellation supporting her, one that also provided her with a mental barrier. Sangha then shouted at him, snapping his attention to the situation. Dokja instinctively leaned forward just as a familiar bloody fist covered in energy flew through the air, narrowly missing his head. Without thinking, he kicked the attacker, sending them flying several feet away. He took a deep breath, gathering his thoughts. Dokja instantly recognized the attacker, a Tier 9 humanoid demon, a demonic person. These were human mutants infected with black aether. While demonic people were similar to zombies, they were much more dangerous if their hosts had significant power. And of all people, it had to be Namwoon. Dokja quickly activated his omniscient reader's viewpoint skill, but when he tried to target the demon, he found that it had no consciousness, so his skill was automatically deactivated. In turn, Dokja was slow to dodge the attack, and he felt a sharp pain as the demon's claws scratched his left arm. The pain intensified, but there was no time to react. His only focus now was to somehow get across the bridge of even numbers. However, with 3 people on the bridge, they were already at a disadvantage. Dokja turned around about to speak when he saw Mayando carrying Sangha. He froze, dumbfounded by the sight. Mayando immediately ran off, leaving Dokja behind. His anger flared. He couldn't believe Mayando had abandoned him like this. A system message suddenly appeared, stating that the secretive plotter was impressed by how easily Dokja could be tricked. Meanwhile, The demonic judge of fire was moved by Dokja's selflessness and gifted him 100 coins. Frustrated, Dokja tried to use his character profile skill on Myango, but it still didn't work. It was then that he realized Myango and Sangha weren't characters from Tuza. The rules of the game didn't apply to them. Just then, Zombie Namwoon roared, summoning hordes of zombies to swarm Dokja. The zombies charged at him, and he had to think quickly. How could he cross the bridge while fighting them off? He considered dragging a demon across the bridge with him, but he quickly dismissed the idea, knowing it was unlikely to work. A sudden notification flashed in his vision. Only 15 minutes remained until the scenario ended. The Dokja, watching the chaos unfold, casually observed Dokja's struggle. The Dokja then commented that Dokja was doing well and offered constellations to help him, but none responded. As Dokja fought with all his might against the zombies, his friends watched from the distance, concern evident on their faces. His strength was fading, and soon he found himself cornered. If he stepped back, he would fall into the sea. If he moved forward, he'd be facing the horde of zombies head-on. Trapped in his predicament, Dokja realized that this might be the end. He couldn't help but think that it wouldn't have been so difficult if he had just one combat skill. Suddenly, a system message flashed across Dokja's vision, stating that his bookmark skill had been activated. A massive book-like hologram materialized before him, and he stared at it, wondering what purpose the bookmark served. A new message popped up listing the bookmark characters: Delusional Demon Namwoon, Steelblade Hyeonsong Lee, and an empty slot. Dokja frowned. He had read over 3,000 episodes of Tusa, but he had never encountered any mention of a bookmark skill. Despite his confusion, his instincts kicked in, and he quickly grasped how it worked. Just then, Zombie Namwoon roared and charged at him, followed closely by the other zombies. In response, Dokja didn't hesitate. He activated bookmark number 1. A system message appeared, notifying him that the activation time had been shortened due to his low understanding of Namwoon's character. But it was enough. Dokja successfully activated Grimdark Awakening Level 1. He tightened his grip on his knife just as Zombie Namwoon lunged at him. With one swift motion, Dokja unleashed the skill, and the zombie version of Namwoon fell in a single strike, killed with a devastating blow. The zombie let out a horrified scream before whispering, "He doesn't want to die." Dokja watched in silence as Namwoon's body crumpled to the ground, lifeless. A message flashed indicating that Dokja's understanding of Namwoon's character had increased and the bookmark skill deactivated. With only 10 minutes and 11 seconds remaining, the hordes of zombies closed in around Dokja, but he had never intended to deal with them alone. Though a bit late, the protagonist's timely entrance was something he'd been waiting for. In the distance, a deafening explosion rang out, a sound Dokja had been anticipating. The zombies paused, sensing something was wrong, and began to turn in the direction of the blast. But it was too late. The zombies were sent flying in a straight line, as if a tank had plowed through them, clearing the way. Dokja smirked as he saw the source of the destruction. A man in all black, walking calmly through the chaos. Yu Jung-hyuk, the man in the black robe, strolled toward Dokja with a cold, commanding presence. His golden eyes glinted menacingly as he asked him who is he. A chill ran down his spine. Dokja knew he wouldn't stand a chance if it came to a confrontation with Jung-hyuk. Reacting instantly, Dokja activated his profiling skill. Before he could process any more, Jung-hyuk raised his hand, effortlessly grabbing Dokja by the neck. Dokja was completely at his mercy, suspended over the edge of the bridge, his breath cut off. Jung-hyuk asks him how he was still alive. Dokja struggles to free himself from Jung-hyuk's strong grip. He realizes that he is the living proof of the first method in Tuza. He knows Jung-hyuk as the regressor, the person who will start the events that will turn the world upside down. While this happens, on the other side of the broken bridge, Hyeonsong tries to understand what is happening. However, he cannot get through because there is a barrier similar to the one in the subway. This makes Sangha worried about Dokja, who is still hanging in the air. Jung-hyuk asks him again for his name, which makes Dokja think that Jung-hyuk is really a self-centered protagonist. Finally, Dokja tells him his name. Jung-hyuk says that his name is strange. Dokja decides to act smart, but this only leads to Jung-hyuk punching him in the stomach. Dokja is surprised by the punch. Jung-hyuk comments that Dokja has a strong body and says that Dokja has already figured out how to use the coins. When Dokja tries to talk back, he gets punched again. This makes Dokja wonder how Jung-hyuk is so strong, especially since they have only finished one main scenario and are now working on a sub-scenario. Jung-hyuk tells Dokja to stop talking and just answer the questions. Dokja feels this is the worst situation he could be in and hopes it never happens again. After 3 regressions, Jung-hyuk has become the most dangerous character in Tusa. Jung-hyuk asks Dokja once more if he will comply, and Dokja calmly replies, "Fine." Jung-hyuk punches Dokja again, but this time Dokja blocks the punch. Jung-hyuk is surprised that his punch has been stopped. They stare at each other for a moment and Dokja smiles. He deliberately mentions his skills as a pro gamer. Then he tells Jung-hyuk that he is younger, so Jung-hyuk should show him some respect. This makes Jung-hyuk wary of Dokja. He asks if Dokja knows him. Dokja lies and says he knows him because he worked at a game company. He also says Jung-hyuk is pretty famous, and that he was one of his fans. Dokja knows that Jung-hyuk's fame is just part of the story in the novel, but he isn't lying when he says he was once a fan. Dokja thinks about his complicated feelings toward Jung-hyuk. He realizes he has mixed emotions having followed Jung-hyuk through all 3,000 episodes. Jung-hyuk responds that he hasn't heard that in a while and that he will forgive Dokja for being rude. However, Jung-hyuk says this won't change anything. Dokja understands the situation. Jung-hyuk tells him that he only has one question for him. How did he survive the subway? Dokja tries to think quickly about what he can say to make Jung-hyuk let him live. A system message informs Dokja that his understanding of Jung-hyuk has increased and he has now grasped his character. Another system message appears saying that Dokja has unlocked level 2 of his personal skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint. When Dokja activates the skill, he is surprised to discover that he can now read Jung-hyuk's mind. He hears that Jung-hyuk will kill him if he is a threat. Dokja smirks, thinking he can use this new skill against Jung-hyuk. He answers Jung-hyuk's question, saying that he survived by clearing the scenario through killing insects. This surprises Jung-hyuk. Dokja explains that he was lucky to have seen the kid with the bugs who have fallen due to the explosion in the cabin ahead of them. Jung-hyuk begins to wonder if the future has changed. Jung-hyuk thinks about his destroyed cabin with dead bodies on the floor. He believes the difference might be because he started by killing them with an explosion, unlike in his previous runs. Jung-hyuk notices something strange about Dokja. As the world had turned upside down, Dokja is unusually calm. He concludes that he must have killed Namwoon, which makes him seem dangerous to Jung-hyuk. Dokja then tells Jung-hyuk to let him go if he's done with his questions and suggests they cross the bridge together to Oksu Station because time is running out. But Jung-hyuk has another thought. Everything fits too perfectly. Golden light shines from his right eye. Dokja recognizes the skill Jung-hyuk is using and becomes alert. He knows that the Eye of the Sage is a powerful skill. The best way to uncover someone's traits and secrets is the best detection skill. Jung-hyuk grabs Dokja with both hands while Dokja wonders why he's not using the Eye of the Sage. He thinks it might be for the best since he doesn't even know his own attributes or skills. If Jung-hyuk finds out, he would also want to know. Suddenly, a system message appears saying that Dokja's personal skill, the fourth wall, has been activated and blocked the Eye of Sage. This shocked Jung-hyuk, and with only 2 minutes left in the sub-scenario, Jung-hyuk asks aggressively what Dokja is. Dokja is shocked. He can't believe that he has a skill capable of blocking Eye of the Sage. Jung-hyuk thinks he must kill Dokja now, but since Dokja can read his mind, he tells him to wait. Dokja is frustrated with himself for making things more complicated. He knows Jung-hyuk will never believe him, so he changes his approach. He tells Jung-hyuk that he needs a reliable ally and reminds him that he needs help to clear Scenario 46. Jung-hyuk asks how Dokja knows about the scenario and if he is also a regressor. Dokja replies that it doesn't matter who he is right now. What matters is what he can do for Jung-hyuk. Jung-hyuk then realizes that Dokja isn't a regressor, since if he were, he would already know him. Dokja tells him that he knows the future, a future that Jung-hyuk doesn't know. Hearing this, Jung-hyuk quickly uses his skill to check for lies. The result shows that Dokja is telling the truth. Jung-hyuk is shocked and steps back. He wonders if there is another prophet in Korea besides Anna Croft. The prophet trait is the only one in Tusa that allows someone to see the future and blocks detection skills from working. Dokja knows that only one person in the world of Tusa has the prophet trait. Jung-hyuk asks Dokja if he can use future sight. Dokja gives a vague answer. When Jung-hyuk asks if Dokja knew he would be there, Dokja confirms it. Meanwhile, the city behind them continues to burn and a sea monster swarms the river. Dokja tells Jung-hyuk that he knows about his special power and what will happen in the future. In his memories, regressors live their lives repeatedly and know what will happen. However, they can influence their future by changing the present. Dokja then offers to be Jung-hyuk's companion. Since Dokja is the only one who can read the story, he will act as Jung-hyuk's prophet to help him understand the future better. Jung-hyuk grits his teeth. He thinks that what Dokja says is true, not just for Scenario 46, but also for fighting Zarathustra. However, he wonders if he can trust Dokja. Jung-hyuk thinks about it for a long time, and with only 40 seconds left until the end of the scenario, he decides to make Dokja his companion. Suddenly, Jung-hyuk grabs Dokja and drags him toward the bridge. Dokja coughs and tells him to let go, but Jung-hyuk pulls him harder. They cross the broken bridge with the help of Deus Ex Machina. The zombies are growling as they cross. Meanwhile, Sangha, Hyungsung, and Jiliong wait for Dokja at the station. Jung-hyuk keeps dragging Dokja by the collar of his shirt. Dokja feels relief knowing that he is safe again. He can't believe he managed to get the regressor to agree with him. Dokja is exhausted from focusing so hard, so his omniscient reader's viewpoint skill stops working on its own. Dokja feels anxious when he notices that his skill is being deactivated, but he quickly realizes that he has already done everything he could and has convinced Jung-hyuk. He thinks that he is safe now because he has crossed the bridge. Behind the veil, Dokja's friend can see Jung-hyuk stopping him and asking if he is a prophet, someone who can see the future. Dokja gets a bad feeling. His instincts tell him that something is wrong. Suddenly, Jung-hyuk lifts him up and moves toward the end of the bridge. There, a sea monster waits, ready to eat him. Dokja's face changes as he feels fear. Jung-hyuk asks if Dokja will let go and fall into the sea monster's mouth. In his mind, Dokja is sure that Jung-hyuk is a psychopath. He closes his eyes tightly. Dokja believes that he is the only one who truly understands Jung-hyuk, and he wonders if this Jung-hyuk is the same one he has read about. Then he decides to speak. He tells Jung-hyuk that he has something to say first, which surprises Jung-hyuk. They stare at each other. Dokja says that since he is willing to team up with Jung-hyuk, Jung-hyuk should also promise to work with him. Jung-hyuk gets what he wants. He asks Dokja for an answer. With a grin, Dokja calls him an idiot and tells him to let him go and go away. Jung-hyuk lets go of Dokja's hand. Dokja falls with a loud scream. As he falls, he looks up and sees Jung-hyuk standing at the edge watching him fall. Jung-hyuk smiles and says he believes that Dokja is really a prophet. Dokja is shocked. Just before he is eaten by the sea monster, he smiles and curses Jung-hyuk. The sea monster snaps its jaws with a loud sound. A notification appears saying that Dokja has failed to clear the scenario. Meanwhile, Dokja is drowning inside the sea monster's mouth. He struggles to hold his breath, knowing he must keep going and cannot faint. He manages to get out of the water, coughing and retching. He realizes he has made it to the monster's stomach without being torn apart or eaten. He then searches his inner pocket, still breathing heavily. When he finds his phone, he turns on the flashlight to see around him. To his horror, he sees a sea of dead bodies, cars, and pieces of the bridge. The inside of the monster's stomach is even worse than he imagined. Dokja swims towards a flat, floating stone and thinks to himself that Jung-hyuk is a psychopath. Despite this, Dokja understands why Jung-hyuk did it. Dokja believes that the word companion carries great weight for Jung-hyuk. After failing in his first round of regression, Jung-hyuk has never had a real companion. He only sees humans as subordinates or enemies. Dokja thinks that this was probably a test, where Jung-hyuk wanted him to prove himself as an equal. Dokja sits casually on the floating stone, closes his eyes, and checks his message log. There are several messages and a few constellations want to sponsor him. This might be because of the final conversation he had with Jung-hyuk. Suddenly, the stomach of the sea monster shakes, signaling that it is moving. Dokja holds the stone tightly, startled by the sudden movement. Dokja remembers that, according to Tusa, the stomachs of ichthyosaurs start secreting acid 3 minutes after they eat. This means he doesn't have much time left. Suddenly, a bright flash appears behind him and the Dokja arrives. Dokja is surprised by its appearance. Dokja realizes that Dokja is not flustered at all, even in this dangerous situation. Dokja replies that he has been waiting for the Dokja, which confuses it. Dokja looks at the Dokja and thinks to himself that not only will he escape from the sea monster's stomach, but he will also gain the power to stand as Jung-hyuk's equal. He believes that Jung-hyuk will have no choice but to accept him as his companion. Meanwhile, on the edge of the bridge, Jung-hyuk stands still and watches the sea monster swim away. After a while, he turns around and leaves. Back inside the sea monster's stomach, the Dokja asks Dokja if he was really waiting for it. Dokja responds that he was. He then tells the Dokja that it needs to take his coins as a penalty for failing the scenario. The Dokja becomes even more confused. The Dokja asks why Dokja wants to pay with coins instead of his life. Dokja explains that if the Dokja was going to kill him, the punishment would have said death, not the mystery penalty. He adds that it means there is room for negotiation. Just then, the Dokja's eyes turn red. However, the Dokja laughs and tells Dokja that it is interesting and impressive how he managed to figure this out from such a small clue. It says that it is no wonder all the constellations are watching him. Then the Dokja informs Dokja that the price to save his life is 5,100 coins. Dokja looks at the coins he has and realizes it is exactly the amount the Dokja is asking for. He feels agitated. Dokja tells the Dokja that the price is too high. The Dokja responds that Dokja can die, then calmly says that if Dokja doesn't want to pay, they can end things right there. However, the Dokja does not expect Dokja to dare to kill him. The Dokja is shocked by what Dokja says as he challenges the Dokja again to kill him. The Dokja stands frozen, his eyes glowing red. Dokja tells him that he cannot kill him because he is attracting attention. He smiles, knowing that the constellations are watching and enjoying the scene, and that the Dokja would not have come all the way there just to kill him. The Dokja becomes angry and glares at Dokja, asking what he is trying to do. Dokja then calls in a low-grade Dokja named Beyond. This stops the Dokja from speaking. Dokja asks Beyond how his job as a streamer is going. Beyond trembles and stutters, asking how a human could know his name. But Dokja ignores him and continues, saying that his channel isn't doing well because the constellations have been cheap lately. The system sends a message telling Dokja that some constellations are curious about who he is. Then another system message appears, saying that Dokja's plan shines with the secretive plotter. Dokja whispers to Beyond, asking him to turn off the channel for a moment so they can talk. Beyond agrees and turns off the stream. Once the stream is off, Beyond asks Dokja how he knows about the star stream when he is just a human. In Dokja's memory, the star stream is a broadcast that spans the cosmos. It's a place where constellations from distant galaxies sign up, and the actors in the stream are people like Dokja. Dokja are known as streamers and act as mediators between the constellations and the actors by telling their stories. Dokja, sitting casually, tells Beyond that it doesn't matter how he knows. Without giving Beyond a chance to respond, Dokja asks if Beyond wants to become the Dokja King and beat other streamers like Dokak and Gildal to be the best streamer ever. Dokja promises to make him the Dokja King if he agrees to sign a contract with him. Beyond is stunned by what Dokja says. After a short moment, he starts laughing, telling Dokja that he has lost his mind. Beyond adds that he should have known something was off when Dokja turned down all the offers from the constellations. Beyond is right because Dokja didn't choose a constellation during the sponsor selection before the sub-scenario. Beyond tells Dokja that he doesn't know how Dokja knows about the star stream, but he can't accept the offer because he is a Dokja and not a constellation. This means he can't support him. Dokja explains that he never asked Beyond to sponsor him, which leaves Beyond confused. Dokja clears up the misunderstanding, saying that he doesn't want Beyond's power but his channel, along with the stream contract. Dokja mentions the constellation's Dokja stream contract. In this contract, a Dokja can show the avatar of a constellation on their channel in exchange for a certain number of coins. The Dokja who owns the channel gets a share of the coins the avatar earns. This idea makes Beyond laugh. Then, with his red eyes glowing and anger on his face, Beyond questions how a mere human dares to mention the Starstream contract, especially someone like Dokja, who doesn't even have a supporting constellation. Dokja explains that this is exactly why Beyond should take his offer, which leaves Beyond confused. He asks Dokja why constellations are even part of the Starstream feeds. Dokja knows that there are two main groups in the Starstream. One group likes to switch stations for an adrenaline rush. The second group is made up of avatar sponsors who are looking for avatars to support. Dokja suggests that Beyond should aim to thrill or attract avatar seekers to make his channel successful. Beyond, angry, asks why Dokja cares so much. Dokja calls Beyond dense and criticizes his low subscription numbers. He continues, asking Beyond to consider an avatar who turned down a supporting constellation. This avatar is able to outperform everyone else without needing a constellation. Hearing this, Beyond realizes what Dokja means. Dokja confirms that's the reason he didn't choose a supporting constellation. Dokja ends the negotiation by making it clear that he knows the constellations are eager to discover the avatar who dared to challenge the regressor. Meanwhile, Beyond stares at his messages in pure panic. His stress levels shoot through the roof as he scolds Dokja, trying to remind him of a simple fact: avatars backed by constellations always have the upper hand against those who don't. That's just how the system works. Dokja doesn't bother to argue. Instead, he tells Beyond that this is exactly what he plans to prove from now on. Without giving the stressed-out Dokja a chance to complain, he tells him to shut up and follow orders. Then he throws in a promise he will make Beyond the Dokja King. Beyond's tiny brain struggles to process everything, and he hesitates, torn between the risk and the reward. Meanwhile, Dokja just smiles, watching Beyond suffer through his decision-making process. Eventually, the Dokja gives in and begins the checkout process, but Dokja immediately stops him when he tries to charge 5,100 coins. He argues that he hasn't actually failed the scenario yet, so the charge is unnecessary. Dokja gets up, his stone trembling as if reacting to his will. With complete confidence, he declares that he will fulfill the condition. Without waiting for Beyond's approval, he demands that the channel be opened. The Dokja, still confused and overwhelmed, stares at him like he's lost his mind. But Dokja remains unfazed. He simply points out that things are about to begin. Before Beyond can process anything, a system notification appears for both of them. A hidden scenario has arrived. Beyond looks like he's about to pass out, but Dokja, as usual, stays completely calm. The new challenge is an A-difficulty hidden scenario called Commander Slayer. The goal is to kill the Sea Commander Ichthyosaur and escape within 10 days. Failure means death. Success comes with a reward of 9,000 coins, and as soon as the channel opens, Miyang scrambles to deal with the constellations flooding his live stream, while Dokja focuses on the more important matter, checking the limited items in the .kb shop, carefully considering his next move. Dokja struggles to find the search feature in the .kb shop, which is incredibly inconvenient since he doesn't have time to scroll through an endless list of overpriced junk. Earlier, he had forced Miyang to open the shop, taking advantage of the fact that it only becomes accessible while the channel is live. That explains why Miyang is currently busy rambling through explanations while juggling his other stress, constellations bombarding his stream. In the middle of Miyang's meltdown, Dokja casually asks for help. The .kb, looking like he just lost the last shred of hope he had left, informs him that the search button is tucked away in the bottom right corner. Dokja quickly types in Ancient Dragon, catching Miyang off guard. The .kb stares at him, wondering how this guy even knows about such rare items. Dokja, being the master of nonsense that he is, simply throws out an excuse, claiming he just picked a cool-sounding name at random. Not that it matters, because the item is already sold out. Dokja feels a tiny pang of disappointment, remembering that, according to Tessa, the lucky buyer was some Italian guy whose rich sponsor snatched it up for him. With no time to dwell on it, Dokja moves on and searches for the Archdemon's eyeball and the White Star weapon aura. Once again, his knowledge leaves Miyang speechless. At this point, the .kb should really stop being surprised by Dokja pulling information out of nowhere. Instead of anything fancy, Dokja ends up purchasing 4 bags of seahorse, mucus, and 4 thorns for a total of 800 coins. Miyang, confused and slightly disgusted, demands to know what Dokja plans to do with such weird items. Dokja, in classic fashion, refuses to explain, making it clear that Miyang will just have to wait and see. Of course, he acknowledges the warning there are no refunds. Meanwhile, the constellations react. The secretive plotter shows interest in Dokja's latest scheme, while the abyssal black flame dragon, as expected, remains committed to hating every single thing Dokja does. Miyang, finally shutting off the stream, brings up the pending offer again. Dokja, without a hint of doubt, tells him that they'll negotiate the contract after clearing the scenario. Miyang, clearly fed up but also kind of curious, decides to leave and see if Dokja can actually survive this hidden scenario. Before he leaves, he mutters something about Dokja being arrogant. Dokja, unfazed, brushes him off with full confidence. Miyang, for once, actually wishes Dokja luck before snapping his fingers and disappearing in a flash of light. The brightness hits Dokja right in the face, making him squint and block his eyes. Once the annoying .kb finally vanishes, he pulls out his phone, checks the time, and confirms what he already suspected. There isn't much time left before the stomach acid floods the place. Without wasting another second, he paddles for the massive body of the ichthyosaur. As he gets closer, he pulls out a small pouch, takes out the seahorse mucus, and smears it onto the thorn. The smell alone is enough to make a lesser man gag, but Dokja barely reacts. Turning his attention back, he sees the inevitable. The stomach acid is about to pour in. The moment the acidic liquid starts spreading, Dokja's grip on the thorn tightens. There's no turning back now. If he hesitates, he'll be dissolved into nothing in seconds. With every bit of strength he has, he drives the thorn into the ichthyosaur's stomach, determined to get out of this disgusting mess alive. Meanwhile, the outside world is in complete chaos. 4 meteorites crash onto the Earth, setting the entire city on fire. The sea turns into a nightmare as monsters crawl out, adding to the destruction. Among them, one of the ichthyosaurs suddenly flinches and lets out an ear-splitting roar. Inside its body, the stomach acid churns violently, burning through anything unfortunate enough to be caught in it, including lifeless corpses that never had a chance. Despite everything, Dokja manages to keep himself alive. Using the thorns as footholds, he climbs upward, avoiding the rising acid. Every breath feels heavier, his body screams in exhaustion, and his mind starts to waver. He struggles to keep track of time, wondering if he's made a mistake. The doubt creeps in, whispering that maybe he overestimated himself. After all, he isn't some chosen hero, just a reader, a nobody who somehow ended up inside the story. His vision begins to blur, the light in his eyes dimming, but the scenario isn't over yet. Dokja blinks, his body overwhelmed with exhaustion, and a heavy wave of sleepiness washes over him. He forces himself to stay awake, reminding himself that this isn't a dream, though he really wishes it were. His old life wasn't exactly great, but at least he didn't have to fight for survival inside the stomach of an overgrown sea monster. As the ichthyosaur's body begins to dry up, the area suddenly lights up with bursts of static, the blinding flashes cutting through the darkness. Dokja doesn't move. His hands remain clenched around the thorn, his breath coming out in ragged gasps as his body shakes from sheer effort. Miyang reappears, staring in disbelief. The .kb actually looks impressed, probably shocked that Dokja is still breathing after pulling off another reckless stunt. A system notification appears announcing that several constellations are entertained by Dokja's ability to stay alive despite having the survival instincts of a sleep-deprived student cramming for finals. As a result, they toss him a pity reward of 100 coins. On the fourth day of the hidden scenario, Baeyeon finally acknowledges the absurdity of Dokja's plan, especially the unexpected way he used the thorns. However, before anything else can be said, Dokja's body gives up. His vision blacks out and he collapses with a dull thud. At the same time, the hidden scenario officially comes to an end. The ichthyosaur lies dead, and the system announces the rewards. Dokja receives 9,000 coins for clearing the scenario, along with an extra 1,000 coins as a special achievement. Apparently, he is the first person to take down a Tier 7 sea monster. He would probably feel proud of that if he weren't currently sprawled inside the remains of the beast, struggling to catch his breath. Meanwhile, Baeyeon, having recovered from his shock, rambles about stone hogs, explaining how they live on shores and survive by feeding on tiny sea creatures. Their signature thorns pierce prey and drain them dry. He stares at the thorns stuck inside the ichthyosaur, still unable to believe that someone actually thought to use it as a weapon against a massive sea monster. Another system notification appears, revealing that some constellations are grinning, clearly amused. They seem to understand exactly why Dokja did what he did. Some constellations, being the nosy spectators they are, demand that Dokja explain his plans so they can keep up with his next move. They clearly don't trust him to just sit quietly and survive like a normal person. Meanwhile, Baeyeon helps Dokja sit up, still reeling from the fact that the mucus from a hammer seahorse actually protected him from the ichthyosaur's stomach acid. Dokja had thought ahead and covered himself in the hammer seahorse's mucus before using the stone hog's thorn. It wasn't exactly a pleasant experience, but it got the job done. He even managed to satisfy his hunger by absorbing the ichthyosaur's bodily fluids through the thorn, which sounds disgusting, but hey, survival isn't glamorous. His stamina stat even increases from 11 to 12, though it's still barely above pathetic. To clear up Baeyeon's confusion, Dokja explains that hammer seahorses produce a special mucus to protect themselves from ichthyosaurs, their natural predators. That same mucus is what allowed him to survive the acid. Though it wasn't completely painless, he definitely felt it, just not enough to dissolve into a puddle. Thankfully, his fourth wall skill dulls the worst of the pain, letting him push through it. Baeyeon, on the other hand, is having the time of his life watching this ridiculous survival drama unfold. He gets so excited that he even asks the constellations if they're enjoying the show. Dokja, already done with everything, pulls himself to his feet and demands that Baeyeon open the Dokkibi shop. Later, he takes one of his thorns and drives it into the wall, only to stumble upon something unexpected, the ichthyosaur's nucleus. Baeyeon's jaw practically hits the floor in shock, clearly not expecting Dokja to just casually dig up something so valuable. Dokja wastes no time grabbing the nucleus, already thinking about profits. He tells Baeyeon to put it up for sale in the Dokkibi auction house, but with one specific condition: he will only accept broken faith as payment. Before Dokja can focus on business, Baeyeon shifts gears and cheerfully informs the constellations that they will be back after a short commercial break. Dokja barely hides his irritation, knowing full well that this entire thing is basically reality TV for cosmic entities who have nothing better to do. Before Dokja even realizes it, a fully written contract appears in front of him. Baeyeon, having just witnessed Dokja clear the hidden scenario, seems to have finally made up his mind. Dokja scans the contract, expecting the usual nonsense, but to his surprise, the deal is actually better than he anticipated. However, there is one major issue: it's missing a crucial clause. Baeyeon, thinking he understands the problem, assumes Dokja is talking about a seal. He tries to brush it off, explaining that since a stream contract is soul-bound, a verbal agreement should be enough. Dokja, looking at him like he just heard the dumbest thing imaginable, clarifies that he's talking about something much more important: the ratio. Caught red-handed, Baeyeon lets out an awkward chuckle, probably realizing he can't wiggle his way out of this. He quickly offers a 50-50th split, trying to make it sound generous. To sweeten the deal, he even promises not to charge Dokja for using the channel. But Dokja, being far too smart to fall for such a weak attempt, shuts him down immediately. Baeyeon, clearly not ready to give up, argues that a 50-50th split is the industry standard. Surely Dokja wouldn't expect anything better, right? Unfortunately for him, Dokja is fully aware of how this business works. He points out the obvious: he doesn't have any constellations backing him up, which means when constellations send him coins, a hefty portion gets deducted as a tax by the Dokkibi system. This is a massive inconvenience, but Dokja isn't the one suffering from it. No, the one really taking the hit is Baeyeon, who has been making an absolute fortune thanks to Dokja's actions. Hearing this, Baeyeon flinches, proving that Dokja hit the nail right on the head. At this point, Dokja doesn't even bother pretending to negotiate. With complete confidence, he declares that he will be keeping every single coin for himself. Baeyeon stares at him, frozen in shock. The two lock eyes, tension thick in the air. On one side, Byung looks like he is about to explode from sheer frustration. On the other, Dokja simply smiles, completely unfazed. Without budging an inch, he states that Byung should be happy with just the commission. The message is clear: Dokja has no plans to hand over even a single coin. Byung immediately rejects Dokja's proposal, calling it ridiculous. Clearly, he still believes he has some bargaining power left. He tries to compromise, offering 70% instead of 100%, but Dokja isn't interested. Realizing that he's dealing with someone completely unreasonable, Byung throws out a weak threat: either Dokja agrees to his terms, or he finds another channel. He even name-drops Gildal, hoping to intimidate him with the idea of partnering with another .kb. Dokja, completely unfazed, reminds Byung that the advertisements will end soon. Once they do, the constellations will come back expecting entertainment. And right now, the only thing they are watching is Dokja looking dissatisfied, which probably isn't a good look for a broadcast. Under increasing pressure, Byung finally caves and accepts Dokja's terms, though he looks like he just swallowed a lemon. Just when he thinks the nightmare is over, Dokja casually adds one last request. When Byung, already exhausted, asks what it is, Dokja simply smiles and drops another bomb. He wants a contract fee of 5,000 coins. Byung's reaction is priceless. His face twists in pure disbelief, as if he just witnessed the biggest scam in history, but there's nothing he can do. A contract is signed, sealing the deal. With business settled, Dokja finally steps out of the ichthyosaur's remains and emerges from the water. He takes a deep breath, feeling the refreshing air hit his lungs for the first time in 4 days. Every muscle in his body aches, but at least he is no longer inside a giant fish's stomach. Originally, he had planned to finish the scenario in just 2 days, but given the circumstances, completing it in 4 is still impressive, especially when considering that Jung-hyuk in his 4th progression also took the same amount of time. That alone makes Dokja feel slightly accomplished. On top of that, he is satisfied with securing a streaming contract with Byung. The extra coins will come in handy, and he still finds amusement in how Byung's face scrunched up the moment he asked for 5,000 coins. That reaction alone was worth it. As he stands there, he reflects on how ironic the situation is. In his past life, he never got anyone to sign anything. But now, thanks to all the knowledge he gained from reading Teaser, he has turned into someone who can pull off deals like this without breaking a sweat. Dokja glances down at himself and immediately decides he needs new clothes. After everything he just went through, his current outfit is practically falling apart. Just as he makes this mental note, a system notification pops up, reminding him that his 4th wall skill is still active. A few minutes earlier, he had pointed out a system error to Byung, explaining that he couldn't access his attribute window. Byung, being the doubtful and nosy creature that he is, tried to interfere, thinking it was just some minor issue. The moment he attempted to mess with it, he got zapped by Dokja's skill, effectively blocking his access. Back in the present, Dokja smirks, feeling a sense of satisfaction. He didn't expect his skill to be strong enough to keep Ima Dakebai from meddling. That's a win in his book. However, his moment of smugness disappears the second he steps into the area of the second main scenario. Almost immediately, he is hit with a poisonous fog. A system notification warns him that the scenario area is highly dangerous and advises him to hold his breath and go underground as fast as possible. Watching all of this unfold, the abyssal black flame dragon seems to be enjoying the show, its wicked smile practically radiating satisfaction. Dokja, realizing that things are about to get much worse, mentally braces himself for the upcoming challenges. The empty streets are now covered in a thick, deadly mist. Then, out of nowhere, a deafening roar echoes through the area. Not far from him, a giant rhinoceros and an equally massive praying mantis are locked in a fierce battle, tearing through whatever stands in their way. Because apparently the poisonous gas wasn't enough, now he also has to worry about oversized murder bugs. Meanwhile, Dokja manages to find a convenience store and takes the opportunity to grab some clothes. After changing into something less torn up, he starts gathering food supplies, preparing for what's ahead in this second main scenario. Once he has everything he needs, he knows it's time to move. The effects of the item he used to breathe in the poisonous air are starting to wear off, which means staying above ground any longer is not an option. Dokja relies on an item called Elaine Monkey's lungs to survive the poisonous air. By taking a bite, it clears out toxins from his system, giving him about 20 minutes before he needs another. It's not exactly the most convenient method, but it keeps him alive. As he moves, a faint voice calling for help catches his attention. He pauses, debating whether he should get involved. Deciding it's worth checking out, he follows the sound and soon spots a woman crawling on the ground. The sight stuns him. He hadn't expected anyone else to have survived in this deadly atmosphere. Without wasting time, he picks her up and carries her on his back. The purifying effect from his item is running out, so he has to find shelter fast. As he runs, he quickly considers his options. Oksu Station is completely destroyed since it's above ground, meaning it's no longer safe. The next closest underground station is Gomo Station, so he makes a beeline for it. When he arrives, he finds the entrance blocked. Not the best sight when time is running out. Thinking quickly, he wonders if the other side of the station might still be open. Before he can act, the woman on his back speaks up, mentioning that Exit 4 is a safe zone. At Exit 4, a group of people are about to shut the entrance. Dokja, seeing his one chance slipping away, jams a thorn into the gap to stop them from closing it. The people inside freeze, startled by the sudden interruption, and take a few cautious steps back. Their reactions make it clear they don't trust him. With no patience for their hesitation, he firmly tells them to open the door. Instead of cooperating, they start stuttering and tell him to leave. When he explains that the woman on his back is injured and needs help, they still refuse to let them in. Dokja frowns, trying to recall if anything like this happened in the novel. He doesn't remember this particular development, which only makes things more frustrating. Seeing no other choice, he grips the thorn, preparing to force his way in. If they won't open the door willingly, he'll make sure they don't get a choice. Dokja forces the roll-up door open, causing a loud, jarring noise that makes the entire entrance rattle. The people inside scream in panic, clearly not built for any sort of crisis. As soon as he steps into the safe zone, they scatter like cockroaches, running for their lives as if he's some kind of monster. Watching them flee, Dokja isn't impressed. If anything, he's just mildly annoyed at their over-the-top reaction. He carefully sets the woman down against the wall before handing her the Elaine Monkey's lungs item. He instructs her to put it in her mouth, explaining that while it won't heal her completely, it will neutralize the poison in her system. For a moment, he observes her closely, wondering if she's someone important from the novel. The thought lingers in his mind, if this were the original book, there's a good chance she wouldn't have made it this far. He considers checking her character profile, curious to see if she holds any significance, but before he can, the cowards who had run off earlier return, and this time they've brought someone new. The new arrival, radiating pure arrogance, demands to know who Dokja is. Dokja, unfazed by the theatrics, gives his name in the calmest way possible. The man immediately gets angrier, making it clear that he wasn't just asking for a name. He wanted to know what kind of person Dokja is. Typical tough guy behavior, trying to act important in a world that's already falling apart. As their exchange continues, one of the survivors suddenly notices the injured woman, causing the new guy to react. He recognizes her as someone from the so-called outcast group. The man then turns to his companion and questions why she didn't return with the rest of them. His companion, clearly uncomfortable, struggles to give a straight answer. It doesn't take long for the man to put two and two together. His companion had tried to take advantage of her and then left her for dead. Instead of showing any real remorse, the guilty survivor just chuckles awkwardly and gives a half-baked apology to a guy named Chalsu for acting selfishly. Dokja watches this unfold and tries to recall if there was ever a Chalsu in the novel. Nothing comes to mind, which means the guy probably isn't important. If he were, Dokja would have remembered. Honestly, none of this surprises him. With the world in chaos, people immediately default to the most predictable and disgusting behaviors. Crimes like this happen so often in apocalypse stories that they feel like cliches at this point. One of the survivors steps forward and demands that Dokja hand over the woman. Before things escalate further, however, their attention shifts to something far more interesting: the food supplies Dokja had gathered. Their eyes lock onto it like starving animals, completely forgetting their original intentions. Chalsu, fully embracing his role as a third-rate villain, demands that Dokja leave the food behind and get lost if he values his life. Dokja takes a moment to reflect on how people in reality somehow manage to fit into the most predictable cliches. This situation is no different: self-proclaimed thugs trying to establish dominance in a world that's already gone to chaos. The way things are going, you can already tell this isn't going to end peacefully. Before he can act, a system notification pops up. The Constellations, watching like an angry audience witnessing a rigged game, are furious. Seeing injustice unfold in front of them must have hit a nerve, and their collective outrage triggers an unexpected event. At their request, a bounty hunter scenario activates. The timing couldn't be better. Dokja grips his thorn and stands up, sizing up the situation. What could have been a headache is now an opportunity. He might be outnumbered, but he isn't the one who should be worried. Chalsu, completely unaware of the disaster about to hit him, cracks his brass knuckles together and throws out another weak threat. He makes it clear that if Dokja doesn't leave, he will make sure he never walks again. Dokja, unimpressed, just takes this as further confirmation that this guy talks way more than he can fight. A quick glance at the new F-rated sub-scenario. Eliminate the grunts reveals the conditions. Take out these low-level thugs in 5 minutes. The system keeps the reward and failure penalties hidden, but it doesn't really matter. Dokjan's already made up his mind. He carefully sets the injured woman against the wall, then without hesitation, delivers a brutal right hook to Chalsu's face. The impact is immediate. For all this tough talk, Chalsu crumples like a paper bag, his body sent flying straight into a wall. So much for being intimidating. The rest of the thugs freeze. Their so-called leader just got launched across the room like a cheap action figure, and now they don't know what to do. Still, not wanting to lose face, they cautiously surround Dokja, trying to figure out if they even stand a chance. Unfortunately for them, they don't. The difference in stats is too massive to ignore. Dokja is sitting comfortably at level 33, while these guys are still struggling in single-digit territory. It's not even a fair fight. Instead of wasting energy, Dokja goes for the most effective strategy, targeting their legs. One by one, the thugs drop like dominoes, unable to react fast enough. They might have thought they were the predators here, but in reality, they were nothing more than background characters in someone else's story. Chelsu, barely holding himself together, watches warily as Dokja approaches. His face is swollen from the earlier hit, making him look even more pathetic. Dokja quickly pulls up his character profile, expecting nothing special. But what he sees actually catches him off guard, Monarch of the Small Fries. Of all the possible choices, Chelsu picked the one that literally announces him as the king of weaklings. Dokja almost feels bad. Almost. To confirm his suspicion, he casually asks if Chelsu is connected to the Choldo group. Chelsu, still shaken, reacts with genuine surprise, not expecting to be recognized. Dokja remembers him now. This guy was supposed to be the absolute worst person in Gomo Station, a walking disaster in the novel. More importantly, he was supposed to be dead. According to the story, Jamyeok should have wiped him out already, so the fact that he's still breathing is confusing. Chelsu, sensing the shift in mood, tries to act tough again. He hints that he has killed before, attempting to put himself on the same level as Dokja. Hearing this, Dokja feels nothing but irritation. He recalls his own past decisions, the time he threw the bugs, the moment he chose to let Namwoon die. The thought of being a murderer crosses his mind, but he quickly pushes it aside. Thanks to his fourth wall skill, Dokja easily sees through Chelsu's bluff. The guy is trying to manipulate the situation, but it's a pathetic attempt. Without hesitation, Dokja drives his thorn straight into Chelsu's wrist, cutting off whatever nonsense he was about to say next. Chelsu lets out a scream, but Dokja isn't in the mood for his theatrics. He reminds him of one simple fact: he is in no position to talk. If Chelsu wants to play the tough guy, then he better act like one. Dokja also remembers something important: Chelsu's supporting constellation is a masochist, the kind that gets enjoyment out of watching their avatar get beaten down. Dokja, knowing exactly how to use this to his advantage, doesn't hold back. He lands a brutal kick, followed by a few punches, making sure the constellation gets its money's worth. Chelsu's so-called friends stand frozen, too scared to intervene. Eventually, one of them, barely able to watch, begs him to stop. Dokja turns, glancing at the unconscious woman nearby. The sight makes him reflect for a moment. Humans are weak. Physically, mentally, so fragile in every way. And yet even the weakest of them are capable of the worst kinds of violence. Is it the chaos of the world that brings it out, or is it something buried deep inside them from the start? Still, he needs answers. He glares at Chelsu and demands to know why he did it. The thug, beaten and exhausted, just stares back silently before spitting out a curse and telling Dokja to end it already. That response surprises Dokja. Chelsu isn't just acting on instinct. This isn't mindless survival. There's something else going on here. Dokja looks at Chelsu's bloody face and notices something unexpected: sorrow. It was there long before the world turned upside down, just like it had been for him. The scenario countdown ticks down, only 10 seconds left. Dokja stands and considers the possibility that maybe, just maybe, Chelsu wasn't completely wrong. Then, acting on instinct rather than logic, he delivers one last kick. A loud crack echoes through the air. A system notification immediately appears, announcing that all conditions for clearing the scenario have been met. The reward is 300 coins. Not the biggest payout, but enough to prove that this world only recognizes results, not morality. As he observes the ruined world around him, he acknowledges a harsh truth: this isn't just survival anymore. If he wants to keep going, he needs to adapt, whether he likes it or not. One of the bystanders, still shaken by the scene, mutters something about how cold-blooded Dokja is. It doesn't bother him. He has bigger concerns. With the woman still unconscious, he lifts her onto his back and instructs the remaining people to lead the way to their group. When they arrive at Gomo Station, people are visibly shocked. A group coming down the stairs, half of them injured, isn't something they see every day. Before Dokja can take in the scene, a familiar voice calls his name. Looking up, he sees his friends from the subway. From the distance, Sanga's voice stands out, but before she can reach him, Jiliong is already sprinting forward. Without hesitation, the kid throws his arms around Dokja. Sangai and Hansung follow, relief written all over their faces. Hansun, guilt still lingering in his voice, apologizes for leaving Dokja behind. But Dokja doesn't blame him. Hansung didn't have a choice. The soldier then explains that Junhyuk had been right. He had told them that Dokja was probably still alive. Curious, Dokja asked about Junhyuk's whereabouts. Turns out the regressor left the station yesterday. Only then does Dokja fully understand why Chuldo group members are still alive. Jung Yuk left before dealing with them. As he and Sangha watch the station's people helping each other, another realization hits him. Jung Yuk has become a force that controls everything, a monster in his own way. Unlike the others, Jung Yuk moves forward, always focused on his own goal. Dokja, on the other hand, is the one stuck cleaning up the mess he leaves behind. Without meaning to, he speaks his thoughts out loud. His friends hear him, but before they can react, he dismisses it as nothing, just a habit of his. The secretive plotter, amused by his words, watches in approval. Wanting to change the subject, Dokja asks about Myondo, but before anyone can answer, a commotion breaks out. A group of men suddenly barges in. Dokja immediately senses something is off. Then he spots Myondo, the same man who abandoned him on the bridge. And now here he is, standing in front of everyone, pointing straight at Dokja and shouting accusations. With wild energy, he declares that Dokja is pure evil and must be thrown out. The same guy who ran like a coward just days ago is now standing tall, trying to turn the crowd against him. Dokja sighs, some people really don't know when to quit. Before Myondo can keep running his mouth, a hand lands on his shoulder, stopping him mid-rant. A slim man steps forward from the crowd, his presence immediately drawing attention. Introducing himself as Inho Chien, he speaks with the kind of confidence that suggests he thinks he's the smartest man in the room. Dokja hears the name and instantly recognizes it, but frustratingly, he can't recall exactly where from. He introduces himself as Kim Dokja, keeping his expression unreadable. One glance at Inho's eyes is all it takes to confirm something important: this guy has a sponsor. Instinctively, Dokja grips his thorn, preparing for the inevitable. With the way things have been going, he fully expects to be ganged up on for beating half of them into the ground earlier. But instead of hostility, something unexpected happens. They start applauding him. It takes a second for it to sink in. These people, instead of demanding revenge, are actually grateful. Apparently, beating up the resident thugs has earned him some appreciation. Inho, ever the opportunist, gathers everyone and announces that Dokja has brought food. That's all it takes. Suddenly, the tension shifts and people begin grinning at him, their attitudes flipping the moment they hear about supplies. As Dokja officially gets welcomed to Gomo Station, Inho flashes a smile. It's polite on the surface, but his clenched fist says otherwise. Dokja doesn't need to hear a single word more. He already knows how this man's future is going to end. A little later, Hansung pulls him aside and gives a status update. Currently, 86 people are living in the station, a number much lower than Dokja expected. Hansung explains that most of them came from the train cabin and nearby stations. Hearing this, Tadaka comes to a grim realization: every single person inside is a murderer. Hansung, looking exhausted, admits something even worse. The station isn't just a chaotic group of survivors, it's divided into two factions. The major group consists of Myondo and those who support his twisted ideas. These are the ones with influence controlling how things operate. Meanwhile, the minor group is made up of those who have no real power. They don't follow Myondo by choice, they do it for protection. Dokja doesn't say anything, but it's clear what this means. The real danger here isn't the apocalypse. It's the people who are trying to build their own little kingdoms inside it. On the other side of the station, Myondo and Inho stand before the gathered crowd, talking like self-appointed leaders. But while Myondo is focused on his usual nonsense, Inho's gaze keeps shifting toward Dokja. The attention isn't exactly surprising. People like Inho always take an interest in anything they can control. Meanwhile, Hansung explains the station's situation. Supplies are running dangerously low, forcing people to scavenge for food outside. Among those sent out is Huwon, the woman Dokja had saved earlier. Dokja takes note of something important. Hansung didn't join the major group. Despite his strength, he chose to stay with a weaker faction. It isn't just a simple choice, though. Hansung clearly feels uneasy about the way things are being run. Deciding that the miners are where he belongs, he distances himself from the people in power. However, he still struggles with his own doubts. Hansung criticizes himself, calling himself a hypocrite for worrying about right and wrong in a world that has already fallen apart. He starts rambling, but Dokja quickly shuts him down. Without hesitation, he taps Hansung's right chest and tells him that it's better to worry about right and wrong, even if it makes him a hypocrite. The words catch Hansung off guard. For a moment, he just stands there, visibly moved. Before he can respond, Inho steps in, cutting the conversation short. He asks to have a word with Dokja, leaving little room for argument. Later, Inho makes his pitch. He wants Dokja to join his group. Hansung, standing behind him, barely tries to hide his boredom, letting out a loud yawn. Inho, pretending not to notice, offers a high-ranking position. He paints a picture of leadership, promising that they could lead the group together. Dokja, already expecting some kind of manipulation, wonders what would happen if he refused. As if reading his thoughts, Inho laughs, brushing off the idea as if he hadn't even considered it. Then, with the fake sincerity of a practiced politician, Inho speaks about obligation, claiming that someone with Dokja's power should feel responsible for leading others. Dokja, seeing straight through the act, doesn't bother responding. He lets the silence stretch, watching as Inho continues. Realizing that charm alone won't work, Inho shifts tactics, trying to appeal to something else. He gestures toward the struggling survivors, pointing out how they are suffering without enough food. He asks Dokja to think about them, as if that will somehow convince him. Dokja doesn't react. Instead, he lifts his gaze and focuses on something else entirely, the glowing exit sign above. A moment later, Hansung asked Dokja if he had to refuse like that, so Dokja asked him back whether or not he wanted Dokja to join the majors. Hansung clearly refused that. He kept thinking about how Inho had asked Dokja to find him again if he changed his mind. Dokja just nonchalantly ignores it while offering his friends food for dinner. Before Dokja can properly react, someone calls out to him, and almost immediately, a crowd starts forming. More and more people gather, their numbers growing alongside their hostility. Then the accusations start flying. The crowd claims that Dokja hoarded all the food they worked hard to gather. Their voices rise as they demand that Inho take charge of the supplies, insisting that only he can distribute food fairly. Dokja stands there, genuinely shocked. The sheer distance between reality and the nonsense they are shouting is almost impressive. These people weren't there when he fought to stay alive, yet they speak as if they personally suffered because of him. Just as he listens to the misplaced outrage, a realization hits him. The most dangerous kind of person in a post-apocalyptic world isn't someone like Chalsu. Chalsu was predictable, violent, reckless, and easy to deal with. But someone like Inho, that's a different story. Through the gaps in the crowd, Dokja spots Inho watching from a distance, and finally, the missing pieces click into place. Now he remembers. Inho from Gomo Station. The man who built his power not through strength, but through manipulation. Unlike common thugs, Inho doesn't need to fight. He waits for people to become desperate, then turns their suffering into leverage. He whispers just the right words, nudges just the right emotions, and before anyone realizes it, he's the one in control. Right now, Inho has backed Dokja into a corner. Either Dokja hands over the food and becomes the hero, officially handing power over to Inho's system, or he keeps it and becomes the villain, turning the entire station against him. It's a masterful setup. A trap where both outcomes benefit Inho and screw Dokja over. Dokja grips his bag of food tightly, anger burning just beneath the surface. The injustice of it all is infuriating, not just the lies, but how easily people eat them up without question. Before he can make a move, a new system notification appears. The second scenario area has officially begun. The system instructs him to locate the trigger point and move forward. A well-timed distraction. But it doesn't change the fact that this fight isn't over. Meanwhile, Inho stands at a distance, watching the chaos unfold. The entire station is now yelling at Dokja, demanding that he surrender his food. For Inho, this is almost too easy. The people are doing exactly what he wants, following his lead without even realizing it. As the tension builds, he confidently steps forward, already convinced of the outcome. Then, with full authority, he announces that Dokja will give him the food because, in the end, Dokja has no other choice. Or at least, that's what he thinks. Dokja agrees to hand over the food, and for a brief moment, Inho feels victorious. But his satisfaction is short-lived. Dokja doesn't intend to give anything for free. Instead, he declares that he will sell the food for coins. The crowd falls silent, confused by the unexpected condition. Inho's expression shifts slightly, his moment of triumph already slipping away. Dokja keeps his tone casual but makes his point clear he doesn't trust Inho to distribute the food fairly. And if people truly need it, they can buy it like any other transaction. Murmurs spread through the station. This isn't how things were supposed to go. They expected submission, not negotiation. Meanwhile, Dokja turns to his group and informs them that they aren't getting freebies either, they'll have to pay just like everyone else. Then something unexpected happens. The woman Dokja saved earlier steps forward. With calm confidence, she states that Dokja is absolutely right. She is not a charity case. For the first time, her name is spoken, Huiwon. She introduces herself properly, but more importantly, she openly thanks Dokja for saving her life. Turning to Sanga and Hyunsun, she tells them to consider what Dokja went through to get the food. This wasn't handed to him, he fought for it. Her words sink in. Sangat and Hyunsun exchange glances, then nod in understanding. They don't hesitate. They agree to pay. Sanga steps up first, trading her coins for food, setting the example. Jillian follows shortly after, making his own payment. Then, in a small but endearing moment, Jillian hands over extra coins, a payment for the chocolate he ate earlier. Huiwon watches this with approval, clearly proud of the kid for understanding fairness. Then, Huiwon drops a bombshell. She reveals what the major group has been doing. They've been manipulating the food supply, sending people outside on false scavenging missions only for those same people to never return. Just as this revelation spreads, the mood shifts again. Now, instead of arguing about the prices of Dokja, people start whispering about the true cost of trusting Inho's group. Some begin to wonder maybe Dokja isn't the problem. Maybe the price of his food isn't too high. Maybe they've been paying a far worse price all along. Dokja remains confident that sooner or later, desperation will force people to buy from him. Survival makes even the proudest people lower their heads when hunger kicks in. By nighttime, most of the station is asleep, but Dokja stays awake even when Hyunsung tells him to get some rest. Before they can continue the conversation, a group interrupts them, and just like that, the night vanishes into morning. By the time Hwon sees Dokja again, she immediately notices something shocking. His bag is completely empty. It doesn't take long to figure out why. The smaller group eventually gives in and buys the food. That part is expected. The real surprise comes when the larger group does the same. Then Inho decides to make a grand announcement, clearly enjoying himself. He acts like he is in full control, wearing the smug expression of someone who thinks he is the smartest person in the room. With fake authority, he declares that food rations will now be limited to 3 biscuits per person per day. Dokja and his party stay silent, watching as frustration spreads through the crowd. People start complaining, their voices growing louder. And just when things seem bad, Inho finds a way to make them worse. Instead of calming the people down, he tells them that if they want more food, they should just go outside and get it themselves. Instantly, the mood shifts from frustration to outright fury. The station is now on the verge of chaos. Then Inho turns to Dokja and drops his final bomb. With a smug grin, he claims this decision is all because of Dokja. He reveals that the larger group want half the food, but instead of sharing it with everyone, he will only give more to those with valuable skills. And as he speaks, something strange radiates from him, like he is using a skill. Dokja immediately understands what is happening. Inho has activated Insight, a dangerous ability that manipulates emotions. Suddenly, everything clicks. Inho never cared about buying food. His real goal was to turn the entire station against Dokja. Hwon, standing beside Dokja, quickly evaluates the situation. She sees the flaw in Dokja's plan. Selling food to weaken the larger group, but if they also bought from him, then the balance of power hasn't changed much. Dokja remains completely unbothered. He simply points out that he earned even more coins because of it. Hwon stares at him, now seriously wondering if even his own party trusts him at this point. But when she realizes he sold everything, her patience finally reaches its limit. Annoyance flashes across her face and she does not bother hiding it anymore. Before the tension can escalate further, Jiliang quietly steps forward and offers some of his own food to Dokja. He is willing to share whatever little he has left. Dokja refuses instantly. Instead, he gives his party a strange order. They must eat all of their food right now. He offers no explanation. The rest of the station falls into desperation. The major group now controls the food, and they are charging ridiculous prices for it. Anyone without coins is left with nothing. The real fight for power has just begun. Dokja stands alone at the rails leading toward Yaksu Station, already planning his next move. Deep in thought, he barely notices when Hwon approaches. She warns him that people who go down that path never return. Her words mean little to him. Without hesitation, he climbs on the platform. Before he can focus, Hwon unexpectedly thanks him for saving her life the previous day. She keeps it brief, then gestures toward a man nearby, the same one who tried to attack her. Her expression stays calm, but her meaning is clear. That man belongs to her, and no one should interfere. Curious, Dokja checks her character profile. So far, she has no constellations, but before he can analyze further, her sharp breath catches his attention. The major group has just thrown a group of elderly people and a woman outside, fully aware they won't survive. The sight makes her furious. Before she can do something reckless, Dokja stops her. He knows that fighting back now won't change anything. Even if she kills a few of them, the real problem remains. Without food, they will all starve anyway. Taking another look at her profile, he notices something interesting. Her attribute is Crouching Figure. It's rare, but more importantly, it has one of the strongest effects on an avatar. Hwon struggles to hold back, unable to accept just watching innocent people being sent to their deaths. But Dokja stays firm. He explains that fighting now is pointless. The food crisis is the real war, and unless they fix that, nothing will change. At this moment, he seriously considers bringing her into his group. Her profile is too valuable to ignore. Focusing back on the situation, he offers her a deal. He will take care of the food issue. All she needs to do is wait. He is certain that Biyang will show up soon. And then right on cue, a bright light cuts through the darkness of the station. Everyone immediately recognizes the presence of a Dokja. But the moment Dokja gets a clear look, he realizes something is wrong. This isn't Biyang. The explanation is obvious. Beyond must be getting punished for breaking some rule. The new Dokja is different. Its fur is pitch black, its robes shimmer with gold, and unlike Beyond, it doesn't waste time. Scanning the crowd, it casually points out how unusually calm this station has been. Then, with a simple snap of its fingers, everything changes. Suddenly, every single piece of food in stock lifts into the air, floating above the stunned crowd as if gravity no longer exists. A heavy sense of dread fills the air as everyone watches, unable to do anything. Then, with another snap of the Dokja's fingers, the real nightmare begins. In an instant, the food vanishes. The station erupts into chaos. Panic spreads as people scramble around, desperately trying to understand what just happened. Before anyone can catch their breath, a new system notification appears announcing a new scenario survival fee. From now on, everyone has to pay 100 coins per day just to stay alive or face consequences. Just like that, survival becomes even harder. Once the Dokja disappears, Inho jumps into action. He quickly gathers everyone and announces a new rule. Only those who join the search team will be given food. His frustration is clear. He didn't expect the food to vanish and is now struggling to deal with a mess. When he looks at Dokja's calm expression, doubt creeps into his mind. Did Dokja know this would happen? Dokja watches Inho get more and more uneasy, calm as ever. He wonders if Inho will start suspecting him, but it doesn't matter. If Inho can't prove anything, there's nothing to worry about. Turning to Kuiwan, Dokja casually explains that he had been thinking about what the Dokja might do next to make things worse. That's all. But inside, Dokja knows this situation is much bigger than he first thought. And as he scans the notification bar, something strange catches his eye. He doesn't remember ever seeing the survival fee scenario in the original story. For the first time, he starts to wonder if the contract he signed with Beyond has somehow changed the course of events. Before he can think too deeply about it, Hansung calls out to him. He suggests they join the search team, but Dokja immediately shuts it down. They need to find a new food source, not run around chasing after what's already gone. Dokja's gaze shifts toward the railway, and in that moment, everyone instantly understands his plan. He turns back to his party and simply tells them they're going monster hunting. A few minutes later, Dokja and his group step onto the railway, following the faint traces left by monsters. As they move forward, Dokja is surprised to see that Inho doesn't try to stop them. This realization brings a new understanding. Every time he earns someone's trust, impresses them, or figures out their thoughts, his understanding level increases. But Inho isn't the type to just sit back and do nothing. Instead of interfering directly, he sends someone to spy on them. As they continue down the railway, a familiar face joins the group, Manga. Of course, it had to be him. And true to form, Manga is already proving himself to be completely useless. The moment he sees the bodies scattered along the tracks, his face goes pale. Fear grips him, and he barely manages to keep himself together. Meanwhile, the rest of the group stares at him in disbelief. Not even 10 minutes into the journey, and he's already freaking out. Dokja quickly realizes that Manga isn't a real threat, just a walking distraction at best. At the same time, Hansung watches Huan with a worried expression on his face. Even though Dokja stopped her earlier, it's clear that she hasn't let go of her anger. As the group moves forward, Dokja suggests sending the woman and child back, explaining that the road ahead is too dangerous. Huan immediately disagrees, refusing to accept that excuse. She doesn't buy the whole too dangerous line for a second. Dokja, already tired of the unnecessary banter, shuts them down with a simple truth. Anyone can be strong if they increase their stats. To prove his point, he calls on Giliong. Without hesitation, Giliong touches the ground, and from his fingertip, a thin strand of light emerges. At the end of the strand, a cockroach appears and delivers a message. They are safe for another 100 steps. The realization hits the group. Giliong has the ability to communicate with bugs. With quiet confidence, he tells everyone not to worry about him, making it clear that he isn't just a kid. The group presses on, but soon, Senga stops in front of a massive wall blocking their path. When she reaches out and touches it, the system immediately reacts. A new sub-scenario appears. On the other side of the wall, dozens of monster corpses lie scattered across the ground. Dokja instantly recognizes them ground rats. Only one person could have done this, Jungyuk. However, despite the rats already being dead, the system demands that the group hunt them, meaning the scenario is still active. Realizing that they will have to fight, Dokja turns to Fuwan and asks if she has good combat skills. A few minutes later, Dokja gets to work. Using the bones of the ground rats, he crafts makeshift swords for the group. The effort catches the attention of several constellations, earning their approval. Once the weapons are ready, he offers one last piece of advice: they should invest their coins in strength, because in his mind, not everyone will survive this scenario. Before anyone can dwell on his words, a rattling noise echoes from the darkness. The group tenses up, instinctively preparing for an attack. Then, a pack of ground rats emerges. Hyun-sung reacts first, stepping forward and drawing his sword. Without hesitation, he plunges the blade into one of the creature's stomachs, but more rats immediately charge toward Huiwan. She, however, proves more than capable. With one powerful swing, she cuts through multiple rats, dropping them instantly. But her attack isn't perfect. One rat barely survives and scurries away, attempting to escape. Before it can get far, Jiliang is already waiting for it. Without hesitation, he swings his weapon, smashing the rat's head in. The kid doesn't even flinch. Sanga moves swiftly, stabbing the rat in the back of the neck and ending its struggle instantly. Meanwhile, Dokja continues fighting calmly, his movements efficient and calculated. He lands a precise strike, slicing a rat clean in half. He takes a moment to observe his party and is genuinely surprised by how well they are handling themselves. By the time the fight is over, Dokja has taken down 4 rats. Huiwan manages to kill 2, while Hyun-sung finishes off 3. For a moment, Dokja feels a familiar frustration creeping in. Hyun-sung's strength is leagues ahead of his, and it's starting to get on his nerves. If he wants to keep up, he will have to start investing more into his own stats. Then, as if to make things worse, he remembers that Hyun-sung has a starter pack, a convenient boost that not only increases his stats, but also grants weapon skills. Dokja tries not to think about how unfair that is. Meanwhile, Sangha voices the question no one wants to ask. How exactly are they supposed to eat these rats? Dokja, completely unfazed, assures her that they'll figure it out. This answer earns him nothing but glares from his party. For a second, he wonders if his response was too casual. Before he can think much about it, Hyun-sung suddenly asks if he knows the future. Dokja pauses. That's a dangerous question. He can't just give an honest answer, but before he can decide what to say, a loud scream interrupts the conversation. Myango. For once, Dokja is actually relieved by his existence. All attention shifts to Myango, who is currently being dragged away by a rat. Sangha rushes forward, grabbing hold of him, trying to pull him back. Then things go from bad to worse. Instead of saving Myango, Sangha ends up getting dragged along with him. Before anyone can react, both of them disappear into the underground. Hyun-sung immediately tries to chase after them, but he's too late. For a moment, Hyun-sung and Huiwan stand in front of the gaping hole in the railway, trying to process what just happened. Worry creeps into their expressions. However, Dokja already has a plan. He takes Jiliang with him and jumps down after them. His decision isn't random. Jiliang's skill makes him the perfect guide in a situation like this. Before leaving, he quickly tells Hyun-sung to keep an eye on Huiwan. Hyun-sung, still tense from the situation, turns to Huiwan and notices something important. Her neck is still bruised from earlier injuries. She has been pushing herself without rest, and now that he looks closely, he realizes that Dokja was right. She needs to be watched. Meanwhile, Dokja and Jiliang move through the dark tunnel. With Jiliang leading the way, they navigate the pitch-black surroundings. The darkness is so thick that it's impossible to tell where they are going. But one thing is clear, they are heading straight into the unknown. As they move through the tunnel, Jiliang suddenly speaks up. Without hesitation, he asks if Dokja intentionally let Sangha and Myango get dragged away. He isn't just guessing, he saw Dokja watching the entire thing unfold without doing anything. Dokja doesn't deny it, and almost instantly, a few constellations express their displeasure. He doesn't need to explain himself, Jiliang is too sharp to be lied to anyway. Instead, Dokja calmly states a fact: ground rats tend to hoard whatever they catch. They store food, rare items, and other valuables in their lairs. Jiliang immediately puts the pieces together. Dokja wants something inside the rat's nest. But even though that part is true, Jiliang knows it isn't Dokja's real reason. After all, Dokja had already saved him once before back on the train. Jiliang trusts Dokja, but at the same time he doesn't fully understand why. Meanwhile, Dokja knows exactly what kind of world he's in now, a world where people will try to take advantage of him at every turn. Just as they near their destination, Jiliang suddenly stops. Then, with complete seriousness, he asks if Dokja is a god or the protagonist of this world. Dokja immediately denies it. He is neither. He simply knows things. But then, Jiliang asks another question: is there a reward at the end of all the scenarios? For the first time, Dokja doesn't answer right away. Jiliang starts trembling, sensing the weight of Dokja's silence. At the same time, Dokja's thoughts drift elsewhere. He remembers the people who lost their minds in this new world, people like Namwoon who became violent because of their suffering. Then he remembers others, the kind who prey on the weak, using the apocalypse as an excuse to justify their cruelty. But then there are people like Jiliang, people who still hold on to optimism even in a world that tries to crush them. And that's why Dokja ultimately agrees with him. As Dokja places a reassuring hand on Jiliang's shoulder, the field around them suddenly shifts. The surroundings change, revealing a grim, eerie place covered in massive roots. In the center of it all, a mysterious box glows with an ominous purple light. Then, without warning, the sub-scenario updates. A scratching sound echoes from inside the box, and Dokja, sensing danger, instantly covers Gilliong's mouth. Something else is here. A low growl rumbles from the distance, and suddenly, a blue light appears near the box. The ground rats freeze in fear, their instincts screaming at them to run. Then faint voices drift from the corner of the room, Manga and Sanga. They are both tied up with roots, and unsurprisingly, they are already arguing. As Dokja watches the mess unfold, he finally realizes why Manga wasn't driving his fancy car earlier. Turns out Manga had stolen Sanga's bike. His excuse: he wanted to drive her home. Dokja barely holds back a sigh. It makes so much sense now. And of course, Sanga isn't letting this slide. The two continue shouting at each other, their argument growing louder and more pointless by the second. Finally, Dokja has had enough. Without saying a word, he lifts his thorn and takes aim. For a brief moment, there is complete silence. Then, Dokja throws it. The thorn bolts through the air, cutting through the darkness like a spear. Manga, mid-rant, notices immediately, but it's too late. The spike doesn't hit him directly. Instead, it flies just past his head, embedding itself into the wall behind him. Instantly, the argument stops. Both Manga and Sanga freeze, realizing that Dokja and Gilliong have been standing there the whole time. Dokja expected something to happen, but even he didn't anticipate what came next. The wall where the spike landed starts cracking. Manga and Sanga snap out of their argument and immediately go on alert. Then something else happens. A swarm of bugs gets caught in the impact and dies instantly, but only Gilliong notices this. Meanwhile, Dokja is too focused on something far more important. The rats are trembling. Their fear is so intense that they seem frozen in place, and then he senses it. The dark flames rising from the depths of the lair, and from the center of the massive, tangled roots, something appears. A tall figure emerges, its skull-like face hidden beneath a deep hood. But that's not the worst part. From beneath the robe, numerous tentacles slither and move unnaturally. The Keeper of the Dark has arrived. At that moment, Dokja finally notices the effect on Gilliong. The bugs had died instantly, and Gilliong must have felt it. His expression twists in discomfort, his breathing uneven. Without hesitation, Dokja tells him to rest. Then, without a single glance at the towering creature before him, Dokja calmly walks past the Keeper as if it isn't even there. Dokja moves quickly, cutting through the roots binding Sanga and Manga. However, he immediately notices a problem. His knife, which should have been sharp enough for this, is already blunt after just a few cuts. Of course, because nothing can ever be simple. Before he can dwell on it, the Keeper shifts its attention to him and his group. Without hesitation, Dokja tells them to stay back. He already understands what's happening here. The rats have been collecting items not for themselves, but as a sacrifice to a much stronger species. And now, that stronger species is standing right in front of them. Dokja, however, has no intention of fighting it. Then the Keeper speaks. For a split second, Dokja is caught off guard. Then, without warning, a heavy aura of fear floods toward him, pressing down like an invisible weight. But just as it tries to take hold, his fourth wall skill immediately activates, completely blocking the effect. The fear slides right off him, leaving him completely unaffected. However, this only makes the Keeper angrier. The flames in the lair flare up, growing more intense, casting dancing shadows along the twisted roots. Meanwhile, Gilliong is still weak, barely able to stand. Even though Dokja doesn't want to fight, it's clear he has no choice anymore. Before he can react, Sanga suddenly says become a mother. Dokja, caught off guard, turns to her in confusion. Not only is she still standing near him, but she also seems to be paying close attention to the Keeper's words. She's trying to understand it. It doesn't take long for Dokja to realize why. Sanga has an interpretation skill. With her ability, she pieces together the Keeper's message, and what it wants. It wants to be a mother. Before anyone can process this, the Keeper slowly raises one of its many tentacles. Then it points straight at Manga. Dokja and Sanga barely have time to react before the tentacle surges forward at terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, it shoves itself straight into Manga's mouth. Dokja and Sanga stiffen in horror as Manga is forced to swallow something. It only takes a second for Dokja to realize what's happening. The Keeper isn't just collecting sacrifices, it's trying to use other species to carry its offspring. Dokja doesn't even hesitate. He springs forward and slashes through the tentacle in one clean strike. The Keeper lets out a piercing scream, writhing in pain, but isn't done. Immediately, it retaliates, multiple tentacles lashing out at Dokja. He barely manages to block the attack, but Sanga watches from behind, her expression filled with worry. Because even though Dokja is holding his ground, this fight is far from over. Dokja keeps fighting, dodging and countering as best as he can. But there's a problem. His sword isn't built for this. After taking too many hits, the blade finally gives in, shattering mid-fight and leaving him completely unarmed. That, of course, is exactly when the Keeper decides to slam a tentacle straight at him. Without a second to spare, Dokja jumps away, barely avoiding the impact. The tentacle crashes into the ground, leaving a deep indentation. At this point, Dokja knows one thing for sure: he isn't winning this fight with brute force. Instead, he calls out to the Dokkaebi. As he continues dodging the relentless attacks, the Dokkaebi finally appears, but instead of helping, it flat out refuses. Unfortunately for the Dokkaebi, Dokja is not in the mood for nonsense. He reminds the creature that the constellations are watching. More importantly, they are very interested in this fight. That's all it takes. Under pressure, Biryu the Dokkaebi has no choice but to comply. And as Dokja continues evading the Keeper's attacks, Biryu opens the mail. Inside is the item Dokja had obtained from an auction house, the trade he made for the ichthyosaur's nucleus back in the belly of the beast. And just as Dokja planned, he hits exactly what he needs: a sword named Broken Faith. The moment he summons it, the blade materializes in his hand. Without wasting a second, Dokja swings it. But strangely, the Keeper stops attacking. For the first time, it looks surprised. Meanwhile, Biryu lets out a laugh, completely unimpressed. After all, the sword is broken. Only a small piece of the blade remains, barely enough to be called a weapon. Biryu thinks it's hilarious, but Dokja already expected this. He doesn't even react to the mockery. Instead, he focuses his energy into the weapon. And then it starts to glow. Both Biryu and the Keeper freeze as the sword suddenly radiates an intense light. Without hesitation, Dokja attacks. The moment the sword makes contact, a brilliant white light bursts from the impact, flooding the entire area. Biryu, who had been so quick to laugh earlier, is now speechless. What he doesn't know is that Dokja had bought a set of skills from Beion back in the ichthyosaur's belly. And one of those skills is White Star Aura. This specific skill reacts to Broken Faith, amplifying its power. And as a result, the sword's energy increases dramatically, engulfing the entire blade in pure white light. The Keeper, refusing to go down easily, prepares its next attack. But Dokja moves first. He swings his sword, slicing straight through the incoming tentacles. A piercing shriek fills the lair as severed tentacles drop to the ground. But as much as Dokja now has a powerful sword, there's still one tiny problem: he isn't a swordsman. And because of that, he loses too much mana too quickly. Realizing he can't keep up this pace, he activates his reading skill. The Keeper doesn't give him a break, it lashes out with another attack, and Dokja barely dodges in time. He quickly flips through his bookmark skill, scanning for an option. The pages turn rapidly until he settles on bookmark number 2. Immediately, a green silhouette surrounds him as he activates one of Hansum's weapon skills. Now the real fight begins. Dokja's power surges as he charges toward the Keeper, cutting through another tentacle with ease. Even with its wounds, the Keeper refuses to give up, still thrashing and trying to fight back. But Dokja isn't alone. With Hansum's shadow boosting him, he moves faster, slicing through the tentacles on the other side. He grips the sword with both hands and leaps toward the Keeper, already knowing that it always pauses briefly after each attack. Taking advantage of this, he moves in for the final strike. With one clean motion, he slices straight through the middle of the Keeper, landing on the ground behind it as the creature lets out a deafening scream. His party watches in stunned silence. Senga, still using her interpretation skill, relays what the Keeper is thinking, wants to know how Dokja knew its attack patterns. And as the Keeper collapses, Dokja casually states that it just needs more reading. The constellations watch in fascination, clearly impressed by the fight's outcome. Meanwhile, Biryu is still processing what just happened. Another sword appearing this early in the scenario. That wasn't supposed to happen. Dokja, unfazed, points out that this isn't a real other sword, it's a one-time use item. Then, getting straight to business, he asks for his reward since the sub-scenario is now complete. A system notification confirms their victory, granting them 500 coins. However, Biryu then presents an interesting offer. Does Dokja want to finish the Keeper off? Dokja immediately refuses, but of course he lies about the reason. He claims he doesn't believe in unnecessary killing, which sounds noble enough, except everyone knows that's absolute nonsense. The real reason is killing the Keeper would draw the attention of the Demon King, and whoever does it is guaranteed to suffer. With that matter settled, Dokja turns his focus to something more important: the glowing box. Biryu, however, is standing in the way. Instead of wasting time arguing, Dokja simply kicks him aside and walks forward. But before he can claim the prize, something unexpected happens. A blade suddenly pierces the Keeper's body. Turning to look, Dokja sees the culprit, Manga. Manga stands there, smirking, completely full of himself as the Keeper takes its final breath. He laughs, loudly celebrating his so-called victory. Then, right in the middle of his hysterical gloating, a notification pops up. The system informs him that the Demon King has cursed him. At that moment, Manga's smile vanishes. Dokja, watching this disaster unfold, simply shakes his head. This is exactly why he didn't kill the Keeper himself. Now, instead of being the target, Manga is the one who's doomed. While Mayang stands there regretting his life choices, Sangha and Jiliang look at Dokja with admiration. Dokja, as always, just smiles and moves on. Together, they open the box, discovering 2 items, a bracelet and a shield. Dokja isn't particularly excited. If Junghyuk was here earlier, then he definitely took the best items already. Still, they have 1 more box left. So without hesitation, Dokja opens it. Inside, he finds a mana brazier. Immediately, he recognizes its value. This is exactly what they need for their next step in the sub-scenario. Wasting no time, Dokja sets up the brazier and begins cooking the ground rat's leg. The moment the meat starts sizzling, an irresistible aroma fills the air. Sangha, Giliong, and even Hyunsung watch with anticipation, completely entranced by the smell. And as the meat finishes cooking, Dokja takes the first bite. The rest of the group leans in slightly, waiting for his reaction. The meat tastes delicious and Dokja enjoys it, so he gives a piece of the leg to both Sangha and Giliong. He just had an experience he could only read about before and makes everything taste even better. Then he suddenly hears Mayongo's stomach growl loudly. Mayon, though, awkwardly asks if he can join them. When he sits down with the group, Dokja tells him that he'll need energy to fight off his curse. The 4 of them eat happily when Sangha asks how Dokja knew all this. She assumes he knows because he reads a lot of web novels. She feels embarrassed, thinking she can't do much. But Dokja responds that the only reason he can defeat it is because Sangha understands the Keeper. It seems like she caught on. She noticed that Dokja wanted the box for a specific reason. It turns out the box is a random item box. To avoid the question, Dokja praises Sangha for her ability to read the language. As they finish eating, Sangha encourages Dokja to keep whatever item is in the box for himself. Dokja reaches into his pocket and pulls out the Keeper's core, placing it in the box along with Broken Faith. He knows that if he puts random items inside, the box will turn them into something rare or powerful. Biryu has no idea about the box until it's too late. Dokja already places a low-grade object inside, and it's already in the process of turning into a high-grade item. The box begins to glow with a blinding purple light. Biryu immediately shuts down the stream as the box gets brighter and starts rattling. Dokja wants a weapon stronger than an A-grade, and suddenly, a beam of light shoots from the box as the item appears. Dokja realizes the random item box could pose a real threat to the scenario. That's why Biryu is panicking. When he asks Sangha and Giliong to open the box, they're surprised to find a beautiful sword inside. The sword, called Unbreakable Faith, is a constellation artifact above any legendary grade items. Dokja decides he wants to keep it, and both Sangha and Giliong agree with him. Once everything is settled, Dokja tells the group to head back. But Giliong interrupts, saying that all the bugs are dead, so there's no one left to lead them back. Then Giliong drops a bombshell. There's still 1 bug left. His body tenses up and he starts murmuring in some strange language. Dokja and Sangha look at each other, worried, but Giliong doesn't seem to hear them. Suddenly, a loud rumble shakes the entire place. Giliong's eyes turn white and blood starts to drip from his nose. Up above, an earthquake shakes the surface too. The layer trembles again, and it turns out that Giliong has been calling one of the giant bugs from outside. It's a mantis, and Giliong has summoned it toward them. Dokja understands the situation immediately and tells Giliong to stop whatever nonsense he is doing. Repeating himself like a frustrated parent dealing with a stubborn child, he waits for the boy to finally listen. After far too long, Giliong finally obeys, making the mantis snap out of its trance. The creature, looking as lost as someone waking up from a bad dream, stands there, dumbfounded. A few seconds later, it takes the smartest action possible. It runs for its life. Meanwhile, the entire layer is about to come crashing down, and Dokja cannot believe that the cause of this disaster is a kid. Staring at Giliong like he has just committed a crime, he warns him never to use that ridiculous skill again unless given permission. Clearly, letting a child control something this dangerous is a terrible idea. Trying to take control of the situation before another disaster happens, Dokja suggests waiting for more bugs to appear. But of course, Sangha, the self-proclaimed problem solver, has to jump in with her own plan. Acting like she is revealing some grand secret, she announces that she can find a way back. Apparently, she has a skill similar to Giliong's, allowing her to follow a golden thread to guide them. For someone who barely ever has good ideas, she sounds way too confident. Hearing this, Dokja, always the skeptic, asks her about her constellation. Almost immediately, he realizes that she has locked herself under a contract, stopping her from sharing that information. Of course, she would have something like this, because why make things simple? Growing more suspicious, Dokja tries to look her up using his character profiling skill. Instead of getting anything useful, he is met with the most annoying message possible. Her information is still being collected. Apparently, even the system finds her too complicated to deal with. For a moment, Dokja is actually surprised. He has never seen this kind of message before. Before he can think too much about it, a sudden bright yellow flash appears out of nowhere. It is Beyond making his usual over-the-top entrance, looking way too cheerful for someone who barely helps in serious situations. Back at the railway, Beyond proudly hands Huwon a cooked rat's leg as if he is offering a five-star meal. Somehow, this is supposed to help her recover, but it just looks disgusting. Just as the group continues walking, Beyond starts speaking to Dokja through Dakabi communication. Luckily, no one else can hear him, saving Dokja from having to explain whatever nonsense the little creature is about to say. Beyond explains that he was called to the management because he shut down the channel and stretched out his commercials longer than allowed. Instead of feeling guilty or worried, he smirks and shrugs it off like the reckless troublemaker he is. As they continue walking, he and Dokja talk privately about a random item box. Somehow, this box brings up old memories for Beyond. It turns out the box exists because of his never-ending greed, proving once again that he cannot resist hoarding things. A short while later, Huwon, ever observant, notices that Dokja has received another item. Meanwhile, at the back, Hansung is busy polishing his shield with a ridiculous grin on his face. He looks like a kid who just got a new toy, clearly enjoying the moment. Apparently, he just started to trust Dokja, which is amusing, considering how skeptical he was before. Huwon, on the other hand, watches them with envy, annoyed that she has not received any items. Reaching the station, they find the atmosphere tense. People are murmuring amongst themselves, too caught up in their own problems to pay attention to anything else. Many look upset and restless, struggling to come to terms with the situation. Some, it turns out, do not have enough coins to pay the survival fee, which has thrown them into full-blown panic mode. A desperate woman is begging others to give her child some coins, and someone even considers paying for it. Meanwhile, Dokja and Huwon notice another woman searching for her sister, who had joined a scouting team. However, the so-called leader assigned to watch over these people acts like an arrogant fool, speaking as if he is above everyone else. This instantly sets off Huwon's attribute, her patience running out. Before anything can happen, Inho shows up, making the already bad situation even worse. Flashing an insufferable smirk, he uses his skill to convince everyone that he has the most coins, clearly enjoying the attention. Seeing the way people at the station start to circle around Dokja and his group, he grins, pleased with himself. The crowd turns desperate, and soon people begin begging Dokja for coins. Inho, ever the manipulator, tries to guilt-trip him into helping. But Dokja, knowing that giving in would cost him 2,000 coins, questions whether these people deserve his help at all. He recalls the core lesson of the scenario. Everyone must take responsibility for themselves. Suddenly, Beyond appears on the screen, reminding them that time is running out. Dokja closes his eyes briefly, ignoring the impatient constellations waiting for his decision. Then he finally glances at the crowd, making up his mind. He refuses to play along with Inho's twisted game. Instead of handing out coins blindly, he turns to the people and demands a reason why he should help them. Predictably, Inho laughs in the background, already expecting this response. Inho, never missing a chance to twist reality, shamelessly tells the crowd that they would have survived if Dokja had not sold his food for coins. The desperate fools in the crowd, naturally looking for someone to blame, immediately turn their anger toward Dokja. His party, realizing how quickly things are spiraling out of control, attempts to calm the furious masses. However, Inho, enjoying the chaos, keeps pushing Dokja to hand over the coins, pretending to be generous when he is just stirring more trouble. Despite the growing hostility, Dokja remains unfazed. His party surrounds him protectively, making it clear that they will not let things escalate without a fight. Inho's men, always eager to throw punches instead of using their brains, launch an attack. Dokja grips his sword tightly and draws it, preparing for the stupidity about to unfold. One of the attackers, apparently overestimating his own importance, raises his weapon against Dokja. The fight ends before it even starts. Dokja swings his sword in a clean arc, slicing off both of the man's hands in a single strike. The air fills with gasps as everyone watches the severed hands fly. The unfortunate fool collapses, screaming in agony, but no one moves to help him. Instead, they all stare at Dokja, their shot clear. Dokja, completely unimpressed by their reactions, calls them pathetic for blaming him when they are the ones who put themselves in this situation. Checking the man's profile, he quickly realizes that this idiot is far too strong to be just some random thug. There is something more to him. Turning back to face the crowd, Dokja sees fear in their eyes. They are scared, not just of him, but of the whole system that has trapped them. He points out the obvious. Their suffering is not his fault. They let themselves be controlled because they are afraid of the major group's strength, but he demands to know why they accept being weak instead of fighting back. Hearing this, Inho flinches, his usual smirk momentarily fading. The people murmur among themselves, unsure. Finally, one of them finds the courage to question what Dokja is saying. Attempting to regain control, Inho starts his usual empty explanations, but Dokja has no patience for nonsense. He cuts him off and throws out a fact that no one wants to acknowledge. Their numbers are shrinking at an alarming rate. Someone weakly argues that it is because of the monsters. Dokja does not buy it. He calls them all fools for failing to see what is right in front of them. Only the Chula gang consistently survives, getting stronger every time they return. The pattern is too obvious to ignore, yet these idiots have been blindly accepting it. Twisting Inho's own words against him, Dokja reveals the cruel truth. Killing someone gives you coins. Inho has known this all along, yet he still tries to deny it when the people confront him. Beyond, always entertained by drama, watches with excitement as the crowd shifts its rage toward Inho. Dokja, seizing the moment, shouts for everyone to take the coins for themselves. The people, already filled with desperation and resentment, react immediately. Meanwhile, Inho, never one to fight fair, smirks while hiding behind one of his men, waiting for the chaos to unfold. Stepping aside, Dokja raises his sword and points it toward the major group. He makes it clear, this is how the world works now. The crowd, trembling as the realization sinks in, understands that there is no other choice. The situation explodes into violence. People turn on each other in a desperate, bloody struggle, scavenging for weapons and launching an all-out battle against the major group. The station descends into pure madness, proving that survival comes at a brutal cost. Dokja and his party find themselves caught in the middle of absolute chaos. The gang, still thinking they have a chance, foolishly tries to attack him. Holding his newly acquired sword, Dokja does not hesitate. He slices through them like they are nothing, cutting off limbs and scattering blood everywhere. The ones still alive collapse to the ground, their eyes filled with regret. They reach out pathetically, begging for help they will never receive. A sudden movement interrupts the scene. Without warning, the sword is driven straight through the mouth of one of the dying men, silencing his cries forever. The one responsible is Huan, who has finally taken revenge on the man who attempted to rape her. The act, brutal yet justified, triggers something inside her. The hidden presence within her awakens, no longer dormant. Her attribute evolves into something far more powerful, Judge of Evil. A red aura bursts from her body, covering her in a terrifying glow. Her eyes change, manifesting a deep crimson light, and above her head, a massive red sword materializes, floating like an executioner's blade. Dokja, for once, is genuinely shocked. Of all possible attributes, she possesses one of the strongest judgment-based powers. Before he can fully process it, Huan declares her intent to take care of the rest of the gang. A notification appears, stating that from now on, she will always fight alongside Dokja. Wasting no time, Huan steadies herself, inhales deeply, and activates her personal skill. Behind her, an enormous holographic scale emerges, tilting heavily to one side, passing judgment on the wicked. The constellation watching over her grants permission for her to unleash her power. Instantly, her strength surges. Meanwhile, Inho, proving once again how utterly useless he is, gets beaten up by one of the minor groups. Stumbling back, he looks around, searching for his men, only to realize they are either dead or missing. Then his gaze lands on Huan, now glowing in red light, standing in the center of the station like an unstoppable force. The massacre begins. Anyone foolish enough to challenge Huan meets a swift and brutal end. She does not hesitate. Every movement is precise, every attack deadly. Someone tries to strike from behind, thinking they might catch her off guard. It is a mistake. Without even turning fully, she stabs them, her blade cutting through their right shoulder with ease. The rest of the people, including Dokja, simply stand there, watching in stunned silence as she single-handedly slaughters everyone in her path. When the dust settles, the only one left standing is Huan. She slowly turns, pointing her sword directly at Inho, the last pathetic remnant of the gang. He sits on the ground, completely helpless, his bravado shattered. He glances behind him, hoping to see some of his men still alive, but all he finds are corpses, their bodies lying in pools of blood. Huan and Dokja exchange a look. Without a word, Dokja gives a small nod, giving her the confirmation she does not even need. Inho, realizing what is about to happen, finally looks up at Dokja with desperation in his eyes. It does not matter. Huan slashes straight down the center of his face, cutting him cleanly. For a moment, he cannot believe what has happened. His mind struggles to accept that he has lost to them, of all people. Before he can even finish processing it, the pain overtakes him. Blood spills from his face, his body giving out as he crashes to the ground, lifeless. His story ends there in the same blood-stained mess he created. Before anyone can take a breath, the final moment of the survival fee arrives. The system shows no mercy. Those without enough coins drop dead instantly, their lives erased in an instant. The weak, the unprepared, the ones who thought they could just beg their way to survival, they all pay the price. Dokja and his group stare in horror after realizing that people are dying slowly. Huan, too weak to stand, collapses onto the ground like a broken doll. Dokja, looking far too dramatic for the situation, extends a hand and reminds her that the scenario has only just begun. Desperate, and with no better option, she grabs his hand and rises with his help. The rest of the group, suddenly remembering her existence, moves toward her. After the so-called survival fee is collected, a new notification appears. It announces that they have already arrived at the starting point of the next scenario. Morning arrives, revealing the ugly aftermath of the battle at Jumo Station. Dokja and his group decide to leave, barely saying goodbye to the remaining survivors as if they were just background characters in his grand adventure. Dokja, pretending to care for half a second, acknowledges that the survivors can defend themselves. Without wasting any more time, he moves on with Huiwan, the new party member. Meanwhile, Manhwa disappears without a word, but Dokja, showing his usual lack of concern, doesn't care at all. He orders the group to head to the next location, acting like some kind of commander. Out of nowhere, Huiwan punches the arm of Dokja and dumps 1,500 coins on him. She believes she earned the most coins last night and wants to share. Dokja, feeling smug, tells her to keep it, already knowing he made way more thanks to Beyond. The Constellations had apparently been throwing coins at him like he was their favorite streamer, making him richer overnight. Dokja collects his massive earnings from Beyond, who clearly hopes he will forget about their contract. Of course, Dokja doesn't. With over 23,000 coins in hand, he immediately dumps most of it into his stats, thinking ahead to the next money-making opportunity. As soon as they step into a new area, the next scenario activates. This new scenario, called the Encounter, orders them to get through a tunnel and find the first shelter. Huiwan, confused as usual, wonders where it is, but Dokja already knows because he memorized the railway map like a nerd. Their next stop is Chungmuro. Before reaching it, they have to fight off an endless wave of disgusting ground rats in the tunnel. The battle drags on until they finally emerge, completely exhausted. Dokja, taking pity on his group for once, lets them rest at Donlik University. Hansong, always eager to push forward, suggests they keep moving since Chungmuro is close. Dokja, never missing a chance to ruin expectations, warns that resting might not be possible. On the way, they see corpses of both people and ground rats scattered everywhere. Only one person could be responsible for such a massacre, Jungyuk. Hearing this, Hansong immediately backs down and shifts focus to searching for useful supplies, pretending that was his plan all along. Sangha, looking for a companion, invites Huiwan to join her. Dokja glances at them, confused, before realizing they are just going to the bathroom. As if this isn't awkward enough, Hansong and Giliong suddenly decide they also need to go. The great warriors of the apocalypse, reduced to a synchronized restroom trip. Upon reaching the bathroom, Huiwan notices that Dokja is missing. Hansong, who seems to have an answer for everything, says Dokja went outside. Into the poison air, no less. Meanwhile, Dokja is dashing off dramatically, holding his breath like a stubborn child despite being the one who told everyone to rest at Donlik University. His real destination is a shortcut leading to the statue of the great monk Samyeon. Huiwan, confused but slightly concerned, asks Hansong why Dokja would do something so reckless. Without hesitation, Hansong claims Dokja is off on a pilgrimage, as if that makes any sense. Dokja reaches the statue and without a second thought, silently pays his respects. The Constellations, for some reason, reward him with coins as if he is a devoted monk rather than a scheming opportunist. Beyond, suspicious as always, wonders what Dokja is up to. The answer comes quickly. Dokja suddenly leaps, swings his sword backward to gain momentum, and then smashes it straight into the statue. A loud crack echoes through the air. Beyond, watching in horror, immediately panics. Meanwhile, Dokja, completely unfazed, casually eats his meal while Beyond rants about how he just destroyed a sacred idol. Eventually, Dokja tells him to calm down. He knows every idol statue holds power and items, and he needs the great monk's skill to continue toward Chungmuro. In other words, he just committed divine vandalism for personal gain. Again. Dokja, relying on his knowledge from reading Tesa, executes his plan perfectly. Returning to the station, he gets into an argument about the constellation he just angered by destroying the statue. Reaching the bottom of the stairs, he meets Huiwan and Hansong, acting as if nothing happened. Without missing a beat, he casually announces that he brought them some items. Huiwan receives a robe and Dokja claims it belonged to the great monk Samyeon. She stares blankly, having no clue who that is. Sangha, who meets a set of prayer beads, immediately recognizes the monk as a legendary figure in Korean history, proving that at least one person in the group paid attention in school. Huiwan, finally realizing the robe has some power, starts appreciating it. Meanwhile, Dokja, in the most shameless move yet, lies straight to their faces. He insists that he was praying at the statue when these items conveniently fell from the sky into his hands. Trying to secure forgiveness, Dokja showers the monk with empty praise, hoping the constellation will take the bait. His party, as gullible as ever, listens to him like he is some wise prophet. Thanks to his sugar-coated words, they all feel grateful to the monk, and just like that, a notification appears, stating that the constellation has forgiven him. Beyond, too stunned to speak, watches as Dokja manipulates an ancient celestial being with nothing but flattery. Dokja knows constellations crave recognition and fame more than anything. Seeing Hu unhappy with her new robe, he effortlessly earns another 100 coins. As they approach Chungmuro, he warns the group to stay alert. Jiliang, using his ability, confirms that there are no ground rats nearby. Suspicious of this eerie calm, Dokja prepares for trouble. Stepping forward, they suddenly trigger a new sub-scenario. Without hesitation, Dokja tells everyone to stay on guard. The sub-scenario is called Illusory Prison, and they must escape within an hour. The wind picks up, howling through the area. Then a distant cry echoes before the wind grows stronger and faster. In an instant, they are swallowed by darkness. A voice calls out to Dokja. It is his mother. Feeling the presence creeping closer, Dokja senses something unnatural. His mother appears before him, speaking cryptic words about him not seeing anything. In that moment, he pieces everything together. This is an illusion. His fourth wall skill activates, shielding his mind and breaking the hallucination's grip. Regaining consciousness, he quickly realizes that this zone is designed to drive people insane by forcing them to relive their worst traumas. Not wanting his party to crumble into a sobbing mess, he yells at them to get a grip. Dokja realizes it is already too late. His party, weak-minded as ever, is completely consumed by their suffering. Only Sanga remains unaffected, thanks to the glowing beads in her hand. Of course, she has no idea why they work, but luck is on her side. Rushing toward her, Dokja quickly gives her a task, washes back while he destroys the area. Sanga, without questioning his reckless plan, agrees. Standing back to back, they prepare for action. Dokja, as dramatic as ever, warns her that he's about to begin. Thanks to his earlier vandalism of the monk's statue, he obtained a skill that can block the illusory prison. Activating it, he forces the illusion to break. The air clears, but the skill still doesn't work on Hansong and Gillian. Before Dokja can react, Huon suddenly charges at him like a mad woman. Her sword swings dangerously close, and he barely dodges. Looking at her glowing red eyes, he realizes the demon slaying ability has taken over. He specifically gave her the robe to stop this exact problem, yet, as usual, things do not go as planned. Without hesitation, he moves behind her and strikes a pressure point, knocking her out instantly. No time for kindness when his own teammate is trying to kill him. Drawing his sword, he warns everyone to stay on guard. Transparent figures begin rising from the ground. Specters, ghost-like creatures with terrifying power. Unfortunately, Dokja now has to fight one alone. Meanwhile, Hansong suddenly wakes up from his dramatic military trauma. His great warrior instincts return, only to reward him with a splitting headache. A true soldier indeed. Dokja, always looking for an extra advantage, collects the Spectre Spirit Stone after eliminating the creatures. Meanwhile, Sanga, acting like she just solved the great mystery, explains that they were caught in the illusory prison and that Dokja saved them. Hansong, too exhausted to question anything, thanks him without hesitation. Jiliang, barely able to stand, wakes up and wobbles like a baby here. Dokja, noticing the kid's obvious distress, suddenly recalls the moment when Jiliang was on the ground, apologizing to his mother. Of course, among all of them, this child probably has the worst trauma. Attempting to comfort him, Dokja carefully pats Jiliang's head. Instantly, the boy clings to him and bursts into tears. Great. Now he's got a crying child in his arms, and the whole team is emotionally broken. Sanga, trying to keep him focused, points out a light at the end of the tunnel. Chungmuro is close, but Dokja already knows they are in no shape to fight. His concern is justified when someone suddenly appears in front of them. A hooded figure steps forward and draws her sword, making it clear that this is her territory. Dokja and Sanga immediately recognize her from the stream Beyond showed them earlier. More importantly, Dokja recognizes her as a key character from Tiza. This girl is no ordinary survivor. She is the last remaining student from Taepung Girls' High School. Ji removes her hood after spotting the Spirit Stone in Dokja's hand. Her reaction makes it obvious that she did not expect anyone else to defeat the Spectre. To her knowledge, only the master of this area should be capable of such a thing. Checking her character profile, Dokja confirms that nothing has changed. She still has the same constellation as Intessa, the god of naval warfare. As a naval commander, she is one of the main reasons Jungyuk rushed to Chungmuro in the first place. With her skills, she will be useful in the next scenario, though judging by her attitude, she will probably be annoying too. Following Ji, the group finally reaches the station. A notification appears confirming that they have completed the second scenario. Their rewards are accumulated, meaning more coins and resources. Reaching Chungmuro, Sanga immediately tenses up, clearly unsettled by the eerie atmosphere of the station. Dokja, looking around, notices an overwhelming number of other players. The scenario has expanded, dragging even more people into the chaos. One of the men inside the station notices their arrival and greets Jihi with a smug attitude. Unfortunately, he and the others are completely drunk, stumbling around like fools. Instead of acting normal, they start questioning Dokja and his group like some kind of security team, except they smell like alcohol and bad decisions. Their behavior towards Sanga is particularly awful, treating her like she doesn't belong. Ji, having no patience for nonsense, immediately warns them to be respectful. Glaring at them, she shoves her sword close to their faces. With the speed of cowards, they all scatter, suddenly remembering they have better things to do. Satisfied with scaring them off, Ji prepares to leave. Dokja, never missing a chance to poke at trouble, immediately asks if Jungyuk is nearby. His question catches Ji off guard. She turns to him, eyes full of suspicion, and grips her sword again, ready to cut him down. He insists that he is Jungyuk's companion, but she doesn't buy it for a second. As if Jungyuk would ever have companions. Dokja only wants to know where Jungyuk is because he has a message for him. Of course, Ji is still not convinced. After thinking for a moment, she decides to check. A boy sitting in the corner, silently observing Dokja's group, lights up when he hears Jungyuk's name. His entire face brightens as if he just met a celebrity. Watching the boy's excitement, Dokja forces himself to match the energy, pretending to be just as happy. He already regrets it. After some time, Dokja and his group finally rest at the station. The boy, too eager to share, starts explaining how Jungyuk became their leader. Dokja listens, but it doesn't take long for boredom to hit. Yawning, he interrupts, letting the boy know he has heard enough. He pities the kid. Jungyuk isn't saving them out of kindness, he is just manipulating them, working to earn Ji-Hye's trust for his own benefit. But of course, none of them realize this. The boy then tells Hyunsong about Ji-Hye's role. She hunts the monsters and Jungyuk cooks them. Hyunsong, ever the diligent note-taker, writes everything down like he's preparing for a history exam. Things get more interesting when the boy mentions a landlord coalition. This catches Hyunsong's attention, especially since they already encountered those men earlier. The boy leads them upstairs toward the bathroom. Dokja already knows exactly what this coalition is about. Sanga, confused as usual, asks about the room they are discussing. Meanwhile, Dokja, having read Tiza, knows this whole situation is about to become much worse. The boy points toward a safe zone in the middle of the room, where two people are fighting over it like wild animals. He explains that this is part of their scenario, and that they will understand soon enough. According to him, the landlord coalition controls most of the rooms, leaving others to struggle for scraps. Dokja, expecting Jungyuk to have done something about it, asks if he took action. The boy's face immediately drops. Jungyuk, in classic fashion, abandoned them without a second thought. Now Dokja has another problem, figuring out why Jungyuk has completely gone off his intended path in this third round. Reaching the entrance to the bathroom, they find a chaotic scene. Dozens of desperate people beg to be let inside. A man guards the entrance, yelling at them to back off. In the middle of all this, Gilliang, acting on impulse, suddenly bolts forward. Squeezing through the crowd, he moves too fast for anyone to stop him. Unfortunately, his great escape ends in failure when he trips and falls. His hand lands directly on the safe zone, making everyone freeze. A green light instantly turns red, signaling a problem. The guards, sensing trouble, lean in and inspect Gilliang closely. One of them begins questioning him about his parents, while Dokja and the rest of the group rush forward to help. Weapons appear out of nowhere, locking onto Gilliang. He stands frozen, hearing the clicks of automatic guns aiming directly at him. The stigma responsible belongs to Pildagong, and right now, it has turned every single weapon in the room against a child. A notification appears, stating that Pildu demands 500 coins as payment. One of the men immediately stretches out his hand, demanding the money from Gilliang like some kind of street thug. Meanwhile, the weapons, acting like they have minds of their own, prepare to fire. Behind the red line, the crowd does absolutely nothing. They stand there, watching, feeling sorry for the boy, but not lifting a single finger to help. Dokja quickly tells Sanga to watch over Huan before stepping forward. The man in charge immediately turns to him and repeats his demand minus 500 coins, a blatant extortion attempt. Dokja, annoyed but also curious, wonders why Jungyuk allowed this situation to happen. Meanwhile, Ji-Hye heads off to find Jungyuk and inform him of the mess that has just happened. Dokja recalls the 10 evils, the main antagonists in every regression. Among them, Pildagong stands as one of the worst. The bathroom has a strict limit, only 70 people can enter. Of course, this means not everyone gets a chance. After pulling Gilliang back behind the line, Dokja asks why the place is locked. The man in charge smugly explains that access is no longer free. Instead of arguing, Dokja agrees to pay but insists on giving the money directly to Pildagong. Using his profiling skill, he quickly confirms that none of these low-level thugs are Pildu. Deciding to speed things up, he calls Pildu out in front of everyone. Stepping forward, he deliberately enters their zone, causing the weapons to activate. The deadly machines lock onto him instantly, but he continues walking as if he owns the place. Before he can take another step, the voice stops him. A man sits in the corner, casually flipping through a magazine, clearly unbothered by the chaos. Without even looking up, he threatens Dokja, making it clear that he doesn't tolerate intruders. Dokja, unfazed, points out that he only wants to pay and has no reason to be scared. This catches Pildu's attention. Finally, the man puts down his magazine and adjusts his hat, showing just enough interest. Reading Pildu's character profile, Dokja isn't surprised. The man is both powerful and intelligent, annoyingly so. Considering his options, Dokja debates whether to strike a deal or simply kill him. Before he can decide, Pildu notices Dokja's hand resting on his sword, already suspecting his intentions. Meanwhile, Dokja's party finds themselves completely surrounded by Pildu's men. Seeing the situation turn against him, Dokja raises his hands and offers to become a tenant. Pildu immediately refuses, reminding him that only coalition members get a place. Dokja, expecting this response, quickly switches tactics. Instead of begging, he offers something valuable: information. Pildu remains unimpressed until Dokja brings up Jungyuk. The entire room tenses. Just hearing that name changes the mood instantly. In Tisa, Jungyuk is supposed to fight against the landlord coalition. Pildu, now fully interested, asks what Dokja knows about him. Without hesitation, Dokja claims they are companions who have fought side by side. Pildu, not easily convinced, activates his calculation skill, warning Dokja that he has something to lose if he tries to run. Realizing he can't force his way through, Dokja chooses to back off. Walking away, he assumes the conversation is over. Pildu, however, stops him again. For a brief moment, Dokja thinks he has gained the upper hand. That illusion quickly shatters when Pildu simply demands coins. Not just 500, but 1,000. Dokja, refusing to be robbed in broad daylight, flat out declines. This immediately triggers the weapons, which begin to fire at him. His party shouts, telling him to escape into the crowd. Right at that moment, a deafening explosion shakes the entire room. A blinding flash fills the air, and Dokja barely manages to protect himself. The fire does not reach him because Hansong jumps in front of him. He tries to shield Dokja, but his power is limited. Dokja understands that his group is not ready to fight. Suddenly, he realizes something and quickly tells Pildu to stop. Pildu becomes alarmed when Dokja warns that he will die in his seat if they continue fighting. As they speak, someone approaches them. Right after Dokja finishes speaking, Jungyuk and Ji enter the room. Jungyuk looks around, unimpressed. When he notices Dokja waving at him, his face changes and he becomes irritated. Pildu is shocked that Dokja actually knows him. Dokja activates his omniscient reader viewpoint skill and stares at Jungyuk. Jungyuk feels surprised to see Dokja alive. She shifts her gaze between them in disbelief. She cannot believe that Dokja and Jungyuk know each other. They lock eyes and Dokja asks about Jungyuk's well-being. Then he asks Jungyuk to confirm that they are truly companions and to help him get access to the bathroom. Jungyuk stands there silent. He has no way to take back his words. Everyone around them is stunned, mostly because it is rare to see anyone talk over Jungyuk and live to tell the tale. After a moment of hesitation, Jungyuk finally draws his sword. Dokja, instead of looking worried, grins at him like he just won the lottery. Jungyuk stands alone in the empty corridor, probably questioning all of his life choices that led him to this moment. He arrives just in time to save them, which is ironic because everyone knows he would rather be anywhere else than helping Dokja. Annoyance flickers across Jungyuk's face. He never expects to see Dokja breathing, much less smiling at him. Ji looks between them completely baffled, as if someone just told her the sky is green. Dokja already knows the truth. Jungyuk does not see him as a companion. Jungyuk does not even see him as a person. Instead of arguing, Dokja turns to Pildu and wordlessly pressures him into letting them use the bathroom. Pildu, who probably values his own life more than arguing right now, stays silent. Jungyuk's gaze remains cold. If looks could kill, Dokja would be 6 feet under already. Dokja clenches his fist, tempted to punch Jungyuk right in his smug face. He takes one glance at Jungyuk's stats and immediately rethinks his life choices. He knows that if he throws a punch, Jungyuk will throw him straight into another dimension. This version of Jungyuk is much stronger than the one in the novel, which makes no sense. Dokja wonders how this overpowered lunatic got even stronger. He stares at Jungyuk for too long and, unsurprisingly, gets caught. He quickly snaps back, but his reaction only fuels Jungyuk's irritation. Jungyuk, probably exhausted from all this nonsense, briefly considers eliminating Dokja just to save himself the headache. Before he can act on it, Huwon wakes up, instantly shifting everyone's focus. Jungyuk's sharp eyes notice something. Dokja actually has his own companion. For some reason, this disappoints him. Maybe he hoped Dokja was a lonely cockroach crawling around on his own. He uses his Sage's Eyes skill and quickly confirms his suspicions. Dokja barely contributes anything to Hansong's strength, which makes Jungyuk wonder why he is even here. Dokja, reading Jungyuk's mind with his skill, feels irritated. He already knows he is just a regular guy who happens to know the future, but hearing it indirectly still stings. Before he can argue, Jungyuk's expression suddenly changes. He looks at something, or someone, in Dokja's group, and for the first time he seems genuinely shocked. Dokja, now curious, tries to figure out what caught Jungyuk's attention. He suspects it might be Huwon, but he hesitates to ask. If he does, Jungyuk might figure out that he can read minds, and that is the last thing he needs right now. Huiwen quickly notices that Jungyuk is staring and does not hesitate to call him out. Meanwhile, Dokja picks up on something even more concerning. Jungyuk is thinking about killing someone, and that is never a good sign. Without wasting time, Dokja distracts him by bringing up Pildu and asking why he let him do whatever he wanted. Jungyuk, instead of giving a proper answer, throws the question back at Dokja, saying that someone who claims to be a prophet should already know. Dokja, unimpressed, casually reminds him that he is not all-knowing. Jungyuk does not seem convinced, so he uses his skill to check if Dokja is lying. Dokja immediately feels irritated. Of course, Jungyuk does not trust anyone. That is just who he is, a walking paranoia machine. After that, Jungyuk finally explains that he needs Pildu alive. Dokja instantly realizes that Jungyuk only cares about Pildu, not the rest of his group. That raises a question in Dokja's mind. If Jungyuk does not need them, why did he let them live? Jungyuk, as expected, refuses to answer. Annoyance flashes across Jungyuk's face. He finds Dokja irritating and believes he would not understand even if he explained. Dokja warns him that ignoring the problem will only make things worse, but Jungyuk does not care. He turns to leave, fully intending to walk away like this is not his problem. Dokja, frustrated, feels the urge to punch him. Jungyuk, never missing a chance to be dramatic, dares him to try, activating his self-defense skill as if he is ready for a fight. Dokja does nothing, and Jungyuk, knowing exactly how this would end, leaves with Ji. However, Ji glances back at Dokja. Unlike Jungyuk, she sees the problem and understands that Dokja is right. She cannot figure out why Jungyuk refuses to deal with it. Dokja then checks his notifications. The main scenario only has an hour and a half left. Dokja sits apart from his group, deep in thought. Unlike Jungyuk, he cannot just ignore everything and walk away. He curses Jungyuk for being so careless. Huiwa, noticing his frustration, mocks him for being scared of Jungyuk. Dokja, of course, refuses to admit anything and shifts the focus to Pildu, pointing out that he is a much bigger problem. Meanwhile, Sangha approaches Gillian, who is busy with his bugs. Huiwan, unlike the others, has a much simpler solution in mind. Just kill Pildu and be done with it. She does not see the point in letting someone monopolize a public facility. Before Dokja can stop her, she activates her skill. A scale appears, signaling judgment. However, before anything happens, it slowly vanishes. A notification appears, revealing that her constellation does not approve. Huiwan stares at it, completely confused. She has no idea what just happened and assumes her skill is broken. Dokja corrects her, explaining that the skill only works if the constellations see the target as truly evil. Just because humans think someone is bad does not mean the constellations agree. Huiwan, understandably, thinks this is ridiculous. Dokja, not wanting to argue, tells her there is another way to deal with Pildu. He admits that it is complicated but assures her that there is a plan. He then explains Pildu's arms zone skill. Pildu can protect certain areas, but the moment he steps outside his room, everything disappears. The challenge is getting him to leave because he already has everything he needs inside. Pildu has the largest room in the station, making him even harder to remove. Suddenly, a notification pops up. Only an hour remains before the scenario begins. Huiwan notices something inside Pildu's room and realizes that Pildu is worried about losing his space. Dokja, seeing the situation, tells the group to discuss it later and focus on finding rooms for themselves. Before they can act, Beyong appears, grinning the moment he spots Dokja and his group at the station. Beyong snaps his fingers and a notification appears in front of everyone. The main scenario is called Safe Zone. It explains that they must enter a safe zone to avoid being attacked by monsters that will appear at night. The attack will last for 8 hours. Anyone who secures a safe zone will receive 1,000 coins as compensation. There is only an hour left before it begins. Hansung and Sangha stare at the notification, shocked. Beyong, clearly enjoying the chaos, casually mentions that if someone has no place left, they can always take a safe zone from someone else. Panic spreads instantly. People rush to claim any safe zone they can find, pushing and shoving to get ahead. Some even start fighting each other over the spaces. Dokja and his party stand back and watch as everything quickly turns into a bloodbath. People are killing each other over shelter, and the ground is soon covered in blood. Sangha looks at the chaos, worried that they might have to fight too. Dokja tells her they need to find a place that can fit all of them. Most of the rooms he sees are small, only large enough for one person. However, there is a much bigger room that can hold around 70 people. Pildu's room. He tells his group to spread out and find a room big enough for all of them. If they cannot find one, they must regroup at the same place. As his party spreads out to search, Dokja takes out his phone. He reads Tessa and realizes something important: there are no rooms left. A troubling thought crosses his mind. If they find nothing, will this group be willing to kill someone for a spot? Meanwhile, Huiwan and Gillian fail to find an empty room. Sangha and Hansun have no luck either. Time keeps slipping away. With only 30 minutes left before the scenario starts, Dokja sits quietly in the middle of the battlefield, completely ignoring the fights happening around him. He keeps reading his phone while others struggle for survival. Beyong suddenly appears and demands to know what he is doing. Dokja quickly realizes that if the constellations can read Tessa too, this could be a big problem. However, instead of commenting on that, Beyong scolds him for staring at a blank screen for so long. The constellations are growing restless. Dokja, confused, holds up his phone to the ceiling. Baeyeon looks unimpressed and warns him that he will get himself killed if he keeps acting like a lunatic. Dokja cannot believe what he just heard. Even Baeyeon cannot see the text. That raises an even bigger question. What kind of being sent him this novel? Before he can dwell on it, a scream breaks through the chaos. He turns his head and sees someone standing over a dead body. The person had just killed someone else for a safe zone. Dokja moves closer, but the murderer immediately raises his weapon and threatens him. Before Dokja can respond, Ji suddenly walks up to him. She comments on how calm he is, which surprises him. He turns the question back to her, pointing out that she seems unfazed as well. Jai explains that no one will try to take her room because only Pildu's gang or Junghyuk are strong enough to challenge her. She then admits somewhat reluctantly that she does not want Dokja to die. She has started to like him for standing up to Junghyuk, which is a rare sight. Dokja, never one to back down, assures her that he has no plans to die. Jiggy, curious, wonders if Dokja is as strong as Junghyuk. Right at that moment, Junghyuk appears. He tells Jihee to return to her room. Then he turns to Dokja and warns him that if he and his group try to fight the monsters, they will die. Dokja, instead of acting concerned, simply grins and challenges him. Junghyuk does not say another word. He just walks away, probably tired of Dokja's nonsense. Not long after, Dokja's entire group returns. Their expressions show frustration. None of them found a room. Pildu, in his usual greedy fashion, decides to raise the rent. This immediately angers Huiwon, who already has enough reasons to dislike him. Meanwhile, Kansung turns to Dokja, asking if he managed to find a room. Dokja, as expected, has nothing. He tells them that their options are now limited to only 2 choices. Everyone looks at him, waiting for an explanation. The first option is safer and can save everyone. The second option is much riskier. After hearing this, the group quickly agrees to go with the first choice. Sega asks what the plan is, so Dokja leads them upstairs. There he points to a small room that can hold 5 people. The problem is already occupied. Without hesitation, Dokja tells them that the first choice is to kill the people inside and take the room for themselves. Sanga, Huiwon, and Hansung stare at him in shock, completely unprepared for that answer. Jillian, however, does not even flinch. If Dokja tells him to do it, he looks more than ready to act. Sanga, horrified, immediately moves to stop Gillian. Huiwon, trying to make sense of it, questions Dokja about his decision. Dokja explains that the people inside had already killed others for that safe zone. Since there is no time left, they cannot afford to keep searching. Huiwon, instead of calming down, grows more frustrated. She reminds him that she has already killed before back at Jumo, but that does not mean she is comfortable doing it again. She does not want to be a monster. From behind, Hansung speaks up and asks about the second option. Dokja smiles, knowing exactly how they feel about the first choice. Seeing that reaction, Huiwon's anger fades. She suddenly bursts into laughter, realizing that Dokja never planned to take the first option seriously. He was just messing with them. She then starts hitting him multiple times, annoyed that he put them through that stress just to push them toward the second option. Dokja, unfazed by her reaction, looks down at Gillian and gently strokes his hair. No matter what happens, he will always respect everyone's decision. Then he tells the group to listen carefully. Even if his plan does not seem logical, they have no choice but to follow it. Their lives depend on it. A notification appears in front of them. Only 5 minutes remain before the scenario begins. Dokja then explains the situation. The monsters will come from the red gateway at the end of the railway. To survive, they must escape to Line 3 and go up to the surface. Since they cannot fight the monsters directly, Dokja splits the group into 2. Kansung, Sanga, and Huiwon will wait on the railway, while he prepares for the next step. A notification appears, signaling the start of the scenario. The red gateway slowly fades, and almost immediately, monsters begin to appear, roaring as they emerge. Dokja, without wasting a second, tells the others to run straight toward them. He adds that they must move as soon as the monsters charge. Even though doubt lingers in their minds, they have no time to hesitate. They start running. Before the scenario begins, Dokja picks up a rock and hurls it forward. The moment it makes contact, the red gateway electrocutes it. This confirms his theory. He quickly directs their attention to the left wall. As expected, the moment the monsters start closing in, the 3 of them rush toward it. Segna keeps her eyes fixed on the wall, scanning it carefully. It does not take long before she spots something unusual. A safe zone is attached to the wall. Without thinking, she reaches out and touches it. A notification immediately appears, confirming that she has discovered a hidden safe zone within the station. The zone activates instantly, creating a barrier around her and Huiwon. Just as she turns around, she sees Hansung struggling. One of the monsters attacks him, forcing him to use his shield to block the attack. He holds his ground, but the monster is strong. Before it can overwhelm him, Sangha reacts quickly. She uses her gold thread and pulls him into the hidden zone just in time. However, the safe zone has a strict limit. It can only hold 3 people. That leaves Dokja and Gillian outside with nowhere to go. The group, now safe, watches in concern. Dokja already knows that another hidden safe zone is stuck to the wall, but it will not activate until the scenario starts. With no time to waste, he grabs Giliong and bolts, dodging the incoming monsters. He carries the boy on his back and keeps running, not daring to slow down. When they glance behind them, they see monsters swarming the area. One of them nearly reaches them. Before it can strike, Giliong reacts fast. He swings his weapon and lands a hit. Dokja, still moving, kicks away another monster on his right, barely keeping his balance. Dokja knows there are 3 hidden safe zones on the platform. He searches quickly and finally spots one. Relief does not last long. Someone is already inside. The safe zone is small and can only fit 1 person. The occupant, a terrified man, clings to the space as if his life depends on it. His whole body trembles. It is obvious that he will not be moving anytime soon. Dokja continues fighting the monsters with Giliong blocking and striking whenever an opening appears. Then, out of nowhere, Bion appears right above the man inside the safe zone. With a snap of his fingers, he adds a penalty, instantly making the safe zone vanish. The poor man barely has time to react before the monsters swarm him. He is torn apart within seconds. As the monsters rip through their unlucky victim, Dokja quickly puts Giliong down. There is no time to waste. Together, they prepare to fight. While swinging his sword, Dokja cannot help but think about Jungyuk. That lunatic has the strength to fight like this all night. Dokja wonders if he can do the same. He grips his sword tightly, channels energy into it until it glows white, then swings. The blade slices cleanly through the monster in front of him, killing it instantly. He and Giliong fight side by side, covering each other. Then, out of nowhere, Giliong speaks. He tells Dokja to leave him behind. Dokja stops for a moment, surprised. He turns his head and blocks an incoming attack with ease. Giliong, still fighting, questions why Dokja even bothers helping them when he couldn't have left any time. Dokja does not know how to answer. The words catch him off guard, distracting him from the monsters still trying to rip him apart. Instead of replying, Dokja just stares at Giliong, watching him fight bravely despite everything. He has no idea why he is still here. Maybe it is because he is tired of watching people die. Maybe he just does not like leaving loose ends. Meanwhile, Sangha, Huiwon, and Hamsung watch from a distance. They cannot see much through the chaos, but they know the situation is bad. Dokja, on the other hand, is completely fine. He tightens his grip on his sword and without hesitation executes his technique. In an instant, his blade moves faster than the eye can follow. More than 10 slashes tear through the air, slicing apart every monster around them. Giliong, still holding his weapon, stands frozen. His mouth slightly opens in disbelief. He cannot even find the words to react. Dokja, ignoring his stunned expression, picks him up and tells him something about a story he once read. The main character made a terrible decision, and it did not end well. As they lock eyes, Dokja understands something. He is not the main protagonist of this world. He was never meant to be. But that does not mean he will let Giliong die today. Suddenly, a blue holographic barrier forms around the safe zone nearby. More monsters approach, their eyes locked onto them. Dokja does not hesitate. He tells Giliong to hold on tightly. Then he activates his bookmark skill. 3 names appear, Namun, Hansung, and Inho. Without wasting time, he selects Namun's skill. Power surges through his body as he charges forward. His sword swings with newfound strength, cutting down every monster in his way. With Giliong securely in his arms, he fights through the horde, refusing to slow down. While running, he suddenly spots a glowing safe zone ahead. It is behind a pack of monsters, all ready to kill anything that gets too close. Dokja refuses to give up. He pushes forward, jumps high, aiming to land inside the zone before the monsters can reach him. The moment he sees inside, his expression drops. The safe zone, which only fits 2 people, is already occupied. Inside, sitting comfortably, is Jungyuk. Jungyuk stands among the bodies of defeated monsters, completely unbothered. When he finally notices Dokja, it's clear he doesn't care much. Dokja curses his luck as he lands. He calls out to Jungyuk, glaring at him like he's the cause of all his problems. He demands him to move, insisting that someone as strong as him should fight instead. But Jungyuk, full of himself as always, claims he is too tired. Dokja knows Jungyuk shouldn't even be aware of this hidden zone yet, since he only discovered it in his 4th round in Tisa. The fact that he's already sitting here like a king is just adding to Dokja's frustration. His thoughts are interrupted when he notices Giliong also glaring at Jungyuk. The kid looks just as annoyed, probably wondering how this guy always gets away with everything. Jungyuk glances at the kid, and for once, they seem to agree on something. They both want to save him. In the end, Giliong stays inside the safe zone with Jungyuk, but he is restless. He keeps trying to go to Dokja, and Jungyuk has to physically hold him back. Meanwhile, Dokja fights off the endless wave of monsters refusing to fall. Jungyuk suddenly speaks, warning Dokja of his impending death. Dokja turns slightly, but instead of looking worried, he just smirks. He clearly has no intention of dying, even as the monsters keep swarming him from all sides. For a moment, it looks like he can hold his ground, but then the sheer number of creatures becomes too much. In an instant, he disappears under a mountain of monsters. Jiliang's eyes fill with tears as he repeatedly calls out to Dokja, his voice desperate. Jungyuk stares at the scene, struggling to believe what just happened. His sharp eyes catch a detail most would have missed. Just before the monsters overwhelmed Dokja, he broke the Spectre Spirit's stone and swallowed it. Jungyuk watches with doubt, questioning whether Dokja can actually use it. But before he can think further, Dokja vanishes beneath the monsters, completely out of sight. A strange blue gas rises from the middle of the monster horde, followed by a loud hissing sound. Jiliang keeps calling out for Dokja, his voice filled with panic. When a system notification appears, it announces that illusory prison has been activated. Another message quickly follows, revealing that Dokja has now become a ghost species. When Dokja opens his eyes, a sharp headache immediately hits him. Something feels off, and soon, his attention is drawn to a scene behind him. It is a memory he would rather forget, the moment his mother killed his father. His fourth wall skill, now weakened because of his ghost form, fails to fully protect him. His head pounds as he watches his father lying lifeless in a pool of blood, while his mother stands beside the body, completely unshaken. He sees it all from behind her just like before, but this time he is painfully aware of every detail. He knows he must fight against this memory, but the more he tries, the worse his headache becomes. Struggling to breathe, Dokja finally forces the memory out of his mind using what remains of his fourth wall skill. He is surprised that it still works at all. Anyone else would have lost their sanity attempting the same thing. The Spectre Stone he swallowed is the reason for all of this, a last-ditch gamble on his part. It grants temporary invisibility from the monsters, but the cost is brutal. It drags up buried trauma, forcing the user to relive their worst nightmares. He checks his system notifications, deciding to wait until his fourth wall skill fully recovers. However, his thoughts are interrupted when a woman suddenly appears behind him, calling out Jungyuk's name. She clearly mistakes him for someone else, but realization quickly sets in. Dokja, already exhausted from one trauma, wonders if another one has just shown up to haunt him. He eyes the woman suspiciously, something about her making him uneasy. She stares at him, her left eye glowing red, as if she is trying to figure out who he is. Dokja immediately attempts to analyze her, but a warning pops up. She has activated a mental barrier skill. His profiling ability, however, is not so easily blocked. Within moments, the skill breaks through and compiles her information. Just as he expected, she is Anna Croft. She is the true prophet of Tessa and has a terrifying ability to enter people's minds without limits. Dokja, not one to back down, calls her by name and claims to be a prophet as well. Unfortunately for him, Anna has lie detection skills, and she immediately catches him in his bluff. Without wasting any time, she demands to know who he really is. Dokja assumes she must have sensed his presence because his fourth wall skill had been weakened. He pauses for a moment, considering his next words carefully. Instead of answering her directly, he throws the question back at her, asking if she truly wants to know him. Then he reveals something shocking. He is the one who obtained the ichthyosaur nucleus, the very thing that Anna now uses in her eyes. The moment he says this, she visibly reacts, clearly surprised that he knows about it. Slowly, his fourth wall skill regains its full strength. The moment it fully recovers, Anna's presence begins to fade from his sight. Just before she vanishes completely, Dokja taunts her, telling her to wait for him. Then she disappears, leaving him with a system notification stating that he is now protected from the effects of illusory prison. Finally freed from its grasp, he sits down, frustrated at how long it took to break free. Exhaustion hits him all at once. He leans back, completely drained, and starts thinking about his party. His breath is unsteady, and a lingering worry gnaws at him. He isn't even sure if the scenario is still ongoing. His thoughts barely settle before a voice calls out to him repeatedly, snapping him awake. As he opens his eyes, his party surrounds him, all of them looking just as worn out. He immediately sits up, his mind going straight to the scenario. His first concern is whether it is still running, but his party quickly reassures him. They survive the night. His relief, however, does not last long. When he looks to his left, the sight is grim. Bodies are scattered everywhere. 2 survivors sit against the wall, staring into nothing, completely broken from the loss of their party. Despite everything, Dokja reminds his group that they still have 3 more nights to endure. When he tries to stand up, Hansung stops him, insisting that he should rest a little longer. Realizing how exhausted he is, Dokja checks the time. Luckily, it is still early, which gives them some time to recover. Then a new worry enters his mind. He doesn't see Jiliang anywhere. Dokja freezes for a moment when he spots Jungyuk talking to Gillian. The two seem deep in conversation, but he can't hear what they are saying. His mind starts making connections. Earlier, Jungyuk hadn't seen Huiwon, but Gillian instead. Up close, Jung-yuk looks as serious as ever, and Ji-leong stands his ground, refusing whatever offer Jung-yuk is throwing him. The so-called Great Regressor promises that he will make Ji-leong stronger if he follows him, but the kid doesn't budge. Annoyed, Dokja activates his omniscient reader's viewpoint to peek into Jung-yuk's thoughts. His irritation only grows when he realizes that Jung-yuk, unsurprisingly, thinks very little of him. Before Dokja can react, Ji-leong notices that he is awake and rushes toward him without hesitation. Meanwhile, Jung-yuk walks away, already lost in his own world. Dokja overhears something about a plan for the night, but exhaustion weighs on him too heavily to process it. Holding Ji-leong close, he wonders what Jung-yuk is up to this time. Sleep takes over before he can find out. His body finally gives in and everything fades away. Jung-yuk continues walking without looking back while Ji watches him, curiosity growing in her eyes. A system notification interrupts the quiet, announcing that the scenario's third day has officially ended. Hours later, Dokja wakes up to the annoying voice of Bi-young, using the communication skill to snap him out of sleep. Before he even gets his bearings, Hoo-won notices him stirring and immediately takes the opportunity to tease him. Apparently, he has been sleeping in Hyun-sung's lap the whole time. Hyun-sung, still deep in sleep, mumbles something about his time in the military, making Dokja feel like he has been dragged into basic training all over again. Sitting up, Dokja finally pulls himself together, and Bi-young wastes no time in shoving a list of notifications in his face. One of them catches his attention. Some constellation is too curious about his past and has gifted him 1,800 coins. Instead of being happy, he feels irritated. The last thing he wants is for those cosmic voyeurs to dig into his history. Another notification appears, detailing his reward for surviving the night without using the safe zone. The numbers are satisfying. His total balance now exceeds 20,000 coins, which is a nice bonus after everything he has gone through. Feeling a little better, he helps Hoo-won adjust a pillow under Ji-leong's head to make him more comfortable. Hoo-won then brings up a question, wondering if they will repeat the same strategy for tonight. Dokja immediately shuts that idea down, calling it a one-time deal. Instead, he suggests something better. They will end the scenario of today. His first step is taking down Pildu, who is still sitting comfortably in his safe zone, probably thinking he is untouchable. Dokja wakes Hyun-sung and casually starts a conversation with him. After a moment, he brings up something interesting. Hyun-sung has been talking in his sleep. More specifically, he had referred to himself as Private Hyun-sung Lee. Dokja, knowing full well that Hyun-sung is a commissioned officer, finds this amusing. The others, including Sangha, Ji-leong, and Hoo-won, listen in as Hyun-sung explains. He clarifies that he was eventually promoted at the end of his service. His expression darkens slightly, making it clear that this isn't exactly a happy memory for him. Dokja understands that it must not have been easy for Hyun-sung, but instead of dwelling on it, he decides this is the perfect moment to put his plan into motion. With a warm smile, he tells Hyun-sung how grateful he is to have him in the group. Hyun-sung, clearly touched, seems to appreciate the words. Dokja doesn't stop there, he lays on more compliments before casually walking away. He heads towards Sangha, Hoo-won, and Ji-leong and immediately tells them to follow his lead. Ji-leong glances over at Hyun-sung while Dokja explains that cheering him up would be a nice thing to do, since he has been looking a bit down lately. Of course, that's only half the truth. What Dokja actually wants is for Hyun-sung's attribute to evolve in Jumho, but instead it seems like Hoo-won is the one who benefited from it. Still, he needs Hyun-sung to grow stronger if they are going to handle both Jung-yuk and Pildu. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung sits off to the side, quietly wiping his shield. The words Dokja said clearly affected him, while the others accept that this is probably the best thing they can do. Hoo-won, however, starts overthinking things. She wonders if Dokja's constellation is some kind of one-eyed fortune teller, referencing someone named Gungi. Dokja has no idea who that is, so he simply brushes it off and claims he just has a good sense of people. Keeping up his act, Dokja tells them that they should take turns cheering Hyun-sung up. He even gives this ridiculous effort a name, calling it an intermission scenario titled Well Done. The first person up is Hoo-won. She walks over and tells Hyun-sung that his personality is strong and steady, like a pine tree. Hyun-sung, appreciating the compliment, brightens up a little. Everything seems to be going well, until he starts talking about his favorite song. Hoo-won, uninterested, bluntly points out that she never asked about it. Hyun-sung instantly deflates, his brief happiness disappearing in an instant. Dokja covers his face with his palm, already regretting trusting Hoo-won with something like this. She clearly has no idea how to cheer someone up. Next, it's Sangha's turn. Unlike Hoo-won, she genuinely seems moved by the kind of person Hyun-sung is. She tells him that he is fair and good, someone worth respecting. Hyun-sung, surprised, never expected to hear something like that. He takes a moment before thanking her, clearly touched by the words. Dokja feels satisfied that Sangha handled her part perfectly. When it is Ji-leong's turn, he keeps it simple, only complimenting Hyun-sung's appearance. Somehow, that alone is enough to boost Hyunsung's confidence. Dokja never thought someone as strong as Hyunsung would struggle with self-esteem, but at least their ridiculous plan actually works. Huiwon, watching everything unfold, seems baffled by how easy it was. Meanwhile, Hyunsung, now sitting against the wall, remains quiet. A system notification appears, showing that his attribute is now waiting to evolve. Dokja, noticing that Gileon has returned, praises him for his good work, and then reminds him about the favor he asked for earlier. Gileon casually speaks to the bugs in his hair before giving Dokja an answer. Jae is currently on the first basement floor. Without hesitation, Dokja leaves his party and heads upstairs. He has another goal in mind, recruiting Jae. However, on his way, he encounters Pildu's gang. He ignores them completely, focusing instead on counting the safe zones in the room. The gang members try to strike up a conversation, offering him a place among them because of his connection with Junghyuk. Dokja once again pretends they don't exist and continues heading upstairs, noticing that many safe zones are already occupied. A realization hits him. The number of safe zones in the station is dwindling quickly. Before he can move forward, one of the gang members steps up to confront him. Dokja brushes him off, vaguely saying he will consider the offer before walking away. Just as he is about to reach the first basement floor, something unexpected happens. Jigi's sword suddenly appears right behind him. Ji stands there, her blade inches from his face, making it very clear that she is not playing around. She has overheard his conversation with Pildu's gang and warns him about the possible consequences. Her expression is full of disappointment, convinced that he is seriously considering their offer. She keeps her sword raised, but her expression shifts when she realizes that Dokja came all this way just to see her. Without another word, she lowers her blade. Before Dokja can even react, she vanishes from sight. A second later, she reappears, now positioned at the top of the stairs. Dokja, not wanting to waste time, moves to follow her. She finally speaks, questioning what he wants. He notices her posture, standing firm, as if she is waiting for something. Then she reveals the reason for her presence. Junghyuk ordered her to guard this place and not let anyone through. Dokja stares at her, completely caught off guard. He never expected her to be so obedient to Junghyuk. A sense of urgency creeps into his mind. If Ji is already this devoted to Junghyuk, then he needs to act fast. His plan has to happen now. Ji looks genuinely surprised when Dokja suddenly asks for her help in taking down Pildu's gang that night. She stares at him in silence, trying to figure out if he is being serious or if this is just another one of his ridiculous ideas. When Dokja returns to the group, Huwon is quick to doubt that Ji will actually help them. Dokja, however, remains confident. He believes she will come around. Meanwhile, Ji stays behind, staring at the ground, deep in thought. Her conversation with Dokja lingers in her mind. He had told her there was a way for them to win if she joined them. But it was obvious that Junghyuk had already left his mark on her, making her hesitant. So Dokja did what he does best. He hit her with something unexpected. He reminded her that he had seen her first scenario at her school. The moment he says it, she freezes, completely caught off guard. Dokja goes on, revealing that he knows she had killed her friend and that it wasn't something she had ever wanted to do. Ji slams her sword into the ground, demanding that he stop talking. The topic is clearly painful for her and she doesn't appreciate him dragging it up. But Dokja, unbothered as ever, explains that he simply said what was on his mind. Then, without holding back, he adds that if she refuses to help, she will regret it for the rest of her life. She crouches on the floor, her mind racing. She thinks long and hard about his words. Dokja checks his phone, noticing that it is already 7 p.m. He gathers his party and warns them that the night ahead will be far more dangerous than before. Huiwon, Sanga, and Juliang move together, preparing to follow the plan as discussed. Meanwhile, Dokja stays with Hyunsung, going over the details of their part. Ji remains on the floor, still undecided, but something in her expression shifts. Eventually, she makes her choice. Their target for the night is clear. They are going after Pildu. A notification appears, displaying that only 5 hours remain until the scenario begins. Dokja instructs Sanga and Huiwon to take Gileon to platform 4. As they walk upstairs, people inside the safe zone begin to take notice. Tension fills the air. Huiwon, now at the front, approaches 2 men blocking their path. She doesn't hesitate. Without a word, she draws her sword. Lifting it behind her back, she offers a brief apology, one that probably isn't very sincere, before swinging the blade. A loud crash follows, shattering the silence. Meanwhile, Dokja and Hyunsung ascend the stairs together. As they move, Hyunsung suddenly speaks, catching Dokja's attention. Doubt lingers in his voice. He is uncertain of his own ability, second-guessing his role in the plan. Dokja, knowing full well that the entire strategy depends on him, wastes no time in reassuring him. Hyunsung listens, but there is still hesitation in his eyes. After a pause, he admits something surprising. Throughout his entire military career, not a single person had ever relied on him for anything. Dokja never knew this detail about Hyunsung when reading Tiza, and now curiosity sparks within him. He wants to learn more about Hyunsung's past. Before he can ask anything, Hyunsung suddenly stops in the middle of the stairs. Dokja turns to look at him confused, and Hyunsung speaks again. He admits that every time they talk, it feels as if they have known each other for a long time. His expression softens, showing a rare moment of happiness, but before he can finish, chaos erupts. Pildu's gang stands ahead, holding a hostage, a woman pleading for help. The sight immediately kills any warmth in the moment. Both Dokja and Hyunsung are clearly disgusted by what they see. When Dokja glances at Hyunsung, he notices that his face has completely darkened, rage bubbling beneath the surface. Hyunsung demands the gang to release her, but their arrogance knows no bounds. They refuse, acting as if they have the upper hand. Dokja and Hyunsung exchange glances, understanding what needs to be done. When Dokja gives a small nod, something shifts in the air. At that precise moment, Hyunsung's attribute finally reaches the point of evolution, just like Hwon's did in Jumo. Dokja sizes up the gang member standing in front of him, ready for a fight. He quickly realizes that his current stats might not be enough. Without hesitation, he pulls up his system menu and dumps over 2,000 coins into strengthening his stamina and power. The moment he finishes, a sudden deafening crash echoes through the station, sending shockwaves through the gang. Their heads snap in the direction of the noise, momentarily distracted. This is exactly what Dokja needs. Without missing a beat, he bolts forward, moving so fast that his figure becomes a blur. Before the gang members can react, he slashes through one of them with a clean, brutal strike. A scream fills the air as the man stares at his arm, blood pouring from the wound. Dokja doesn't even spare him a glance. He already tells Hyunsung to move. Meanwhile, inside his so-called fortress, Pildu sits comfortably reading a newspaper, completely unaware of what's happening outside. His peace shatters when one of his men rushes in, panicking. The fool barely manages to get the words out. Hyunsung and Dokja are charging straight toward them, weapons drawn. Pildu's newspaper crumples in his grip. Back on the battlefield, Hyunsung slams his shield forward, striking one of the gang members with such force that a sickening thud echoes through the space. His movements grow sharper, stronger as his evolving attribute begins to take full effect. Every attacker that dares to approach is sent flying backward as he pushes through like an unstoppable force. Dokja continues sprinting ahead, barely registering the bodies hitting the ground behind him. He crosses a critical boundary, and in an instant, the station's automated weapons come to life. Heavy gun barrels rotate toward him, locking on, preparing to fire. Instead of slowing down, he keeps moving forward, not even flinching as the first shot is about to go off. Hyunsung, now standing amidst the wreckage of his defeated opponents, calls out to Dokja. Without warning, he throws his shield with precise aim, sending it flying across the battlefield. Dokja doesn't miss a beat. He catches it mid-air, gripping it tightly. The moment he raises it, gunfire erupts, bullets slamming into the shield's surface. A series of loud crashes ring out as every shot ricochets off the shield, sparks flying in all directions. Dokja holds his ground, unmoving, his eyes locked onto the automated weapon system. The battle is far from over. The moment everything halts, Dokja finds himself surrounded by a thick, suffocating smoke, but his eyes never leave Pildu. Slowly, the smoke begins to clear, revealing Dokja still standing firm. His sword, glowing with a blue aura, is drawn and held at the ready. He stands undeterred, not even flinching at the attacks. A notification flashes before him, informing him that his strength and durability have increased thanks to the power of his sword. Of course, Pildu would never expect this kind of surprise from someone he's underestimated. Pildu, who had been scribbling away at his papers, finally looks up and asks Dokja what he wants. His voice lacks the confidence it once had. Dokja's stats take a hit due to Pildu's skill, but the effect doesn't rattle him. He makes it clear that he's not interested in becoming a squatter again. Meanwhile, Pildu's weapons keep firing away, still alive and reloading. Talk about relying on cheap tricks instead of real skill. Pathetic. Hyunsung notices the weapons starting to fire and bolts toward Dokja, ready to help. Pildu watches with a smug grin as Dokja and Hyunsung refuse to run, clearly not intimidated. But then, out of nowhere, someone rushes in, only to get injured in the process. Dokja notices the man's wound, a deep cut from a sword. As Hyunsung reaches his side, he inquires about the man's condition, but Dokja silently observes, listening to the exchange between the man and Pildu. Pildu's grin only grows wider, no doubt relishing in the chaos. It turns out the man was injured by G. Dokja meets Hyunsung's gaze, a determined look in his eyes. He knows this is the moment to set everything in motion. Hyunsung looks at his bare hand, and a notification confirms that his attribute is evolving. With a clenched fist, golden light envelops him, signaling the birth of one of Tessa's strongest protagonists. Pildu's smugness starts to fade as he realizes too late that he's been outplayed. Dokja's plan has worked perfectly. From the sidelines, he watches with a hint of amazement as Hyunsung's power grows. A massive iron hand materializes behind Hyunsung, a manifestation of his newfound strength. With this power, Hyunsung is set to become one of the strongest characters in Tisa. With a newfound determination and confidence, Hyunsung is reborn. The hard manifestation slowly absorbs into him, and with it, his great mountain crush stigma fully blooms. In that instant, his muscles bulge so massively that they tear through his shirt. He screams with power, aiming his fist at the floor and slamming it down with such force that the entire ground shakes, breaking apart under his strike. Pildu and his gang stand frozen in shock as the floor beneath them begins to crack, tiles shattering and flying into the air. The zone that Pildu had so carefully set up is destroyed in an instant. His room, once a symbol of his control, is devastated by a blinding light. Dokja watches in silence, unfazed by the destruction, while Hyunsung struggles to catch his breath after unleashing his power. Then, unexpectedly, Hyunsung turns to Dokja, expressing a desire to hear his story too. It's a surprising request. Dokja never thought someone like Hyunsung would be interested in his past. Before they can continue, a voice calls out from the rubble. Both Hyunsung and Dokja move toward the source, and when they peer down, they find Pildu somehow alive but badly wounded. Dokja can't help but smile at the sight of the once smug villain now lying defeated in the debris. He takes the opportunity to ask Pildu if they can talk now that the private space he protected so fiercely is gone. The entire station is in chaos, the floor in ruins and people injured from the destruction. Dokja strolls through the wreckage, noticing that Huwon and the others have joined them. Huwon informs him that they've managed to destroy every safe zone in the station. This was exactly what Dokja had planned from the start. He can't hide his satisfaction. He and Hyunsung took down Pildu's zone as a team, effectively toppling the house of cards Pildu had built. Despite the ringing in his ears from Byong's complaints about destroying the safe zone, Dokja flashes a bright smile. He tells Byong to be quiet as he's been receiving plenty of messages from the constellations, messages of approval and happiness over the success of his plan. Pildu, for all of his cunning and manipulation, has finally been outmatched. The game has shifted, and the true power players are stepping forward. Byong, not missing a beat, reminds Dokja that Chomuro has many channels and most of its viewers are thrill seekers. In other words, the people are just waiting for something to go down. Meanwhile, Pildu's gang, or what's left of it, carries him away, clearly shaken by the turn of events. Dokja then notices Jihee making her way over, proudly announcing that she has destroyed the safe zone with a higher capacity. Dokja had known all along that his team wouldn't be able to handle the bigger zones on their own, so he asks Jihee to take care of them, but his request sparks anger among the others. Of course they're angry. Everyone's just itching for a fight, but Dokja's playing a long game. The atmosphere shifts. The whole station seems to be coming for them now, and just when things couldn't get more chaotic, a bounty hunter scenario pops up. Everyone gets the notification, a 10-minute deadline to kill Dokja. The announcement is almost laughable. It's clear that the chaos is only getting started. Chue, ever the lone wolf, is the first to declare she won't be helping Dokja, turning her back and walking away. Dokja doesn't bat an eye and closes the window. He doesn't need her help. Let her walk off, the self-righteous pretender. Huwon can't resist teasing Dokja about how he's gotten himself into this mess. She jokes that if the bounty was 20,000 coins, she might consider turning on him. Hyunsung, on the other hand, immediately steps up to protect him. Dokja glances at Hyunsung, his shield raised, and takes a moment to observe the man's profile. Hyunsung may be a strong ally, but his stigma can only be used twice more. And then, just as things seem tense enough, more people begin arriving. They've all received the hunting scenario and the pressure mounts. Jiliang flinches at the sight of the growing crowd, but Dokja reassures him, telling him they won't fight. They're not here to brawl. It's about survival. His party surrounding him stands ready to protect him with weapons in hand. But in the back of Dokja's mind, he can't help but recall a similar situation in Teso when Jungyuk destroyed the safe zones. The memory is fresh, the stakes even higher. Suddenly, the railway begins to glow red, and the gateway appears. Another twist, another hurdle. The game isn't done with them yet. A notification flashes in front of everyone, announcing that the scenario conditions have been adjusted due to the destruction of the safe zones. The next notification sends a chill down their spines. They now have to survive the night against the monsters or they will die. The gate creaks open and the monsters begin to appear. The crowd is stunned by the horrifying sight, and before they can even react, one of the unlucky few is devoured. Panic erupts as people start fleeing for their lives. It doesn't take long for the station to be overrun by the monsters. The chaos grows as more and more people scramble for safety. Amid the mayhem, Dokja shouts at his party, urging them to make their way up the stairs. They manage to climb, but something catches his attention. They stop on the stairs when Dokja notices that they're being followed by a group of people. With a calculated look, he drives his sword through the stairs, causing them to crack. He knows that escaping upstairs won't save them. The stairs tremble, then explode. Everyone who had been trailing them is forced to flee, scrambling away from the blast. Dokja's party stands in stunned silence as they witness the destruction. The hole in the stairs is now a permanent barrier. No one else will be coming up. Dokja doesn't waste time. He tells everyone to fight for their survival. The group starts looking for another way up, but before they can even plan their next move, Hyunsung is already ahead of them, using his fist to destroy another set of stairs. Jiae, clearly frustrated, confronts Dokja about his decisions, but Dokja remains unfazed, assuring them that he's got everything under control. He activates his bookmark skill, scanning his list. He has access to Namwoon, Hyunsung, and Inho's skills, each one an asset in the right moment. Dokja decides to activate Inho's insider skill for 5 minutes. With a smirk, he calls Pildu, his voice dripping with intent. He incites the remaining survivors, promising them that he can save them. Pildu, predictably, fumes with anger. But soon, everyone who had been scrambling in fear turns their eyes to Dokja, begging for his help. They know the monsters are dangerous, but they're more terrified of what's going to happen next. Dokja reassures them that the monsters are not the real challenge here. They can be beaten if they work together. He knows the real obstacle is the loss of the safe zones. More and more people begin to swarm Pildu, begging for his help. Spotting a rat scurrying in the corner of his eye, probably another poor soul trying to flee, Pildu orders everyone to gather around him. He demands they hold back the monsters as he prepares his private property skill. So the group starts fighting back, armed with whatever they can find. If it weren't so serious, it would almost be comical how little of a chance they stand against the oncoming wave of monsters. Just then, someone is about to be devoured by one of the beasts. Dokja spots the scene and immediately tells Sangha to help. With a quick, practiced motion, Sangha uses her thread to yank the man away from the monster's jaws, pulling him to safety on the stairs. The man's back is marred by a deep claw mark, but he's alive thanks to Sangha. Their eyes meet, and for a brief moment, Dokja sees the man's desperation. He's not just grateful to be alive. He's eyeing the bounty reward that's still hanging in the air. His smile widens as he asks the man about the bounty scenario, but as soon as the question leaves his lips, the scenario ends. The man is too late. It's almost tragic how predictable his behavior is. The man's face goes pale as he realizes his mistake, and he immediately apologizes only to be bullied by Sangha, Huiwon, and Gillian. The poor guy's pride is crushed before he even gets a chance to blink. Just then, Pildu screams out in desperation as he activates his skill, summoning his Gatling gun to surround the group. The monsters, relentless in their pursuit, are now under a hail of bullets. Pildu might have activated a strong weapon, but it's clear he's still on the back foot. Hansun, who has just arrived, watches in awe at the display, his eyes widening at the sight of Pildu's weapon. Dokja isn't impressed, though. He knows Pildu can survive this fight. His skill doesn't drain much power. The guy's just going to keep blasting away until something changes. Monsters are blown to pieces, but they keep coming, endless and unforgiving. Dokja, sensing that his party might need a break, tells them to rest for a moment. However, Huwon looks uneasy, her gaze flicking nervously to the people below. Dokja gives her a reassuring smile, though it's laced with a bit of cynicism. They're not lucky enough, he says, knowing full well that not everyone will make it. Meanwhile, Pildu continues to scream as he exhausts himself, relentlessly firing his weapon. No matter how much power he pours into his skill, the monsters just keep coming. Frustration builds in his eyes, and at the end of his rope, he decides to level up his skill. His weapon grows larger, and a new feature activates a protective wall that prevents the monsters from getting any closer, allowing his guns to keep firing. Dokja watches the scene from the stairs, deep in thought. He wonders how long the constellations will continue to lend Pildu their help. His eyes flick toward the thugs, knowing they're only getting what they deserve. Meanwhile, Jiae, ever the smug observer, starts mocking the chaos, clearly enjoying the sight of others suffering. Her words drip with sarcasm, but Dokja isn't bothered. It's almost too easy to tune her out. Huiwen, on the other hand, has decided that sleep is the best escape. After days of running, fighting, and surviving, she's curled up on the stairs, seemingly unbothered by the ongoing madness. Dokja, however, isn't in the mood for naps. He turns to Ji, asking her about Jungyuk, but she simply shrugs it off, claiming he's busy. Dokja, however, is already one step ahead. He casually reveals that he knows Jungyuk has been in the dungeon, and this catches Ji-hee off guard. She's surprised that Dokja knows this, but he doesn't miss a beat. He estimates that Jungyuk has been raiding the dungeon for at least 11 hours, and something feels off. Maybe it's just his gut, but Dokja suspects that something's gone wrong. Before he can dwell on it, he asks Biyang to open the shop, but Biyang is busy, as usual, expanding his channel. Dokja's patience wears thin, and the two end up in a small argument. Naturally, Dokja wins the exchange, offering 5,000 coins to upgrade his membership in the shop. It's a classic move, pay to get what he needs when the others can't be bothered to help. Sangha notices the items that Dokja bought from the shop and raises an eyebrow. She's curious about what they are, but Dokja isn't one for explanations. He's already focused on the bigger picture. The items are a support contract and recovery potions, costing him a hefty 15,000 coins. Byung, ever the skeptic, starts to fret. He's worried that Dokja is about to make another contract, likely with a constellation, but Dokja reassures him with a calm smile, explaining that it isn't for the constellations this time. Dokja writes his name down as the employer on the contract, the pen moving with purpose. Sangha still doesn't understand what's happening, and Dokja doesn't bother to elaborate. Instead, his gaze drifts to Pildu, who's slowly losing strength. With a hint of a grin, he explains to Sangha that the contract has the power to turn an employer into an employee. Despite relentless efforts of Pildu to kill the monsters for an hour, they keep swarming in, showing no sign of retreat. Meanwhile, Hansung and Giliong return, bringing water and blankets from the restroom, but their presence does little to change the overwhelming chaos. Dokja watches the scene unfold, knowing Pildu's constellation, Defense Master, can't keep up for much longer. He smiles, sensing an opportunity, and calls out to Pildu, who is still being held back by his gang. Dokja offers Pildu a contract, causing both Pildu and Byung to freeze in shock. But the real surprise is that Dokja isn't speaking to Byung. He's addressing the weak, desperate Defense Master. The constellation, battered and tired from keeping Pildu alive, is confused by the offer. Byung, ever the skeptic, can't believe his ears. He questions if Dokja's gone mad, proposing that sponsoring a constellation is unheard of. But Dokja isn't fazed. He calmly explains that Pildu's constellation is running out of coins, making it weaker and weaker. With its stories fading into nothingness, so too will the constellation. Dokja knows exactly how the constellation world works. Constellations grow stronger by spreading their stories through their avatars. The more stories they share, the more coins they accumulate. And when those stories vanish, the constellations fade away with them. It's a simple fact that Byung can't seem to grasp, but Dokja understands it all too well. Pildu, unable to keep standing, begins coughing up blood. Dokja watches silently, his expression unreadable, waiting for the final moment. Sangha, on the other hand, looks worried, but Dokja knows the game is nearly over. Then, just as he expects, Defense Master responds to the offer. Byung is left in stunned silence, witnessing the unexpected turn of events. Defense Master is reviewing the contract, clearly confused but intrigued. Dokja's plan is working flawlessly, and he can't help but smile at the progress. Not long after, a notification pops up and Dokja sees the new clauses added to the contract. Protection and improvements in Pildu's skills, standard stuff. But Dokja isn't interested in that. What he's after is the third clause that states that Pildu's properties will be his too. Dokja, feeling satisfied with the contract, agrees and signs it, sealing the fate of Pildu. Meanwhile, Pildu is barely holding it together, his power completely drained. Just as he's about to collapse, a potion flies toward him, courtesy of Sangha. Dokja tells Pildu to take it, and despite his anger, Pildu grabs the potion, uncorks it, and drinks it down without hesitation. The potion works its magic instantly. Pildu's mana is fully restored. He stands up, ready for revenge, but Dokja doesn't even flinch. He simply tells him to be quiet, and in that moment, Pildu's mouth is immediately sealed. Everyone, including Pildu's men, is left stunned. Even Dokja's party is caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. The reason behind it? Authority command, a special clause in their contract. With a grin, Dokja tells Pildu to keep fighting but to stay away from his party. Pildu, still unable to speak, seethes in anger, but there's nothing he can do. Byung, now realizing what's happening, suspects that Dokja had planned this all along. Dokja merely shrugs, unbothered by Byung's concerns. The regret is clear on Byung's face, but it's too late now. And just as Byung turns to leave, Jai asks where he's going, but he doesn't answer. Dokja, however, has other plans. He turns to Kuwan, who has finally woken up, and tells her that he's going after the one responsible for all the suffering they've endured. He's going to give that person a well-deserved kick. Dokja reveals that, according to Taeza, he knows of a time when Jungyuk in a certain dungeon endured unimaginable pain and chose to let his life go, opting for another regression. Dokja is stunned to learn that Jungyuk gave up in his 8th regression, something that had clearly shattered him. Honewan, now curious, peeks at the thoughts of Dokja, and when she asks who he's talking about, Dokja explains that the man is far worse than Pildu. The severity of what Jungyuk has done weighs heavily on his mind. Dokja, now determined, sets off with Huan and Giliong, making their way forward. He reassures Kuwan that everyone will be okay since he's left Sangha and Hansen behind to watch over the others. Dokja, remembering the plan from before, had instructed to give Pildu a potion every 40 minutes, but now his mind was on Jungyuk. His worry deepens knowing Jungyuk's past failures in the 8th and 11th rounds, and this was now his 3rd. The weight of the situation presses on him, but his thoughts are interrupted when Ji catches up to them and tells them to wait. Dokja feels a sense of relief. Ji's sharpness is something he can count on. She asks to join them, suggesting that Jung-yuk could be in danger. Dokja knows she's right. He knows Jung-yuk all too well and can already sense the looming danger. They arrive at Daehan's cinema, and Dokja again asks Ji-hye if Jung-yuk went into the hidden dungeon at the first exit. Ji hesitates, but Dokja already knows the truth. He can feel the ominous presence as the cinema is surrounded by dark energy. He mutters under his breath that Jung-yuk might already be dead. The cinema is a gateway to the hidden dungeon scenario, and the dark atmosphere tells him everything he needs to know. Without hesitation, he reaches out and pushes his hand through the barrier surrounding the cinema. The place flickers with dark sparks, and the new scenario appears. They orders them to slay the master of the cinema dungeon. Dokja reads the message and feels the weight of the situation. He realizes he has already given all of his power to stop Jung-yuk from dying, but it may be too late. They step inside the cinema, and Ji once again questions him. She asks if Jung-yuk is truly in danger, her skepticism still lingering. But Dokja can't reveal everything. He only says that it's his job as a companion to worry about him. But there's more. He can't share the truth with her yet. And as they walk deeper into the cinema, his mind drifts to a moment from his past. He recalls when his regression count hit double digits and someone asked Jung-yuk what would happen to the world if he regressed. Jung-yuk, in his usual detached manner, simply replied that he only had one world, one where everyone could be saved. The weight of that statement haunts Dokja, but he pushes it aside for now. He looks at his party and assures them there are no hidden motives. He's genuinely worried about the fate of the world if Jung-yuk regresses, especially since there's no mention of it anywhere in teaser. The cinema is eerily quiet, with the once colorful movie posters now torn and faded. Dokja and Gillian both notice the desolation, the atmosphere heavy with an unnatural silence. Dokja urges everyone to go upstairs, and as they make their way, Huiwon and Ji-hee strike up a conversation about their favorite weapons. Both of them prefer swords, and immediately they hit it off, their shared love for the blade creating an instant bond. Huiwon, noticing Ji's sword, compliments her on it. Ji, in turn, glances at Huiwon's weapon, a sword crafted from bone, and the compliment is met with a slight pause. Dokja, feeling guilty for not being able to provide Huiwon with a better weapon, sighs inwardly. He turns to Ji, asking her why she couldn't be as polite as Huiwon, but Ji just smirks and replies that she only respects incredible women. Dokja, clearly not satisfied with that response, shakes his head. Suddenly, something rustles in Gillian's hair, and without missing a beat, he grabs Dokja, his eyes wide. In an instant, Dokja knows someone is with them inside the cinema. Everyone goes on high alert. The voice breaks the silence from upstairs. 4 men can be heard talking, discussing ripped posters and some hidden treasure they believe lies behind them. Dokja's mind races. He suspects these men are from another station and explains to Ji-hee that each station has its own scenario. The men must have finished their first scenario and snuck in through the ground floor. But what really grabs Dokja's attention is that these men seem to know about the hidden dungeons and profits, secrets that only he and Jung-yuk were supposed to know about. Before he can process this new information, the 4 men, standing in front of an intact poster, are suddenly engulfed in blue light and disappear. Dokja is quick to act, rushing toward the light before it fades. The others are still frozen in shock, unable to fully process what just happened. Dokja stands before the torn posters, his gaze lingering on one that remains untouched. He's frustrated and confused. Jung-yuk left the poster for the movie a time forgotten by mankind, recreated untouched, and it bothers him deeply. Just as he's about to move, the same blue flash of light envelops them all, leaving Dokja with more questions than answers. Ji-hye and Gillian panic when Dokja casually asks Huiwon if she enjoys watching movies, hinting that she might start hating them after this experience. The group watches, helpless as the light around them fades, and soon they find themselves transported into an unfamiliar forest. The wind rustles the leaves of towering trees, and the vastness of the forest only adds to the growing sense of unease. Jige, in particular, is thrown off by the sudden change, her confusion turning into panic as she realizes they are in a movie. Dokja, with his usual calm demeanor, reassures her, speculating that Jung-yuk must have gone ahead and finished every level in the posters, hoping to keep the rewards all to himself. Jige, still trying to grasp what's happening, wonders aloud which movie they are now a part of when Jilliang suddenly walks off into the woods. Out of nowhere, something emerges from the tall bushes, and the group is left staring in shock. A massive mantis, its eyes gleaming with an unsettling intelligence, stands before them. Jai, being the first to act, pulls her sword, intent on saving Gillian. But before she can swing, Jillian effortlessly avoids her blade and crouches down to speak with the insect, surprising her even more with his calm demeanor. Jai, still bewildered, watches as Gillian casually converses with the ancient bug, laughing with it as though it were an old friend. He's like Shen Henry Faber, Dokja explains, referencing the famous entomologist who was known for his deep understanding of insects. But the moment is interrupted when Jiliang's expression shifts. He freezes, as though hearing something alarming from the bug, and quickly calls over to Dokja before releasing the creature. The three of them are now on high alert. Something feels wrong. Before they can process the situation, the ground trembles under their feet. It seems like a huge monster is approaching, causing the earth to shake like an earthquake. Dust billows between the trees, and as the air grows thick with tension, the same group of men they had seen earlier shows up, seeking help. Jihai and Huiwan recognize them, but their shock deepens when they see what's trailing behind them. A massive Tyrannosaurus, its massive frame causing the earth to quiver with each step. The sight of the terrifying creature sends everyone into a panic, and Dokja, though momentarily stunned, is filled with a mix of dread and excitement. He knows the rule of this world: the bigger the obstacle, the greater the reward. The sky vibrates with the deafening roar of the Tyrannosaurus, sending icy chills down everyone's spines. In the chaos, Dokja grabs Giliang, lifting him off the ground, and the two of them sprint away, hoping to outrun the monstrous creature. The roar finally fades, but the earth trembles as the Tyrannosaurus lifts its massive hand, crushing one of the men caught in its path, followed by a deafening boom that rips through the air. The creature's rampage continues, trampling everything in its wake and slaughtering many of the men who were too slow to escape. As it finally notices Dokja and his group, the weight of the situation sinks in. With nowhere to go, Dokja draws his sword, looking at Jay. He calmly tells her that killing the Tyrannosaur is the only way to escape, then points to the research lab behind the beast. When Jay looks confused, he simply explains that this is a movie scenario, and the only way to ensure a satisfying ending is to defeat the monster. The Tyrannosaurus roars again, this time using its terrifying skill to intimidate its prey. Dokja, however, is shielded by his fourth wall skill, his safety secured as the others brace for impact. He orders the group to scatter, then notices that Giliang has activated a skill, the Dinosaur Encyclopedia. After quickly reading the information, Giliang informs Dokja that the Tyrannosaurus has a narrow field of vision, making it vulnerable to attacks from the sides. Dokja, now impressed, is surprised to learn that Giliang had studied dinosaurs when he was younger. Before he can fully process this new information, the Tyrannosaurus charges straight at them, teeth bared. Dokja prepares to give the group instructions, but he doesn't need to. Huiwan and Jihaya, ever the battle-hardened warriors, immediately dash toward the towering dinosaur with swords drawn ready to strike. But the Tyrannosaurus seems to have fixed its gaze on Dokja, charging at him with deadly intent. Dokja knows he can't take it on alone. He needs to distract it, so that Huiwan and Jihei can land the killing blow. Just as he's about to make a move, Giliang steps forward, offering himself as the distraction. Green sparks begin to glow around him as he activates his skill, trying to convince Dokja that he's capable of holding the dinosaur's attention long enough for the others to strike. A giant mantis suddenly appears above them, wings flapping as it rapidly approaches the Tyrannosaurus. In an instant, it claws at the beast's eyes, causing it to roar in pain as its eyes begin to bleed. Dokja, taken aback by the sight, is left speechless. It becomes crystal clear to him why Zhongyuk wanted to take Giliang. This was no ordinary companion. He quickly turns to Jihai and Huiwan, informing them that they were now in a prime position to strike. Both warriors spring into action, executing a flawless technique that cleaves through the Tyrannosaur's limb in a single powerful strike. Meanwhile, Dokja activates the special skill in his sword, the Ether Affix. The blade morphs into fire, and without hesitation, Dokja climbs up the Tyrannosaur's massive tail. The beast, sensing his movement, begins swinging its tail violently to shake him off. But Dokja, agile and determined, leaps into the air, sword pointed directly at the creature's back. With a swift and decisive motion, Dokja plunges the flaming sword deep into the Tyrannosaur's flesh. Gravity works in his favor as he descends, allowing the sword to carve even deeper into the monster's body. Huiwan and Jiliang watch with concern, but Dokja is relentless. He channels more mana into the blade, causing the flames to intensify and tear through the dinosaur's skin like hot knife through butter. The Tyrannosaur roars once more in agony, but this time, the fire quickly engulfs its entire body. Dokja pulls the sword free just as the Tyrannosaur's roar fades into silence. He lands gracefully beside Jihai, his sword still glowing with residual heat. The Tyrannosaur, now nothing more than a charred carcass, crashes to the ground with a deafening thud. The smell of roasted meat fills the air, and even Giliang and Huiwan can't help but notice how strangely appetizing it is despite the carnage. And as the dust settles, Dokja and his party are awarded 1,000 coins for their efforts in slaying the Tyrannosaurus. With the battle over, Dokja turns his attention to one of the survivors, a man struggling to breathe. Dokja kneels beside him, offering him water, but the man can barely drink, coughing violently as blood pours from his mouth. Dokja knows this man's time is short. With urgency in his voice, he asks the dying man how did they know about this place. The dying man reveals that a group of so-called prophets were guarding something called a revelation. He's stunned by the mention of this, but before he can process the full implications, the man succumbs to his injuries, leaving Dokja speechless. Realizing the man was already gone, Dokja respectfully covers the body with leaves. And as he reflects, Dokja realizes how absurd the situation is. Only Aniplot, a true prophet, could actually foresee the future. These people were no prophets at all. They were likely someone like him, individuals who knew the future, but not through divine sight. With this unsettling information, Dokja decides they should take a break and rest for a while. During the brief respite, Dokja finds 20 potions, stamina, mana, agility, and strength potions stashed away in the area. The discovery is a welcome one, and as he surveys his party, he notices they are happily devouring the Tyrannosaur's meat. When Ji finishes her meal, her eyes land on what Dokja is doing. She immediately closes the distance, and before Dokja can react, she accuses him of trying to hoard all the potions. Calling Hu on over, she demands the strength potion, even though Dokja knows her strength is already one of her greatest assets. Not wanting her to take the potion, especially because of her connection to Jungyuk, he decides to offer a challenge instead. He suggests they play for it, using his omniscient reader skill to gain an advantage. With the game set, Dokja feels confident in his chances, already knowing how he can defeat her. As the game progresses, a helicopter suddenly arrives and the group starts heading toward it. Huiwon is still uncertain whether the movie has ended, but Dokja reassures her that it's over. Meanwhile, Ji, still perplexed by her loss, rumbles about not receiving the potion. Just then, a notification flashes in front of everyone, confirming that they've successfully delivered the desired ending to the scenario. Huiwen watches in surprise as Dokja calmly explains that the key to their survival is simply to kill everything in their path. Meanwhile, Jiliang bids farewell to the mantis, knowing he can't bring it along. They can only take items with them like the potions, most of which Dokja holds. Ji, however, has nothing, leaving her with nothing to work with in this deadly game. Jiliang's eyes light up when he spots an ampule that will significantly boost his stats. But just as quickly as his excitement flares, he realizes it's only usable inside the cinema dungeon. Dokja stares at it, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. He knows that without this ampule, finishing the final level will be near impossible. Dokja clenches the ampule tightly, the stakes of Jungyuk's potential danger pushing him to act decisively. He knows that if Jungyuk is truly in peril, he can't afford to hesitate. Not now. The urgency spikes within him. The helicopter hums to life, its engines roaring as it lifts off the ground. As they ascend, a notification pops up, informing the group that they've completed the movie scenario and earned 500 coins. The forest below starts to fade as they rise higher, the scene melting away like a forgotten dream. The bright blue light flashes, and the torn poster signals their return to the cinema. Huiwen and Ji stare at the ripped remnants of the poster, realizing the significance. The world they've just lived through has ended, and now they have to move on. Dokja encourages them to keep pushing forward, determined to finish the story. The cinema, which once served as a mere exit from Chungboro Station, has now morphed into a multi-floor theater dungeon that stretches from basement to rooftop. As they ascend, it becomes clear Jungyuk has already torn down posters on the second and third floors, a reminder that time is ticking. When they finally reach the fourth floor, Ji starts feeling nauseous as the air shifts, signaling the beginning of a new dungeon. The group steps onto the deck of a ship, a Titanic-like vessel, where Huiwen quickly becomes the leading actress. But as the ship sways, Ji can barely keep it together, vomiting while Dokja tries to process the bizarre situation. Was Ji supposed to be the protagonist? She doesn't seem like it. Suddenly, someone calls out the name Jack, pointing at Jiliang. It dawns on them. Jiliang is the leading actor in this story. The party doesn't have time to celebrate their new roles, though, as they quickly realize they've captured the antagonist in Titanic and now have to decide their next move. Simply finishing the ending won't be enough. The scenario's theater master is a psycho, and they need to deal with him to escape. Ji, with an unsettling calm, suggests killing the antagonist. Her cold-blooded approach catches everyone off guard, especially Dokja. Huiwen is visibly conflicted, unable to come to terms with the human aspect of the antagonist, but Ji isn't swayed. Without hesitation, she drives a knife into the antagonist, satisfying the theater master's twisted desires. Everyone stands stunned by the brutality of it all. Ji turns to Dokja, urgency in her voice. They can't waste any more time. Jungyuk might be in danger. She demands they speed through the rest of the stories, a suggestion that makes Dokja pause. He reflects on his own role in this chaotic scenario, a mere player in a world where characters from novels and real people are twisted together in a disaster of their own making. And as they move on, they find the fifth floor empty of movies. It's not another story waiting to be played out. Instead, it's a reward room, signaling a temporary respite, or perhaps a trap. Dokja realizes that the storage room is filled with various movie props. They may not match the value of his sword, but they pack a punch in terms of power. Hyewon is instantly captivated by the Mikazuki Munekika sword. It's sharp, light, and practically calls out to her. She decides to keep it, and Dokja directs her to pick a weapon for Senga. He, on the other hand, grabs a shield for Kyunsan. Soon after, Dokja hears Ji-hee struggling to lift Mjolnir, Thor's legendary hammer. He teases her about the hammer's exclusivity, claiming it can only be wielded by special people. Ji-leong, overhearing this, picks up a hat. Curious, he tries it on and approaches the others. Ji-ai, annoyed, scolds him for grabbing her items when he snatches the handle and effortlessly lifts it from his box. Both Ji-ai and Dokja are left stunned. Ji-leong, the lucky little thief, wants to keep the hat, and Dokja doesn't object. This leaves Ji even more flabbergasted, watching as Hyewon and Ji-leong walk away with incredible weapons while she's left with nothing. Hyewon then turns to Dokja, asking what items he would choose for himself. Dokja pauses for a moment, lost in thought, before something catches his eye. He picks a reinforced armor suit that boosts his agility. After donning it, he directs everyone to move out. On the rooftop, they find Jung-yuk, standing with a blank stare and empty eyes. It's clear he's been hypnotized. With no time to lose, Dokja and the others rush up the stairs, having finished the movies on the 6th floor, but Jung-yuk is nowhere to be found. Fortunately, the group receives a reward in the form of a skill book called Sharp Observation. Dokja is the first to step foot onto the 7th floor, only to be surprised to see that all the movie posters are already torn. He rushes through the floor with his party trailing behind him, hoping that no more movies remain intact to slow them down. Out of nowhere, his eyes catch a movie poster still hanging on the wall, untouched and in need of completion. A beam of light suddenly shoots from it, enveloping the entire party. Dokja curses under his breath, frustration rising as he realizes that finishing these movies will eat up precious time they can't afford to waste. The sharp scent of the ocean fills the air, and he immediately wonders which movie they've walked into this time. Before he can even process it fully, the ocean below them swirls into a violent whirlpool. A voice shouts, urging everyone aboard to get down and protect themselves. Dokja reacts instantly, raising his shield to block the incoming bullets as enemy soldiers from another ship begin firing. Hyewon and Ji-leong quickly duck, doing their best to stay low and avoid getting hit. The chaos intensifies. An order is given to turn the ship around, but it's too late. The ship is already in ruins, torn apart by their relentless assault. Parts of it are burning, consumed by the heat of the battle. Hyewon and Ji-leong seek refuge behind Dokja's shield, hoping for some semblance of protection. Meanwhile, Dokja silently curses Jung-yuk for leaving them with the hardest movie to clear, questioning if the universe really had to make it this difficult. This battle, known in history as the Battle of Myeonyang, isn't unfolding in their favor. It's become a grueling test of survival and strategy, and Dokja can't help but wonder why the villains always seem to pick the toughest scenarios. If only they'd face something a little easier for once. Hyewon points out dozens of ships rapidly approaching them, her voice filled with disbelief and anxiety as she wonders aloud how they're supposed to defeat all of them. The ship they're on is violently pulled into the whirlpool, and the enemy ships close in. Dokja, trying to stay composed, turns around to assess the situation, but to his shock, there are no ships behind them. According to the historical records, there should still be 12 more ships remaining, so this feels off. His mind races with possibilities as he approaches one of the soldiers still alive, asking where their general, Sun Shin-lee, is. The soldier looks at him blankly and, clearly confused, has no idea who General Lee is. Surprised and frustrated, Dokja starts to wonder aloud if the Master Theater can actually change the content of the story, and if they could now be forced to win the war without the legendary General Sun Shin-lee. For a brief moment, Dokja stands still, his thoughts heavy. He glances over at Hyewon, who is dutifully protecting Ji-leong, and calls out to Ji. Dokja remembers the book he had read earlier on the 6th floor and recalls how Ji seemed to have been chosen by Admiral Lee as his avatar. He asks why Admiral Lee would select someone like her, especially when she's prone to seasickness every time they're on a boat. Ji responds, saying that it's because she's a descendant of some admiral. Realizing the connection, Dokja surmises that Ji likely shares a close relationship with Admiral Sun Shin-lee. He yells her name, but when he looks around the ship, he doesn't see her anywhere. He continues searching and finally finds her crouched in a corner. He approaches her, asking if she's all right, and finds her crying. She tells him she can't do it. At that moment, the constellation of naval warfare god looks at her with pity. Dokja knows she isn't talking to him, so he gently asks if she can endure just a little longer. Though Ji protests, claiming he doesn't understand, Dokja knows exactly why she's upset. It's not the seasickness. It's the memory of a late friend who used to love this movie. The emotional weight of the moment is clear, and Dokja understands the pain she's carrying. Ji stands frozen, her mind stuck on the haunting memories of killing her own friend. The images replay endlessly, refusing to let her go. She cannot understand how Dokja knows about it. The thought of someone else being aware of her past unsettles her. Dokja, however, is not surprised. He already knows far too much about her, about everything she hides. He understands why the Admiral chose her, even though she despises the sea and cares for nothing. In the past, he once chatted with her, and she casually mentioned being a descendant of Yaki Lee, a comrade of Admiral Lee. Dokja recalls the forgotten history. Admiral Yaki Lee fought alongside Admiral Sun Sin Lee, leading the Joseon army to victory. But his story ends without enough recognition to make him a constellation. His legacy fades, leaving him unremembered. Sun Sin Lee, unwilling to let the descendant of his old friend walk a dark path, chooses Ji as his avatar. She is meant to carry on a name that history nearly erased. She is not supposed to become a monster. In the middle of a war, an unexpected scenario appears before Dokja. The naval warfare god sends a request. He demands that Dokja lift Ji's spirits and help win this battle for 2 hours. In return, the Admiral will grant a powerful stigma. Dokja stares at the scenario, caught off guard. The reward is far greater than he expected, but the task itself feels like a joke. The war isn't looking good. If he could turn things around, he might have earned the Admiral's stigma without jumping through ridiculous hoops. But reality hits hard. Enemy warships creep in like hungry predators, anchors thrown onto their ship, forming a deadly circle. Escape is no longer an option. Destruction looms closer and panic sets in. In a desperate move, Dokja grabs Ji by the shoulders, his grip firm. Time is slipping through his fingers and explanations will have to wait. Even if she could somehow flee, the world would never forgive her. But if she snaps out of it now, at least some lives can be saved. Meanwhile, things spiral further into disaster. Enemies storm the ship and Hwon and Jillian find themselves surrounded. Against the overwhelming numbers, they fight fiercely, refusing to back down. Their strength is admirable, but courage alone won't turn the tide. Then, gunfire erupts. Rifle shots cut through the battlefield, striking down the crew. Fortunately, Dokja's shield absorbs the barrage, buying them precious seconds. He calls out to Ji again, but she remains frozen, lost in her own misery. Memories flood her mind, scenes of carefree days spent watching movies with a friend. A past long gone. Her voice rises in frustration as she lashes out, claiming she doesn't deserve to live. Dokja, caught between shielding them from bullets and dealing with Jihe's emotional crisis, is losing patience. His own thoughts betray him he is no better. He has survived by using the skills of others, manipulating them when necessary. Perhaps they are more alike than he wants to admit, but right now, neither of them has the luxury of self-pity. Dokja, barely holding back his frustration, pushes Jihe to face reality. This world isn't a dream, and it won't go back to how it was. Whether she likes it or not, they have to survive here. Regret won't change anything, but she still has a choice. Spend the rest of her life making up for her mistakes or continue running away like a coward. The battlefield is no place for hesitation, and his patience is running thin. The ongoing fight only makes his irritation worse. The enemy isn't going to pause for her emotional breakdown. With an exasperated sigh, he bluntly asks if she truly wants to die here. He knows her well enough to understand her struggles, but this is not the time for self-pity. Something shifts inside him, his grasp of her emotions sharpens, and his exclusive skill, omniscient reader's viewpoint, reaches level 2. A new sound reaches his ears, not from the battle, but from Ji herself. Deep inside, she doesn't want to die. Her trembling hands move on their own, reaching for her sword even as tears stream down her face. The hesitation in her eyes fades, replaced by a quiet but growing determination. She unsheaths her blade, no longer frozen in place. Her focus returns to the battlefield, where Hwon and Jillian are still struggling against the endless wave of enemies. Dokja watches this change with mild amusement and a lot of judgment. Constellations, those so-called higher beings, truly live up to their reputation of being the most unreliable supporters. They conveniently ignore their avatars' pleas for help when things are bad, but the moment a dramatic turning point appears, they suddenly take an interest. The hypocrisy would be laughable if it weren't so frustrating. Ji, now fueled by newfound strength, drives her sword into the ship's wooden floor. Power surges around her as she receives a new stigma, her entire body glowing with energy. Dokja narrows his eyes, feeling both pleased and slightly annoyed. Somehow, without meaning to, he just helped Junghyuk awaken Ji's power. The thought alone makes his stomach twist. The battlefield shifts once again. On the other side of the ship, the sea itself responds to Ji's awakening. A massive whirlpool forms, its violent waves rocking every vessel nearby. Enemies foolish enough to charge at her find their footing stolen as the ship sways uncontrollably. Then in a sudden burst, the whirlpool shoots upward, swallowing everything in its path and sending ships crashing into each other like worthless toys. Dokja watches the chaos unfold, resisting the urge to roll his eyes. Overpowered awakenings, dramatic water-based destruction, and enemies wiped out in an instant, it's all so typical. If only everything in this world worked out so conveniently. Confusion spreads across the battlefield as the remaining enemy ships struggle to make sense of what just happened. Before they can react, something even more bizarre unfolds. From the heart of the whirlpool, massive warships materialize like ghosts from the abyss. The ships, dark and foreboding, outnumber the enemy in an instant. Silence grips the battlefield for a brief moment as both sides stare in disbelief. Ji stands at the center of an all, her body wrapped in the ethereal glow of ancestral power. The once uncertain warrior now exudes the presence of a true naval commander. With a sharp gaze locked onto the enemy fleet, she pulls her sword from the deck and raises it, issuing a silent but absolute command. Without hesitation, the newly arrived coast fleet responds. Explosions rip through the battlefield as colossal cannons fire, each blast sending enemy ships to a watery grave. Flames and wreckage scatter across the sea, the sheer destruction overwhelming the opposition. This is not just a counterattack, it's an execution. The name of her new stigma, Ghost Fleet, leaves no room for mercy. The spectral warships continue their relentless assault, and their cannons refuse to cease fire unless Ji wills them to stop. For the first time, she holds true authority in this battle, and she does not waste it. The chaos doesn't end with cannon fire. Jai, far from content with standing idly, lunges into the fray. Sword in hand, she cuts through enemies with ruthless precision, her exhaustion drowned beneath her newfound strength. Time becomes irrelevant. Within an hour, the battlefield transforms into a graveyard of sinking vessels. The Ghost Fleet's cannons prove absurdly overpowered, each shot splitting ships in half as if they were made of paper. The enemy forces crumble. Soldiers, now nothing more than terrified survivors, tumble into the ocean, swallowed by the merciless waves. No one is spared. The destruction continues until the last ship meets its end, vanishing beneath the sea. On the sidelines, Dokja, Hyewon, and Jilyung witness the carnage in stunned silence. Even they did not expect such a swift and complete annihilation. Ji stands at the center of the devastation, her body trembling from exhaustion. The battle is over, but the weight of her power lingers in the air. Then, as if sealing the moment, a message from the system appears. Master Theater is pleased with the final scene of this so-called performance, deeming it a fitting conclusion. The once bloody battlefield is now eerily quiet. Jai, her hands still stained with the lives she has taken, meals on the wooden deck, surrounded by the aftermath of her own strength. The Ghost Fleet vanishes, its purpose fulfilled, leaving only silence behind. Hyewon, ever the supportive one, extends a hand to Jai, admiration clear in her expression. Jilyung, the ever-adorable bug whisperer, adds his own praise. Dokja, however, is a little less enthusiastic. His mind, sharp as ever, immediately jumps to the most important realization. His power is terrifying. And if there's one person in the world who could take full advantage of it, it's Junghyuk. The thought alone sends an uncomfortable chill down his spine. A notification arrives informing Dokja that his bounty scenario has been resolved. A flicker of curiosity sparks in his mind. If he received such a powerful stigma, perhaps he might be granted the same one. The thought excites him for a brief moment. However, the system delivers an unexpected twist. Instead of Ghost Fleet, he receives the Stigma Sword Song. Confusion washes over him. Ji isn't supposed to unlock this ability until much later in the original storyline. This entire scenario has derailed things in ways he never anticipated. Despite the surprise, the reward is nothing to complain about. Sword Song is undeniably useful, and he will take anything that gives him an edge in survival. A sudden piercing blue light bursts into his chest, making him instinctively clutch the spot, half wondering if this is some sort of cosmic prank. The sensation lingers for a moment before fading, leaving him uncertain whether the power is truly his. Before he can dwell on it further, the world around them begins to blur. The scenario reaches its conclusion. A final message from the naval warfare god appears, expressing gratitude toward him. His gaze drifts to Jai, still catching her breath from the battle. A rare sense of relief settles in. At least this chaotic mess of a movie has reached its end. In a blink, they find themselves back in the theater room, safe but utterly drained. Jai, despite her exhaustion, still insists on staying alert. Dokja, already tired of her unnecessary stubbornness, shuts down any arguments and orders her to rest. She tries to protest, but he cuts her off, reminding her that he needs to focus on fighting the theater master, not babysitting her. Left with no choice, she finally listens for once. With no time to waste, Dokja, Hyewon, and Jilyung rush toward the 8th floor. Urgency weighs on Dokja. If Junghyuk dies, everything is over. No second chances, no re-wins. He has poured every elixir and coin he has into boosting his stats, hoping that it will be enough to make a difference. Their feet barely touch the ground as they sprint forward, pushing through exhaustion. Finally, they arrive, and Dokja is the first to step through the invisible barrier. The moment he crosses into the Sky Garden, his eyes immediately lock onto Junghyuk. The man stands there alone, motionless, seemingly unaware of their arrival. Hyewon and Jilyung catch up, and Hyewon, being her usual blunt self, points out something infuriating. Junghyuk doesn't look injured at all. No signs of battle, no near-death struggle. Nothing. Dokja grits his teeth, barely containing his irritation. After everything he just went through, the war of the ghost ships, the ridiculous theater scenario of Jung-yuk has the audacity to be standing there completely fine. Unbelievable. Without hesitation, he marches straight up to him and does what any sane person in his position would do, smacks Jung-yuk on the head with his shield. The loud impact echoes through the area, leaving Hee-won momentarily stunned. Dokja, however, is more than satisfied. He's been waiting for this moment, and it feels glorious. But his victory is short-lived. Jung-yuk remains unresponsive, completely unfazed by the hit. A sense of unease creeps into Dokja's chest. This isn't normal. A closer look sends a chill down his spine. Something is off. Jung-yuk's usual overwhelming presence is missing. The aura surrounding him feels unnatural, unfamiliar. A nagging suspicion takes root. This isn't the Jung-yuk he knows. A sinking realization washes over Dokja. He remembers this scene all too well. Jung-yuk has died on the 8th floor before, 8 times to be exact. Luck has never been on his side in this particular regression, and this moment is starting to feel like yet another repeat of history. His eyes shift forward, and that's when he sees it. The master of the theater, an unsettling figure, sits leisurely on a bench, wearing a hat like he has all the time in the world. Dokja's stomach churns. Of all possible enemies, it just had to be him, the worst possible opponent for Jung-yuk in this dungeon. A cold dread creeps into his chest as he pieces everything together. He is too late. Jung-yuk stands motionless, his eyes blank and lifeless. Whatever control he once had is completely gone. Desperation sparks in Dokja's mind. Maybe he can reach him, pull him back before it's too late, but before he even gets a chance. Jung-yuk punches him straight in the gut. The attack is swift, brutal, and completely unfair. Dokja, caught off guard, is blasted several yards away, his body crashing into the unforgiving ground. Pain shoots through every nerve in his body as he gasps for air. Force palm. The same devastating skill that Jung-yuk has used countless times before, except this time it's directed at him. His momentum doesn't stop until his back slams against the dungeon barrier, and that's when the real suffering begins. Blood spills from his mouth as a harsh cough racks his body. His armor suit, one of the few things keeping him alive, takes heavy damage, and his defense stats drop dangerously. Every inch of him screams in agony. Meanwhile, Hee-won, who has absolutely no chill, unsheathes her sword with pure rage. She doesn't hesitate for even a second before charging at Jung-yuk, her demon-slaying skill blazing to life. Unfortunately, even under mind control, Jung-yuk remains the same overpowered, unfair, broken protagonist as always. His combat instincts don't dull, and he notices her approach immediately. Hee-won, however, refuses to back down. She knows he's stronger, but she presses forward anyway, pouring every ounce of her strength into her attack. Dokja, struggling to get a single word out, tries to warn her. His voice fails him, the earlier impact leaving him unable to even speak. But even if he could shout, Hee-won probably wouldn't listen. She swings her sword, a clean, powerful strike, but Jung-yuk dodges it effortlessly, like he's just taking a casual stroll. Before she can react, his hand latches onto her wrist, rip-tightening an instant. A flicker of alarm crosses Hee-won's face. This is bad. The moment she sees Jung-yuk's other hand moving toward her, she makes a split-second decision. She twists her body, barely avoiding his attack by the smallest fraction. Teeth clenched, she retaliates the only way she can by kicking his hand away with all her strength. The impact gives her just enough space to break free, and she leaps backward, creating distance. The brief exchange confirms what she already suspects. This fight will not be easy. Jung-yuk's movements are too precise, too controlled, even in his current state. And as if to drive that point home, he closes the distance instantly, faster than she expected. Up above, Ji rushes toward the scene, ready to join the fight. But before she can reach them, a loud metallic clash echoes through the air, followed by an even louder crash. Her heart skips a beat as she looks ahead. Through the settling dust, a figure lies sprawled against the wall. Her breath catches as realization dawns. Hee-won is unconscious. A desperate cry echoes from the sky garden as Dokja shouts a warning to Ji. Jung-yuk, relentless and unyielding, continues his assault on everything in sight. The sheer speed of his attacks leaves no room for hesitation. Ji, caught off guard, finds herself completely frozen. Shock paralyzes her limbs as she watches Jung-yuk charge toward her, his fist already poised to strike. The moment stretches endlessly in her mind, realization dawning far too late. The punch comes dangerously close. By sheer instinct, she barely manages to escape, her body moving just in time to avoid being knocked out on the spot. Confusion clouds her thoughts. Jung-yuk was supposed to be their strongest ally, so why is he attacking them? Dokja, already exhausted from dealing with this mess, quickly explains the situation. The theater master has taken control of Jung-yuk, turning him into a mindless bodyguard. The real enemy isn't Jung-yuk, but the theater master, who remains lounging on a bench like he has all the time in the world. A smug expression lingers on his face, full of amusement as he watches the chaos unfold. His confidence is unshaken, knowing that no one can reach him as long as Jung-yuk stands in the way. Jigi, no longer willing to hesitate, rushes toward him. Her determination is clear, but the problem remains. Jung-yuk is still stupidly fast. Before she can even reach halfway, he cuts her off from the side. His movement is too quick, too precise, and there's no way for her to block or dodge in time. The kick connects straight to her face, and the impact sends her crashing to the ground. Pain shoots through her skull, her vision momentarily blurring. Behind her, Hyewon, who has managed to recover from her earlier defeat, doesn't waste a second. Her sword flashes in the light as she charges forward, launching another attack at Jung-yuk. Jae, barely holding on to consciousness, notices Hyewon's approach. Forcing her body to move, she quickly rolls to the side, trying to create an opening for a counterattack. It should have worked. Their combined attack should have landed. But of course, Jung-yuk, being the walking cheat code that he is, anticipates it all. With ridiculous ease, he jumps into the air, completely avoiding their strikes. Both Hyewon and Ji stare in disbelief. The fact that he can hover above them mid-battle like a final boss makes the whole situation even more infuriating. Despite the setback, Hyewon refuses to give up. Her time of judgment skill activates, golden light surging around her. At the same time, Gillian, who has been watching for an opening, calls upon Thunder Joner. Lightning crackles through the air as a powerful bolt descends toward Jung-yuk. The attack hits directly, or at least it should have. Jung-yuk, completely unbothered, creates a shield wall, blocking the lightning as if it were nothing more than a mild inconvenience. The attack fails spectacularly, leaving Gillian frustrated. Hyewon, seeing the situation worsen, quickly considers using her exclusive skill. However, something is wrong. The constellations, who always seem to have an opinion about everything, remain completely silent. No response, no activation, nothing. The realization sinks in, and Hyewon grits her teeth. Right when she needs them the most, they refuse to answer her call. Jung-yuk hovers above, preparing to strike again, while Hyewon still struggles to understand why her skill refuses to activate. The unanswered call from the constellations lingers in her mind, but there's no time to dwell on it. Neither she nor Ji manages to dodge his next attack. His punches land with brutal force, sending both of them crashing down. From a distance, Dokja watches the scene unfold. Jung-yuk has always been absurdly strong, but this isn't him. He has always been powerful, but he has also always been in control. Something is deeply wrong. Without hesitation, Dokja activates his profiling skill, his mind quickly processing the data that appears before him. The statistics reveal something unexpected. Jung-yuk has activated his Stigma Transmission Level 1. This ability allows him to reawaken the skills he has mastered in past regressions, making him even more of an overpowered nightmare than usual. Realization dawns on Dokja, and it isn't pleasant. Jung-yuk, already dangerous, has become even harder to handle. A hand reaches out as Dokja grips Gillian's shoulder, signaling for him to brace himself. There is no other choice now. A quiet apology escapes him before he pulls out the T-Rex elixir and downs it in one swift motion. Energy floods through his body instantly. All of his stats rise by 10, a temporary boost that will only last 30 minutes. But 30 minutes is all he needs. Power surges through his limbs, and his body feels lighter, stronger, faster. He draws his sword, now fully prepared to fight. The skill gap between them shouldn't be that wide now. At least that's what he tells himself. Jung-yuk, of course, is already a step ahead. His sword is out before Dokja even finishes preparing. The tension between them thickens. No words are exchanged. There's nothing to say. In the next moment, they charge at each other. Swords swing backward for momentum, and when they finally collide, a deafening clang erupts through the air. The force of the impact vibrates through their blades. Neither side gives an inch. Both fighters step back, calculating their next move. Jung-yuk, being his usual aggressive, no-nonsense self, wastes no time. Before Dokja can react, he lunges forward again, his attacks becoming more violent, more relentless. Each strike pushes Dokja back, forcing him into a defensive stance. The difference in their skill becomes painfully clear. Dokja is barely hanging on. The gap between them is still too wide. Jung-yuk's attacks grow sharper, faster, more unpredictable. Dokja is completely cornered. There's no time to think. His mind races as he activates Omniscient Reader's viewpoint, desperately searching for an opening. And that's when he hears it. Buried beneath the surface, hidden behind Jung-yuk's aggression, a broken voice cries out. A raw, exhausted thought slips through. He is tired. He is defeated. He doesn't know how many times he has to repeat his failures. The weight of those words hits Dokja like a blade to the chest. A bitter emotion rises within him, an anger that is not directed at Jung-yuk, but at the endless cycle that has trapped him. Jung-yuk isn't just fighting them, he's fighting himself. A sudden burst of strength surges through Dokja, fueled by frustration and understanding. With everything he has left, he counters the next strike and slams his fist into Junghyuk's face. The punch is satisfying, but not strong enough to knock him down. Inside Junghyuk's mind, the struggle continues. A single stubborn thought repeats over and over. It doesn't matter. Everything will return to the beginning if he regresses. Dokja grits his teeth. The theater master's control over Junghyuk isn't just physical, it's mental. If his mental barrier had been at level 8, none of this would have happened. Dokja hears that Junghyuk is ready to give up, and the thought fills him with rage. His teeth grind together as he recalls the promise he made to himself never to surrender. With his anger surging, he attacks Junghyuk, each strike filled with frustration. Dokja desperately tries to remind him of the purpose they share, creating a better life, but his words have no effect. Junghyuk continues to counter every attack that comes his way, not hearing anything beyond the battle itself. Dokja can't understand why he feels so emotional. His mind spins, unable to find a clear path forward. All he knows is that he must continue fighting. His final attack is strong enough to match Junghyuk's, and the force of their clash causes the ground beneath him to crack. Suddenly, Dokja feels his fourth wall skill resonate, triggered by the loneliness in Junghyuk's voice. The unexpected reaction catches Dokja off guard, filling him with a mix of confusion and frustration. Looking at Junghyuk, Dokja's anger grows. He can't stand the thought that Junghyuk still believes he's all alone. Dokja has struggled through so much just to become his companion, facing countless obstacles along the way. With that determination burning in him, he attacks again, aiming for Junghyuk's chest. This time, Junghyuk blocks the strike with his sword, but Dokja refuses to stop. He screams, questioning how Junghyuk can still feel isolated when he has someone beside him, fighting for him. Dokja doesn't give up on his mission to reach Junghyuk. As he keeps attacking, memories of his own painful past flood his mind, times when he made foolish mistakes like dying in the theater, mourning the loss of his little sister, or being betrayed by the prophet. Despite each attack being perfectly countered by Junghyuk, Dokja doesn't relent. He continues, reminding Junghyuk of the pain of losing a child or the triumph of defeating the Demon King. Dokja becomes consumed by the memories of when he spent hours reading about Junghyuk's struggles through Tessa. He recalls how he watched Junghyuk fight so hard to survive, and the pain of seeing his own life mirrored in Junghyuk's experiences. The battle grows more intense as Dokja's emotions run high. It's caught off guard when Junghyuk vanishes from sight, his sudden disappearance taking Dokja by surprise. In his emotional state, Dokja loses focus and fails to anticipate Junghyuk's next move, which was supposed to be a distraction. Without warning, Junghyuk reappears behind him, attempting a sneak attack. Dokja's quick reflexes save him just in time, using his sword to defend against the lightning-fast strike. The ground beneath them cracks further as their powers collide, shaking the area with each powerful blow. Dokja holds on tightly, using all he has left. Through his skill, he hears Junghyuk question who he is, and for a moment, Dokja is taken aback. When their eyes meet, Dokja notices something new. Junghyuk's eyes are no longer empty. This small change fills Dokja with shock as he realizes that Junghyuk's consciousness is slowly returning. The excessive immersion of the battle causes the fourth wall skill to shake, forcing them both to briefly pull apart. Dokja wonders if what he said was enough to bring Junghyuk back to himself, while Junghyuk continues to question the identity of the person in front of him. The theater master, sensing that he is losing control over Junghyuk, jumps to his feet. In a panic, the theater master strengthens his spell, trying to regain dominance over Junghyuk's mind. He intensifies the pain in Junghyuk's body, hoping to bring his consciousness back under control, and surrounds him with the aura of his powerful magic. Junghyuk attacks again, this time with even more force. Dokja, still reeling from the recent events, braces himself and holds his ground, wondering how Junghyuk could become so much stronger so quickly. Despite the overwhelming situation, Dokja continues to fight, trying to break through to Junghyuk once more. He reminds him that he has allowed Dokja to land hits, showing that there is still a chance for connection. In the background, Gilliang activates his skill, desperately summoning bugs beyond his power in an attempt to help. Dokja knows he has to give everything he has left until he activates his skill, surrounding his sword with intense flames. With each swing, the flames leave trails of burning power in the air, suppressing Junghyuk's movements. But Dokja doesn't stop there. He activates another skill, the Sword Song, a gift from the naval warfare god. The words of the skill appear in the air, changing rapidly, forming dozens of bows behind Dokja. His body becomes surrounded by the power of the constellation, and with determination in his eyes, he releases his attack. Dozens of lightning arrows shoot toward Junghyuk, and he is forced to dodge, unable to stop them. Dokja believes that this skill will buy him some time, so he rushes toward the theater master, ready to finish what he started. However, he is startled when Junghyuk glares at him from behind. Junghyuk has used his recovery skill to heal himself, and with lightning speed, he closes the gap and stands directly in front of Dokja. Shocked, Dokja realizes how quickly Jung-yuk has recovered, so he yells for Gil-young to act now. In that moment, an unexpected attack from outside the area shatters the theater master's barrier. A grade 6 monarch-level insect Titanoptera answers Gil-young's summon and bursts through the broken barrier. Its massive size amazes everyone around. The insect immediately targets the theater master, moving with incredible speed. However, Jung-yuk doesn't hesitate. He reflexively defends against the Titanoptera's attack, protecting the theater master. The theater master feels relief, thinking that Jung-yuk can shield him from the giant mantis. But before he can relax, Dokja appears behind him, his sword raised, ready to strike. The theater master quickly activates his mind control skill, attempting to hypnotize Dokja. Dokja struggles against the master's mental influence, refusing to hold back. His determination only grows stronger as the theater master tries to break into his mind, but Dokja won't let him win. The theater master enters Dokja's mind, searching through his memories, and stumbles upon the memory of reading Tessa. However, the words become a chaotic blur, stacking on top of each other, making it difficult for the master to comprehend. Just as the master tries to focus, the fourth wall skill activates and Dokja regains his consciousness. Ready to strike, Dokja quickly aims his sword at the theater master. The master is too stunned to react as Dokja's sword lands directly on his head. Once the sword strikes, the master's body disappears, leaving only the sound of the blade hitting the ground. The theater master's control of the battle ends and Dokja stands there, confused. He doesn't realize that the master was merely another simulation. As he watches the scene unfold, he receives 9,000 coins for defeating the theater master. Though he feels relief from the fourth wall saving him, his attention quickly shifts when Gil-young stumbles over and collapses into his arms. In a panic, Dokja realizes that the giant insect is still there and Jung-yuk lies unconscious on the ground. But to his surprise, the Titanoptera leaves as soon as the barrier is gone. Dokja's exhausted body finally gives way and he collapses, holding Gil-young tightly in his arms after the grueling battle with Jung-yuk, who is empowered by the theater master's spell. Hyewon and Jihai approach slowly, their faces filled with concern. Hyewon asks how Dokja is holding up, but before he can respond, a notification suddenly lights up the dim surroundings. The message announces that the third scenario is coming to an end. Everyone's hearts drop as they look down at the ruined city of Seoul. The once vibrant city now lies in ruins, with buildings burning and a heavy silence hanging over the destruction. Gil-young, now awake, gazes up at the sky, watching shooting stars streaking across the ruined city. The innocence of his wish stands in stark contrast to the grim reality surrounding them, a reminder of the world they've lost. Deep inside, Dokja knows that the shooting stars are not signs of hope, but omens of more difficult scenarios ahead. Gil-young turns to Dokja, curious about his wish, but Hyewon quickly interrupts, arguing that speaking about a wish would stop it from coming true. Dokja, however, doesn't focus on that. His gaze is fixed on Jung-yuk, who is still lying unconscious on the ground. In his heart, Dokja hopes for a particular ending to a story, a wish tied to a novel he cares deeply about. Dokja walks away, his party following him as they look down at the shattered city. Before leaving the rooftop, another notification appears, announcing that the third main scenario has ended, and as a reward, each of them receives 1,000 coins. Suddenly, a new notification about the fourth scenario pops up. Dokja is caught off guard by its unexpected arrival and quickly realizes the weight of what this means. He turns to Ji and urgently tells her to stay on the rooftop with Jung-yuk, who is still unconscious. Ji nods in agreement, her face showing clear concern for Jung-yuk's condition. Dokja then carefully lifts Gil-young onto his back and begins making his way down toward the station. Just as he moves, he receives a message from Beyond. The message reveals something strange. Some of the words Dokja had spoken to Jung-yuk earlier were censored. Beyond explains that the constellations are not all-knowing, and she didn't want Dokja's words to interfere with the flow of her channel. Dokja realizes that some of the information about Jung-yuk's regression might have been filtered out to hide the truth that Jung-yuk is, in fact, a regressor. What surprises Dokja even more is the revelation that Beyond couldn't hear his words. He begins to wonder if this is some kind of restriction placed by the system, meant to control the flow of information. Beyond continues to assist him by sending notifications from the constellations. As Dokja sorts through these messages, he decides to focus on the ones from the highest-paying constellations, knowing that there are many important messages to sift through. Hyewon offers to carry Gil-young, and Dokja agrees to her help, though he can't help but notice the many questions on her face. She looks curious and a bit nervous, and Dokja, feeling uneasy, asks if she heard what he said during his confrontation with Jung-yuk. To his surprise, Hyewon admits that she did hear some of it, which only increases Dokja's discomfort. She then asks about his true identity, and as Dokja glances at the sleeping Gil-young on her back, he carefully admits that he knows things about the future. Hyewon's next question catches him off guard. She wonders if he plans to kill her now that she knows his secret. Her words make Dokja feel a mix of surprise and frustration as she steps back slowly and becomes annoyed by her reaction. In an effort to convince her otherwise, Dokja tries to explain that the coming scenarios will be even more dangerous, and there's a real chance that someone close to them could die. He asks Hyewon to become his companion, to stand by him and offer her unwavering support. With that, they arrive at the station and Dokja notices Pildu's gang surrounding Hansung and Sanga. They seem to be demanding something from him. When Dokja calls out to them, Hansung and Sanga visibly relax, grateful for his presence. Dokja quickly walks toward them, but his attention shifts to Pildu. He can see that Pildu looks drained of power, which raises his suspicions. At that moment, a notification pops up, announcing that the fourth main scenario will begin in just 5 minutes. Pildu, clearly frustrated, directs his anger toward Dokja, but Dokja remains unfazed, his calmness standing in sharp contrast to Pildu's hostility. Just then, Beyond appears, offering critical information about the upcoming scenario. As she speaks, Dokja begins to wonder if things will spiral further out of control, especially with other stations potentially getting involved. Beyond mentions a prerequisite mission they must complete, and the notification reveals that they have to choose a leader for Chungmuro Station. They are surprised to learn that the leader of Chungmuro Station will be chosen by whoever can capture the white flag at the center of the platform. Moments later, the flag materializes just a short distance from them, and Pildu immediately moves to grab it. However, Dokja steps in, ordering Pildu to stop. With his authority to command, a power granted by his contract with Pildu's constellation, Dokja ensures that Pildu has no choice but to comply. He pushes Pildu to the ground with ease. Dokja calmly steps on him as he claims the flag for himself, feeling a surge of power course through him. The rules of the challenge are clear. Others now have 5 minutes to try to take the flag from him. Pildu, enraged, tells his gang to go after the flag while Dokja's party quickly positions themselves to protect him. Dokja hands his shield to Hansung, designating it as his new defense. Hansung, excited by the responsibility, moves in front of Dokja and activates his special skill, Area Defense. The shield protects Dokja and the rest of the group from the gang members who are advancing toward them. Pildu, determined to attack, tries to use his own skill, but Dokja silences him with another command. Dokja firmly tells Pildu to deactivate his skill, which only serves to make Pildu angrier. But Pildu has no choice but to remain silent for the next half hour, leaving him incapacitated. Dokja seizes the opportunity to turn to Pildu's gang. Realizing they are outnumbered, Dokja offers them 2 choices, either leave Chungmuro or stay and fight with him. He makes it clear that more allies are needed for what's to come, but he also stresses the importance of having trustworthy companions. His gaze lingers on Hyewon as he thinks back to his earlier request for her to become his companion. With everything escalating, Dokja wonders if she feels the same, caught in the tension of the moment. He looks at her and sincerely assures her that taking on this responsibility together doesn't have to be a burden, it can be something that benefits both of them. Dokja offers Hyewon a deal, her strength in exchange for his knowledge about the future. Hyewon stays silent for a moment, then asks about her role in the future. Dokja answers that she is not part of the future he knows. Hyewon takes in the gravity of the situation, and after a pause, she says she needs time to think. Dokja, however, stresses that he needs her to be by his side, as she could play a crucial part in the future he is trying to build. Meanwhile, Pildu's gang reacts with surprise at Dokja's unexpected request. Dokja presses them for immediate answers, assuring them that he will not punish anyone who chooses to leave. However, those who stay must follow his rules. Some of them accuse him of trying to make himself a king, but Dokja calmly explains that his goal is simply to protect them from external threats, and he will not interfere in any internal group matters. Manga, after hearing Dokja's words, advises Pildu to leave, but a wave of shock passes through the group when Dokja announces that Pildu is now his employee due to their contract. With only 5 people remaining, Dokja now leads a group of 24. Some members of the group try to apologize to him, but Dokja deflects their attempts, telling them to seek forgiveness elsewhere if they truly wish to make amends. At the same time, Dokja receives a message informing him that his current fame is not enough to become a king. Before he can process this, Byung steps in and initiates the next scenario. With a snap of his fingers, everyone is immediately briefed on the details of the new scenario called Capture the Flag, which will last for 12 days. The conditions are clear: defend their station while also trying to occupy other stations by planting their own flag. The tension is thick as everyone reads the scenario's details, their faces filled with determination. Dokja, with firm resolve in his eyes, makes a promise to himself to complete the scenario without losing a single member of his party. Hyewon takes charge and reads the rules of the scenario aloud, while Hansung points out that their target station is Changsan Station. Hyewon's face briefly shows annoyance when Dokja silently indicates that he already knows this. Meanwhile, Sanga, feeling uneasy, wonders if they will have to fight other groups again. Hyun-sung reassures her, suggesting that they might be able to form an alliance with another station. However, both Dokja and Hee-won exchange knowing glances, fully aware that in the world of scenarios there is no such thing as a deathless scenario. Curiosity takes hold of Hee-won, and she asks about the distance to Changsan Station, which leads to a discussion about how to divide the group. Some will stay behind to protect the station, while others will scout ahead. As this debate unfolds, the holographic barrier between the stations begins to fade. In the midst of the conversation, Dokja's attention shifts to Pildu, who remains on the ground, seething with silent anger. Dokja feels the need to make Pildu understand the seriousness of the situation. He urges Pildu to guard the station and offers rewards for his cooperation, hinting at the importance this will have for his separated family. Pildu, still bewildered, asks how Dokja knows about his family. Just as this conversation continues, the sound of loud engines echoes through the tunnels, signaling the approach of a motorcycle gang. The group's attention is immediately drawn to the headlights of the approaching gang. The gang members dismount from their motorcycles, exchanging quiet words as if they think no one is watching. It's clear they are trying to act cool, but their rushed movements and nervous glances betray them. Dokja wonders if the invasion has started earlier than expected. The gang's conversation makes it seem like the rules of the scenarios might be ranked differently between stations, making him more suspicious of their intentions. Dokja, Hyun-sung, and Hee-won quickly raise their weapons, moving toward the gang with the quiet confidence of those who know danger well. One of the gang members tries to play the calm negotiator, claiming they're not there to fight, but the smile on his face looks more like a nervous twitch. He introduces himself as Ilhun Kang from the Dongdaemun group. Dokja isn't fooled by the smooth talk. The gang's leader looks like the type who thinks his smile can solve any problem, but Dokja isn't buying it. As he activates his profiling skill, he quickly starts connecting the dots. Ilhun seems like he's right out of Tessa. A familiar, slimy feeling creeps up Dokja's spine, and he can almost hear the villain music playing in the background. When Dokja reveals his name, Ilhun's eyes widen for just a second, but he quickly masks it with that same forced smile. He acknowledges Dokja as the station leader, the one with the white flag. It's all part of the act, and Dokja isn't impressed. He orders the gang to leave, but Ilhun, clearly not understanding how out of his depth he is, keeps pushing. He claims that they're only interested in an alliance. Hee-won, not one to trust anyone so easily, voices her concerns, sensing that the newcomers are too eager for something that doesn't seem right. The gang continues trying to convince Dokja that their target isn't Chungmuro Station. The way they talk makes it sound like they believe Dokja will just take their word for it, like a group of kids trying to sell him a broken toy. Dokja presses them, asking what they would do if his target were Dongdaemun. Ilhun, as if he were trying to look like the smartest guy in the room, reveals that he knows which group is targeting his station. He proposes an alliance, thinking he's made a clever move. Dokja, however, isn't so easily impressed. He's not about to trust someone just because they know a few things. It all seemed too desperate. He decides to hold off on making a decision, wanting to meet their leader before getting tangled up in their mess. Ilhun offers Dokja a ride to their station, and Dokja accepts. And as they ride toward the station, Segna starts to wonder why they chose Chungmuro when there are other stations nearby that could have been better targets for an alliance. Ilhun, visibly uncomfortable, struggles to answer, his nervousness only raising more suspicions among Dokja's group. Despite this, Dokja decides to stick with the plan, leaving Gillian behind with Pildu to watch the station. During the ride, Dokja casually asks Ilhun if he has heard any rumors about Chungmuro. Ilhun, clueless, shakes his head. This leads Dokja to mention Jungyuk, a name that causes Ilhun to visibly tense up. The mention of Jungyuk sets off alarm bells for the group, and it's clear they're dealing with more than just a simple alliance. Just as the conversation shifts, they dismount the bikes, and Segna quickly deploys her magical rope. With a swift motion, she immobilizes the gang members and their bikes on the railway, while also softening the landing for her party members. Ilhun, completely baffled, realizes that he's fallen right into Dokja's trap. Before accepting Ilhun's offer, Dokja had already discussed their strategy with the party. He had reminded them to feign interest, pretend to follow, but stay on high alert. That preparation saved them from a surprise ambush, as a number of gang members had been hiding behind nearby pillars, waiting to spring their trap. Now fully prepared, Dokja and his party take the initiative as the hidden group of gang members brandish their weapons and prepare to attack. Hee-won activates her Time of Judgment skill, wiping out several enemies in a single move. She's taken by surprise at how effective the skill works now, especially after her earlier struggles. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung and Sanga manage to finish off the remaining gang members, their teamwork proving to be too much for the opposition. Dokja, furious at Ilhun's betrayal, threatens to end his life but stops short when he senses something is wrong. His instincts kick in, and his dread grows as he turns to see their station under attack by another group. Panic rises in his chest as he realizes that this group is from Myeongdong and they've allied with Dongdaemun for the assault. The leader of this new group, wearing a red flag on his head, orders his people to focus on planting the flag first. Dokja immediately knows that this red flag-wearing leader is the one in charge. His name is Hyunta Kim, and he quickly activates the effect of the red flag. This grants his group members a 5% increase in their stats. Dokja recalls how the Battle of Flags works. The color of the flags determines the victor, shifting from white to red, navy, brown, purple, and finally, black. Since he now holds a red flag, Dokja figures out their next move. They must either take over another station or eliminate its leader to claim their flag. However, that alone will not be enough to conquer Cheongmuro. The station's defenses are too strong, especially the Pildu standing guard. While clenching his teeth, Pildu activates his militarized zone skill, securing a station. Gunfire erupts as Pildu's weapons unleash chaos on the enemy. The sudden attack sends them scrambling in fear, watching their comrades fall one by one. Hyunta realizes the danger and quickly orders his group to retreat. Before they can escape, Dokja intercepts them. His sword, burning with energy, slices through their ranks, forcing them to scatter. The distraction gives Pildu's weapons enough time to wipe them out completely. Within moments, the battlefield is silent. Everyone from Myeongdong has been eliminated, leaving only their flag behind. From his platform, Pildu spots the flag first and moves to claim it. Before he can reach it, Dokja raises his weapon, making it very clear that Pildu should back off. Not wanting to risk a fight, Pildu retreats to the station. Dokja grabs the flag himself, and instantly, his own flag changes to red. A surge of power runs through him, boosting his and his group's stats. Dokja then turns to Pildu, questioning whether it was truly necessary to kill every single person from Myeongdong. He believes at least one of them could have provided useful information. His curiosity grows when Ilhan reacts with shock upon realizing that Dokja is the one leading Cheongmuro. This makes Dokja suspicious. He starts to wonder if the so-called prophets had already mentioned his name to Ilhan. After Hyun-sung drags Ilhan to the station, Sanga wastes no time tying him up with her rope. He once suggests torturing Ilhan until he spills the truth, but Dokja takes a more direct approach. If Ilhan refuses to talk, killing him is the next option. Dokja pulls out his sword, dragging the blade across the floor to make his intentions clear. He fixes his gaze on Ilhan, slowly counting down. By the final count, he points the sword directly at Ilhan's face. Terror takes over and Ilhan cracks under pressure. He blurts out the name of Daimyo Station, revealing that the so-called prophets live there. They are the ones who informed him about Cheongmuro. However, in the middle of his explanation, his body stiffens, and he begins choking. Dokja immediately realizes what is happening. Someone has placed a hypnotic restriction on Ilhan to prevent him from revealing information. Understanding the danger, Dokja orders Sanga to silence him. Hypnosis of this type only works when the target makes direct eye contact with their controller. And as long as they keep Ilhan alive, he can serve as their guide. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, the dark night slowly gives way to morning. Ji stands there, lost in thought, when Dokja suddenly asks if Junghyuk is still unconscious. Ji hesitates, worried about Junghyuk's condition as Dokja walks closer. He reassures her that Junghyuk will recover, though he might need some time to process everything. Dokja hands Ji-hee a letter, telling her to give it to Junghyuk when he wakes up. He advises her not to read it, but he already knows she will. That does not concern him. The contents of the letter hold meaning only for Junghyuk. Dokja suddenly grimaces when a constellation complains about censorship. Before he can react, Ji-hee looks like she wants to ask something. She stammers as she brings up his earlier fight with Junghyuk. Dokja tries to play dumb, but his body betrays him. Sweat drips down his face and panic sets in. Ji-hee does not let him escape. She suddenly yells out the words he said during the fight, exaggerating them in a dramatic voice. Dokja freezes, completely caught off guard. Ji does not let up. She keeps going on and on about how Dokja reminded Junghyuk of why he followed him. Dokja, standing there, has no idea what she's even talking about. She raises her voice, exaggerating every word, bringing up how Dokja told Junghyuk to think about their kid. The misunderstanding spirals out of control. Before Dokja can stop her, Ji-hee confidently declares that she will make sure Junghyuk reads his so-called love letter. Almost instantly, system messages flood in. A bunch of constellations react with shock, completely convinced that he and Junghyuk are a couple. Dokja clenches his fists, cursing them silently for believing Ji-hee's nonsense. Unfortunately, Ji-hee refuses to leave it alone. Even as Dokja tries to escape, she follows up with the most ridiculous question yet, how he and Junghyuk even managed to have a child. At this point, Dokja gives up. He just tells her to ask Junghyuk when he wakes up and quickly walks away before she can say anything else. He moves down the stairs and shifts his focus back to the novel, trying to recall if he ever read anything about these so-called prophets. No matter how hard he searches his memory, he finds nothing. That means one thing: his actions have changed the original story. It is possible that a new prophet has appeared, someone like Anna Croft or another person who read Tessa but never finished it. When he reaches the station, he gathers Hyunsung and Senga before heading toward Myeongdong. On the way, Dokja reassures Hyunsung that their goal is not to fight. They need to decide what to do with the remaining group members. If those people are lucky, they might survive as drifters. But in reality, most of them will end up as prey for stronger groups, just like those who left Pildu's gang. Dokja glances at Senga and notices her face filled with disappointment. She looks defeated, clearly troubled by how things turned out. He asks if she feels let down because they could not make peace with the other groups. Senga admits that she feels disappointed. Dokja, unfazed, tells her that she should not trust people so easily. If she learns that lesson now, things will be easier for her in the future. However, she surprises him by saying that she made it this far only because she put her trust in him. Dokja freezes. He does not know how to respond. Before he can say anything, Hyunsung calls out to him, pulling him back to reality. They quickly realize that something is wrong. Inside the station, bodies lie scattered, the victims of another group. Before they can process what happened, movement on the railway catches their attention. Another group has arrived. Without wasting time, they jump on their bikes and ride away. Hyunsung wonders who these new people are, but Dokja focuses on something else. The group is fleeing too fast. It looks like they already knew he was coming. When they finally reach the station, they find it empty. There are no enemies, no obstacles, nothing. Dokja wastes no time. He plants his flag, officially taking control of Myeongdong Station. The moment he secures his second station, the system reacts. A hidden scenario unlocks the king's path. The scenario lays out its conditions. Dokja must occupy 10 stations in 10 days. If he succeeds, he will earn the king's attribute. If he fails, he and every single one of his party members will die. Dokja feels no surprise. This is exactly the kind of nightmare scenario they expected. After returning to Chungmuro with Hyunsung and Senga, they finally find a moment to rest and regroup. The discussion shifts to Hwon and the increasing complexity of the scenario. Senga looks troubled, her expression heavy with concern. She believes the situation has become too complicated. On the other hand, Hyunsung views things differently. There is admiration in his gaze as he looks at Dokja, clearly impressed that he has taken charge. Then, without warning, Hyunsung throws out a suggestion. Since Dokja is walking the path of the king, they should start calling him His Majesty. His face darkens. Before he can shut it down, Hwon jumps in, fully prepared to mock him. Dokja sighs, rubbing his forehead. He cuts off their nonsense and brings the conversation back to what actually matters, gathering information about their enemies. Dokja turns to Ilhun and makes his decision. Hwon and Hyunsung will go with him to Dongmyo Station. Meanwhile, Senga looks confused about her role in all this. She asks what she is supposed to do. Dokja tells her to stay at the station, which immediately leaves her disappointed. However, he does not let her sulk for long. He reminds her that everyone in the group has different skills and responsibilities. She is no exception. A hint of insecurity flashes across Senga's face. Unlike Hwon and Hyunsung, she does not have their raw combat ability. Unlike Gilleong, she is not built for stealth. Dokja can tell she is doubting herself. He recalls their earlier conversation in the subway and reminds her of it. Everyone in their group has value. Strength is not the only thing that matters. Her expression slowly changes. A small spark of confidence returns to her eyes. Dokja continues, making it clear that someone must stay behind. Gilleong, Pildu, and the others need someone to keep things in order. Honeon Station still poses a serious threat, and their base must be protected. Her skills make her the perfect person for this job. A simple reassurance is not enough. He goes a step further. The entire group agrees as Dokja formally gives her a new role, vice representative of Chungmuro Station. Senga looks stunned. Clearly, she never expected this. A second later, she regains her composure and smiles, promising to do her best. With that settled, they turn their focus back to the journey ahead. To reach Dongmyo Station, they must pass through Dongdaemun History and Culture Park, followed by Dongdaemun Station. They move along the railway and Hwon brings up what just happened. She points out that Dokja did a good job of lifting Senga's spirits. Instead of taking credit, Dokja brushes it off. He insists that it is not about making her feel better. Senga is strong in her own way. That is the real reason. Hwon then shifts the conversation. She seems curious about something. She asks how Dokja knows so much about Jungyuk. Dokja does not feel like answering. Instead of giving her a real response, he changes the subject. He turns the question back on her, asking about her own situation. Specifically, the brother she had been searching for. Hwon admits that her brother can be annoying. Despite that, she cannot help but care for him. He is family, after all. Dokja understands the feeling all too well. However, his relationship with Jungyuk is different. A deep resentment lingers inside him, something that dates back to the early days of Tessa's story. Back then, the first 10 episodes attracted an overwhelming amount of readers and comments. That was when everything started. As their conversation continues, Hyunsung observes how close Dokja and Hwon have become. Hyewon does not miss the chance to tease him about it. Dokja cannot help but feel a little bad for Kyun-sung. The man spent most of his life in an all-boys school and the military. It is obvious he did not get many chances to make real friends. Unfortunately, the heartwarming moment is interrupted. Kyun-sung is not just making small talk, he has something important to say. They have finally arrived at Dongdaemun History and Culture Park. They step into the station, expecting to find people. Instead, they are met with silence. Not a single person is in sight. A notification appears, giving them an explanation. The station is no longer unoccupied. It belongs to Dongmyo Station now. The flag on the platform confirms it. Out of nowhere, Ilhan lets out a scream. His reaction takes everyone by surprise. He is in complete shock over the loss of his station. Reality hits him hard and his legs give out beneath him. Dokja tries to calm him down, but it does not seem to work. At that moment, everything clicks in his mind. The people from Dongmyo were not planning to fight Chungmuro head-on. They knew they would lose. Instead, they went after the weaker stations while Dokja and his group were away. Their real goal was to take over Dongdaemun and Myeongdong. The pieces of the puzzle start to fit together. The people they saw in Myeongdong earlier were likely from Dongmyo. They were already making their moves. Kyun-sung gently sets Ilhan down, giving him a moment to process the situation. Meanwhile, Dokja reaches an unsettling realization. The so-called prophets from Dongmyo are not just making random attacks. They seem to have knowledge about Jungyuk's fate. They know he is meant to be the leader of Chungmuro, and now they are targeting him. Kyun-sung stiffens as an unfamiliar presence draws near, sending a ripple of unease through the group. The air around them feels heavier, as if danger is only moments away. The approaching figures waste no time. They demand to know who Dokja is. Without hesitation, he activates his character profile skill in secret, expecting to gather useful information. However, nothing appears. His own character details remain hidden. This is unexpected. Dokja quickly adjusts his approach. He informs them that they come from Chungmuro Station, keeping his expression neutral. One of the men, clearly not satisfied, attempts to pry deeper. He uses the search attribute skill, probably thinking he can uncover Dokja's secrets. Unfortunately for him, the fourth wall ability blocks the attempt completely. The reaction is immediate. The man flinches, caught off guard by the unexpected resistance. His confidence wavers for a moment. That moment is all Dokja needs. Kyun-sung and Hyewon sense the shift. They subtly prepare for a fight, ready to strike at any moment. Meanwhile, Dokja pieces everything together. These people are not ordinary thugs. They know things they should not. They have knowledge of Jungyuk's fate as the rightful leader of Chungmuro. Instead of panicking, Dokja's lips curl into a mischievous grin. An idea forms in his mind, a risky one, but one that just might work. Without hesitation, he does something ridiculous. He introduces himself as Jungyuk. The sheer audacity of his words stuns everyone. Kyun-sung and Hyewon's faces twist in shock. The enemies react differently, some recoil, their expressions filled with uncertainty. Clearly, hearing that name rattles them. Dokja remains perfectly composed. If there is one thing he knows, it is that confidence is key when telling a lie. He reminds himself of something important. He is not ugly. In fact, he's quite good-looking. If Jungyuk can walk around with an air of importance, and so can he. Besides, these people have read Tessa just like him. That means they have expectations about what Jungyuk should be like. All Dokja needs to do is act the part. To make his deception more convincing, he allows them to inspect Kyun-sung's character profile. If they see that Kyun-sung is Jungyuk's supposed companion, they will have no choice but to believe the lie. The stage is set. Now he just has to keep playing the role. Dokja allows the search attempt to continue for only a brief moment before shutting it down completely. His tone leaves no room for argument, making it clear that he's in control. One of the men, clearly full of himself, begins to speak ill of Dokja. He probably believes that talking big makes him important. Before Dokja even has the chance to react, the other man, without hesitation, swings his sword and cuts the arrogant fool down. The lifeless body collapses instantly, shocking everyone. Dokja, Kyun-sung, and Hyewon exchange stunned glances. The ease with which the man was eliminated makes one thing clear. This group does not tolerate weakness or disobedience. After making his brutal point, the man introduces himself as Sung-kook Lee, the vice representative of Dongmyo Station. He carries himself with the confidence of someone used to authority, though it is hard to tell if it comes from genuine strength or just a talent for stepping on the weak. When the group arrives at Dongmyo Station, a wave of hushed whispers spreads through the gathered crowd. The air is thick with curiosity, uncertainty, and a hint of fear. It seems that outsiders are not a common sight here. Kyun-sung, likely forgetting their act for a moment, turns to address Dokja by name. Before he can finish, Hyewon moves faster than thought. Her fist slams into his stomach with precise force, cutting him off before the slip-up can expose their lie. Hansung doubles over in silent agony while Dokja remains outwardly composed. Since their first encounter at Dongdaemun, Dokja has been pretending to be Junghyuk. Back then, Sungkook had asked about their origins and Dokja had played the role perfectly, acting like the arrogant protagonist he despises. His first order had been for them to abandon their station. Sungkook, as expected, had initially resisted. However, Dokja knew exactly how much power the vice representative had. If he wanted, Sungkook could hand over the station right then and there. Dokja had made sure he understood his choices very clearly. With a simple but deadly countdown, he had made it known that resistance would not end well. The trio standing before him had shaken in fear, while Hyunsung and Hiwon had begun to wonder just how far Dokja was willing to go. By the time he reached the final count, Dokja had drawn his sword, pointing it directly at Sungkook's throat. That had been enough. The vice representative had given in, agreeing to surrender Dongmyo Station. But Dokja had not stopped there. One station was not enough. He had demanded Dongdaemun as well. Sungkook, faced with no other choice, had handed it over without protest. Sungkook remains hesitant even after handing over the stations. His wariness is clear as he suggests that Dokju meet with their leader. To make the offer more tempting, he even throws in King's honor as a token of good faith. Refusing such an advantage is not an option, so Dokja accepts without hesitation. And as they walk toward the center of the camp, the atmosphere grows heavier. The eyes of the onlookers follow them with barely concealed suspicion. Sungkook eventually leads Dokja to a tent, and curiosity creeps into Dokja's mind. The identity of the leader inside remains a mystery, but he already assumes they must be more competent than Sungkook. That isn't a particularly high bar to clear. Inside the tent, unfamiliar surroundings greet Dokja. Every detail makes him question the true nature of Dongmyo's leadership. His thoughts race as he tries to connect the dots. If Sungkook possesses the same version of Tessa's novel that he does, and second, how many prophets like him exists, and third, if there is a chance they have similar abilities. However, something feels off. The earlier use of the search attribute skill by Sungkook suggests otherwise. If he had abilities like fourth wall or character profile, he would not need to rely on such a basic skill. That realization eases some of Dokja's concerns, though it doesn't make him drop his guard. While analyzing the situation, his attention shifts to Sungkook, who appears completely focused on his phone. The sight is odd. In a world where survival is the main priority, a vice representative burying his face in a screen seems suspicious. Instead of waiting for answers, Dokja takes action. He decides that spending a few coins for a speed boost is worth the insight he might gain. In a swift motion, he moves behind Sungkook before anyone can react. The sudden approach startles Sungkook, along with everyone else present. Dokja immediately questions the contents of the phone, suspecting that it holds something important. Sungkook, caught off guard, tries to brush off the inquiry as unimportant. However, his nervous reaction only fuels Dokja's curiosity. A glance at the screen brings an unexpected revelation. Instead of anything sinister or strategic, Sungkook is in the middle of a group chat. The discovery raises a far more confusing question. How does he even have internet access? B-Young had already established his channel, meaning outside communication should be impossible. The strange way this world operates makes Dokja wonder if someone he knows from Tessa is secretly controlling things from behind the scenes. As he pieces together possible connections, Sungkook interrupts his thoughts, urging him to step into the tent. Meanwhile, Hyewon observes the unsettling scene around them. A group of people issues commands to enslave survivors, forcing them to kill and prepare rats for food. The sight leaves a bitter taste in her mouth. The sheer cruelty on display reminds her that in this new world, some people will do anything to cling to power. Dokja, well aware of how fragile their disguise is, warns Hyewon to stay sharp. He reminds her to keep a close watch on Hyunsung, just in case his sense of justice gets the better of him. The last thing they need is him blowing their cover by picking a fight. Instead of simply acknowledging the instruction, Hyewon seizes the chance to mess with Dokja. With an exaggerated gesture, she kneels dramatically, acting as if she is swearing loyalty to him. Dokja sighs at her antics but doesn't have time to respond. Inside the tent, his sharp intuition immediately confirms his suspicion. The person sitting before him, despite his young age, is destined to become a major figure, the infamous basement-dwelling King of the Shadows, also known as the King of Dongmyo. The title sounds impressive, but looking at the kid now, it's hard to imagine him ruling over anything other than a dimly lit internet cafe. Using his profiling skill, Dokja quickly gathers the boy's details, his name, supporting constellation, abilities, and stats. Donghoon Han turns out to be the reason parts of Seoul still have internet access. However, exhaustion clings to the boy like a heavy cloak. His tired eyes remain glued to the computer screen as he manipulates conversations in a group chat, subtly guiding discussions to serve his interests. Sungkook formally introduces him, but Dokja doesn't need words to see the obvious. The kid's crippling social anxiety is written all over his face. His hands tremble, and his nervous habit of biting his fingers only makes him seem more pitiful. The so-called king of Daimyo looks less like a ruler and more like a stressed-out student trying to finish an overdue project. Dokja, uninterested in wasting time on someone who doesn't even act like a leader, makes his stance clear. His attention shifts to Sunkook, declaring him as the real mastermind behind this group. Sunkook's reaction makes it clear he wasn't expecting to be exposed so easily. At last, he reveals a crucial piece of information. This meeting isn't just about discussing terms. The real reason Dokja was brought into a soundproof tent is because he isn't just a potential enemy or ally. He is one of the prophets. Dokja feels his curiosity growing stronger, realizing that he is about to uncover something important. Hwan and Hyunsung remain near the tents with Ilhun when Sunkook suddenly raises his voice, making a dramatic statement about Junghyuk's ability to regress. Dokja hopes that somehow this conversation is not reaching any unwanted ears because Sunkook is practically screaming out spoilers for the whole apocalypse to hear. Sunkook continues to glorify Junghyuk, praising his bravery and his willingness to fight against impossible odds. Dokja listens without interrupting, but deep down he wonders if anyone has ever told Sunkook to take a breath between words. Though reluctant to admit it, he feels a bit impressed by Junghyuk's achievements. His eyes shift to Donhoon, who remains focused on his computer, hunched over like an overworked office worker who never gets a break. Sunkook then promises that the prophets will support Junghyuk in his battle, acting as if they are some secret society of destiny-shaping warriors. Without stopping to check if anyone is actually interested, he suddenly starts talking about an ancient book of revelations that they found 10 years ago. Dokja initially does not believe him, but as Sunkook goes on, a suspicion begins to form in his mind. He starts to wonder if this so-called book of revelations is actually Tessa. Sunkook, clearly confident in his knowledge, assumes that Junghyuk has specific companions, including Hyunsung, Namwoon, and Jihai. Dokja, however, focuses on the mention of the book itself. His curiosity sharpens, and he wonders where it might be. When he presses for more details, Sunkook reluctantly admits that the original copy has been lost. Despite this setback, Sunkook insists that they still remember everything from the book, and that their knowledge will help Junghyuk win this time. Dokja takes a moment to process this information. He shuts his eyes briefly, sorting through everything he has just learned. When he opens them again, he looks at Sunkook with determination and asks about the next step in his plan. Outside the tent, an unknown man approaches Hwan and Hyunsung. He does not hesitate to speak his mind, throwing words at them without a second thought. Meanwhile, inside the tent, Sunkook appears nervous as he suggests forming an alliance. His goal is to work together with Junghyuk. Dokja listens carefully, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. He finds the offer interesting but remains cautious. Doubts fill his mind, yet his desire to get answers keeps him from rejecting the proposal immediately. Dokja refuses to accept the proposal without first confirming his identity. He questions Sunkook directly, demanding to know who he really is. Sunkook hesitates, stumbling over his words, unwilling to reveal too much. However, Dokja has a way to uncover the truth. He insists that Sunkook must kneel. With no other option, Sunkook obeys. Dokja then takes the opportunity to examine him further, determined to learn more. After a brief hesitation, Sunkook finally admits his attribute. He is a hypnotist. A nod from Dokja shows that he understands. The revelation confirms his suspicions about who has been manipulating Ilhun. But his curiosity does not end there. He demands additional information. Sunkook hesitates again, but eventually confesses that he has read Tessa. The mention of Tessa sets Dokja's thoughts into motion. Questions race through his mind as he wonders how many individuals claim to be prophets. Curiosity pushes Dokja to dig even deeper. His probing questions put Sunkook in a difficult position, forcing him to scramble for an explanation. Dokja's playful attitude only makes things worse for him. Sunkook becomes flustered, struggling to avoid exposing himself. In the end, he has no choice but to admit the truth. He is the 9th person to stop reading Tessa, or what some refer to as the Book of Revelation. However, Dokja remains unimpressed. He does not see much value in Sunkook's abilities. Despite this, Sunkook refuses to back down and insists that he can still be useful. Anxious energy surrounds Lee Sunkook as he grips his smartphone tightly. His behavior catches Dokja's attention. Although the situation seems suspicious, Dokja already has an idea of what is going on. He suspects that Sunkook is secretly seeking guidance from other prophets. However, the truth turns out to be far less dramatic. Sunkook simply has a strong addiction to his phone. Before he can reveal anything more, the ground suddenly begins to shake. The tremor interrupts the conversation, leaving no time for further discussion. Without wasting a moment, Dokja and Sunkook rush out of the tent to face whatever is happening outside. A fight breaks out between Hwan and the unidentified man. His sharp tongue quickly gets on her nerves, pushing her to respond with equal intensity. She refuses to back down and throws mockery right back at him. The tension rises quickly as both refuse to yield. Words turn into weapons, and it becomes obvious that this argument will not end without an actual battle. The man wastes no time drawing his weapon. A massive ringed sword appears in his grip, making it clear that he is no ordinary opponent. His strength and skill seem to match Hwon's. However, Hwon possesses something he does not expect, speed that surpasses the limits of ordinary incarnations in her class. Her movements are swift and precise, far beyond what he anticipates. The moment he launches his attack, her blade flows through the air with deadly grace. Just as the fight is about to reach a dangerous point, Dokja calls out to Hwon. His voice cuts through the tension, stopping the battle before it escalates into something irreversible. Once the dust settles, both Sungkook and the man find themselves kneeling in front of Dokja and his companions. Their expressions carry a mix of regret and frustration. Though they acknowledge their mistake, the man's pride refuses to let him fully apologize. Instead of offering a sincere apology, he turns his face away and mumbles a few reluctant words. Dokja is unable to access the information about him using his character profile skill. He wonders if this man is also a prophet. Dokja struggles to understand why this fight even started, especially after he had already instructed Hwon to stay in place. Hwon attempts to explain herself, pointing out that the man was the one who started the conflict. However, Dokja shows little interest in hearing excuses. Realizing that further argument is pointless, she gives a reluctant apology before walking away, clearly frustrated. Meanwhile, the man suddenly freezes, his eyes widening in realization. Something clicks in his mind. He begins to believe that Dokja is actually Junghyuk. Without wasting a second, he signals Sungkook, urging him to step aside for a private discussion. And as this happens, the attention of Dokja shifts to Donhoon, who remains completely absorbed in whatever he is doing on his computer screen. However, curiosity about Sungkook and the man's conversation soon takes over the thoughts of Dokja. A question forms in his mind, prompting him to consider an unusual option. He wonders if he can purchase enhanced hearing for 2,000 coins, a skill that would allow him to eavesdrop on their discussion. Disappointment fills him when he finally listens in on their conversation. Instead of uncovering valuable information, he overhears the man questioning Junghyuk's identity in the most unexpected way. Doubt creeps into his voice as he argues that Dokja cannot possibly be Junghyuk. He believes Junghyuk should be far more attractive. Dokja feels irritation rising within him after hearing such a shallow judgment about the appearance. However, the man's curiosity does not stop there. His attention shifts toward Hwon as he begins questioning her identity. He recalls that in Junghyuk's third regression, Namwoo should have been in her place instead. Dokja listens carefully as the conversation takes a more serious turn. The two men reveal their real objective: to confront the prophets who have read up to 50 chapters of Tessa. Anticipation builds within Dokja as he prepares himself for their inevitable return. He knows they will come back to question him further. When the man finally introduces himself as Minsub Jung, Dokja wastes no time in asking about his number. Minsub responds without hesitation, revealing that he is the 1089th renouncer. Turning his attention to Lee Sungkook, Dokja demands more details about the prophets. Sungkook provides the answer: there are only 48 prophets in total. The small number catches Dokja off guard. He expected a much larger count, causing doubt to settle in his mind. As if sensing his confusion, Sungkook quickly explains his survival. He owes it to Minsub, who had also read Tessa and was searching for answers just like him. The conversation grows tense as Minsub shifts the topic back to Hwon, questioning how she ended up replacing Namwoon. Dokja remains composed as he skillfully navigates the discussion. With a calm but firm tone, he reveals the harsh reality: Namwoon is already dead. The prophets were responsible for his death. A wave of shock washes over Minsub and Sungkook as the weight of this information settles in. Dokja takes this moment to recount his own experiences and the actions he has taken so far. His words leave both men visibly shaken, their expressions reflecting a mix of disbelief and realization. The atmosphere grows heavier as Dokja introduces another troubling piece of information. He warns them about the prophet who has been impersonating Junghyuk. This individual poses a serious threat to Chungmuro. Sungkook and Minsub exchange uneasy glances as the implications of this revelation sink in. The feeling of an impending conspiracy becomes impossible to ignore. Meanwhile, the constellation known as the secretive plotter silently acknowledges Dokja's boldness. Unaware of the full truth, Sungkook hints that he might recognize the person Dokja is talking about. However, he remains completely oblivious to the fact that the real prophet is standing right in front of him. Sungkook provides more insight into the complicated alliances among the prophets. He explains that they do not all share the same goals or follow the same path. A particular group stands out among them, those who call themselves the 12 Apostles. Each of them holds significant influence, making them a force to be reckoned with. Meanwhile, Dokja reunites with Hyunsung and Hwon. A sigh of relief escapes him as he finally gets a brief moment to drop his Junghyuk disguise. The weight of maintaining the act had been exhausting, and this small break feels like a luxury. Before long, Hansung brings up the matter of their next course of action. However, Dokja signals for patience. Instead of discussing everything out loud, he creates a telepathic group chat to ensure no one else overhears their conversation. His caution stems from an unsettling discovery. His flag has turned navy after claiming control over 5 stations. Yet despite his progress, he has failed to acquire Changsan Station, which was supposed to be his next target. The reason soon becomes clear. The 12 apostles have already taken control of it. These individuals are not ordinary contenders. They are the ones who have read Tessa up to 50 chapters, and their numbers align suspiciously with the total views the story has accumulated. When Sunku first shared this information with Dokja, he also revealed something even more concerning. 11 of these apostles are already known, and their ambitions are dangerously large. They seek to dominate the world using the knowledge they have obtained. Recognizing the threat they pose, Sungkook had urged Dokja to help stop them. Dokja hesitated but ultimately agreed on one condition. Changsan Station had to be his. However, things have already taken a turn for the worse. The Tyrant King has beaten him to it. The involvement of the 12 apostles and the prophets seems to have altered the natural course of events, accelerating the plot. The Tyrant King's rise to power has been hastened, and as a result, the world edges closer to complete chaos. Dokja does not keep this information to himself. He shares everything with his companions, making sure they understand the severity of the situation. Hyewon listens with a thoughtful expression, processing the information carefully. On the other hand, Hansun is visibly stunned. Until now, he had not realized the full extent of Sungkook and Minsub's knowledge of the future. Everything begins to make sense to him, especially why Dokja has gone to such lengths to keep his true identity a secret. Hansun considers their options and suggests that they remain in place a little longer. He believes that gathering more intelligence on these powerful enemies could prove beneficial. However, Dokja immediately shuts down the idea. Staying any longer is too risky. Instead, he reveals an important piece of information: there exists a secret weapon. The prophets possess something specifically designed to counter both the apostles and the Tyrant King. Dokja understands that taking action is the only way to prevent the disaster that is about to unfold. The seriousness of his declaration catches both Hyunsung and Hyewon off guard. The weight of the looming battle settles heavily on them as they try to process the situation. However, hesitation is not an option. With determination in his heart, Dokja moves forward. The guards stationed nearby are too drowsy to notice as he skillfully slips past them, his presence concealed by an invisible cloak. His destination is clear. Donghoon's tent stands ahead, secured with a sound wave blocking barrier to prevent anyone from overhearing what happens inside. Moving swiftly and silently, Dokja approaches from behind, stopping Donghoon before he can react. A startled cry almost escapes from the boy's lips, but Dokja does not let it happen. His grip remains firm, making resistance futile. No matter how much Donghoon struggles, the difference in their strength is undeniable. Dokja's level 10 strength proves too overwhelming. Dokja retrieves a small vial from his pocket, mental awakening medicine, a rare and expensive item that had cost him 3,000 coins. Dokja makes him gulp that medicine. The purchase had not been easy, especially alongside the hermit's cloak, but is a necessary investment. A short while after consuming the medicine, a change takes place. Donghoon's eyes, once clouded under the effect of hypnosis, regain their clarity. Awareness returns and his mind starts working rationally again. Instinctively, he takes a step back, his hands gripping the flag tightly. Suspicion fills his gaze, expecting Dokja to make a move to seize it. However, Dokja remains still. There is no intention of taking the flag. Instead, he offers something unexpected: friendship. Despite the tense atmosphere, an unusual problem arises. Donghoon does not respond. His reluctance to engage in conversation is not due to distrust alone. Social anxiety prevents him from expressing himself. Noticing this hesitation, Dokja takes a different approach. A phone is pulled out and an alternative method of communication is suggested. Without saying a word, Donghoon activates his wide-area internet skill, a level 5 ability that allows him to connect. A new message appears on Dokja's screen, a simple inquiry about his identity. Amusement flickers across Dokja's face, recognizing that his strategy is starting to work. The first step in earning Donghoon's trust has been taken. A response is typed out carefully, letting the boy know that he has been searching for him all this time. One crucial fact remains at the forefront of Dokja's mind: Donghoon harbors a deep resentment toward the prophets. That grudge is something he can use. Without hesitation, Dokja makes an offer. Removing the prophets from Donghoon's life is something he is willing to do. However, suspicion lingers in his expression. The offer seems too convenient, leading him to believe that Dokja simply wants to exploit his abilities. Contrary to this assumption, Dokja clarifies his true intention. There is no need for Donghoon to take action in the future. Rest is what he truly deserves. Meanwhile, Sungkook remains focused on his phone, occupied with his own matters. A short distance away, Minsab is lost in thought, considering what their group should do next after settling their conflict with the apostles. Sungkook mentions that no one in their group chat believed the claims they made. After hearing this, Minsab makes up his mind to talk to the others and try to make them understand. However, before he can do anything, the internet connection starts to weaken. Sungkook gets a strange feeling that something is wrong. A possibility crosses his mind. Dong-hoon might have fallen asleep again, which could have led to the internet disconnecting. Minsab walks toward the front of the tent to check on Dong-hoon. The moment he moves forward, something completely unexpected happens. An invisible force blocks his path, and before he can react, he stumbles and falls to the ground. A surprising truth comes to light. Dokja has been present all along, hidden beneath his cloak. Just as this realization sets in, Hee-won steps into the tent. Her expression is serious as she informs Dokja that if the fight continues, she and Hyun-sung will be at a disadvantage because they are outnumbered. Sungkook and Minsab exchange confused glances. To them, Dokja is still Jung-yuk. They cannot understand the situation completely, but Sungkook remains confident that if it comes down to a battle, Jung-yuk will have no trouble defeating the opposing group. Dokja, however, has no intention of fighting. Without hesitation, he makes a swift move with his sword. The blade cuts through Minsab's clothing, exposing the real flag of Daimyo. This moment reveals a truth that has been hidden all along. Minsab is, in fact, the true leader of the station group. This outcome does not come as a surprise to Dokja. From the moment he discovered that Minsab and the others had read Tessa, he had a feeling that something was not right. They had always known that Dong-hoon was supposed to be the leader of Daimyo, yet they took that role away from him. Now, everything makes sense. Dokja lifts the flag, and the moment he does, its color shifts to brown. A powerful energy surrounds him, forming a protective barrier. Sungkook stares in confusion, unable to understand why Dokja would do something like this. However, Dokja remains silent, unwilling to explain his actions. Instead of giving answers, he reveals the truth. He is not Jung-yuk. He then mocks them for failing to finish reading Tessa, making it clear that their ignorance has cost them. The next day, Dokja wakes up much later than expected, only realizing in the afternoon that he has now gained control over 9 stations. As he checks his phone, it becomes clear that he has slept for an unusually long time. Stepping out of the tent, he notices Hee-won and Hyun-sung waiting for him. Hee-won brings up the idea of returning to Chungmuro, but before Dokja responds, his attention shifts towards Sungkook and Minsab. The two immediately tense up the moment they meet his gaze, as if sensing that something significant is about to happen. After speaking with them, Dokja makes a decision. Instead of punishing them, he chooses to spare their lives, recognizing that they might be useful in the future. He allows them to join Chungmuro under one condition: they must swear an oath that will ensure their loyalty. If they act against him, the oath will take their lives. Both of them accept this arrangement, knowing they have no other choice. Dokja feels satisfied with the outcome, while Hee-won and Hyun-sung silently observe the entire exchange, carefully watching how everything unfolds. Dokja then asks Minsab for the fugitive's mask. Once he obtains it, he immediately uses it to alter his appearance, transforming his face to resemble Jung-yuk's. Sungkook and Minsab freeze in shock, completely caught off guard by the striking resemblance. The sudden revelation leaves them speechless. Dokja attempts to gain more information about Minsab, but the moment he activates his profiling skill, something unexpected happens. The system reveals that Minsab's character data has been updated since their first meeting, indicating that something about him has changed. Turning his attention to Sungkook, Dokja demands his phone. Without masks or communication devices, Sungkook and Minsab find themselves completely vulnerable. At that moment, Dong-hoon steps forward and activates a special internet-related skill. For the first time, he expresses genuine trust in Dokja, making it clear that he believes in him. Dokja responds with a small smile, showing his appreciation. Seeing this, Dong-hoon's constellation, shadowed behind the curtains, acknowledges the moment and rewards Dokja with 500 coins as a sign of gratitude. Dokja notices an important thing: only 36 prophets remain in the group chat, and none of them are apostles. This detail raises questions, but before Dokja can dwell on it further, Minsab asks if he already knew about the revelation because he had completed it. Instead of giving a direct answer, Dokja responds with a dismissive attitude, making it clear that they should feel lucky to have met him instead of Jung-yuk. The journey continues. Dokja scrolls through the chat, his mood quickly souring. The conversation among the prophets revolves around the possibility of a remaining free copy of Tessa. The topic annoys him, as it seems like they are more concerned with securing information than focusing on survival. Before long, Sungkook speaks up, announcing their arrival at Anguk Station. The group immediately notices an eerie atmosphere. From the far end of the railway, whispers about Jung-yuk echo through the tunnels, creating an unsettling feeling. Upon stepping onto the platform, Dokja quickly observes that Anguk has not been claimed by any other stations. There are no flags in sight, confirming that the area remains neutral territory. Meanwhile, Minsab approaches an announcer identified as number 763. They exchange words about the growing chaos, particularly the disastrous situation caused by the Tyrant King's control over Changsan. Dokja stays on the sidelines, carefully listening while maintaining his disguise as Jungyuk. A sudden shift in conversation changes everything. Minsao boldly declares that Dokja is the real Jungyuk, causing an immediate reaction from those nearby. In an instant, all attention turns toward him. The announcer lowers his head in deep respect, showing just how much influence Jungyuk's name carries. Some individuals begin murmuring about Dokja's appearance, openly admiring his features. The situation escalates quickly, and soon a growing crowd surrounds him, their curiosity overwhelming. For a brief moment, Dokja finds himself unsure of how to respond. However, before the focus on him becomes too much, someone else steps forward and shifts the attention. A man introduces himself as the 1168th announcer, claiming to be the most well-read person in the station. He immediately starts questioning Dokja, eager to hear about Jungyuk's experiences firsthand. While this conversation unfolds, another amusing situation develops on the side. Hamsung's face turns red as several women begin showering him with compliments. On the other hand, Hee-won grows increasingly frustrated as people keep mistaking her for Jihai, much to her confusion. The gathering continues to grow. Dokja looks around, and the crowd of prophets surrounding him reminds him of something unexpected: a busy farmer's market where people gather in excitement, each one eager to get something valuable before it runs out. Dokja decides to gather more information about their so-called ultimate weapon. Someone gestures toward the center of the platform, drawing his attention to a massive meteorite. The sight shocks him. This is not just any meteorite. It is the exact same one he saw crashing onto the cinema rooftop a few days ago. A man steps forward and explains the situation. According to him, the meteorite might contain an extremely powerful artifact. To speed up the process of its hatching, they have been feeding it mana for the past few days. The way he describes it makes it seem like they are nurturing something dangerous without fully understanding what they are dealing with. Dokja processes this information with growing unease. Only those who have read Jungyuk's fourth progression could possibly know about a red meteorite. This realization sends a wave of concern through him. Without wasting any time, he demands to know who brought it to this place. The man mentions the 1124th announcer, but states that he has not arrived yet. A deep sense of urgency washes over Dokja. Every instinct tells him that this is a trap. Without hesitation, he calls for an immediate evacuation. Try and get everyone away from the station before it is too late. Before anyone can react, the meteorite begins to tremble. The movement is small at first, but within moments it becomes impossible to ignore. Panic spreads through the gathered crowd. Dokja watches in frustration, realizing he made a mistake by trusting people who have not read Tessa to the very end. Any chance of escape vanishes as a powerful barrier suddenly materializes in front of him. He quickly understands that there is no way out. He must now confront the threat head-on. High above, constellations observe the unfolding events with great interest. Dokja wastes no time in reaching out to his party through the group chat. His message is clear: there is no escaping now, so they must stand behind him if they want to survive. He cannot believe the situation he has been forced into. With the fourth scenario still ongoing, he now has to deal with a catastrophe from the fifth scenario far earlier than expected. Meteorites like this one can either contain rare treasures or unleash devastating threats. Their effects depend on their size and color, and Dokja already knows that this one should never be allowed to hatch. Cracks begin forming on the surface of the meteorite. At the same time, a notification appears confirming the worst. This marks the official beginning of the fifth scenario. One man, driven by curiosity, steps closer to the meteorite. Before anyone can warn him, a scorching beam shoots out from within. In an instant, his body is reduced to nothing. The horrifying sight leaves no doubt this is no artifact. This is something far more dangerous. Dokja can only hope that whatever emerges from the meteorite is not a major catastrophe. The situation grows more chaotic as panic spreads among the onlookers. Thick lava oozes from the cracks in the meteorite, pooling onto the ground as something stirs inside. A few moments later, a clawed hand bursts through the molten surface, confirming everyone's worst fears. Hee-won watches in disbelief, trying to identify the monstrous creature now breaking free. Dokja, however, immediately understands the danger. This is not just any beast. This is Lizard Dragon Ignir, a fire dragon known for its destructive power. The realization sends a wave of tension through him. A catastrophe has appeared, something that belongs to the fifth scenario, not the fourth. The presence of such a powerful creature means that the situation has escalated beyond what should be possible at this stage. While Hee-won processes the shocking revelation, other survivors rush toward Dokja, desperate for help. He quickly instructs them to move to a corner. Knowing that panicking in the open will only make them easier targets, He explains to Hee-won that an event like this should not happen without some kind of intervention. A fire dragon of this level appearing in the fourth scenario is completely out of place. And as if responding to his words, a Dokkaebi materializes before them. However, instead of Byung, it is a mid-level Dokkaebi, someone Dokja does not recognize. The Dokkaebi wastes no time in scolding the gathered people, openly criticizing them for awakening a catastrophe far too early. Despite Dokja's surprise at seeing a different Dokkaebi in charge, the creature swiftly takes action, restraining the dragon with its abilities. For a brief moment, it seems like the crisis might be contained. However, someone protests against the unfair difficulty of the situation. Instead of easing the challenge, the Dokkaebi decides to modify the scenario entirely. With a simple snap of its fingers, a new notification appears for everyone. The rules have changed. A sub-scenario has now been added, giving the survivors only two options: defeat the dragon or endure its attacks for the next 20 minutes. Hansung immediately questions whether fighting the dragon is a viable option, but Dokja already knows the answer. Killing a Tier 5 dragon is impossible. Even if Jung-yuk were present, the odds of winning this battle would still be non-existent. The moment the Dokkaebi vanishes, the situation takes a turn for the worse. Freed from its temporary restraints, the dragon moves forward, its hunger evident as it sets its sights on the helpless survivors. Dokja wastes no time in issuing commands, urging everyone to move in a clockwise direction to avoid getting trapped. The dragon releases a massive breath of fire, barely missing Hee-won as she dodges at the last second. Dokja knows this is only the beginning. A battle against time has begun, and the next step is finding a reliable survival strategy. He scans the area for possible escape routes, and something unusual catches his attention. Strange markings suddenly appear on the floor, resembling the green zone indicators from previous scenarios. Each of these hidden pieces displays a number, showing how many people can safely take shelter within them. This unexpected development provides a glimmer of hope. If used correctly, these zones might be the key to surviving the next 20 minutes. A desperate struggle begins as people fight over the limited safe zones, turning against one another in their attempt to survive. Fear and panic quickly give way to violence, with some even resorting to force to secure a spot inside. The situation worsens as Dokja realizes that this chaos is not entirely natural. The apostles must be behind it. Their goal is clear. They want to reduce the number of prophets, ensuring that fewer people have knowledge of the future. By turning the survivors against each other, they are effectively eliminating their greatest threat. While Minsob and Hee-won search frantically for an available safe zone, Sunkook manages to locate one. He signals for the others to join him, and they begin to gather, hoping they can find shelter before the dragon's next attack. However, relief quickly turns to dread when they discover the zone's limitation. Only 4 people can fit inside, forcing them to make a difficult decision. The dragon lets out a deep growl, its chest expanding as it prepares to release another wave of fire. Dokja faces a cruel choice: someone might have to be sacrificed. As he weighs his options, an unexpected offer changes everything. Someone willingly gives up their spot for him, allowing him to run toward the safe zone without hesitation. A wave of relief washes over him as he calls out to his party, instructing them to activate their own zones before it's too late. The moment Dokja steps onto the designated area, a shimmering shield materializes, enclosing him and the others in a protective barrier. Just in time, the dragon unleashes a fiery blast, engulfing the entire station in flames. Screams echo from those left unprotected, but those inside the safe zones remain unharmed. The shields hold firm, shielding them from the devastating attack. Just as the flames subside, Dokja's focus shifts toward the 1168 renouncer, the man whose presence has been suspicious from the beginning. There is something off about him. Dokja recalls how the man previously asked about Jung-yuk's battle with Asmodeus, yet something does not add up. That particular fight took place in Jung-yuk's second regression, and it ended in complete failure. The 57th episode clearly details how Jung-yuk was utterly defeated by the Demon King. The unsettling realization prompts Dokja to act. Without hesitation, he draws his sword and places it against the man's neck, demanding to know the truth. The possibility of him being an apostle seems too great to ignore. If he is working against them, there is no time to waste. Under the pressure of Dokja's blade, the man quickly confesses his real identity. He is not the 1168 renouncer, but the 1195 renouncer, one of the apostles. More importantly, he holds the rank of the 5th among them. Before Dokja can press him further, an even greater problem arises. The shield surrounding them begins to flicker, its stability weakening. Time is running out. Dokja demands to know whether this situation is part of the apostles' plan or merely a consequence of the butterfly effect. The man insists that the dragon's birth was never intended. It is a result of the butterfly effect. However, Dokja struggles to believe him. Meanwhile, the dragon continues its rampage, cutting down everyone unfortunate enough to be caught in its range. Sunkook, barely managing to evade the destruction, calls out to Dokja for help. Dokja remains firm, instructing Sunkook to focus on learning the dragon's attack pattern and avoid getting hit. Defending against such an attack seems impossible, especially with an apostle hiding among them. Turning to the man, Dokja questions his intentions, but the response he receives is unexpected. The man claims to possess the means to ensure Dokja's survival. It becomes clear that he had anticipated Dokja's arrival, fully aware that someone impersonating Jungyuk would be present at the scene. The discussion is abruptly cut short when the dragon launches another devastating attack, forcing everyone to react immediately. Flames engulf the area, leaving them little room to escape. Moments later, the safe zones appear once again, but before anyone can find shelter, the apostles eliminate one of the people occupying a zone. A chilling realization follows when the apostle reveals that he never would have come if Dokja had not been here in the first place. The situation grows worse when the dragon prepares to unleash another deadly breath. At the same time, an announcement appears stating that in the next round, the number of safe zones will decrease. Frustration spreads among the group, and Hee-won cannot hide her anger at the turn of events. Dokja quickly assesses the situation and remains skeptical that anyone here stands a real chance of defeating the dragon. However, something feels off when he notices that the apostle shows no sign of exhaustion despite the extreme heat. A sudden thought crosses Dokja's mind, making him suspect that the apostles have acquired blue ice pills. These rare items, obtained by hunting elementals in the western region, grant the user the ability to release cold energy for a limited time. If they have the pills, then they might stand a chance against the dragon. Even so, Dokja doubts that the apostle alone has the strength to bring it down. Observing closely, Dokja soon realizes that 5 other individuals nearby are also releasing icy energy, confirming his suspicions. The dragon continues its rampage, killing anyone in its path. Desperation fills the air as the announcer calls out to Dokja, offering a deal. In exchange for Dokja's assistance, he promises to hand over the blue ice pills. A chance for survival presents itself, yet Dokja knows he must maintain his act as Jungyuk. Showing concern for others would break his disguise, so he coldly dismisses the idea of prioritizing anyone's safety. To maintain his cover, he claims that losing companions means nothing, as they can always be replaced. With unbroken faith raised high, Dokja stands firm, ready to challenge the apostles. However, instead of engaging in direct combat, they counter with an unexpected proposal. Their real objective becomes clear. They seek to seize control of Chungmuro Station, an important stronghold in their strategy. Mentioning Ji, Yeoliang, Sanga, and Pildu, they reveal the great lengths they have gone to in their pursuit of Jungyuk. The realization of how bold and calculated they are leaves Dokja momentarily surprised. The urgency of the situation forces Dokja to move quickly toward an unoccupied safe zone. During the sprint, curiosity gets the better of him, and he questions them about their leader. The apostles respond with an unsettling answer. Someone who has read all the revelations and possesses knowledge of both Jungyuk's past and future guides them. The idea of another reader who has gone through the entire novel catches Dokja off guard, halting his movement just before reaching the safe zone. Concern spreads among his companions, especially Hee-won, who looks at him with clear worry. Dokja reassures her that he will handle the situation. At this moment, he fully grasps that these apostles are not reckless. They have a carefully crafted plan. Understanding that fear can be a powerful weapon, Dokja decides to turn the situation in his favor, hinting that their very existence may depend on keeping him alive. With a swift movement, he shifts his focus toward the dragon. The apostles react with immediate alarm, realizing the weight of Dokja's words. Panic sets in as they rush to stop him. However, Dokja is already moving toward the beast, closing the distance before it can unleash another attack. Just as the dragon prepares to breathe fire once again, Dokja manages to position himself directly beneath it. With one final decisive act, he plants his flag in Angmuk Station, unlocking the prestigious king's path attribute. Instead of choosing a path of destruction, Dokja claims the title of King of No Killing. Chaos erupts as the apostles scramble in desperation, attempting to flee from the massive surge of flames that engulfs everything around them. The devastating power of the dragon's attack proves too much to withstand, rendering even the ice pills useless. The unfortunate ones caught in the flames are reduced to nothing, leaving the battlefield littered with ash and ruin. Once the dragon finishes consuming its latest victims, its gaze shifts toward Dokja, marking him as its next target. From a distance, Hee-won and Hyunsung shout in terror, urging Dokja to escape. However, he does not move. Despite the incoming inferno, he remains standing, showing no sign of fear or resistance. The flames engulf him entirely, breaking through his armor piece by piece. A final notification appears before his eyes, confirming the inevitable. He has met his end. The next thing that happens is Dokja wakes up with a sharp gasp, his lungs struggling for air as he coughs violently. The memory of the flames lingers, and the unbearable pain of burning alive remains fresh in his mind. Among all possible deaths, this one is known to be one of the most agonizing, and now he understands why. Slowly, the pain fades away, replaced by a strange sense of relief. Looking around, he realizes that he has returned to the familiar space of the fourth wall. Every time this skill pulls him out of danger, an unsettling feeling takes over as if he is merely a spectator trapped between reality and fiction. Tessa has become more than just a story, it has turned into a living, breathing reality. Despite this, something still feels unnatural. A hidden barrier seems to exist between him and the rest of the world, making it difficult to fully connect with his surroundings. There is no time to dwell on these thoughts now. He shifts his focus to what needs to be done after waking up. However, before he can form a plan, a notification interrupts his thoughts. The King of No-Killing effect, which should have activated, has been delayed due to a conflict with one of his personal skills. A sudden realization strikes him. His soul has been separated from his body, triggering the automatic activation of Omniscient Reader's viewpoint at level 3. A wave of dizziness overtakes him, making it hard to focus. The experience is overwhelming, as if his mind is being forcibly expanded beyond its limits. Meanwhile, back in Changmuro, Pildu sits in front of the flag, arms crossed in frustration. Jiliang rests on his lap, fast asleep, murmuring Dokja's name in his sleep. The sound only adds to Pildu's irritation. His mind drifts back to the past, recalling the days when he was the sole provider for his family. He had once been the one who ensured there was food on the table, a role he took pride in. Now, despite everything that has changed, that sense of responsibility still lingers. Senga approaches with quiet steps, her expression calm yet determined. She attempts to explain the importance of forming bonds with others, but Pildu remains doubtful. The idea of relying on people does not sit well with him. However, she does not give up. Taking a seat beside him, she hesitates for a moment before bringing up the topic of land ownership, something she knows will catch his interest. At the same time, Dokja struggles to process what he is seeing. The events in Changmuro unfold before his eyes as though he is physically present, making him realize the true power of Omniscient Reader's viewpoint at level 3. The ability is far beyond what he had expected, and the sudden influx of information leaves him in shock. A distant sound breaks the moment. A subtle shift in the atmosphere does not go unnoticed. Sanga's expression hardens, sensing an approaching threat. Jiliang stirs awake from his sleep, his instincts alerting him to the danger. Without hesitation, Sanga rises to her feet, while Pildu, now fully aware of the situation, calls for everyone to prepare themselves. From the darkness, shadows begin to move. Ground rats, larger and more aggressive than before, advance toward Changmuro in large numbers. Recognizing the imminent threat, Pildu wastes no time activating his skill. Sanga, with urgency in her voice, instructs the survivors to gather on the platform. The survivors do not scatter in confusion. Every movement is deliberate, following the well-rehearsed strategy. Group A rushes to man the turrets, ensuring they are ready for the incoming attack. Group B positions itself at the center, prepared to engage the enemy head-on. Group C forms a protective line around Pildu, guarding the key figure responsible for their strongest defense. The ground shakes under the sheer number of ground rats swarming toward them. The moment they come within range, the turrets unleash a storm of bullets, tearing through the enemy ranks. The creatures fall in waves, unable to withstand the relentless firepower. The organized response of the Changmuro group proves to be highly effective, demonstrating the power of teamwork in battle. From the shadows, a new presence emerges. 5 figures step forward, 4 men and 1 woman. Pildu immediately senses something different about them. Their posture, their aura, everything about them is unlike the mindless beasts they had just been fighting. A sinking feeling settles in his chest. These are not ordinary enemies. A quick scan of the battlefield reveals Jihai among their ranks. The sight of her brings a moment of relief, but the tension remains. Something about this group feels ominous. Pildu's focus sharpens, and he braces himself for what is coming next. The atmosphere shifts when Ji moves to stand beside him, her stance firm and unwavering. The tension thickens as Pildu demands to know their purpose. One of the newcomers, exuding an air of arrogance, smirks before announcing that 2 powerful factions, the Maritime Admiral and the Armed Fortress Master, have decided to join forces. The news is troubling. If these 2 powers have united, it means Changmuro is now a target. Pildu clenches his fists, ready to counter their threats. However, his opponents show no fear, casually discussing their next move. Some of them have gone to hunt the dragon, while the rest believe they are more than enough to take control of Changmuro. Among them stands a man in his 30s, his bulky frame and smug expression making it clear he sees himself as untouchable. With a sneer, he turns his attention to Jai, belittling her for being out of her element on land. Annoyance flashes in Jai's eyes, quickly escalating into something far more dangerous. Her patience snaps, and without a second thought, she surges forward. Pildu, already anticipating trouble, fires his weapons in sync with her attack. Dokja observes from a distance, concern growing as he takes in the scene. The enemy is well prepared, their defenses stronger than expected. A protective shield neutralizes Pildu's attacks, blocking the impact of his firepower. The odds seem unfavorable. However, Ji is no longer the same person she was before. Her strength sharpened through countless battles and burns fiercely as she throws herself into the fight against the man who had dared to mock her. The battlefield erupts into chaos. The Chungmuro group refuses to back down, launching a relentless counterattack. However, something feels off. Dokja narrows his eyes when he spots a hooded figure moving through the fray. A sense of unease creeps up his spine. The enemy is holding something back. A heartbeat later, his fears come true. The hooded man raises his hand, activating a devastating weapon, the mass destruction magic bullet. A deafening explosion follows. Flames and smoke engulf the area, leaving devastation in its wake. The force of the blast sends bodies flying and the battlefield is thrown into disarray. Anger burns inside Dokja as he identifies the man carrying the purple flag. This is no ordinary enemy. The one standing before them is none other than the King of the Apostles. The situation turns grim as the aftermath of the explosion leaves the battlefield in ruins. The impact sends Ji's small body into the air and a shiver runs through her as she struggles to regain control. Her lips quiver and her eyes remain fixed on the empty railway ahead, a desperate plea escaping her. That is exactly where Dokja stands, his body stiffening as an unexpected wave of rage takes over. Someone who usually prefers to stay in the background, observing rather than interfering, now finds himself unable to hold back. The anger surges through him, stronger than ever before. A strange feeling settles inside him as he looks at Ji. Until now, she has only been a side character in his mind, someone whose story never truly reached him. But at this moment, everything changes. A sudden realization washes over him and something within his mind shifts. His understanding of the world around him deepens and his proficiency in the omniscient reader's viewpoint skill increases. The entire world bends and stretches like a rubber band, warping in ways he has never experienced before. His eyes open again and his surroundings shift. Chungmuro stands before him, but something feels different. Ji's unsteady gaze locks onto him, filled with confusion and something unspoken. However, she is not the only one staring. Every person on the platform focuses on him, their expressions frozen in shock. A strange discomfort creeps into his body. His senses feel misaligned, as if he is wearing clothes that do not fit. His height, his awareness, everything seems slightly off, as if he has stepped into a different version of himself. Yet his body moves on its own. His fingers tighten around the hilt of his sword, and without a single sound, the blade slices through the air, cleanly severing the head of the seventh apostle. Silence follows for a brief moment before reality crashes back into motion. The unexpected sight leaves everyone stunned. Dokja does not hesitate as he catches Jihai before she collapses, carefully lowering her onto the platform. His gaze lifts, meeting the eyes of the apostles who now focus entirely on him. A realization settles in his mind as he recalls the words of Jungyuk. There is no escape for their enemies. Anyone who dares to attack Chungmuro will meet their end right here. The effective king of no killing returns and starts bringing Dokja back from death. The moment his senses come back, he becomes aware of the massive dragon still looming over the battlefield. The fight is not over yet, but one thing gives him relief: Chungmuro remains safe. A strange and unforgettable experience had just taken place for Dokja. His mind had connected with Jongyuk's perspective, making him feel every movement as if they were his own. The sensation of gripping a sword, stepping forward with precise control, and unleashing a swift, deadly strike had felt too real to be a mere illusion. The thought of going through such an experience again feels unsettling to Dokja. A question lingers in his mind: how had he even managed to do that? His thoughts are soon interrupted by a notification. A reward is now available for using the third level of Omniscient Reader's viewpoint. His attention shifts when he notices Hyewon in the distance. Her expression shows disbelief, and Hansung stands beside her, holding onto her firmly. Their safety brings a brief moment of comfort, but danger still surrounds them. Dokja looks for a way to escape the dragon's relentless attacks and searches for a safe zone, a place meant to shelter one person. No such spot appears in sight. His ability, King of No Killing, cannot be relied on at this moment. It only works when he has at least 100 karma points, which can only be earned by saving someone's life. Right now, his points have dropped to 0, leaving him vulnerable. No single person's safe zone is available, making survival even more difficult. Seeing the situation, Hyewon quickly makes a decision. She urges Hansung to move towards a zone that can fit 2 people. Without hesitation, Hansung rushes toward Dokja. The two manage to enter the safe zone together, narrowly escaping just as the dragon unleashes another wave of scorching fire. Hansung's face softens with relief when he realizes that Dokja has survived. His eyes seem close to tearing up, overwhelmed by the sight of his companion still standing. Meanwhile, Dokja quickly becomes aware of an entirely different problem. His body is completely exposed. He looks around for something to cover himself, but there is nothing in sight. Hansung, now noticing the situation, reacts with visible shock. The resurrection has taken everything away, reducing Dokja's clothes and belongings to nothing but ashes. His current state leaves no room for modesty, as he is left with absolutely nothing to wear. Hansung, ever dependable, immediately offers his own clothes without hesitation. However, Dokja refuses just as quickly. A realization dawns on him. Some of his items have survived the destruction. The unbroken faith and the brown flag remain intact, though retrieving them is an entirely different challenge. Both objects lie directly beneath the dragon, making them impossible to reach at the moment. Before any further action can be taken, Hwon, Sungkook, and Minsub approach. Dokja instinctively reacts by trying to hide himself from sight. Seeing his distress, Hwon steps forward and hands him her robe. The exchange feels awkward for both of them, but is the only solution available. Their brief moment of unease is quickly shattered when the dragon suddenly lets out a deafening roar. There is no time to waste, escaping becomes the priority. Dokja urges everyone to move, but his mind remains focused on the battlefield. His sharp gaze scans the area, and that is when he notices something significant. The apostles are nowhere to be seen. Scattered ice pills serve as the only proof of their defeat, confirming that their presence in the fight has ended. A sudden powerful movement shakes the ground. The dragon's massive paw slams down, and two unfortunate individuals running behind Dokja are caught in its path. Their lives are lost in an instant, and silence falls over the battlefield. Now only Dokja and his party remain. With no time to hesitate, he takes the opportunity to recover his lost belongings. The brown flag and unbroken faith are finally back in his possession. He then rushes toward his group, determined to escape the dragon's next attack. Luck seems to be on their side when they manage to find a safe zone large enough to shelter all five of them. Just as they take cover, the dragon unleashes another devastating blast of fire, but this time they remain unharmed. The voice of the intermediate Dokja echoes through the air, cutting through the chaos. His words carry a mocking tone, questioning how long they plan to rely on luck. The situation grows more intense, and Hwon turns toward Dokja, looking for a solution. After assessing their options, Dokja makes it clear there is no choice but to fight. His gaze shifts to the ice pills scattered across the ground. The number of pills perfectly matches the number of people in their group. A possibility exists. Consuming the pills might give them the power to inflict damage on the dragon. However, one major problem remains. Taking down the beast before it launches its next full-scale attack will not be easy. Hansung and Hwon possess skills that complement each other, but their abilities alone are not enough. A more efficient plan is necessary. Instead of focusing on raw strength, Dokja realizes that increasing his magic power would be the best approach to eliminating the lesser dragon as quickly as possible. Without hesitation, he picks up an ice pill and swallows it. A surge of energy spreads through his body as cold power begins to radiate from him. At the same time, a thought crosses his mind. Perhaps omniscient reader's viewpoint could help identify the dragon's weak points. The moment he considers this, another realization strikes. A reward awaits for activating the third level of the skill. Reading the notification, he continues moving, keeping a safe distance from the dragon's attacks. His steps come to an abrupt stop when he reads the reward's details. The ability allows him to select and use one of Jongyuk's skills. The significance of this revelation is enormous, but before he can fully process it, danger closes in. Lost in thought, he fails to notice the dragon's massive paw rushing toward him. At the last second, Hwon reacts, pushing against him with full force and dragging him out of harm's way. The ground shakes as the paw slams down exactly where he stood just moments ago. Momentum sends both of them sliding across the battlefield until they crash against a nearby wall. Dokja barely gets a moment to recover when a new list of skills appears before him. His hopes rise, expecting to see a powerful top-tier skill. However, disappointment takes over when the choices turn out to be nothing extraordinary. Frustration lingers, but he forces himself to think clearly. The answer lies within his own ability as a reader. Pages of information flash through his mind, and he quickly scans through them, searching for the best course of action. Hwon, noticing his hesitation, urges him to decide immediately. Cold resistance seems like the most logical choice, and Dokja wastes no time making his decision. He instructs Hansung and Hwon to give their ice pills to Sungkook and Minsub instead. The two hesitate, caught off guard by the sudden command. Their hands freeze mid-motion as they were just about to consume their own pills. Acting swiftly, Dokja takes all 4 pills from them before the dragon's fire can reach him. Without second thoughts, he throws them into his mouth all at once. A layer of ice quickly forms over his body, signaling that the ice pills are taking effect. The additional power enhances his attribute damage, pushing his abilities beyond their usual limits. Under normal circumstances, he would never have attempted something this reckless. The ice pill is, in reality, a type of poison. Consuming even one would feel like standing completely exposed in the middle of a freezing winter. However, the skill borrowed from Jongyuk now acts as a shield, preventing the intense cold from overwhelming him. Assessing the battlefield, he makes a quick decision. His voice rings out as he calls for everyone to take cover behind him. With a firm grip on his sword, he prepares for the next attack. The transformation of his body activates a hidden property within his weapon, Blade of Faith. The other blade, once its usual color, now takes on a deep blue hue. The mix of ice and darkness overlays its surface, giving it an eerie glow. Standing directly before the dragon, Dokja draws even more power by activating the Sword Song Stigma. The buff ability shifts depending on the specific verse of the sword song, adding another unpredictable element to the fight. The dragon lets out a deafening roar, its massive form advancing toward Dokja. Certain areas of its thick scales suddenly begin to glow red, making him wonder if this could be its weak spot. The opportunity is too great to ignore. With the blessing of the naval warfare god enhancing his abilities, Dokja launches himself forward. His sword is ready to strike, aimed directly at the source of the glow. The blade plunges into the red mark on the dragon's chest, and a powerful roar of pain echoes through the station. The strike lands perfectly, yet it is not enough to end the battle. The dragon remains standing, and something even more dangerous begins to happen. Flames start to gather in its mouth, signaling that another attack phase is about to begin. Dokja immediately grows concerned. The battle has pushed them to their limits, and now he worries whether his group will be lucky enough to find another safe zone that matches their numbers. The fight is drained him completely, leaving his magic power depleted. Despite this, he does not stop. The elongated ether blade remains embedded in the dragon's chest, and he continues to swing his weapon with full force. Doubt does not cloud his mind. His instincts tell him that this is the right spot to attack. As he moves, a sharp and overwhelming sensation takes hold of him. His movements shift into something almost instinctual, as if he has entered a deep trance. The influence of Jongyuk's swordplay becomes undeniable. The strikes are swift and silent, the technique engraved into his body as if it had always been his own. A final surge of strength pushes Dokja forward. His hands tighten around the hilt of his sword as he recalls the exact feeling of that perfect moment. The blade moves, cutting through the air, and then a distinct sound reaches his ears. The noise of flesh bursting apart fills the battlefield. The dragon roars in agony as waves of high-temperature dust spread across the station. Dokja lands near the beast, his breathing heavy. The question lingers in his mind: has he finally won? Before he can fully register his victory, a sudden impact strikes him. The dragon's claw slams into his body, sending him crashing away from his target. Victory should have been certain with that last attack, but reality does not bend to his wishes. If he were the main character, the battle would have ended in a single blow. That single decisive strike would have brought the dragon down instantly, but fate is not so kind. He is just a reader, not a protagonist, and his journey is not one of overwhelming power. The dragon does not collapse yet. Instead, it prepares another deadly assault. Hyewon moves quickly, scanning the battlefield in search of a new safe zone. Meanwhile, Dokja clenches his teeth, refusing to let despair take hold. Giving up is not an option. Even if he is not the hero of the story, he is determined to finish what he started. In a final desperate attempt, he hurls his sword straight at the dragon's chest. The weapon finds its mark, piercing deep into the beast's heart. A chilling energy spreads from the wound, freezing everything in its path. The dragon's enormous body stiffens, and within moments, ice covers every inch of its scales. The creature lets out one last roar before turning completely still. With his death, Dokja becomes the first person to ever slay a minor catastrophe. Meanwhile, in the Seoul branch, the chief, Baram, frowns while reading a newly submitted review request. The report concerns Jongyuk, marking him as a possible regressor. The request did not originate from their office, but from a branch in Japan. This theory had already been discussed before. Some had long suspected that Jongyuk's unusually high level of skill from the start was not natural. Furthermore, any detailed information about him always ended up being censored, making it even more suspicious. The Dokjapis, if they truly wanted to uncover the truth, would need approval from the higher-ups before investigating further. However, Baram does not seem too interested. Instead of dwelling on Jongyuk's identity, he instructs his team to focus on monitoring the fifth scenario. Back at the battlefield, Dokja pulls his sword from the frozen corpse of the dragon. His hands move quickly, retrieving the precious nucleus from the beast's remains. The Tier 5 dragon nucleus now belongs to him, marking the end of a grueling battle. Before he can even process his victory, the mid-level Dokja appears once again, requesting a plausibility review. Out of nowhere, Hyewon lands a powerful slap on Dokja's back. The unexpected force nearly makes him lose his balance. At the same time, multiple messages flood in from various constellations, each one showering him with praise for his bravery in facing the dragon. Hyewon, however, does not look impressed. Frustration fills her expression as she demands an explanation. Dokja's response only fuels her irritation. He admits that he does not know everything, which only makes Hyewon even more agitated. Without hesitation, she continues slapping him repeatedly. Hamsung and Minsub hurry over, watching the scene unfold with mixed expressions of amusement and concern. Once Hyewon calms down, Dokja finally explains the situation properly. His resurrection was possible because of a new attribute he gained. However, there is a strict condition attached to it. In order to activate the ability again, he must save 100 lives. Without fulfilling this requirement, resurrection is impossible. Another restriction makes things even more complicated. If he ever takes a life, the attribute will be lost forever. Hyoon listens carefully, then offers a solution with a mischievous grin. Since he cannot kill, she will do it in his place. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung looks astonished, amazed that such strange abilities even exist in this world. Sung-kook and Min-sung shift uncomfortably, exchanging nervous glances. A realization dawns upon them. Hyun-sung, just like the others, exists only within this scenario. He is supposed to be a fictional character. The weight of this thought unsettles them. But before they can voice their concerns, Dokja shoots them a sharp glare, silently warning them to stay quiet. Instead, Sung-kook changes the topic, questioning Dokja's sudden kindness. The change in attitude feels strange. However, Dokja remains unfazed and casually explains that it is all part of maintaining his act as Jongyuk. There is no deeper meaning to it. The conversation takes a shift when Dokja asks for a phone. Most of his valuable belongings have been reduced to nothing, including his phone. Left with no other choice, he decides to borrow Sung-kook's device. But a lingering concern fills his mind. Retrieving Testa might not be possible anymore. That thought troubles him as he powers on the phone. To his surprise, the moment he opens it, a notification appears, offering him the option to restore his previous data. Relief washes over him when, within seconds, Tessa is automatically downloaded onto the new phone. Some things are simply beyond the reach of Dokebus and Constellations. A file that remains unreadable to them would not just disappear so easily. Now, he must be even more careful. No prophet should ever lay eyes on this information. A sudden voice breaks his train of thought. Byung, clearly exasperated, rumbles about being summoned by the higher-ups too many times because of Dokja. The Dakebi sounds frustrated, questioning why the Bureau is unable to access Dokja's data. Dokja considers the implications and wonders if they have decided to penalize him. However, Byung reassures him, stating that after some discussion, the Bureau has chosen to let the matter go. Right now, Dokja is not powerful enough to gain an unfair advantage in the scenarios. That answer brings some relief. This is exactly why he avoided leveling up his passive skills too quickly. Keeping a low profile had worked in his favor. Byung, however, does not end on a reassuring note. A warning follows. Dokja has caught the attention of the mid-level Dakibi. From now on, things will not be as simple. Staying cautious is no longer an option. It is a necessity. Not long after, the same mid-level Dakibi appears, expressing regret over the delay in rewards. But before Dokja can react, a flood of notifications swarms his vision. Messages pour in confirming his achievements, the completion of the scenario, and the dragon's defeat, and earn him significant rewards. One particular reward stands out, the protection symbol of the Imyunter. This will prove invaluable in the upcoming 5th scenario. A quick glance at the others' rewards reveals that they, too, have received impressive benefits. However, a nagging thought lingers. Is this all he gets? Something feels off. Before he can dwell on it further, the Dakebi continues speaking. The Bureau has reported a mismatch. The abilities of local incarnations do not align with the difficulty of the scenarios. The mid-level Dakebi takes matters into his own hands, deciding to adjust the scenario's difficulty. His actions immediately make the situation worse. Dokja silently curses at him, knowing that things have just become even more complicated. Not long after, a new notification appears, causing panic among the survivors. The 4th scenario's time limit has been drastically reduced. Chaos spreads across the area as people scramble to figure out their next move. The consequences of failure are clear. Death awaits those who cannot complete the mission in time. A short while later, Sangha focuses on helping the injured. While tending to them, she notices Dokja, Hyewon, and Hyun-sung returning to Chungmuro. Hyun-sung and Hyewon remain unaware of what has happened in their absence, but the moment they lay eyes on the scene, they freeze in shock. The platform is filled with people covered in blood, their injuries severe. Bodies lie scattered across the ground. A few steps away, Min-sub spots something horrifying, severed heads lying motionless on the railway tracks. Dokja pulls Gillion close, holding him tightly. The situation is bad, but the moment he sees the brutality, he immediately knows who is responsible. Jongyuk is the only person capable of something like this. Just as that thought crosses his mind, Jongyuk reappears. Without hesitation, he throws the head of the Apostle King across the rails as if discarding a useless object. There is no hesitation in his movements, no regret in his expression. Jongyuk is not like the others. Mercy holds no place in his actions when facing enemies. Out of nowhere, the King of the Apostles begins shouting. His furious voice echoes through the station as he directs his rage at Dokja. He claims that everything has gone wrong because of Dokja's interference. The accusation catches everyone off guard, including Dokja himself. However, there is no time to process it fully. On their way back to Chungmuro, Dokja learns something crucial. The prophets, who have been gathering in secret, follow a mysterious leader. Minsab explains what he knows. The prophets were called together by someone known as the first apostle. This person introduced himself as a true reader. However, as time passed, certain details about him seem suspicious. Dokja pieces the information together. If this man is truly a reader, something does not add up. The abilities he possesses do not match those of an ordinary person. Even in Tessa, the number of skills that allow a person to keep functioning after decapitation is extremely rare. A possibility comes to mind: immortal delay. That skill could make it happen, but even then, staying active with a severed head is nearly impossible. Something else stands out. There is no blood. The cut should have left behind clear signs of injury, but instead, there is nothing. That detail makes the situation even more unusual. Dokja jumps down from the platform, moving toward the severed head. His mind races as he goes over everything he has learned from Minsab and Sunkook. The first apostle made himself known to all prophets, claiming to be a true reader. He appeared across Seoul as soon as the scenario began, gathering those who had read Tessa. Not only that, but he possessed the ability to move through the barriers between scenarios, something that should not be possible. And now he remains alive despite losing his head. There is only one explanation. This is an avatar skill. There are very few people who can use the avatar ability in the entirety of ways of survival, but all of them have a high possibility of being in some kind of creative work, where they experience dissociative personality disorder or ego division due to excessive stress. The severed head stares at Dokja, curiosity evident in its expression. It wants to know who Dokja really is. But Dokja does not offer an answer. Instead, he takes a slow, careful look at the man. After a moment of silence, he asks a question. A simple one. A question that makes the man's expression shift in surprise. If he is a writer. In Tessa, very few jobs can grant someone the power of an avatar. Writing happens to be one of them. That's why some of the strange things the first apostle does begin to make more sense. Dokja already suspects this and brings it up. Meanwhile, the lips of the first apostle curl ever so slightly, as if hiding something. Then, in a sudden moment, he admits he is the one who wrote the revelation. At the same time, Dokja tries to clarify, but the situation takes a strange turn. Everything he hears feels like nonsense. To him, this kind of truth simply should not exist. His thoughts drift toward Jongyuk. He quietly activates his special skill, the omniscient reader's viewpoint. That's when he notices it. Jongyuk is also using his ability to detect lies. Now a strange confidence appears on the face of the first apostle. He laughs in a proud and twisted way, claiming full ownership of the Book of Revelations. A few seconds later, Dokja is sure it's a lie, but something feels off. He glances at Jongyuk again, who confirms with no hesitation that the apostle is telling the truth. Dokja freezes for a moment. His thoughts get tangled up in confusion. No matter how he tries to make sense of it, it still feels impossible. Still, he hides the panic behind a calm face and asks what kind of revelation the apostle is talking about. In response, the first apostle calls it a book about the future. Jongyuk steps in again and says that's only half of the truth. The details are not all correct, but there's something true hidden in it. That part surprises Dokja the most. Now the first apostle shifts the attention to Dokja and begins asking questions about him. Dokja wonders if the apostle also writes the revelation and whether he already knows about him. But instead of answering, the apostle just laughs in a slow, villain-like way. His attitude is calm and mocking. Dokja takes a breath and pulls himself together. Despite the apostle's claims, something doesn't match. The man in front of him doesn't seem like the author of Tessa, no matter how many times Dokja looks. If he really wrote Tessa, then he would definitely remember giving Dokja a digital version of the story. Suddenly, the apostle changes the subject and speaks of a prophet locked away in Sedam in prison. This sparks new curiosity in Dokja, who starts to wonder who this prophet could be. From there, the first apostle makes a bold offer. He says he is willing to trade information if Dokja reveals his true identity, but Dokja has no intention of doing that. He refuses without a second thought. Seeing that his plan failed, the apostle tries to switch tactics. He attempts to pressure Dokja through threats. Before he can finish, Dokja cuts him off on purpose. Now is the perfect moment to show off a little. He calmly says he knows far more about the future than the apostle ever could. Jongyuk backs him up right away, proving that Dokja's claim is true. The confident look on the first apostle disappears. His face goes tight with surprise. In that short pause, something sharp flashes through his eyes. Dokja catches it too. He starts to understand. Tessa was never popular, and there shouldn't be any pirated or digital copies. But if this man is really who Dokja thinks he is, then it makes sense. It would explain how he got a text version and how he knows so much about the story. Dokja opens his mouth and questions whether the first apostle enjoys copying others to survive. His eyes show a flicker of emotion, like he's hiding something. In Dokja's mind, there is no doubt. This man is nothing more than a plagiarist. A mocking smile appears on Dokja's face. He speaks with calm sarcasm, making fun of the apostle for copying the original Tessa even when the world is falling apart. Meanwhile, from a short distance away, Hunsung, Hwon, and Sangha stand quietly on the platform. They watch the scene with sharp eyes, unsure of what might happen next. The color drains from the apostle's face. He quickly turns to Jongyuk, hoping to gain his support. Now he begins to talk fast, trying to convince Jongyuk to work with him. He speaks about sharing knowledge of the future to help Jongyuk win in battles yet to come. Dokja listens and thinks the whole thing sounds ridiculous. In the middle of his speech, the apostle proudly says he has a prophet's attribute. This causes Jongyuk to activate one of his advanced abilities, Eye of the Sage. Dokja tries to use his own skill again, curious to see what Jongyuk is seeing. But his body feels too heavy. He is already drained and can't manage to activate it. Jongyuk stares at the apostle, checking something through his sage's eye, though Dokja can't tell what it is. The severed head of the apostle still speaks now, pushing Jongyuk to kill Dokja. The voice claims that Dokja has caused a huge butterfly effect, breaking apart the plans he had carefully made. Anger rises in Dokja, and he scolds the head for saying such things. Jongyuk begins to move his sword slowly toward Dokja. Tension rises. The first apostle shouts louder, urging Jongyuk to strike. But before anyone notices what's happening, Jongyuk suddenly lifts his foot and crushes the apostle's head into the ground. Then his blade moves up and touches Dokja's neck. Meanwhile, Hwon is shocked. She steps forward and prepares to fight, but Dokja quickly raises his hand, signaling the team to stay back. His nerves are on edge, but he knows better than to provoke Jongyuk at this moment. After that, Jongyuk turns to the first apostle's remains and calmly asks what he plans to do now. Dokja quietly swears in his mind, annoyed at Jongyuk's usual bad habit of playing along like this. Back when something similar happened at the Even Bridge, the person in that spot hesitated. But this time, the first apostle does not. He replies without hesitation. In his mind, there is no question. Yu Jongyuk will definitely kill Dokja. The sword moves again. A moment of silence fills the space. But the sound that follows is not the sound of a blade cutting through flesh. It is the sharp crack of something bursting, the crushed head of the first apostle. A few seconds later, Jongyuk pulls his sword away from Dokja. This choice surprises Dokja more than he expected. For a moment, they lock eyes. Then, without saying anything, Jongyuk turns and walks away. Dokja watches Jongyuk walk away and wonders where he is going. A quick thought crosses his mind. Maybe Jongyuk is really planning to leave Ji behind. In response to the unspoken question, Jongyuk mentions that the future has changed, and so the plan must change too. Hearing this, Dokja tries to offer his help again. But Jongyuk turns around with a sharp look and calmly says that his debt has already been repaid. He adds one last thing, that not taking his flag counts as his final favor. That leaves Dokja feeling irritated. He quickly reminds Jongyuk that leaving the station without proper permission could trigger a punishment. At that moment, Jongyuk slowly moves his hand toward the hilt of his sword. Sensing danger, Dokja quickly changes his tone and says he already knows Jongyuk is heading to Junggu Station. He brings out the black flag, saying it will help complete the king's path. Jongyuk doesn't seem impressed. Instead, he throws out a comment about how it would be faster if he just took Dokja's flag. Dokja responds with a confident smirk, daring him to try. It's a bold move. Jongyuk might be able to strike him before the punishment begins, but Dokja stands firm, believing in his chances. He adds that there's no need to go all the way to Junggu. Taking over the Tyrant King's territory is enough. But there's a time limit. Only 48 hours remain until the fourth scenario ends. Dokja knows Jongyuk cannot finish everything alone. Jongyuk pauses, and Dokja immediately understands that he has made the right point. Dokja then mentions that Jongyuk is walking away from someone close to him again. That hits a nerve. Power suddenly flares from Jongyuk's body, and Dokja jumps back in time to avoid being attacked. Meanwhile, on the platform, Hwon and Sangha tense up. Their faces are filled with concern as the pressure grows between the two men. Even so, Dokja keeps his cool. This moment finally pushes Jongyuk to start working with him. With the tension fading a little, Dokja asks what the apostles' abilities are. A short while later, Dokja reaches out to Minseob and Sungkook. He wonders if he should tell them everything. Before he says anything, Minseob asks about the identity of the first apostle. Dokja hesitates for a second. Then he asks if they've ever heard of a novel called Quintuple S-Grade Infinite Regressor. Sungkook immediately raises his hand. He remembers it. Soon both of them speak loudly, sharing everything they recall about the novel. It becomes clear to Dokja that they must be fans of web novels too, especially if they've read Tisa. In fact, Dokja himself read that novel once. He remembers reading Tessa at the time and accidentally clicking on that other one just because it showed up on the daily top list. At first, he was shocked. The settings and events felt too familiar, almost copied. He even left a comment about it. But instead of people agreeing with him, they attacked him for criticizing a book they liked. He received angry messages and harsh replies. Now Dokja finally tells them, the first apostle is actually the author of Quintuple S-Grade Infinite Regressor. He likely has a personal copy of that same story. By copying the plot, he can predict the future of this world to a certain point. Minsab and Sunkook grow worried. They ask if that makes the apostle unbeatable, but Dokja stays calm. There's no need to fear. The apostle can only copy the early parts. As the story moves forward, his knowledge fades. It makes sense. After chapter 100, Dokja was the only one still reading Tisa. Meanwhile, on the other side of the station, Senga and Hiwon make their way toward Jihai, who has just regained consciousness. The moment feels calm, but the weight of what just happened still hangs in the air. After some time, Dokja receives new information. He learns that the Tyrant King has been keeping prophets locked up, forcing them to provide insight about the future. The clock is still ticking. Only 48 hours remain before the scenario comes to an end. Dokja knows it's too dangerous to face the Tyrant King by himself, so instead of going straight at him, he decides to target something else, the flow of information. If the king depends on prophets, then cutting off that source could work. He shares his plan with Minsab and Sunkook. The goal is simple. Use the plagiarized novel against them. It'll create a text version of Quintuple S-Grade Infinite Regressor and spread it around. When enemies are many, the best move is to make them fight one another. That is Dokja's plan. Stuart borrows a laptop from Pildu and explains more to the others. There's no need to make the novel perfect. The idea is to recreate just enough of the story and distribute it to every nearby station. The plagiarist, the first apostle, has information about the early stages of Tisa, especially events from the third and fourth regressions. He keeps this knowledge hidden, especially from the prophets. Meanwhile, the Tyrant King is one of the 7 kings of Seoul. He only started using revelations after learning about the prophets. One wants to control all knowledge, the other tries to pull it out of hiding. It's clear what will happen when these two forces collide. To make sure they take the bait, Dokja adds tempting details, special items and clues that appeal to both the plagiarist and the Tyrant King. A short time later, Minsab gets frustrated. He tugs at his own hair, finding it hard to write a fake novel. But Dokja tells him not to worry too much. They only need parts that will catch the enemy's attention. Still, there's another concern. Dokja wonders if Hansung and Ji will be shaken when they find out they are just characters inside a story, but then Minsab says something unexpected. He casually reveals that he already told some people that their world might be a novel, but no one took it seriously. They didn't understand it at all. This surprises Dokja, that Minsab adds that this is probably how the first apostle was able to find the prophets so easily. That makes Dokja uneasy. A strange feeling grows inside him, and he asks what makes them different from the characters. But the answer Minsab gives is unclear. He says they are not characters. They are like Dokja, outsiders of the novel. Dokja understands part of it. When someone is a character, he can check their information. But recently, something strange has been happening. Sometimes the data updates, and suddenly people start showing up in the character list. This makes him wonder if everyone eventually becomes a part of the story. His eyes briefly move to Senga and Gillian. Without saying anything, he activates the character list to check. Unfortunately, their names still don't appear. Soon after, Minsab is nearly done writing the fake version of the novel. The quality is so bad that if anyone tried to serialize it, it would never survive. But that doesn't matter. The goal isn't to write good stories, it's to spread a dangerous lie. The first step is to make people believe that the Book of Revelations has been leaked to the public. Meanwhile, Sunkook raises a concern. He's not sure if there's enough time left to get this information out. In response, Dokja calmly says that someone else will handle that part. He's already thought it through. For stations without internet access, there's a backup plan. At that moment, Kang Il-hun steps forward and confidently says he's the right person for the job. Dokja agrees. Kang Il-hun's skills are made for this kind of work. Now is the perfect time to use his attribute, the one that makes him a master of spreading rumors. If anyone can start chaos with a single whisper, it's him. Now only 40 hours remain before the 4th scenario ends. Dokja gathers the members of the Chungmuro group and gives them a serious warning. If they fail to take over Changsan Station, their group will be wiped out. The road ahead is hard, especially because they will face one of the top enemies, the Tyrant King. He still holds one of the largest territories among the 7 kings of Seoul. Dokja also shares something disgusting about their opponent. The Tyrant King surrounds himself with beautiful people, keeping them as concubines. Anyone he considers unattractive is either killed or forced into slavery. Hiwon immediately frowns. With a teasing tone, she jokes that Dokja would be sent straight to the slave group. Dokja tries not to show it, but her words annoy him. He waves it off and shifts the mood back to the plan. There are 2 options. Either they take his flag or they go directly to his main base. Dobong Station. Neither choice is easy, so Dokja changes the direction and gets to the heart of the plan. They will move toward Gwangwoman. Hee-won questions the decision. Dokja gives a short answer, revealing that he already leaked a bit of information. The situation is moving quickly, and now they have to think carefully about time. Everyone must stay sharp and be ready for anything. Out of nowhere, Dokja receives several notifications. One says that his fake copy of a novel is now being sold at an auction. At the same time, he gets a message from Dong-hoon on his smartphone. Then, a voice filled with nerves echoes from above. Bi-hyun appears, worried and curious. He wonders if Dokja is just trying to trick everyone, but he also notes that the constellations are thrilled by the situation. Despite the rising tension, Bi-hyun warns that spreading information this way might work against Dokja. Still, Dokja shows no fear. He simply tells Bi-hyun that everything is under control and asks for his share of the auction profits. Meanwhile, the group is still talking among themselves when Dokja quietly earns 16,000 coins. It's clear he never planned to give away the novel for free. The moment it goes up for sale, people start buying it. The coins are his reward, and the number shows just how much the information is worth. Once everything settles down, Dokja lets everyone know that he's going to rest. Hee-won looks at him with disbelief, calling him too relaxed for the situation. But Dokja only gives a calm smile and says nothing more. Soon he lies down and closes his eyes. Sanga walks over and gently lays a thin blanket over him. The moment feels soft and calm, even if Hee-won still finds the whole thing strange. To her, it's almost ridiculous that Dokja could sleep now of all times. A short time later, in the middle of his fading awareness, a system message reaches Dokja's mind. His exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint, activates. This time, it reaches Stage 3. Over time, Dokja has come to understand how each stage works. In the first stage, he only reads basic emotions or simple actions, like when he first clashed with Namwoon. In the second stage, the skill lets him hear the thoughts inside a character's mind. He experienced that once before, back on the even bridge with Jeonhyuk. Now the third stage goes even deeper. He doesn't just read from a distance, he can see the full surroundings of the character or even step into their viewpoint completely. It's the same strange feeling he had at the station with Jeonhyuk, where it felt like his consciousness drifted into someone else's body. But this stage has a condition. Both people need to be thinking about each other at the same time. Right now, that connection is with Ilhun, who is muttering under his breath about spreading the rumors. Dokja's awareness slips into Ilhun's view. Immediately, he sees someone new. A man with a crown on his head and a heavy coat stands before him. Dokja knows right away, this is the Tyrant King. The king speaks with interest, asking if the new revelation is real. His informant gives him the answer he wants. The king laughs, his teeth sharp and visible. Then he gives an order. His group must move to Gwangwoman before anyone else arrives. Dokja feels relieved. The Tyrant King is taking the bait. Now his attention shifts to the other part of the plan. His thoughts go straight to Minsab. The timing couldn't be better. Minsab is already at Sejong University and on his way to Gwangwoman. Dokja looks around through this new viewpoint. People are already gathering in the lower parts of the building. He feels it. The plagiarist is the fastest one here. There's a reason. Gwangwoman holds one of the hidden treasures meant for the third regression. The plagiarist will not walk away from this chance. But the situation is growing more intense. More powerful figures are joining in. The kings from Yangdongpo, Yongsan, and Sangdonggu are all moving too. Still, Dokja smiles. Everything's working out exactly how he planned. The more chaos, the better. A few minutes pass before Dokja's mind slowly returns to the real world. His body feels heavy, and his senses quietly come back one by one. The skill fades, and everything around him becomes familiar again. Only now does he understand how tiring the third stage of the Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint truly is. His body cannot hold it for very long. Another thought enters his mind. Even after using it, there is no promise of gaining a new ability. Those rewards seem to come only when he fully enters the point of view of a first-person protagonist. Sadly, he still doesn't understand the exact conditions needed for that to happen. Dokja sits up from where he had been resting and finds Hee-won standing nearby. She's grinning and teasing him, saying something about him mumbling his mother's name in his sleep. There's no way to tell if she's joking or serious, so Dokja keeps his answer short. He simply says that he's been thinking about his mother. After getting to his feet, Dokja turns serious. He asks Hee-won not to join the battle at Gwangwoman this time. A few hours later, the group gathers near the exit. Members of the Chungmuro team wave goodbye as Dokja and Sanga prepare to leave. Dokja glances at Sanga and thinks about how much things have changed. In just a few days, her popularity has grown to a surprising level. Even with little time as a leader, people already worry about her safety and trust her deeply. But despite all that, Sanga doesn't look happy. There's doubt in her eyes. She keeps comparing herself to Hyunsung and Hee-won. Feelings of self-blame and worry cling to her, and she begins to question her value to the team. After speaking with Hyewon, Dokja finalizes the plan. Pildu and Hyunsung will stay behind to defend Chungmuro. Hyewon has her own task to carry out. Dokja sets off for Wangwoman with Sanga, Gilleon, and Sungkook. These are the core members he can rely on for now, at least. Meanwhile, Jai and Jonghyuk are too unpredictable to be counted on. They act on their own, always outside anyone's control. And as the group walks, Dokja says something that makes Sanga pause. He brings up a bit of Korean history she had studied before. Her face brightens at the memory. Dokja asks if she remembers the statue of Samyeongdaeng they passed before. Then he smiles and tells her that there are many more things like it along the road to Gwanwon. Sanga becomes visibly excited when Dokja tells her that her mission is to search for historical items. Her eyes shine with energy as she takes the lead. The group begins collecting as many items as they can along the way, knowing full well that they are walking into a dangerous fight. The odds are not in their favor. The Tyrant King may command hundreds of incarnations, and the Plagiarist has his own forces moving in the shadows. On top of that, the kings from Yeongdeungpo, Yongsan, and Sangdong-gu are also on the move. Dokja keeps all of this in mind, knowing the risk is greater than ever. The second half of the fourth scenario feels less like a survival mission and more like a giant proxy war. The constellations stand behind the scenes, watching everything unfold like it's a game board. Suddenly, Sanga recalls a shrine nearby. Her voice holds a mix of hope and doubt. She wants to stop there, believing it might have useful items, but she isn't sure because the shrine isn't related to Korean history. Moments later, they arrive and Dokja is taken aback. Right in the middle of the city, a famous Chinese shrine stands tall, one dedicated to one of the most legendary generals from ancient times. Sanga looks to Dokja with a serious expression, waiting for a decision. He glances around, but there's no idol inside the shrine. Something feels different. This place is not like the one dedicated to Samyeongdaeng. Destroying the idol may not bring any benefit this time. Instead of breaking anything, Dokja tells everyone to gather water from the shrine and quietly offer a prayer. The group stays silent and time gently passes in the background. Then, without warning, a system message appears. Everyone looks up in surprise. It turns out that this shrine has been forgotten and neglected for a long time. But now they are being blessed by the constellation known as the Lord of the Beautiful Beard. His gift grants them increased stamina and strength, lasting for the next 24 hours. The name might sound strange at first, but almost everyone in South Korea knows who he is. This is none other than Guan the famous hero from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Sungkook's face lights up with joy. To him, this feels like striking gold. Suddenly, a small bug lands on Gilleong's finger. He doesn't panic but warns Dokja immediately. Their senses go sharp. A group is approaching from a distance. Around 50 people walk in formation, all dressed in clothes that resemble different historical eras. Their presence is strong. Dokja watches them closely and thinks they look like they just stepped out of a museum. They don't look like normal fighters. Most of them are tall, neat, and handsome. In the front row, Sungkook notices someone familiar. He points out a man named Hwang Sungmin. That man steps forward, raises his spear, and questions Dokja's identity. Dokja already knows who this group is, but instead of giving a clear answer, he turns the question back and asks who they are. His tone remains calm, even in the rising tension. Suddenly, a female voice rises among the crowd. She points out the flag in Dokja's hand and asks if he is also a king. The men part smoothly, like a rehearsed performance. A woman dressed in an elegant royal costume steps out and stands in the center. Her aura is powerful. At that moment, Sungkook yells in shock and excitement. He recognizes her right away, Min Ju-won. His excitement turns into fanboying, but something seems off. Dokja notices it immediately. The hypnotist is falling under her charm. Without hesitation, Dokja moves behind him and hits him. Dokja activates his skill to snap Sungkook out of the spell. The effect is immediate. Sungkook's eyes return to normal and his confused expression fades. On the other side, Min Ju-won lets out a soft laugh, clearly amused. Dokja narrows his eyes. There's something odd about this. He starts wondering how Sungkook even knows the name Min Ju-won in the first place. It's not just familiarity, it's recognition, like she's someone real. Without wasting time, Dokja uses his profiling skill to look deeper into her. As expected, the truth is confirmed. She is the king of beauty from the original Taeza. Dokja steps forward and greets her. His tone changes completely. He begins speaking like he's in an old historical drama, words slow and respectful. Min Ju-won smiles, clearly thinking she has pulled him under her charm as well. But Dokja's way of speaking is not out of awe. It's part of his plan. He continues, pointing out how closely she matches her sponsor's spirit. He then compliments her, calling her the last queen of Silla. That one sentence hits harder than anything he said so far. On the other side, her sponsor reacts with discomfort. Dokja knows why. With his unique insight as the only reader of Tessa, he already understands the problem. The balance between sponsor and avatar has collapsed. The sponsor pushes their own failed dreams onto their incarnation, forcing them to live out that desire. Now the battles between Songdong-gu, Yongsan-gu, and Yangdongpo-gu echo the real-world tensions on the Korean peninsula. The situation in Tessa becomes more and more similar to reality. Suddenly, a message box appears in front of Dokja. Min Ju-won explains that her sponsor wants to test his sincerity. She sends him a scenario request. Dokja looks at the scenario details. The reward is small, not enough to tempt him. He doesn't even bother to hide his lack of interest. Her offer is clear. She wants Dokja to be her subordinate and help her win the war. Groups like his are being wiped out, and she believes joining her is the safest path. But Dokja isn't impressed. He gives a calm response and rejects the offer. Silence follows. Some of the men look shocked, their mouths open, unsure how to respond. Once again, Dokja states that he has no intention of joining her side. Then he politely asks her group to leave, but Ju-won doesn't move. Her mind drifts too deep into her role. At this point, she no longer acts. She truly believes she is the Queen of Silla. Dokja stays still for a moment, trying to figure out how to break this illusion without causing more trouble. Before he can decide, Segna steps in. She speaks in a clear voice, stating a historical fact. Silla, despite its famous stories, was the weakest among the three kingdoms. The effect is instant. Ju-won freezes. Her face turns pale. The words hit her hard. Trying to recover, she lashes out at Senga, saying she doesn't know history properly just because she holds a top-level certificate. But the damage is already done. The illusion is cracked. Meanwhile, the awkward tension still hangs in the air. Dokja breaks it by stepping forward and telling everyone to leave. He says it without emotion, stating that Ju-won doesn't really know history either. The words land harder than expected. Her cheeks turn red with embarrassment. She tries to recover by improving her offer, but Dokja doesn't even look back. He simply walks away. If she only knew how much he gains from constellations watching this drama unfold, or the extra profit coming in from the auction, she might not have tried so hard. Dokja keeps moving forward, not slowing down even as she calls out behind him. Her voice grows more desperate. At one point, he finally stops and lets out a tired sigh. For a brief second, Ju-won believes she has won him over. But without turning around, Dokja asks for 10,000 coins, softly, and in a tone that doesn't match the weight of the request. Ju-won pauses, caught off guard. She tries to process what he just said. Moments later, Dokja changes the deal. He says the price is now 20,000 coins. Ju-won's face hardens, and she tells him he's not worth that much. But Dokja calmly explains that he's not selling himself. He's offering to buy her and all her soldiers for that amount instead. The silence that follows is heavy. Ju-won stares at him in disbelief. She struggles to find a reply. Dokja lifts his hand and presses his thumb and index finger together. A soft snap echoes through the space. Coins shimmer into view right in front of Ju-won and her soldiers. Now the mood completely changes. Ju-won can't hide his shock anymore. She tries to keep a neutral expression, but it doesn't work. Doubt fades into surprise and slowly turns into confusion. Her words finally come out. She says he can't buy everything. Dokja replies without effort. He reminds her that she tried to buy him first. Above all else, he points out that she's an actress. Someone like her should understand this game better than anyone. Without waiting for another word, Dokja turns and walks away, leaving Ju-won and her soldiers stunned and silent. A short time later, when the group puts some distance between themselves and the Silla camp, Senga breaks the silence. Her voice is slightly annoyed. She says she recognizes one of the men standing beside Ju-won. Dokja nods and confirms it. That man might be the incarnation of Wancheng, a warrior known for his loyalty who died during the Battle of Hwangsanbil. Senga then starts asking how Dokja and Sunkook recognized Ju-won in the first place. She and Gilliam, on the other hand, don't seem to know who she is at all. Dokja pauses. It's a simple question, but he hesitates. The answer isn't easy. Min Ju-won only exists inside the story of Tisa. That's why Senga and Gilliam don't recognize her. The real question is about Sunkook. Dokja turns his head and calls for him. Sunkook lingers at the rear, still glancing back in the direction of Ju-won. His expression is hard to read. He looks unsettled. Dokja asks how he could possibly know a fictional actress. Sunkook says nothing, lost in thought. His face shows confusion. He genuinely doesn't know how he recognizes her. Dokja silently activates his profiling skill. For the second time, he checks Sunkook's information. Most things look the same, but one thing has vanished. The trait that once marked him as the ninth renouncer is no longer there. Meanwhile, Dokja stares at Sunkook's information window with quiet surprise. The missing attribute sparks a serious thought. In the world of Tessa, an attribute only disappears when the person no longer meets the requirement to hold it. This change means something has shifted inside Sungkook. The renouncers all share one trait. They know the future of this world. But Sungkook's knowledge only covers the early parts, barely reaching past the prologue. The scenario they are living in now has already gone beyond what he knows. A theory begins to form in the mind of Dokja. Maybe all renouncers lose their special status once the present timeline catches up to the part of the story they remember. Maybe they simply turn into regular characters. It is still just a guess, but it feels possible. Dokja starts wondering if that will also happen to him one day. Suddenly, a notification appears in front of his eyes. It says Ju-won has faint feelings for him. His thoughts shatter like glass. Reflexively, he turns to look behind him. Ju-won stands in the distance, her back facing them. Her posture is stiff and her gestures look full of anger, but he can't see her expression. A strange memory comes rushing back. During the 11th regression, Jong-yu once grabbed Ju-won by the collar, and ever since that moment, she seemed to carry feelings for him. Dokja feels uneasy. He doesn't like the idea at all, especially since he's not a fan of Jung-yuk. Still, doubt lingers, until Ju-won suddenly blushes while watching them walk away. An hour passes, and the group gets closer to one woman. Dokja moves carefully, leading the others and keeping his voice low. He explains the current situation. The Tyrant King is heading toward the National Palace Museum, where a powerful artifact lies hidden, the Fourian demonic beheading sword. This item is known as one of the strongest in Tisa, especially in the early story. It carries the flashy label of a quintuple S-grade item, and Dokja knows Sungkook is the one who wrote that part. But whenever he reads the description, his body cringes from secondhand embarrassment. Strangely, Sungkook takes it as praise. Gillian then asks why they are hiding instead of going to the museum first. Dokja answers calmly, the timing right now isn't ideal. The Fourian demonic beheading sword is indeed inside the museum. Despite its legendary title, there's no such thing as a triple S or quintuple S rating in reality. Those names are just part of the drama. Still, the sword performs extremely well and was even favored by Jong-yuk during his 3rd regression. This weapon is powerful, but not necessary right now. However, someone like the Tyrant King would definitely be chasing after it. Dokja now begins explaining the real plan to his group. They won't make the first move. Instead, they will wait until the other kings go after the sword. In that moment of chaos, Dokja's team will move in not for the sword, but for the other valuable artifacts hidden around it. Suddenly, sparks shoot through the air and a new figure appears. It is an intermediate Dokkaebi, arriving out of thin air with a proud smile. He sees how many people have gathered in Gwanwoman and decides this moment deserves a reward. Right then, a deep sound begins to rise from the center of the square. The ground rumbles under everyone's feet. Dokja, the Tyrant King, and even the plagiarists stop and look toward the center. A golden light shines over something emerging from the stone. One large throne, glowing like treasure. Above the throne, the Dokkaebi hovers with importance. The 4th main scenario has just been updated. No explanations are given yet, but everyone present seems to understand one thing. Only one person will sit on that throne. Only one king will rule above the others. Sungkook looks shocked as the system message flashes across their view. Dokja knows instantly that this is not good news. They haven't even finished the flag scenario and already another one has begun. The Dokkaebi explains what they must do. Only a true king, someone who proves their worth, can sit on the throne. Just having a flag isn't enough anymore. A new notification arrives. It reveals the qualifications needed to claim the throne. Dokja feels the pressure closing in. Now he has 2 major goals. He still needs to defeat the Tyrant King and take over Changshan Station, but now he also has to consider the throne scenario. The burden is doubling and time keeps ticking. The Dokkaebi fades from view without another word. Nearby, Sanga frowns with worry. Dokja understands her concern. Their team only has a brown flag. That means they've taken 10 stations so far. To sit on the throne, the system requires a black flag. That means someone must control at least 20 stations. From where Dokja stands, it's clear that no king has that level of control right now. So he tells Senga about the shortcut. Instead of capturing 10 more stations, they can simply take another group's flag. It is faster, but more dangerous. Tension builds in the air above Gwanwoman. The atmosphere grows heavier. Somewhere in the distance, a command is shouted. The fighting begins. Groups turn on one another. Weapons are drawn. People who once stood side by side now form battle lines. Violence spreads quickly across the square. Those chasing promotions swing swords with real killing intent. Others chase territory, using this chaos to expand their hold. Trust means nothing now. Sungkook watches the chaos unfold around them and quietly speaks. He says the situation feels unreal, almost like a twisted dream. The battlefield doesn't look like modern South Korea anymore. He then looks at Dokja and asks if he's afraid. Dokja is, even now. Even though he's read Taized, even though he's living through it, fear still grips him. At the core, he's still just a regular office worker. A salaryman who used to sit at a desk is now standing in the middle of a war zone. Death is a part of this world. It doesn't wait for permission. But right now, Dokja feels something else too. He feels alive. A breath escapes his lips. Then he turns sharply and raises his voice, telling his team to get ready. On his signal, they move. Dokja leads the group in a quick sprint toward the Seoul Museum of History. His focus remains sharp, eyes scanning the road ahead. Behind him, Sanga asks why they are heading to this particular location. Dokja answers without slowing down. They are searching for something called a Gampyeonwi, an artifact from the Joseon dynasty that looks like a round disc. Unfortunately, he doesn't know where it is kept inside the museum, so he tells everyone to split up once they get in. Before they can reach the doors, something slices through the air. A sharp object flies straight toward Dokja from behind. He drops low to the ground on reflex, pulling the others down with him. Arrows follow the first strike, cutting through the air. Without hesitation, Dokja reaches for his sword and gives a quick order. The team needs to get inside now. Another wave of arrows comes flying. Dokja knocks away the ones he can. The shafts carry traces of magic, which means these are not ordinary weapons. His mind races to make sense of the situation. Someone must have tracked his movements too closely. It feels like they were waiting. Soon a voice rings out from nearby. A group of men steps into view armed with swords and bows. Their uniforms don't show any flag. Dokja focuses on the one leading them and activates his profiling skill. The result appears instantly. The man is named Chu Wanyan. His sponsor is the last hero of Hwangsanbeol. Dokja curses under his breath. This is not someone he expected to meet here. More arrows rain down, forcing him to move fast and react without pause. He can't take them all down easily, not with these numbers. One arrow skims his arm. Blood runs down, but he doesn't stop. Right now, he has more than 60,000 coins stored. He could use them to raise his physical stats and push through the fight. But doing that now would raise the difficulty level of the final part of this scenario. That risk could ruin his plan later on. Suddenly, a new voice cuts through the chaos. Dokja and Chu Wanjin both turn to look. Jiwon arrives with her soldiers, stepping forward with confidence. She carries herself like a queen walking through a battlefield. Chu Wanjin glares at her and throws out an insult, calling her the ruler of a fallen kingdom. Jiwon responds with a smirk and a comment just as sharp. Just as she nears Dokja, he starts to wonder if she really came here just to follow him. Then her eyes briefly meet his and a system message appears. Jiwon is still developing a crush on him. Dokja's face goes blank. A cold sweat forms as she calmly tells him she's here to repay her earlier mistake. The situation is already difficult, and this only makes it harder to manage. Chu Wanjin laughs loudly. He mocks her, saying personal feelings have no place in war. He calls her soft and unfocused. Just then, Jiwon's captain steps forward, speaking on behalf of the Hwoarang. He lifts his spear and points it toward Chu Wanjin, ready to challenge him. Chu Wanjin gazes at the captain of the Hwoarang, and there is a spark of amusement in his expression. The fact that they are now fighting side by side seems ridiculous to him. He mocks the situation. His words make the Hwoarang captain blush with frustration. Dokja watches carefully and remembers something important. The sponsor behind the Hwoarang captain is Wancheng. In the real battle of Hwangsanbeol, Wancheng meets a tragic end killed by Gibek, who slices his throat on the battlefield. Dokja feels some relief that Jiwon is here to support them, but he also knows how bad the constellation pairing is. The same roles and rivalries from history repeat themselves in this world. Wancheng cannot win against Gibek, not easily, and that destiny follows the avatars like a curse. Jiwon understands this too. Her face shows how much she hates it. She looks far from pleased. Dokja gently tells her to hold her troops back. Suddenly, Sanga calls out. She steps forward with something glowing in her hands. She shows it to Dokja. It's the Gampyeonwi, a relic that looks a bit like an old wall clock. A warm light surrounds it. An idea flashes in Dokja's mind. He looks at Jiwon and shares his thought. They won't run from history. Instead, they'll reenact the Battle of Hwangsanbeol, but this time Silla will win. Chu Wanjin activates one of his powers. He uses the stigma of command detachment and his troops begin to move. The noise of weapons and footsteps fills the square. The battle has begun. The Battle of Hwangsanbeol originally took place between Silla and Baeksh. In that story, Silla wins through the sacrifice of the Hwoarang warriors. Gaimak dies in that battle and the memory lives on. The Hwoarang captain moves to the front and gives a strong shout. He tells his warriors that they must not fall back no matter what happens. Across from him, Chu Wanjin steps forward with pride and promises to wipe them out. Dokja calls out to Jiwon again. He begs her to stop her army. She listens and quickly gives the command. But something is wrong. Her soldiers are not listening. Even when she shouts louder, her words fade into nothing. Her army is no longer hearing her. the soldiers charge forward on their own. Their minds are overtaken by the synchronization. Jae-won can only stand there, frozen in horror, watching her captain move toward disaster. Suddenly, Chu Wongin's sword swings. It cuts deep through the whoring captain. The blow lands before anyone can stop it. Meanwhile, Dokja grits his teeth and swears under his breath. Wanqing's victory is almost impossible in this battle. But even so, something important is beginning to take shape. Without warning, sparks fly in all directions. Sungkook gasps as a massive holographic dome forms around the battlefield. Wine Woman disappears from view. In its place, a rugged mountain range spreads out in all directions. This is no illusion. It is the power of synchronization between avatars and their historical constellations. When their bond becomes strong enough, space itself begins to change. This is not true time travel, and it isn't real teleportation. The area around them becomes a kind of enhanced reality, almost like stepping into another world. Chu Wongin's face lights up with joy. He sees the mountain scenery and knows what it means. The battlefield is no longer symbolic, it has become a stage. The stage works differently for those who summon it. Sungkook speaks about how amazing Chu Wongjin must be to create a place like this, but Dokja explains that it happens because Jae-bak is the main figure of this scene. Near them, Ji-won shakes. Dokja sees her fear. Two paths are in front of them now. One choice is to let the incarnation of Wanqing fall. In this battle at Hwangsanbeol, Silla wins because Wanqing gives up his life. The soldiers of Silla become angry, and this anger gives them strength. That is how they win the fight. Another path involves changing how the story goes. Ji-won asks what happens if they fail. Dokja answers with calm words, her country will be gone. She decides to go with the first plan. This choice shows the kind of ruler Queen Jinsong is. People see her as a weak leader, and this proves it. But in truth, Dokja never plans to give her a real choice. In his hands, the two discs of the Gampiangmu begin to move. He turns the Earth disc slowly. Symbols on it glow like fire, the constellations are waking. Right now, the Gampiangmu is using a special ability called Echo of the Stars. This allows Dokja to ask for help from one of the constellations, but the constellation refuses him. Each request lowers the number of times the Gampiangmu can be used. His thoughts drift to the others who are fighting over the demon's sword. Still, this tool, the Gampiangmu, is the most powerful object nearby. When Dokja starts to call out to the stars again, Chu Wongjin realizes what's happening. Sungkook steps forward, holding his sword, blocking Chu Wongjin's path. Dokja tries to reach the constellation known as Hwang leader, King Hyunmu the Great. A strange shadow spreads across the ground as the sky begins to darken. The fight between Silla and Baich comes to a stop. Later, Dokja lifts his head. A single star glows more than the others. The one called King Hyunmu the Great looks down at him. Dokja gives him that title because he once led the Hwang. But something goes wrong. King Hyunmu does not want to touch the history of this modern world. He turns away from Dokja's call. Dokja starts to panic. The constellation begins to fade away and time is running out. Then Sangha speaks up and stops everything. She sees who the constellation really is. She understands that King Hyunmu wants to honor the past. But deep inside, she wonders if he has any sadness left behind. The ground they stand on holds the memories of many young Hwang who died here. The battlefield is full of loss. Meanwhile, the fight continues. Sungkook now stands face to face with Chu Wongjin. Up above, the same star shines again. King Hyunmu is listening. Sangha speaks clearly. She knows history cannot be undone. The pain doesn't go away and the Hwang never return. But this story is still not finished. She asks him to change how this one ends. Dokja suddenly remembers how skilled Sangha is at speaking. Back in her office days, people called her the Queen of Presentations. At last, King Hyunmu gives his answer. One of the star marks on the Gampiangmu fades and light falls from the sky onto Dokja. He receives protection from the constellation. At the same time, a sharp pain spreads through his chest. His heart beats harder and his mind fills with flashes of both light and dark. Something new is taking shape inside him. Now the real voice of the constellation speaks through him. The king wants to borrow Dokja's voice to share his sorrow. Dokja allows it. Sparks flicker around his body. Everyone on the battlefield looks toward him. Sangha watches with worry in her eyes. Kibek, who is also Chu Wongjin, stares in disbelief. Dokja opens his eyes again. His voice now sounds deep and unfamiliar. Far away, the young Wanqing stumbles. He sees his general standing before him. King Hyunmu watches the world through Dokja's eyes. The time has changed so much and now no one bows to him. Chu Wongjin bursts into laughter. The sound is wild and bitter, filled with anger that has built over lifetimes. His laughter spreads across the battlefield, and then his eyes flash red. The glow is not human. It is Gaibek himself now taking full control of Chu Wongjin's body. Through Dokja, King Hyunmu finally speaks. His voice is calm but firm. He does not wish for revenge. His goal is to bring peace to Gibek's soul and correct the way modern people remember this history. Dokja lifts his right hand. A soft bluish light begins to rise from the sword in his grip. The glow flows from the hilt, revealing the hidden power stored inside. The blue dragon's sword, a relic from the stars, now pulses through his weapon, unbroken faith. He presses the blade into the ground. Then he calls out not to the living, but to those who have long been forgotten. The warriors of Yangwei-Ando, once buried by time, now respond. The earth begins to tremble slightly. From within the cracks, shapes rise. They are not ordinary soldiers. These are the ghosts of Kim Yushin's elite forces. In simple terms, they are a ground version of Jihai's ghost fleet. Dokja gives a single command. The skeleton warriors move at once, charging into the battlefield. Their weapons and armor are worn, but their strength is terrifying. They rush toward Bakja's army without hesitation. Far off, Minsub finally arrives, hidden under Dokja's invisibility cloak. His steps slow as he sees the battlefield. His eyes go wide. An army of skeletons fighting humans is something he never expected. The ghost warriors crash into Gibek's forces and the battle turns intense. Gibek's incarnation suffers multiple wounds. His body starts to break down, pushed beyond its limits. Through Dokja, King Hongwu speaks again. He warns Gibek. The bond between him and Shu Wanjin is too deep. If he continues like this, he could vanish along with the Avatar. But Gibek only laughs. He mocks Kim Yushin, saying he knows nothing about the world they now live in. From behind, Sangha quietly explains the history to Sunkook. Gibek always had the upper hand in battles against Kim Yushin, until the final one at Wangsanbil. That was the only time he fell. The battle nears its end. Gibek finally drops to his knees. His body is pierced by multiple spears. Blood and pain surround him. His strength is gone. Kim Yushin steps forward. He waits, silent and patient, without raising his sword. The time for words is over. Dokja quickly regains control of his voice. He speaks up, reminding Kim Yushin that killing Gibek himself would break the sacred vow of the King of No Killing. Kim Yushin responds with a small nod. Without saying a word, he lifts one hand and signals to one of his ghostly soldiers. The command is clear. One of the skeleton warriors steps forward to deliver the final blow. Meanwhile, the battlefield begins to quiet. Kim Yushin steps forward, says his final words to Gibek, then gives the signal. The head of the incarnation flies cleanly through the air. With that final strike, the battle ends and the transformation around them begins to fade. The holographic world disappears and the real Guang woman returns. The protection vanishes. Dokja stands still, taking it all in. Bakja's army is gone. Not a single soldier remains. Sunkook approaches, his voice filled with concern. Sangha lets out a long breath, clearly relieved. Gilliam, on the other hand, looks frustrated. His eyes lower, and he says quietly that he didn't get to do much in the battle. Dokja listens, then tells the group it's time to move north. Earlier, he sent a portion of Kim Yushin's ghost army ahead to collect the flags from other groups. Their movement is fast. It doesn't take long before they arrive in the north, where the Golden Throne still stands. Most of the smaller groups that had been fighting over the area are no longer present. The skeleton soldiers had done their work well. Sunkook stares in awe. He watches Dokja take each captured flag and push them into the ground. Not long after that, the color of their own Chungmuro flag changes. It turns purple. A voice suddenly echoes in Dokja's head. It is Kim Yushin. The ancient general seems surprised that Dokja hasn't fainted or lost his mind from hearing him. Most people would collapse or scream in terror at the sound of a constellation's direct voice. That's why they usually speak through indirect messages. But Dokja simply replies, saying he has a mental barrier. Kim Yushin goes quiet for a second and speaks again. He reminds Dokja that earlier help came at a price. To support Dokja during the battle, he had to open himself up to more possibilities than usual. There is a strange edge in his tone. Dokja doesn't like it. He immediately offers his thanks, choosing his words carefully. Then something more serious appears. Kim Yushin points out that Dokja doesn't have a sponsor. The tension in Dokja's chest tightens. That ominous feeling he had earlier comes back. The offer follows. Kim Yushin wants to become Dokja's sponsor. The words sound respectful, but the meaning behind them feels different, more like ownership than support. Dokja keeps a calm face and gives a polite refusal. Even though the Hwoarang stigma sounds useful, it is only powerful inside Kim Yushin's personal saga. Dokja already knows this offer is a trick. Kim Yushin might be strong, but he isn't even a top-ranked constellation. The proposal is just another scheme. With a light tone, Dokja says they worked well together, but maybe it's time Kim Yushin takes a break. He is quite old after all. Kim Yushin falls silent. From his screen in the other realm, he watches Dokja with no reply. Dokja assumes he might come back with a sharp comment. Instead, a sharp pain suddenly strikes Dokja's head. His hand twitches. The connection between them through the Gampyongwi is still active. Something is wrong. Dokja starts losing control of his own body. His hand moves toward his sword without his permission. Sanga notices and steps closer, her face filled with worry. Dokja sees her and tells her to back away immediately. His hand keeps trembling. No matter how hard he tries to stop it, his fingers don't listen. A chill runs through him. Kim Yushin is testing him. He wants to see if Dokja's oath, his vow not to kill, can be broken by forcing him to strike down Sanga. Dokja doesn't need words to understand it. The intent is clear in his mind as if written in bold letters. Meanwhile, the pressure inside Dokja builds. The second sponsor selection is supposed to begin right after the fourth scenario ends. Kim Yushin wants to use this moment to claim Dokja as his avatar through the current connection. But Dokja's answer is still no. A long breath fills his chest. This is his body. He won't give it to Kim Yushin or to any constellation. Suddenly, pages from Tessa flash through his mind. A light bursts inside his head and thin glowing strings begin to align. The fourth wall skill activates without hesitation. Kim Yushin notices something changing. His presence starts to fade. His control weakens quickly. In the next second, Dokja forces him out. The stars tied to Kim Yushin flicker and dim. Now the battlefield is quiet again. Kim Yushin is gone. Dokja stands there, out of breath. The connection through the Gampyongwi is broken, and with it, the skeleton army also begins to vanish one by one. But even though the army is gone, Dokja knows the old general is still keeping an eye on him. Nearby, Sanga watches the army fade and asks if Dokja is alright. Dokja lowers his eyes and sees that his limbs are wrapped in threads of magic. He quickly realizes what happened. During a short struggle, Sanga used a binding skill to stop him. Her actions show quick thinking and Dokja praises her for it. But her face turns red as she unties him. She seems shy about it. When Dokja looks over his shoulder, he spots Juan. She glances between him and Sanga, eyes filled with curiosity. She feels embarrassed for not being more useful during the battle, but Dokja tells her the truth, they might become enemies next time. Juan responds with a small smile and says that their banner of the whoring is always open to making new friends. Then she walks away without looking back. Dokja turns to his team. It's time to move again. They make their way toward Gwangwoman. Once there, Dokja immediately calls for Minsub. The next moment, Minsub appears, stepping out from thin air. The invisibility cloak still covers his body. It's the one Dokja gave him earlier for his mission to scout the National Palace Museum. Dokja asks for a report. Minsub explains that 9 kings have entered so far, including the Tyrant King and the First Apostle. He adds that there are 7 purple flags and 2 brown ones. 2 of the flags stand out. Their purple color is intense, belonging to the Tyrant King and the First Apostle. After listening to everything, Dokja nods. He tells Minsub and Sunkook to stay outside and stay hidden under the cloak. Only Sanga and Giliang will go in with him. They move closer to the museum. Just before they reach the entrance, a new system message pops up. Dokja receives a hidden scenario. He's given a choice. Without hesitation, he picks the 3-man dungeon. The room of the copper acupuncture men, a bright flash surrounds them. The world shifts instantly. Then they arrive inside the dungeon. The silence is broken by sudden scattered screams. A source becomes clear, a figure in the shadows. It is shaped like a person but has the dull, lifeless tone of a statue. It isn't human. It is a monster. The strange copper monsters move towards Sanga. She reacts quickly and swings her swords to stop them, but her attacks don't do much. The monsters are strong, and instead of falling back, they grab onto the other team members, pulling them down with heavy force. Sanga steps back, worried, and looks to Dokja for help. She asks what to do. Dokja tells her to pay close attention to their bodies. These copper monsters are not ordinary. They are shaped like old training statues that show the points used in acupuncture, 354 of them in total. Some of these points glow with different colors. Dokja explains that if they hit the right spots, it could make the monsters freeze, lose control, or even die on the spot. To show how it works, Dokja quickly stabs one of the glowing points. Right away, the monster's body breaks down and turns into dust. Now that they understand how to fight, Dokja tells Sanga and Giliang to finish off the others fast. With this new method, the team works better and moves quickly through the dungeon. After defeating the monsters, Dokja gets the skill he was hoping to find. But there's still more to do. He tells them that they are heading to another dungeon, a secret one. There they can get something powerful, a weapon called the Forian Demonic Beheading Sword. Sanga is surprised. Earlier, Dokja said this sword wasn't something they needed. But now he gives a new reason. They're not going there for the sword itself. They are going because other kings will try to get it, and Dokja wants to deal with those kings. Both Sanga and Giliang understand what he's saying, but they think of it in different ways. Sanga believes Dokja wants to take the king's flags. Giliang, on the other hand, thinks Dokja plans to kill them. Sanga looks at Gillian with wide eyes, shocked by what he said. But Gillian just looks up at Dokja calmly. He tells Dokja that he will do the killing for him. It's clear that Gillian already knows something others haven't noticed. Dokja has trouble killing people himself. Dokja quietly warns Gillian to be careful. He also sees the concern in Sanga's eyes, knowing she's worried about what's coming. Finally, they reach the door to the hidden dungeon. This one is different. It asks for a payment, 10 ancient coins. Dokja doesn't hesitate. He asks Sanga and Gillian to give him 3 coins each. He adds 4 of his own to complete the total. One by one, he places the coins into the empty slots on the door. Each time a coin is pressed in, the slot lights up. When the last one is added, the door flashes with a bright yellow light. The entrance to the hidden dungeon is now open. Sanga and Dokja step inside and freeze for a moment. What they see is shocking. In the middle of the room, there is a large fire burning, and it isn't made from wood. The fire uses human bodies as fuel. All around, more bodies are scattered across the floor. It looks like a graveyard, but messier, like the remains of a terrible battle. Dokja notices a few people still alive. He can see their faces, but he doesn't know if they are friends or just people who agreed not to fight for now. Everyone seems to be waiting for something. Suddenly, a group begins to move. Their eyes are full of greed. Some of them sneak behind Dokja and his team, while others try to distract them from the front. Slowly, they start closing in, trying to trap them in a circle. The situation makes many constellations angry. They want Dokja to act and take care of the problem. One voice speaks up again. Then something changes. A bright white light fills the room. It's the power of unshaken faith. The light moves fast, and in the blink of an eye, someone's limbs are cut off. A man yells out, shouting for everyone to kill Dokja. The crowd reacts fast. They pull out their weapons like they had been waiting for this moment, but they're already too late. These people don't have strong skills. Only the 7 kings could possibly react fast enough, but they aren't here. The blade of faith slices through the air, moving in a wide arc. 5 or 6 people fall at once. As the enemies drop to the ground, Dokja looks at his team. He sees Sanga watching Gillian. Her face is serious, even a little disturbed. Gillian had killed without hesitation, like it was nothing. Dokja feels a small wave of surprise too. Before he can speak, Sanga steps forward. She offers to take over. Her voice sounds firm, more determined than usual. She picks up her sword and stands in front of Dokja, turning her back to him. She says she will do what needs to be done, so that Gillian doesn't have to. Sanga moves fast and clean. She finishes off the rest of the enemies. But when it's over, her hands are shaking slightly. She tries to stay calm and even uses a simple comparison to explain her actions. Gillian complains that he could have done it better, but Sanga just gently places her hand on his head, like a quiet way of telling him it's okay. Dokja watches them both. The road ahead is full of difficult choices, and he wonders how he's going to handle it all. Then the silence is broken. Someone starts clapping. A man walks over from the large fire, smiling like nothing is wrong. He doesn't look afraid, even though his group was completely destroyed. He lifts his hands, showing that he doesn't want to fight. As Dokja looks closer, he notices a huge spear strapped to the man's back. The man speaks calmly and compliments Dokja and his team for defeating the Chunjong group without using passive skills. It becomes clear they were one of the groups that lost their king, and that's why they were so reckless. But now the man says Dokja is a little too late. The powerful kings are already inside the deeper parts of the dungeon. Some even believe the tyrant king now sits on the absolute throne. Even so, this man believes in his own king. He looks toward a set of doors nearby. Dokja follows his gaze. He begins to wonder, maybe the man's king is behind one of those doors, waiting. Dokja starts to understand why the man with the spear hasn't entered the dungeon yet. He isn't just waiting, he's searching for people. He's a recruiter, someone trying to gather new allies. Even though he speaks with loyalty toward his king, he's not someone who blindly follows. He's realistic, smart, and careful. But still, his loyalty is real. As Dokja watches him, something from the past crosses his mind. He remembers that this scene didn't happen during the 3rd timeline he lived through. But it seems like the future is shifting again. In the world of Tessa, there have been many attempts to form a group that stands against the tyrant king. This could be another one of those moments. Suddenly, one of the 7 large doors opens. The man with the spear turns his head quickly, and the crowd scattered in the room starts moving fast, running toward the door. Sanga tells Dokja to turn around. When he does, what he sees leaves him speechless. A man walks through the door holding a brown club. He has an eye patch and wears robes like a monk. His appearance is peaceful, but his presence is strong. Both Dokja and Sanga recognize him right away. They know who he is without needing to say anything. The one-eyed man speaks with the recruiter in a ponytail for a moment, then turns to look directly at Dokja. Dokja uses one of his special abilities to check who the man is. The name appears, Samyong Cha. Just as Dokja thought, this man is connected to the one-eyed Maitreya. He is the one who supports him from behind the scenes. When Dokja and Sangyang shake hands, Dokja finds it funny. He thinks about Yuan. If she were here, she would probably say strange things again about this man being his sponsor. Then, without warning, Sangyang asks Dokja to predict his future. Dokja agrees and uses his skill. It's called mind reading. The skill doesn't show things like strength or abilities. Instead, it gives a basic idea of what kind of person the other is. For example, someone like Kansung shows up as a person who can be tricked but has strong beliefs. Someone like Myondo appears as someone who would betray others. When Dokja uses the skill on Sangyang, the result comes back. It labels Dokja as a dangerous person, someone to avoid. Sangyang's face turns pale. He panics, shouting that something must be wrong. His group turns toward him, concerned and confused. Tension fills the room. Sangyang quickly tries to explain that he misunderstood. He even says he was foolish to ignore what constellations were trying to show him. It seems that the one-eyed Maitreya doesn't want to start a fight with Dokja. But what worries Dokja more is the man standing quietly nearby, the one with long hair. For just a second, there's an expression on his face. It looks like regret, like he wishes things had gone differently. Then Sangyang speaks again. He says they will move ahead with their plan in an hour and returns to his group. The long-haired man looks a little relieved that Dokja wasn't officially marked as an enemy. But Dokja keeps his eyes on the long-haired man. Something about him feels strange. Finally, Dokja asks who he is. The man laughs and casually introduces himself as Han Suyong. Dokja doesn't waste time. He quickly uses his profiling skill to check this man's information. But nothing shows up. Han Suyong is not on the list, not even a name. Dokja stares at him, stunned. The man speaks with no shame, acting like everything is normal. And somehow, all Dokja can do is laugh. Dokja quickly figures it out. He knows who this person is, and they share a quiet laugh. Before they can say more, a loud voice cuts through the room. Someone yells that the kings are arriving. The whole mood in the room changes. The people around the one-eyed Maitreya become stiff and alert. But others in the waiting room start to cheer, excited by what's about to happen. Dokja's eyes move to the doors as several figures walk through. He asks Suyang if they are allies, but Suyang doesn't answer directly. From the left side, Yoongyang steps forward. People call him the Coward King, a name that doesn't sound powerful, but he's still one of the 7 kings. On the right, Kim Bako appears, known as the Brawl King. His body looks strong, built for fighting. Then the last one walks out, Wu Dasung, also called the Earth Dragon King. When Dasung sees Sangyang, he greets him with teasing words, clearly not friendly. Sangyang throws the mockery back, calling him names too. Sangha listens and suddenly whispers to Dokja, thinking out loud. She says the name Daesung might come from an old story, King Gyeonwon, who was said to be born from an earth dragon. Dokja is impressed. She figured it out just from a few words. And she's right. In his past memories, he remembers this exact story. Daesung is one of Seoul's 7 kings, and his sponsor is indeed Gyeonwon, a king from Korean history. Dokja also starts to notice something else. It's not just in Seoul. All over the world, incarnations are sponsored by famous kings from the past. In Japan, people follow heroic figures like Oda Nobunaga. In the UK, they follow kings like Richard the Lionheart and Henry VII. It's like a worldwide power struggle between the dead kings through their chosen people. The kings in the room now gather and speak to the crowd. They make a speech saying they'll enter the 3rd door and challenge the tyrant king. They claim he's already taken 2 jewels from the dungeon and has been attacking other kings from the shadows. Many of the people listening lost their kings to him. That's why the waiting room is filled with dead bodies. It was a battlefield before. Dokja thinks carefully. If this is true, then the tyrant king already has 3 jewels. The other 4 kings each have 1. If he plays this right, Dokja could collect all 7 at once. The speech isn't deep or clever, but it gets people excited. They begin shouting, believing they're fighting for something noble. They look like revolutionaries chasing justice. After the speech ends, a huge group of people moves toward the 3rd door. Sangyang and Dasung walk at the front. Dokja, along with Sangha and Gilliam, join the line and move with them. Suyang stays close to Dokja and starts talking again. He says the whole scene reminds him of a martial arts story. Dokja agrees. These kinds of stories are easy to recognize. They talk about a common plot found in those stories. Usually, a map leads to treasure and everyone rushes to get it. But later, they find out it was a trap. It's a twist that shows up again and again. For Dokja, the story feels the same. It's predictable, almost boring, but at the same time, it works. Suyang seems to love it, and that's what makes it even more believable. This world they're in is built on stories like that. Dokja hears his comment and can't help but give a quiet sneer. He thinks that people who write such predictable stories don't deserve to be called writers. His words hit Suyang a little. The playful look on his face fades, and his tone shifts as he asks what Dokja would do. Dokja pauses. He has never thought of himself as a writer. His whole life he's been a reader, someone who watches and listens, not someone who creates. Even his name reminds him of that. Still, Suyeong insists that readers are not much different from writers. Many of them enjoy familiar stories and common patterns. They write them because readers find comfort in them. Dokja smiles but also teases Suyeong. He doesn't say cliches are always bad. He only believes that people who steal ideas and repeat them without adding anything new shouldn't use them. That kind of lazy writing doesn't deserve respect. Suyeong's face turns red. He tries to defend himself. He says that just because two stories are similar doesn't mean one was copied. But Dokja doesn't let him off the hook. He says that if it were him, he'd create something original instead of reusing old ideas. Then, without warning, Dokja lifts his sword, Unbroken Faith, and swings it through Suyeong's neck. The cut is clean. No blood spills out. The head drops to the ground quietly. Dokja stands still and says there's no reason to keep pretending anymore. Suyeong can't hide who he is. Just then, something strange happens. From where the head lies on the ground, it starts to speak. Loud shouts rise from every direction. Some people are yelling in fear, while others are filled with anger and bloodlust. The air becomes heavy with tension. In the middle of all this chaos, Dokja calmly picks up Suyeong's severed head from the ground. He looks into the head's eyes and asks if the name Suyeong is real. He already suspects that this strange man is the first apostle. Suyeong just smiles, showing that Dokja's guess is correct. He knows that Dokja is spreading a certain story, a text novel, but Dokja pushes back, saying it's just the text version of a copy's story, not the original. To him, this world called Taesa is based on stolen ideas. Hearing Dokja say such things, one of the people standing behind him loses control. He shouts with rage, calling for someone to kill Dokja. But no one steps forward. Everyone stares at the talking head in fear, frozen in place. Still, Dokja doesn't focus on them. He already knows what's about to happen. The cliché he mentioned before, the one that always appears in stories like this, is now becoming real. He waits for it. Then it begins. A sudden light flashes across the room. Glowing rings shoot outward through the crowd. As the rings pass over people, red lines appear on their bodies. Blood sprays in the air. Screams fill the space as some people are cut into pieces before they even understand what's happening. Panic spreads fast. People in the back start screaming and pushing to get away. Across the tunnel, a deep, calm voice speaks from inside a huge palanquin. It is the voice of the Tyrant King. Dokja reacts fast. He yells at Senga and Gillian to pull back. The Tyrant King gives a single command to move forward. His palanquin begins rolling toward the crowd. The glowing rings slice through the battlefield again, cutting down everyone in their path. Dozens fall at once. But once crowded field is now half empty. Even the four kings retreat, their faces pale. A heavy silence falls. No one dares speak. Everyone is too afraid. The palanquin stops and the Tyrant King steps out. A strange, powerful energy surrounds his body. Dokja watches him and activates his profiling skill. The truth hits him. This man is so strong because he is using not one but 3 different power packages. One of those is the 3-wheeled ring, something the original Tyrant King never had. It means someone is helping him, likely a prophet. Dokja also sees that the Tyrant King is becoming more connected with his sponsor, which is increasing his strength even more. Up in the air, several Dokabis, including Byung, are watching closely. They are ready to step in if the Tyrant King breaks the rules of reality, something they call plausibility. Now the Tyrant King speaks again. He says that he will change the course of history. The man ruling Korea now is someone not listed as a true king in the history books. His name is Yeonsangban. A giant wave of magic power bursts out from him. The connection with his sponsor reaches a high point, and it shakes the air around him. The glowing rings begin to move once more. Everyone standing in their path is wiped out in seconds. The alliance standing against the Tyrant King is surprisingly strong. Along with the other rulers, both the Maitreya King and the Earth Dragon King join the fight. Once the kings come together, they begin to push back. Their strength and teamwork create a powerful wave across the battlefield. Dokja, Senga, and Jiliang stay on the sidelines, still holding Suyeong's severed head. Dokja watches the fierce battle and starts wondering why he hasn't stepped in yet. He feels like he should be doing something. Suyeong finds this thought funny. He laughs, saying he's not about to let Dokja have everything, especially not the sword. He explains that he's been planning for this moment far longer than Dokja has. Then, the voice of an intermediate Dakabi echoes from above. The noisy battlefield falls silent. Everyone listens closely as the next trial is revealed. The Dakabi announces the second test. They must eliminate the other kings nearby. Only 5 kings will be allowed to face the final challenge for the absolute throne. Right now, 14 kings are still alive. Dokja is surprised by the number. He thought only 12 were inside this dungeon. The Tyrant King starts laughing. He tells everyone to forget the throne and just focus on killing each other's kings. But Daesung tries to take charge. He calls for everyone to work together to defeat the tyrant king. Before that plan can spread, Suryung's head suddenly shouts out something that changes everything. He reveals that Dokja is also a king. Acting fast, Dokja stomps on Suryung's head to silence him. But it's too late. Everyone hears it. Eyes turn toward Dokja. The tension grows. Now the death of another king feels close. Dokja and his group get ready. He draws his sword, and so do Senga and Gilliam. But before the kings can move again, several people quietly sneak behind the ruling kings. Then the hidden attackers strike. One king falls. The Maitreya king and Earth Dragon king suffer serious injuries. The prudent king and fighting king are barely standing. At the same time, 3 men stab the tyrant king from behind, cutting into his sides and legs. Dokja quickly understands what's going on. The people attacking aren't just random fighters. These are humans who have betrayed their kings. And there's a clear sign: when the tyrant king kills these traitors, they don't bleed. That proves their true nature. Someone is collecting the fallen king's jewels. The special star jewels pass through the hands of these hidden agents, all ending up with a single person. A girl flies through the air laughing as she lands in a quiet space on the battlefield. Dokja didn't expect the leader of the ambush to be a woman. But now that he sees her, he knows what she is. She's not a real king, she's someone who copies others. A plagiarist. And she holds all 7 star jewels. Everyone begins calling her the fake king. Suryung doesn't wait. He starts a powerful summoning using the energy of the crystals. He gives up those jewels to bring out the one thing he wants most, the 4-yin demonic beheading sword. At the end of it all, the plagiarist gains control of the sword. It shines with blinding magic. Energy bursts from it, sweeping across the field like a storm. The battlefield becomes even more chaotic. Senga looks worried. She's not sure what to do next. Dokja sees the concern on her face but calmly tells her not to worry. His words are casual, almost too relaxed. Senga gives him a puzzled look. Gilliam also looks confused. He still thinks the sword is a powerful and important item. Suryung moves forward with confidence, cutting down everyone who stands in her path. But something strange happens. No one actually dies. Her sword slashes through them, but the attacks feel empty. She stops, confused and frustrated, unable to understand what's wrong. Dokja hides a smile. There's something funny about it, but also sad. He knows the truth. The sword Suryung is using is not powerful on its own. It became famous because of the person who once held it, not because of its magic. Without real strength, the weapon means nothing. Suryung doesn't know that, and she yells in frustration. She keeps swinging the sword wildly. At the same time, more people rush toward her. They don't care about her struggle. They just want the sword. She tries to hold her ground, but the pressure becomes too much. The crowd pushes her back. She stumbles and ends up near Dokja. He tries to reach out, maybe to help or warn her, but she panics and waves the sword again, not wanting anyone near. In the background, the battle keeps growing. The tyrant king recovers quickly. His energy returns, and he strikes again with even more force. The other kings, seeing no choice, join the fight. The battlefield turns into complete chaos. No one knows who to trust anymore. Dokja gets pulled into the fight as well. He swings his weapon while glancing around, wondering when Jong-yuk will show up. The northern area of Seoul is far, but Dokja believes he'll make it back in time. He keeps his hope alive. Above the battlefield, the floating signboard begins to shift. The number of kings still alive drops lower. Dokja watches it carefully and he smiles. He knows who is behind this change. Someone is killing the kings quietly, and fear starts to spread among the others. The surviving kings glance around nervously. No one knows what's happening. Someone is secretly targeting them, and they are being killed one by one. But not everyone is afraid. One person is actually enjoying the chaos. Meanwhile, the tyrant king keeps charging forward, destroying anything in his way. Just as he prepares to unleash another powerful attack with the 3-ring loop, the unexpected happens. The ceiling above shakes, then crumbles. A loud crash follows. The tyrant king is crushed under the falling debris. Everyone nearby falls back in fear, shaking and unable to move. Then, in one clean and terrifying motion, a man steps through the dust and ends the tyrant king's life as easily as stepping on a bug. Suryung stares at the scene, frozen in shock. She can't believe what she just saw. It becomes clear to everyone that the tyrant king is not the strongest among the 7 kings of Seoul. As the dust and smoke from the ceiling collapse fade away, a figure begins to appear. He walks out holding a black flag, his steps steady and filled with purpose. All the survivors stop and stare. Their eyes are wide with awe. Even in silence, the new arrival grabs everyone's attention. Then a loud and angry voice echoes across the battlefield. It calls out for Dokja. Dokja smiles when he hears it and waves casually. The strongest of Seoul's kings is now here, Yoo Jong-yuk, also known as the Supreme King, But something is off. Instead of calm, Jung-yuk's expression is full of rage and a dark energy surrounds him. His anger seems directed straight at Dokja. As Jung-yuk walks forward, every step is heavy with fury. Dokja watches and quietly admires him. He thinks about how quickly Jung-yuk returned. Dokja had sent him north, and yet here he is, already back, face dark with frustration. Judging by how mad he is, Jai and Hee-won must be doing well. Dokja knows they must have told him something. Without much hesitation, Dokja steps back. He turns to Soo-young and demands the sword. Soo-young's hands shake. She knows that Jung-yuk is unstoppable. No one on this battlefield can stop him now. Dokja then looks at Gillian. Something passes between them. Gillian's eyes shift and turn white. It's a signal. Moments later, a giant insect, the king of mantises, bursts through a wall, swinging its sharp limbs. The entire area shakes from its power. The distraction works. As Jung-yuk looks toward the noise, Dokja moves fast. He hits Soo-young, making her cry out. She loses her grip on the Fordian demonic beheading sword. Dokja doesn't wait. He grabs the sword and, as a bonus, snatches the flag hanging from her back. The purple flag instantly changes color. It becomes black in Dokja's hands. He sprints forward without looking back, heading straight for the Tyrant King's body. Soo-young shouts behind him, but he pays no attention. Dokja reaches the Tyrant King's corpse and quickly takes everything valuable, items like the three-wheeled ring and a special dragon-shaped jar. But he knows he doesn't have long. Jung-yuk, now furious, charges after Dokja with terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, he's right behind him. Dokja sees no choice and ducks behind Daesung, using him like a human shield. Jung-yuk, however, doesn't stop. He strikes with full force, hitting Daesung's head and taking his flag. At that moment, Dokja decides it's time to stop running. He turns and tries to speak to Jung-yuk. But Jung-yuk interrupts with a short question. He wants to know where his sister is. Just those two words are enough. Dokja understands right away what Jung-yuk is asking. Thankfully, Jia has done her part. She gave Jung-yuk the message about his sister just in time. Dokja tries to act innocent, but Jung-yuk doesn't buy it. He uses a skill that can detect lies. Dokja knows he can't fake anything now. Everything Jung-yuk is feeling, his anger, his pain, is because of the story Dokja is writing. Jung-yuk thinks Dokja is holding his family hostage. Dokja wants to explain, but Jung-yuk refuses to hear anything from him. He is filled with betrayal and rage. But deep inside, Dokja has no intention of hurting Jung-yuk or his family. Jung-yuk suddenly notices something in Dokja's behavior. His anger cools as he realizes Dokja has been stalling, trying to buy time. A cold look fills his face and he lifts his sword. Deep inside, Jung-yuk feels regret. He should have finished this a long time ago. But before the sword can fall, a voice from above stops everything. The intermediate Dokkaebi appears in the air. He announces that the fight is over. Dokja feels a wave of relief wash over him. At least for now, Jung-yuk won't attack him. The Dokkaebi explains that all conditions are met. Only 5 kings remain, and the next phase of the scenario can now begin. Sparks of light surround the surviving kings, including Dokja and Jung-yuk. They begin to vanish from the battlefield. Jung-yuk tries to grab Dokja before they disappear, but he's too late. One by one, the kings vanish into thin air, leaving behind a confused crowd. Sanga, holding an unconscious Gillian, watches them go. Soo-young stands nearby, her face stiff with frustration. Everything she worked for has now collapsed. The scenery begins to change again. Dokja suddenly finds himself hitting his head against something hard. As he rubs his forehead, he receives a message: he has been disqualified from the final stage of the scenario. Laughter echoes from above. It's the Dokkaebi again, clearly enjoying himself. At first, Dokja thinks it's just another trick, but then a message appears in front of him. It says he failed to meet one requirement: he didn't take over his target station, Changsan. Without it, he can't continue. The Dokkaebi grins, watching as Dokja tries to come up with a new plan. Below, inside the dome, a new battle is already taking place. Suvan Sanga appears, running toward him while carrying Gillian, who is still unconscious. Behind her, Hee-won runs forward too. She's holding the hand of a little girl. The girl looks up and asks if her brother is here. Dokja blinks in surprise. He wasn't expecting them to be here, especially not Hee-won. She should still be at Changsan Station. Her job in the scenario was to wait after saving the girl from gangbuk. Hee-won tells him she couldn't wait anymore. The girl hadn't eaten all day. Then she says something that cuts deep. She questions whether Dokja really cares about his sister. The little girl looks at him and says that he can't be her brother because he's too ugly. Dokja holds back his anger and curses silently. Hee-won glances between Dokja and the girl, confused by the strange energy between them. Of course, Hee-won doesn't know everything. She isn't aware that Dokja planned all of this, sending Jung-yuk north, handing her the note to give to Jihai in the cinema dungeon, and then telling her to rescue his sister. All of it was part of his setup to steer Jung-yuk's path. Now Dokja wonders if his plan has completely failed, but even if things went wrong, he knows he can't give up now. He still has one option left to take control of Changsan Station himself, and as he gets ready to move, Hyewon looks at him, unsure why it's so important. Hyewon turns to the little girl and gives her a signal. Without hesitation, the girl, Yoo Jung-yuk's sister, Mia Yoo, puts her hand inside her mouth. It seems strange at first, but then her mouth stretches wider than normal. From it, she pulls out a large, oddly shaped stone. This is possible because Mia has a unique skill called inventory. Dokja watches closely, curious about what she just brought out. He walks over to the strange stone and examines its rough surface. There's a small groove in the middle, clearly meant to hold something. Hyewon, without any shame, says she only needed the flag to claim the station, so she brought the stone here instead of waiting. Dokja starts to say something, but then stops. What Hyewon just did, no one in the whole world of Tessa has ever done anything like it. He's honestly speechless. Hyewon looks at him, wondering what's taking so long. All he has to do now is place his flag. Finally, Dokja takes out the flag and places it in the groove of the stone. A light flashes. Hyewon and Mia cheer and clap. The moment Dokja meets the last requirement, a bright light wraps around him. In the blink of an eye, he's teleported to a new battlefield, the one meant for the final test called the Last King's Qualification. When Dokja opens his eyes, he sees Jong-yuk already in combat with Sang-yeon. A message pops up telling him that every king's stats have been lowered to the same level, just 10 points each. This test doesn't allow fancy powers or skills. It's all about the body now. In the center of the area stands the absolute throne. Nearby, Jiwon, the king of beauty, watches everything unfold. Jong-yuk and Sang-yeon are already fighting fiercely. In the corner, a middle-aged man stands quietly. Dokja recognizes him. He's the neutral king, someone who doesn't want to fight for the throne. He even lifts his hands to show that he's not getting involved. Back in the fight, Sang-yeon swings his staff at Jong-yuk. Jong-yuk ducks low and counterattacks with a strong kick to Sang-yeon's stomach, sending him backward. Jiwon glances behind and notices Dokja. She knows if she gets involved now, it will complete the final number of kings in the trial. Dokja warns her to step down, but she sees his words as a challenge. A loud impact rings out as Jong-yuk kicks Sang-yeon again, sending him sliding across the ground. Jiwon is shocked. The match was balanced at first, but now Jong-yuk is getting faster and stronger. Even though no one can use skills or powers, Jong-yuk's strikes are sharper. Dokja realizes why. Jong-yuk has found a loophole in the rules, something Dokja also remembers from the past. Everything in this test is restricted, except for one thing, the use of coins. Dokja notices Jong-yuk is spending coins to improve his stats secretly. Then, the intermediate Dakabi appears and laughs. He explains that avatars work hard to earn coins, so it's only fair they can use them, even in this kind of trial. Hearing this, both Jiwon and Sang-yeon look worried. They likely don't have many coins left. It makes sense. On a battlefield between kings, spending coins is normal. But Jong-yuk is different. He survives every kind of hidden challenge. He always keeps extra coins, just for moments like this. Without any delay, Jong-yuk kicks Sang-yeon again. The blow sends him flying. As he rushes past Jiwon, she looks completely stunned by the new information. She lifts her hands in surrender before Jong-yuk even says anything. Then Jong-yuk finally turns to Dokja. His eyes are calm now. He knows what this battle means. If he takes the absolute throne, he gains control over every king. Right now, Dokja is holding back his sister, and Jong-yuk is angry about that. But in this scenario, which Dokja has carefully changed from the start, Jong-yuk no longer has the upper hand. Dokja knows Jong-yuk is calculating his stats and checking how many coins he likely has left. In the end, his pride becomes the reason he's about to lose. Dokja can't help but laugh. Right now, there isn't a single king in Seoul with more coins than him. And as Jong-yuk begins to understand this, his eyes widen in shock. He knows what's coming and he can feel the danger. He has spent a huge number of coins on his stats, raising his power far beyond what normal humans can reach. He doesn't wait. He shifts the energy into his fist and prepares to strike. Then it happens. A loud noise rings out inside the dome like a powerful sonic boom. Jong-yuk is caught off guard. He tries to respond and quickly pours more coins into his stats, but it's too late. Dokja is already moving. In a flash, he dashes under Jong-yuk and lands a solid uppercut. The impact is massive. Jong-yuk shoots into the air, just like a baseball launched off a bat. He crashes into a barrier, bounces off, hits another, and keeps going like a ball bouncing between walls. After 5 or 6 hits, he finally falls to the ground. From above, the Dakabi watches the scene and realizes that Dokja now holds the advantage. On the ground, Dokja also pauses for a moment, unsure if he went too far. He starts running toward Jong-yuk, concerned that he may have accidentally knocked him out for good. He kneels beside him and slowly lifts Jong-yuk's head. Their eyes meet. To Dokja's surprise, Jong-hyuk is still awake. Even after taking a hit with the strength of a full 100 levels, he hasn't completely blacked out. Dokja tries to talk to him again, wondering if Jong-hyuk is just frozen in place, eyes open but not really awake. After confirming he's alive, Dokja starts speaking gently, even joking a little. He tells Jong-hyuk not to threaten him again and lightly slaps his swollen face a few times. Finally, a message appears. It announces that Jong-hyuk can no longer take part in the battle. He's out. That leaves only one person standing, Dokja. He has become the last remaining king. Slowly, the glowing ward in the air begins to fade. A wave of joy passes through many constellations. They are satisfied with this ending. Some of the most powerful historical-grade constellations even send him messages. Not everyone is happy, though. Juon's constellation is shocked and embarrassed. Meanwhile, people start gathering around. Among them are Dokja's close allies and friends. Up in the air, the intermediate Dokja watches everything with an unhappy expression. He didn't expect Dokja to win. But since he did, the Dokja has no choice. He starts to announce Dokja as the new ruler, the one who now owns the absolute throne. Just then, Dokja raises a hand and stops him. He walks toward the throne, his steps slow but steady, and as he stands before it, he begins to wonder, what does this throne really offer him, and what can he gain from it? Right now, all the constellations watching the Seoul Dome focus their attention on Dokja. Every eye, every thought is on him. The absolute throne glows with golden light, almost like it's inviting Dokja to sit. It stands tall and proud, ready to crown a new ruler. The intermediate Dokja steps forward and explains what the throne means. If Dokja takes it, he will gain ultimate power, authority over the land and the people in it. The others around him stare with admiration, their eyes filled with envy. They look at Dokja like he's already something more than human. He listens, but inside, his thoughts twist in another direction. He starts to wonder if this throne really gives him the power to ignore plausibility, the system's invisible rule that binds everything. When he asked about it, the Dokja has no answer. His silence says more than words ever could. Dokja smirks. He knows the truth. The Dokja is bluffing. If the higher management found out, they would not forgive the lie. The Dokja's expression darkens. He quickly tries to take control of the situation again. He tells Dokja to end the scenario and sit on the throne, or else he'll destroy it himself. But Dokja does something unexpected. He agrees to let it happen. As people watch in confusion, Dokja turns and announces his choice. He says he will never sit on the absolute throne. A loud crack of thunder shakes the sky. Rain begins to fall over the dome. The air becomes heavy as everyone, kings and spectators alike, stare at Dokja, stunned by his words. The Dokja is clearly angry. He wasn't expecting Dokja to refuse, but Dokja stands firm, repeating his decision. He refuses again, even as thunder rumbles louder and storm clouds cover Seoul like a warning. People around him begin to panic. They fear the future. Without someone on the throne, the fifth scenario will be harder to survive. The Dokja even says it out loud. He tries to scare Dokja, saying the Seoul Dome may not make it. But Dokja is not afraid. He looks at the throne again. Deep down, he knows the Dokja is partly right. The fifth scenario will be brutal. The throne would make it easier. But Dokja also knows what the Dokja isn't saying. If he uses the absolute throne now, he will never be able to reach the true end of the story. The throne is a trap dressed as a prize. He glances over at Jong-hyuk, who still lies unconscious on the ground. In the original storyline, Jong-hyuk doesn't figure out this truth until the 14th regression, but Dokja understands it now in this very moment. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouts in anger. The man spits on the ground, insulted by Dokja's refusal. He demands to know why Dokja won't take the throne. Dokja calmly looks at the man and asks him a question. Why should he want a king without knowing if that king will protect or kill him? The man freezes, unable to answer. Dokja turns his attention to the rest of the people. He sees how easily they forget themselves. They've given up their thoughts and feelings and started behaving like citizens of a kingdom waiting to be ruled. Dokja doesn't accept that. He tells them he will never be king to people like them. Finally, he raises his head toward the stormy sky. He speaks to the constellations watching him. He says he wants nothing from them. He doesn't want sponsors who are ugly, selfish, and full of pride. Dokja walks slowly toward the absolute throne and stands in front of it. He draws his blade, raising it with quiet purpose. Though he doesn't speak, his actions send a clear message. He won't let anyone else claim the throne either. He's not sitting on it, and he's not letting anyone else do so. He keeps his eyes on the intermediate Dokja and speaks, his voice calm but sharp. He knows how desperate the people are now. The once obedient crowd will do anything to escape the situation they're trapped in. And above it all, Dokja understands the bigger system. There's a hidden order among the constellations. Just like constellations watch over avatars, there are stronger constellations watching the weaker ones. Those lower-ranked constellations are always being judged. Juon and Sangyun's constellations, the ones most emotionally attached to their avatars, are listening to Dokja's voice now. He calls them out, asking how long they plan to keep hurting others just to satisfy their own desires. His words echo across the battlefield. Meanwhile, the Dokja makes his move. At the same time, a new system message flashes in the air. It announces a new sub-scenario. Now, anyone can try to claim the throne for themselves. Dokja already knows what this means. A storm is coming. Suddenly, Hyewon rushes in and stands protectively in front of him. She places herself between him and the angry crowd. Soon, Minsab and Sungkook follow. Then Sangha moves beside him too. His entire team forms a shield around him, standing ready to defend him. He isn't alone. Even more surprising are Juon and Sangyun. They come forward not to fight, but to stand still and listen. Dokja wonders which of his words reached their hearts. Whatever it was, something has changed, even if only a little. But the moment of quiet doesn't last. The Dokja gives a command. The crowd surges forward. People start running toward the throne, weapons drawn, driven by panic and greed. The battlefield explodes into chaos again. Now, Dokja's party is fighting against nearly everyone else. In the middle of the chaos, Hyewon cuts her way through the crowd and reaches Dokja. She asks him if he has a plan. Dokja replies that he just needs time. She nods and turns to protect him again, buying him the few moments he needs. Dokja steps toward the throne. He knows how to bring it down. From inside his coat, he pulls out the 4-yen demonic beheading sword. A loud gasp rises from the crowd. People recognize the weapon right away. But that's not all he has. He also carries the Gampyeongwi, a powerful item with special authority. Without wasting another second, Dokja activates it. He has no intention of letting this false throne remain. The sky above grows darker. Thunder rumbles low and heavy clouds swirl over the dome like a warning. Dokja looks up at the Dokja and lifts his voice to call out to the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. The Dokja, clearly frustrated, glares at him. His anger is growing, but he can't do anything to stop Dokja now. Suddenly, 6 stars begin to shine overhead. The process known as star navigation has begun. The moment Dokja connects with 6 different constellations at once, his head throbs with intense pain. His brain is pushed to the edge and blood spills from his lips as his body begins to react to the overwhelming energy. The stars, powerful beings that form the Great Bear, speak back in confusion. They don't understand. There are easier ways. Why would Dokja choose the most painful, difficult path? But Dokja refuses to stop. Even as he coughs up more blood, he keeps moving. He's still missing one final piece. To use the 4-yen demonic beheading sword with its full power, he needs one more constellation to respond. He scans the sky disk, but all available constellations have already answered. There are none left. Then his eyes fall on the dragon jar he took from the Tyrant King. Without hesitation, Dokja moves quickly. He drops 2 items into the jar, choosing to sacrifice the 3-wheeled loop to restore the Gampyeongwi. He needs it recharged, he needs to call one more star. The jar glows brightly, and he can feel it working. Around him, the fight continues. The throne remains at the center, untouched, while people clash under the pouring rain. Once more, Dokja activates the Gampyeongwi. He sends out the call to the final star. The 7th star of the Big Dipper answers. Now all 7 stars are gathered, glowing together in the dark sky. The energy between them feels ancient and powerful. The stars speak together, asking Dokja what he wants from them. Dokja's answer is simple but heavy. He wants to break the bond between the throne and its current master. He doesn't want power. He wants freedom, and he needs their help to cut that tie. He fully understands the danger. The throne is the final prize of the 4th scenario. It holds the power of rulers from the dark dimension, and to use it would mean great control. He could guide the future of the Dome easily, but it would come at a cost. Seoul itself would fall. This is the hidden price behind the throne's glow. The stars hesitate. Even beings as powerful as they are seem unsure. The one who owns the throne is so feared that even the heavens stay silent in front of them. They ask Dokja again, why would he risk this? But Dokja doesn't plan to fight the owner of the throne. That isn't his goal. He simply wants to cut the bond, break the chain, and the control. They warn him. What he's doing might go against plausibility. It could kill him. But Dokja doesn't back down, not even for a second. The 7 stars remain silent for a moment, as if thinking deeply. Then one by one, their symbols begin to appear on the blade. The 4-yen demonic beheading sword is now wrapped in a brilliant light. Flames spark to life surrounding the sword with glowing energy. Something has changed. The sword is no longer just a rare item. It has now become a star relic, an object blessed by the stars themselves. The flame shines so brightly that everyone around the throne stops moving. They stare, stunned by the light. Even Sangha and Hyewon are frozen in place. Their eyes are wide as they watch the fire dance across the weapon. This sword, once meant for rituals, was made to block evil and stop disasters. It is not a weapon for war. It is a tool for cutting away what should never exist. Dokja lifts the sword and swings it toward the absolute throne. A blast of sound bursts out as fire spreads around the throne. Some people shout in panic, finally realizing what Dokja is about to do. Hyewon yells for him to destroy it now. Dokja doesn't stop. He strikes the throne again and again like a man possessed. Each blow sends sparks flying, and then finally cracks begin to form. The throne breaks apart, splitting in two. Its glow vanishes. The great golden sea of power is reduced to rubble. The flame around the sword fades. Dokja is out of breath, panting hard. He stares at what's left of the throne, just broken stone. No one around him moves. They know the scenario is over. There's nothing left to fight for. But the Dokkaebi is furious. He yells at Dokja, demanding answers. In the sky, the stars of the Big Dipper speak again, warning him to brace himself for what's coming next. A strange force begins to pull at Dokja's very existence. His body shakes. The air is thick with power that doesn't belong here. The universe itself tries to crush him. He holds on with everything he has. The pain is worse than anything he's felt before. But he knows what's happening. The impossible thing he just did, breaking the throne, must now be turned into something believable. That's what plausibility means. The pain continues, but he keeps going. Blood pours from his mouth. Sanga and Hyewon rush to his side, fear written across their faces. They don't know how to help. Then something shifts in the sky. A single star shines quietly, and then more stars appear, growing in number. The constellations, one by one, begin to support Dokja. They share his burden. The impossible is becoming real because they all agree it should be. Even the Dokkaebi looks confused. He doesn't understand why the constellations are helping Dokja. Then the stars of the Big Dipper reach out to him too. They ask Dokja if this is the kind of story he wants the world to see. They give him a new title, the King of the World Without Kings. From now on, they say, they will be watching him. Dokja lifts his eyes to the stormy sky. System messages appear. The fourth scenario is ending, not slowly, but forcefully, as if the story itself has decided it can't continue the old way anymore. People whisper to each other, unsure of what they're witnessing. Then a new message flashes across the air. A new fable has been born. The king of the kingless world now exists. The pain begins to fade. Dokja lowers himself onto what's left of the broken throne. He sits quietly, breathing deeply. His mind clears. He might not have another chance if this world resets. He might not get another life, but it doesn't matter, because he's decided he will reach the end of this story no matter what. Dokja wipes the blood dripping from his nose as the intermediate Dokkaebi walks toward him. The Dokkaebi's face is cold and stern. He tells Dokja that he's making a terrible mistake, one he'll regret deeply. But Dokja only laughs. To him, that warning sounds more like victory. It means he's succeeded. From the start, his goal wasn't to win in the way others expected. It was to create a story of his own. That goal is now becoming real. Still, the people watching don't know what to make of it. Some are confused, unsure why things have taken such a strange turn. Others grow tense, nervous about what the furious Dokkaebi might do next. Some even shout out, begging for answers or for someone to fix the situation. But the Dokkaebi doesn't offer comfort. His response is sharp and cold. He raises his finger and points at Dokja. The people around tremble, shoulders soaked in rain, unsure whether to look at Dokja with fear or pity. The Dokkaebi makes him the target, the one to blame for making the fifth scenario so difficult. Then with a flick of his finger, everything begins to vanish. In an instant, the people gathered in Gwanghwamun disappear into the air like smoke. Their screams echo for only a moment before the sound is gone. Dokja turns quickly and sees his companions, Hyewon, Sanga, Sungkook, and Minsab. And just as suddenly, they're gone too. He stands there alone, surrounded by silence and the bodies of the fallen. His mouth opens, but no words come out. He can't believe what he's seeing. His heart pounds as the field empties, leaving him the last one standing. He steps forward, ready to strike out at the Dokkaebi, but the Dokkaebi just stares at him with a strange, dissatisfied smile. Then, with one more snap of his fingers, Dokja vanishes too. The Dokkaebi is left alone, still laughing as if proud of what he just did. Dokja is sent somewhere else. He loses consciousness. While he's out, he begins to dream. In the dream, time slips back to his high school days. He hears voices that he thought were long gone. These are the days when he used to get beaten by school bullies. In this memory, he's being choked by someone, a student named Song Minwoo, who mocks his mother and hurts him without reason. Back then, Dokja would hide in books, especially Teza. He would imagine being Junhyuk, someone strong, someone no one could hurt. He remembers the years that came after, going to university, finding a job. But now, he can't even be sure if he's alive anymore. Then, Dokja activates his fourth wall. It shatters the dream like breaking glass. Everything goes black again. In the darkness, he focuses and reaches for his power. He activates Omniscient Reader's viewpoint, stage 3. Suddenly, many voices begin to echo together. He hears the people who matter to him. They're out there somewhere. Hyewon is in a pub surrounded by bottles of wine. Jia is in school, flinching as if someone just hit her. And Kansam, he's trapped in a military base not far away. Dokja is sure this scattered state of the incarnations is the work of the intermediate Dakabi. The whole situation feels designed to confuse and separate everyone. When he sees Hyewon in her pub, clearly disoriented, he tries to speak to her to let her know he's okay. But he doubts she can hear him across this strange mental space. Soon, Omniscient Reader's viewpoint, stage 3 fades. Dokja feels himself slowly waking up. His eyes open and the world returns. He sits up and looks around, trying to make sense of where he is. Tall buildings surround him, high-rises and skyscrapers. It takes a few moments for the place to feel familiar. Then it hits him. This place is connected to his past. He's on the rooftop of a tall building. And not just any rooftop. With a groan, he realizes where he is, Mino Soft, his old workplace. He curses under his breath. This place holds too many memories. He remembers standing on this very rooftop with you from the QA team just after getting scolded by their team leader. That time feels like it belongs to another life. Turning his head, he notices messages flickering in the air. The 5th scenario hasn't started yet. There are still 10 days remaining and a sub-scenario is beginning in the meantime. It's a small break in the story, just enough time to prepare. Dokja knows what he has to do. He needs to move quickly. This is his chance to collect more coins to get stronger before the next big challenge. Then he hears voices. He peers over the edge of the rooftop and sees movement below. Armed people are entering the building with others following behind. Minosov is in Seochogu, but Dokja doesn't remember any major king-level groups operating in this area. This makes the situation strange. He watches them for a while, studying how they move. Then something clicks. These aren't soldiers or proper teams, they're wanderers, scattered survivors without a leader. Dokja pulls out his smartphone to check more details, but the screen stays dark. The battery is dead. He sighs and heads inside. He needs to recharge the phone or find a backup battery. Quietly, he walks through the familiar halls of the QA team's office. The space is still as he remembers it. For a moment, nostalgia hits him hard. He opens drawers one by one, searching for anything useful. Then suddenly, a light shines in his face. Startled, he lifts his arm to block it. Someone is pointing a flashlight directly at him. As his eyes adjust, he sees who it is. It's you, the same man from the QA team. The same one he once stood with on this rooftop. Yu's just as shocked to see Dokja alive. They sit down, and after a few moments of disbelief, Yu begins to explain what's been happening inside Mino Soft since everything changed. Yu starts to explain how things began. The first scenario broke out during the night shift. Everyone who was still in the office was pulled into it. Now the hallways are covered with blood and filled with the bodies of coworkers. The building, once busy and normal, has become silent and eerie. Yu's face changes as he tells Dokja something he never expected. He killed their team manager. There's no emotion in his voice, just a cold honesty. As they walk down the hall together, Yu asks Dokja where he's been until now. Dokja starts to answer, saying he was near the Gwang woman's side of the bridge. Yu cuts him off before he finishes. He says there's no reason to go through all the scenarios like some kind of hero. Others, he says, have found ways to avoid danger by staying hidden and using clever tricks. It's not about strength, it's about surviving smart. Outside, as they exit Mino Soft, a crowd surrounds the building. Wanderers are everywhere. These are people without a group or home, trying to survive in whatever way they can. Some are driving others behind them, people who've been captured. An armed man steps forward and demands to know who Dokja is. Before Dokja can respond, Yu answers for him, saying he's just a co-worker. The man nods once and moves on. Dokja watches him go, wondering who he is. He explains that this man is running what he calls a corn farm. As he says this, something dark flickers across his expression, something almost like shame, but not quite. He leads Dokja to a horrifying sight. In front of them are cages. Inside, people are locked up like animals. It looks like a strange mix between a zoo and a prison. But the atmosphere around the cages is lively. Wanderers stand around, shouting and laughing. Inside one of the cages, 2 people are fighting. Their clothes are torn and their faces are swollen. One of them is barely able to stand. The crowd outside cheers wildly as blood hits the ground. Dokja stands frozen, stunned by what he's seeing. But beside him, Yu looks proud. His face lights up like he's showing off something important. The people inside the cages are forced to fight each other, and the winners, if they survive, earn coins. In return, they get food. Yu hands a chocolate bar to one of the people locked inside, like a reward for entertaining the crowd. Dokja looks around and his chest tightens. He already knows what this is. Back in the early days of Tessa, there were always a few who figured out the system early, people who discovered how to twist it and turn survival into profit. They didn't look for hope or unity. They just built systems like this and called it survival. The coin farm is a system built by those who understand the world of Tessa early on. Instead of trying to survive with others, they shape the rules to benefit themselves. It's not just a place to survive, it's a business that uses people as tools to earn coins. Yu leads Dokja to another cage. This one is different. It has 3 people locked inside instead of 2. When Dokja looks closer, his breath catches in his throat. One of the people in the cage is someone he knows. A face from his past. The sight stuns him. Yu notices his reaction and smiles, pleased. He picks up a sword and tosses it into the cage. One of the men inside quickly grabs it. Yu points to another person in the cage and casually tells the armed man that the person beside him used to be his boss. The man holding the sword looks confused. He doesn't seem to understand what Yu means. And something strange happens. A constellation blesses the man, wrapping his body in armor. A message follows, urging him to get revenge. Yu leans in and whispers lies. He tells the man that his boss always treated him poorly, never respected him, and made his life miserable. He tells him this is his chance to take everything back to fight for himself. The man stares at the sword. His hand shakes. But after a moment, he rises to his feet. He looks across the cage at his former boss. His eyes are different now. Yu watches with excitement, encouraging him like it's a game. Dokja watches quietly, his heart sinking. He realizes now this person beside him is not the same Yu he once worked with. That version of Yu is gone. Just then, a noise draws Dokja's attention. Someone nearby mentions a new prisoner. Dokja turns and looks toward the cage. There, lying unconscious on the ground, is a woman. Her face is bruised, her body still. But Dokja recognizes her right away. It's Han Suyong, the plagiarist. Dokja rubs his eyes, struggling to process what's in front of him. But no matter how many times he blinks, it doesn't change. They are trapped in a cage as Han Suyong, the notorious plagiarist. She's unconscious, sprawled on the cold metal floor, while a group of men stands around her, watching with twisted amusement. The way they talk about her, casual, careless, like she's nothing but a piece of property to be toyed with, is beyond disgusting. The men laugh, debating who will be the first to have their turn. They see this as a game, a twisted auction where Suyong's life and dignity are just entertainment. And it's all happening under the watchful eyes of constellations as if they're too indifferent to care. Dokja feels a pit grow in his stomach. He can't just leave her here. As much as she's a threat, one of the few people who understands this nightmare of a world better than he does, her survival is dangerous. She could be a force to reckon with if she makes it out alive. But can he really condemn her to death just like that? The world has shifted so drastically, her knowledge might be outdated now. Still, he can't help but wonder if that alone justifies turning his back on her. The question nags at him, the weight of deciding who lives and who dies pressing down like a rock. He's no judge, no executioner. His discomfort only deepens. Just as his mind begins to spiral into darker thoughts, a voice breaks through the haze. Yun, ever the opportunist, offers a trade. Suyong's life for a favor. If Dokja introduces him to his group, she'll be freed. Yun's ambition is clear. He's building his own faction, and it's growing stronger. He must have seen something in Dokja, sensed the potential of a larger game at play. Dokja agrees almost immediately, but he's not done. Before Yun can get too smug, Dokja throws in a demand of his own. He wants Yun to stop this madness and release the other captives. Yun laughs, a dark, unsettling sound. He's not at all bothered by the request. In fact, he seems to enjoy it. The laughter deepens, twisted with a hint of bitterness as Yun recalls their past, how they were nothing more than pawns in the QA department, nothing but lowly lab rats in the eyes of the system. Yun can't wrap his head around the idea that Dokja, of all people, is suddenly asking for something as noble as justice. Back then, Dokja was always the quiet one, withdrawn and distant, keeping to himself and only truly interacting with a select few. People like Sangha. It's almost comical to Yun that Dokja thinks he can ask for righteousness now. His amusement grows darker, sharper, as if he's already won. Yun reminds Dokja of how the world used to see them both insignificant, but now they're on the other side, controlling the very system that used to look down on them. They're exploiting the captives for all they're worth, making more coins than they could ever dream of, without the hassle of clearing scenarios. And the best part? They're doing it without any real consequences. Dokja tries to ignore it, his mind fixating on the fact that he doesn't even know how much money Yun's group is raking in. He couldn't care less, but Yun? He can't help himself. His excitement bubbles over, and he rants about the profits and the freedom this new system has granted him, as if he's somehow proud of it. They're making 5,000 coins every single day. It's the perfect model for making money, just like the game systems their company used to design. For Yun, this is the dream business, easy, efficient, and bringing in endless profit. Before he can get too carried away with his excitement, a voice interrupts him. A man inside the cage, the one who had been given the blade, suddenly lets it slip from his trembling hands. His eyes are filled with tears as he looks at Yun and Dokja, admitting that he can't go through with it. He can't bring himself to kill another person, no matter how much pressure is on him. Yun's face twists with frustration. This wasn't part of the plan. His carefully set up show, his perfectly crafted game, has fallen apart because one weak man can't do what he was told. With a snarl, Yun turns toward the cage, ready to deal with the situation himself. But just before he acts, Dokja's firm hand grips his shoulder, stopping him. Dokja's gaze is colder now, harder. His eyes show something Yun can't quite read. If Yun's all about the coins, Dokja claims he has a better way to make things even more thrilling. Yun's curiosity sparks. He's always looking for ways to make everything bigger, more exciting, and of course, more profitable. If Dokja has a way to make this all even better, Yun is all ears. Yun's grin grows wider as Dokja starts talking about using the constellations. Those beings who love excitement could turn things to a whole new level. Yun is sold now, fully convinced that Dokja's on his side. He eagerly asks for the plan. The man in the cage weeps quietly, shaking in fear of what's to come. He doesn't know if this new twist will bring salvation or just make things worse. The air is heavy with tension as everyone waits for what's next. Without saying another word, Dokja pulls out his blade of faith. The metal gleams in the dim light as he raises it high. His face remains unreadable, but there's something final in his movement. With one clean swing, sparks fly and the blade cuts through the iron bars of the cage. The sharp sound echoes around the room as the cage is sliced open. For a moment, silence fills the space, the captives and everyone else stunned into stillness. Yun and his companions stand frozen, their mouths hanging open in shock. They were expecting a cruel, twisted game, another way to exploit the weak, but instead, Dokja has destroyed their whole setup in one single swing. The captives huddle on the ground, shielding themselves from the flying debris. They had been ready for something far worse, but now they can barely understand what's happening. With the last of the bars falling away, the cage is gone. The shouts of confusion from the wanderers fill the air. Chaos spreads as they demand to know why Dokja did what he did. They can't make sense of his actions, but Dokja's face remains cold, unmoved. He looks over the scene, assessing what's happening. Without wasting a moment, he charges forward, ready to unleash a brutal assault. Each time Dokja swings his blade, another cage is shattered, and the iron bars that once held the captives break apart. One by one, the prisoners scramble out of their cages, desperate to escape their confinement. But Dokja isn't done yet. Some of the wanderers try to run, but he's too quick. With perfect precision, he strikes, cutting through their Achilles tendons. Those who once held power over others now collapse in pain. Their knees twist unnaturally as they fall to the ground, helpless and unable to flee. Yun's voice cuts through the chaos, full of rage and disbelief. He screams, demanding to know what Dokja is doing. This isn't what he planned. It's not the turn of events he was expecting. Dokja stays calm, his expression cold and detached. He simply set up a situation that the constellations would love. To prove his point, a series of notifications pop up in his vision. The constellations are thrilled with what he's done, showering him with coins as a reward. There's no need to create complicated systems to farm coins when you can earn them this easily. Instead of dragging out the suffering, Dokja has flipped the situation around in a way that keeps the spectators entertained. Yun curses, his frustration boiling over, but before he can take any action, a wave of movement rushes toward Dokja. About 20 wanderers, still standing, charge at him together, determined to take him down. Meanwhile, Sayoung is still unconscious in her cage. Dokja moves quickly, shaking her until her eyes flutter open. When she comes to, she meets his gaze, clearly questioning his actions. Why did he save her? But then Dokja realizes something she's been awake the whole time. She's just been pretending to be unconscious, waiting for the perfect moment to make her move. Dokja acknowledges her strategy but doesn't linger. If she was playing a game, he'll leave her to it. But just before he steps away, Sayoung stops him. She tells him her condition is worse than it seems. Her health and mana are drained, leaving her in no state to fight. She warns him that if he continues to help her, the constellations watching his actions will lose interest in him. Sayoung points out that the constellations despise drawn-out, exhausting battles. They prefer quick, clean victories. Dokja doesn't flinch. He knows there are constellations with all sorts of tastes, some crave bloodshed, others find entertainment in more strategic or subtle moves. It's not all about violence, after all. Sayoung smirks despite her battered condition. She finds the irony of the situation amusing. This is practically a textbook example of the hero swooping in to save the helpless damsel. Too bad Dokja doesn't fit that mold. She can't help but remind him that he's always hated cliches. Dokja doesn't respond, keeping his eyes on the scene around him, unfazed. He's no hero, and he's never intended to play one. His focus sharpens as one of the wanderers lunges at him, but with a swift move, Dokja's foot slams down, stopping the attack cold. The assailant crumples to the ground, writhing in pain. Dokja scans the area, his mind already calculating what's next, never losing his cool. But soon it becomes clear. More wanderers are converging from other directions. The situation is escalating, but Dokja remains calm. He's already running mental calculations on how to activate his King of No-Killing title. He knows the system requires karma points, and those only come when he saves someone. The logic is simple. If he hadn't intervened, his system would have considered Sayong unsolvable, and she would have died. With that settled in his mind, Dokja feels no second thoughts. He's made the right call. Dokja turns to Sayong, making it clear she's no helpless victim. Her expression darkens with frustration, and she starts to protest. But before she can voice her complaints, Dokja casually tosses her to the ground. The sudden impact causes her to yelp in pain. Her face contorts with shock and irritation, but there's no time for her to stew in it. Dokja is already moving forward with his plan. If she wants cliches, he's about to deliver the one she loves to mock. Whether she likes it or not, she's going to fight alongside him. Though still seething, Sayong quickly comes to terms with the situation. She scoffs at the idea of working with someone who was her enemy only moments ago. But pragmatism wins out. There's no time for petty grudges. She grabs a blade, readying herself. This battle is a mere stepping stone, and the next challenge will be waiting for them soon enough. Dokja watches her, finding her attempt to play it cool and laughable. It's too late for that act now. The battle intensifies as they cut through their enemies with deadly precision. Dokja's blade is an extension of his will, carving through opponents with ruthless efficiency. Sayong, though still clearly irritated, fights with equal ruthlessness, striking from behind with swift, no-nonsense strikes that pierce their enemies' chests. Together, they cut through their enemies like they're nothing more than obstacles in their way. The battlefield is a horrific sight. Blood stains the ground, soaking the earth as their enemies drop one after the other. It's a massacre, relentless and brutal, with no sign of slowing. Each strike is deliberate, calculated, as if every move has been executed with surgical precision, the air thick with the stench of blood. There's no room for resistance. Their enemies are methodically eliminated, one wave at a time. The coin farm, once a symbol of profit and power, is reduced to a lifeless wasteland of carnage and chaos. Despite her obvious exhaustion, Sayong can't suppress a grin. The battle has been taxing, but the spoils, the rewards are more than worth it. The pile of coins growing beside them is substantial, impressive even. Dokja takes a quick glance at the pile, mentally tallying the haul. He's not thrilled about sharing it with Sayong, but he can't deny the truth. He wouldn't have gotten this far without her. He begrudgingly decides to think of the coins as a token of appreciation, a tip for her contribution to the bloodbath. A sudden weak laugh cuts through the grim atmosphere, drawing Dokja's attention. He turns to find Deputy Yun sitting on the ground, chuckling through the pain, his laugh unsettling in its dark amusement. Something about it doesn't sit right with Dokja. The man's exhausted, bloodied, yet still laughing like it's all some twisted joke. The hairs on the back of Dokja's neck rise as he senses that something is off. When Yun finally speaks, his words come slow and heavy, dripping with mockery. He claims that he expected this, he predicted it all, including Dokja's eventual rise. He even mentions rumors, which catches Dokja completely off guard. What rumors? Who's been talking about him? Before he can process the implications, Sayong wastes no time in taking action. With a swift, merciless motion, Sayong brings her blade down, severing Yun's head in one clean strike. Blood splatters into the air, the grotesque spray painting the battlefield as his lifeless body slumps to the ground. She wipes her blade clean, her expression unchanged. There's no hesitation, no remorse. To her, Yun's final words were nothing but meaningless ramblings from a man who had overstayed his welcome. She scoffs at his body, already moving on to more important matters. In her eyes, Yun was nothing but an irrelevant footnote in this chaotic story. As Sayong turns back to Dokja, she notices a subtle change in his demeanor, something different in the way he's looking at the lifeless body. Her curiosity piques, and she asks if he feels any sorrow for Yun's death. Dokja denies it, but his silence speaks volumes. His thoughts drift back to old memories, to a time before the bloodshed and the madness. A time when he and Yun had been more than enemies, when things hadn't yet descended into violence. But he doesn't voice these thoughts. The past is a different life, one far removed from the one he's living now. Sayong, unimpressed by his introspection, doesn't waste time on sentimentality. She points out his mistake. He let Yun talk too long, wasting precious time. The constellations, she reminds him, aren't interested in speeches. They want results, not hesitation. Time is money, and in their world, hesitation costs both. Dokja takes a moment to process her words. Of course, Sayong isn't concerned with his feelings. Her criticism isn't about his emotional state, it's about efficiency. She's all about getting things done as quickly as possible, a mindset forged in the brutal reality they both face. Dokja scoffs, dismissing her point. She's wrong, he thinks. The fastest way to make coins isn't always about rushing in for the kill. There's more to this than just immediate action. Sometimes you have to play the long game. It's about balance, letting the victim speak, letting their fear build up. That's where the real reward comes. The constellations enjoy a proper build-up before the final moment, not something rushed or incomplete. If there's no proper tension, there's no catharsis. Sayoung, ever the confident one, disagrees. She believes the constellations prefer quick, immediate executions. She argues that there's no need for drawn-out endings. Dokja isn't even an author, so what would he know about what the audience wants? Dokja meets her gaze with a steady certainty. He doesn't need to be an author to know what works. He's a reader, and readers always understand better than anyone else. Ignoring Sayoung, he turns his attention to the scattered items around him. Most of the things around him are useless, broken weapons and scraps of clothing. But among the mess, he finds something of value, an old gentleman's suit. It's not in perfect condition, but it will do. He takes a moment to examine the suit and puts it on. The defense isn't high, but it's still better than the worn-out robe of the great monk Sumyoung he's been wearing. At least it offers some protection, and right now, that's enough. Once he adjusts the suit, a couple of system messages pop up. The system acknowledges that he saved someone of his kind, and as a result, his karma points increase by 1. The people who were saved by his actions start murmuring among themselves. Their voices mix with awe and uncertainty as they look at him, recognizing him as the man who fought for them. They wonder if he's truly won, but before they can approach him, Dokja raises his hand, stopping them from speaking. He's done what he can, but from here on out, they're on their own. It might seem harsh, but Dokja knows he can't afford to take care of them. He has his own path to follow. Still, he doesn't leave them completely without direction. He points to the items scattered around, telling them to take what they need. There are supplies left, and if they want to survive, they have to use them. He also advises them to head toward Chungmoro, where they might find others who can help them. Before Dokja can finish speaking, the crowd starts moving. People rush forward, grabbing anything they can find, their eyes burning with new determination. Hope flickers inside them once more. Dokja watches the scene unfold, and in that moment, he finally understands why the Dakibi brought him here. The people, who were victims just moments ago, are now turning on each other. Weapons are gripped tightly in their hands, and what was once fear has transformed into pure greed. They're ready to fight for survival. Their desperation erases the last bits of their humanity. The air fills with shouts as arguments break out. People accuse each other of stealing, and the chaos grows. They lunge at each other, ready to hurt someone just to claim a better weapon or a slightly more useful item. This world is one without a king, without order, without any laws, and without anyone to enforce morality. Everything has fallen apart into utter chaos. The rules that once held society together have become useless, and now the true nature of humanity is coming to light. The Dakibi wanted him to see this. It was no accident. In a world without a ruler, only the strong will have control over the future. Sayoung stands tall before the chaotic crowd, her voice cutting through the madness. She scolds them harshly, asking if they've lost their minds. They're acting like wild animals, fighting among themselves when they should be working together. If they really want to survive, they need to use their brains, not just their fists. Who knows when they'll face another situation like this? Turning on each other now will only make them weaker. The people, who were once filled with rage, now shift their focus to Sayoung. Their anger is replaced, if only for a moment, with uncertainty. Sayoung points out that they already have enough weapons and supplies. Grabbing a few more items won't make them stronger against the real dangers that lie ahead. If they want to survive, they need to find allies they can trust, people who will watch their backs. That's just common sense. Dokja listens closely, his eyes narrowing. The words she speaks are familiar. He recognizes that line. It's not her own, and as he opens his mouth to confront her, Sayoung quickly cuts him off. Without missing a beat, she reinforces her point, urging the survivors to act like they have some sense. Then she turns on her heels and bolts away, but her stamina is clearly low. She won't get far with her hesitation. Dokja takes off, running after her. Sayoung glances over her shoulder, alarm flashing in her eyes. She demands to know why he's following her, but Dokja doesn't care about her question. His mind is focused on the words she just used. That line about finding trustworthy allies before becoming undefeatable wasn't hers. It's from the novel. Dokja remembers that exact line. Jean Huck had said those same words to survivors who came to him for guidance. Sayoung denies it, claiming that the line comes from her own novel. But if that's true, then why is she running away? Dokja doesn't let up, easily closing the distance between them. It's clear she won't admit to plagiarizing the novel, but that doesn't matter to him. He catches up to her and grabs her firmly from behind, stopping her in her tracks. He reminds her that he helped her earlier, which means she still owes him. Sayoung protests, confused by his words, but Dokja doesn't care about her confusion. He gets straight to the point. If she has a power bank, he needs it. Frustration crosses Sayoung's face as she grits her teeth. She argues back, claiming that he probably has plenty of his own. Sayoung pulls out her phone, showing him the dimly lit screen. She insists that she has no power left in her bank and tilts the phone toward him, revealing that her battery is only at 40%. Dokja, however, isn't interested in her battery. He has another request. He asks to see her novel. Soo-young immediately refuses, her voice firm. If he wants to read it, she tells him, he'll have to pay for it. Dokja ignores her protests and swiftly gets the phone from her hands. He points out the obvious: there's no way to make any payments when all the servers are down. Soo-young reacts instantly, her frustration turning into action. She lunges toward him, trying to grab her phone back. Her smaller frame works against her, and no matter how much she stretches her arm, she can't reach it. But Dokja isn't focused on her frantic attempts. His attention's on the contents of the phone. A thought crosses his mind. He wonders what if the file she has is like his own, something that only she can read. If that's the case, he needs to check. His eyes scan the text, and familiar words begin to fill his vision. He can read it. The title stands out first. S as grade infinite regressor, and as he reads more, the story unfolds before him. The protagonist, Jun-hyun, quietly opens his status window, eager to check out a new skill he's just obtained. He smiles to himself, reviewing his status, feeling like he's finally caught a break. Luck is on his side this time. Dokja can't help himself. He mutters under his breath, calling it exactly what it is: plagiarism at its finest. Soo-young, still struggling to get her phone back, protests, but Dokja points out the obvious. The character profile is an exact copy from Ways of Survival. She hasn't even bothered to make any real changes. Soo-young snaps back, defensive. Dokja doesn't stop, pressing her further, and he soon finds more evidence. Even the protagonist's name is a dead giveaway. There's a typo, written as Jong-yun. If the original author saw this, it would be impossible to deny. The proof is right there in front of them. Dokja even questions if she just copied and pasted the entire thing. Soo-young grits her teeth, frustration reaching its peak. Dokja doesn't back down, pushing for a final question. He wants to know exactly how many episodes she's read from the original novel. Soo-young, caught off guard, answers before she realizes what she's doing. 99. A moment later, she curses under her breath, the realization hitting her. She wonders why she is even answering his questions. Dokja processes the new information. So Soo-young has read up to episode 99 in Ways of Survival. He wonders, what would the original author say if he knew the person who had read his novel the most besides Dokja was none other than a plagiarist? He turns his attention back to Soo-young and tests her knowledge. If she's really read that far, she must know about the meteorite. He asks her if that's something that appears in her version of the story too. Soo-young immediately denies it, insisting that there's no meteorite in her version. Dokja, unimpressed, presses further. He had expected her to copy that part too. Frustration flashes across Soo-young's face as she corrects him. While there's no meteorite, her story does feature something called the sealing stone. She snaps at him, telling him to stop pushing her. That's all Dokja needs to hear. She really has done it. Soo-young is the one who discovered the meteorite, the same one that held the fire dragon Dokja killed at Ango Station. The realization settles in his mind without hesitation. He knows exactly what he's going to do next. He's going to search for the sealing stones. Soo-young immediately catches on to his meaning and questions if he really meant meteorites. Dokja brushes off the correction. She understands what he meant, and that's enough for him. What matters now is that she has knowledge about them. But as their conversation continues, another thought crosses his mind. He remembers putting the fire dragon up for auction. He wonders if they've been sold yet. The Dokja who control the Soul Dome must have been in a meeting. That's probably why everything's been so quiet. They're likely discussing how to salvage the situation, perhaps accepting that this version of the scenario is ruined. If that's the case, they might as well sell as many coin products as possible to make up for the loss. For a brief moment, Dokja ignores Soo-young, trying to call out to the Dokja, but there's no response. Then, at that exact moment, the exchange window and the Dokja bag window pop open at the same time. Dokja scoffs at the timing. Even when BI is too busy to respond to messages, they always make sure to push advertisements and sales. Curious, Dokja carefully checks the store. What he sees next completely surprises him. Every item he had put up for auction has been sold. Someone actually bought them at those prices. Even the bone he had listed, just because he had nowhere else to store it, has been taken. For a brief moment, Dokja can't help but wonder who in the world would make such a purchase. He glances over the auction results and sighs. If he had known they would sell this quickly, he should have listed them at 99,999 coins. Instead, he starts mentally listing the few constellations who could afford such a high price. There's Anna Croft, backed by a powerful nebula. Then there's Ranveer Khan from India, known for his vast resources. Faye from China is another strong candidate. Beyond those three, there are very few who could have made such a purchase. Whoever it was, Dokja silently thanks them. Soo-young interrupts his thoughts, her eyes fixed on him. She questions why he wants her to come along when he can handle everything on his own. For a moment, Dokja hesitates. It's true. Taking Sion along is a gamble. She's already put his life in danger before, and everything she's done so far has shown that she's selfish and only looking out for herself. Despite that, Dokja knows she's useful. Her avatar skill has already proven to be valuable, and besides him, she's the one who knows the most about the world of ways of survival. That knowledge makes her important enough to keep around. Dokja remembers the words she said earlier about how finding trustworthy allies is the key to survival. He pulls out an item he just bought. A message appears in his vision, confirming that the temporary pledge item has been used. It's not a binding contract like the support one, but it will serve its purpose for now. Sion reacts right away, furious. She refuses to sign anything, glaring at him as though he's insulted her pride. Dokja stays calm, telling her that he's not forcing her to do anything. But her frustration doesn't go away. Sion has never followed orders from anyone, and she's not about to start now. Dokja simply tells her that there's always a first time for everything. He's not backing down. Sion is irritated. She grits her teeth and agrees to his offer, but only under one condition. They will have to share information. She makes it clear that she has many questions for him, and he will need to answer them truthfully. She warns him that if he lies, she will know because she has the lie detection skill. A notification pops up in his vision, confirming that Sion has activated her skill. Without wasting any time, she demands to know what his attribute is. Dokja doesn't hesitate and simply answers that he doesn't know. Another message appears, confirming that Sion's skill has verified the truth of his words. For the first time, her expression shifts, shock flickering in her eyes as she realizes he's telling the truth. Sion stares at the system message, disbelief written all over her face. She taps her temple, her confusion clear. It's as though she can't quite process what just happened. For a moment, she seems to wonder if her lie detection skill is malfunctioning. Dokja remains calm and explains that the skill is working just fine. He urges her to continue with her questions but reminds her that she only has 3 and she's already used one. Sion hesitates for a moment, but then presses forward with the next question, the one he expected. She demands to know why he gave up the absolute throne. Dokja had seen this coming. Sion's frustration boils over as she accuses him of ruining everything. She blames him for the collapse of her plans. If it weren't for him, everything would still be on track. She tells him how she worked tirelessly to prevent the end of the world, struggling to keep things together while surrounded by fools. If she had taken the throne, they would have already advanced to the next scenario. Everything would have been in motion, just as she intended. But Dokja cuts her off before she can continue. He tells her that if she had taken the throne, Saul would already be in ruin. A system notification pops up, confirming that his statement is true. Sion freezes, her confidence shaken. Her eyes flick back and forth between the notification and Dokja, trying to make sense of it all. She taps her head again, as if trying to figure out what just happened. It doesn't make sense. The system is verifying his words. She wonders how could that be. She mutters to herself that the skill must be broken. Dokja calmly corrects her again. The skill is working perfectly, and it's not just her who would have led things to disaster. No matter who had sat on the throne, the outcome would have been the same. Sion falls silent. Her mind races, processing what she's just learned. The system isn't lying. That means Dokja spoke the truth. She's always believed that taking the absolute throne was the best choice, but now everything she thought she knew is being called into question. Her thoughts shift to another pressing matter. How does Dokja know this? What number renounces he? How could he possibly know something like that? Even with all her knowledge, Sion can't figure it out. Dokja simply answers that he's not a renouncer. That answer unsettles her even more. A terrible realization hits her, and she asks the final question, just how much of ways of survival has he read? Dokja doesn't answer her question. Instead, he calmly reminds her that she's already used up all 3 of her questions. Sion's frustration boils over. She's not ready to let this go. Of all the things he could have refused to answer, this is the most important one. She has to know. Her voice shakes as a dreadful thought creeps into her mind. No one could possibly be mad enough to read all of it. Suddenly, the sound of hooves echoes from the distance. It's not horses, though. It's heavier, sharper, and much more primal. Dokja signals for Sion to remain silent. They move quickly, slipping behind a nearby building, using its shadow as cover. Something is coming. They peek out from their hiding spot, eyes scanning the scene before them. A group of large beings rushes down the street. They have human faces, but their bodies are monstrous and covered in thick fur. Their limbs are muscular and beast-like, and they move on 2 legs, but they're nearly twice the size of humans. They resemble wolves in shape, but there's an unnerving hint of humanity in their features. At the front of the group, one figure stands out, larger, more intimidating than the others. Its sharp claws glint under the light, and its gait is heavy, filled with authority. It's clearly the leader. This is a pack of humanoid demons. They're hunting. The leader growls, his voice deep and guttural, asking about the intruders. One of the wanderers, nervous and shaking, tries to explain that the attackers who destroyed their coin farms are still nearby. But before he can finish his sentence, the leader slashes his chest with one brutal, swift movement. The scene is terrifying, and Dokja, still hiding behind the building, understands the meaning behind what he's witnessing. In this collapsing world, the people known as wanderers have found different ways to survive. Some try to hold on to their humanity, working to farm coins and keep some piece of what they once were. But others, like the ones they're seeing now, have abandoned their human form entirely. They've chosen to become something else, something non-human, just to stay alive. It's clear that they must have used the meteorite, a powerful source of transformation, to change themselves. Soyoung's eyes narrow as she examines the leader of the group. Recognition flashes across her face. He's one of the renouncers. The realization catches Dokja off guard. He asks her how she knows this, and Soyoung doesn't hesitate to reveal part of her ability. As the last renounced, she can see the stats and attributes of all other renouncers. Dokja pauses, a memory flashing in his mind. Min had once said that the first disciple had come to find him when the scenario began. Now everything makes sense. Soyoung's skill allows her to detect other renouncers, something Dokja had no idea about at first. She admits that she was initially suspicious of him. Her power didn't work on him, even though everything about him screamed that he was one of them. She had encountered others who refused to join her cause, some forgotten or dead, before they could make a real impact. But the beast before them was one of those people, someone who turned his back on her group and now walks a monstrous path. Soyoung hadn't given it much thought back then, but seeing what this person has become, she can no longer ignore it. Dokja stares at the massive creature before him, trying to make sense of what he's witnessing. Dokja demands to know what this ugly creature used to be. Soyoung, staying calm like it's just another Tuesday, answers without any doubt. The beast's name is Sung Minyu. Hearing that name feels like someone throws a cold bucket of water right on Dokja's face. This name is not from the novel, but it pokes at something buried deep in his mind. His eyes widen because the memory suddenly hits him hard. This is not just some random wanderer who lost a beauty contest and turned into a furry monster. Dokja knows this name. Only a few hours ago, he had a terrible dream about his school days. Those painful memories are carved into his mind like someone scratched them in with a broken pen. He remembers sitting in that depressing classroom, surrounded by a gang of bullies with one oversized punk standing above him, flashing a cruel smile. That boy's name was right there, stitched proudly on his school badge, Sung Minyu. There is no doubt now, this disgusting beast used to be that same school bully. Even with his face all messed up and covered in fur like a lost dog, the guy still somehow manages to wear the same annoying, mocking expression. It's almost impressive how even after mutating into a furry nightmare, Sung Minyu keeps his signature jerk attitude. The same idiot who used to laugh at smart kids and treat books like garbage is now here, turned into a walking, growling disaster. Soyoung takes a serious look at the beast, analyzing him with her special ability. One thing sticks out like a sore thumb. This Sung Minyu had been a renouncer, but he did something weird. Instead of reading just the start or the whole novel like normal people, he stopped at chapter 173, right before the big ending. She wonders who quits reading a story right before the climax. Only a brainless goon like Sung Minyu would pull off something that stupid. Suddenly, Sung Minyu lifts his ugly head and sniffs the air like a hungry dog looking for scraps. His eyes lock onto the building where Dokja and Soyoung are hiding. His eyes, now glowing like two dirty headlights, make it very clear he has found them. Without even trying to act civilized, Sung Minyu drops to all fours and charges like a crazy beast, ready to smash anything in his path. Dokja's mind flashes back again, dragging him into the past like an old nightmare that refuses to stay buried. He sees himself as a teenager sitting quietly in class, clutching a book like it's the only shield he has. A loud, mocking voice fills the room, and then a rough hand yanks him up by the collar. Around him, laughter explodes like fireworks. At the center of it all stands Sung Minyu, the school's #1 certified bully, treating Dokja like his personal entertainment. Now that same useless thug stands before him again, except this time Sung Minyu looks like he lost a fight with a hairdryer and came back as a monster. Without even waiting for a proper hello, Sung Minyu punches Dokja straight in the stomach. The blow is so strong that blood sprays from Dokja's mouth like a broken fountain. Pain spreads through his body instantly, each nerve screaming in misery. The beast, who is more monster than human now, demands to know who dared to destroy his precious coin farm like he is some kind of businessman and not a furry disaster. Nearby, Soyoung struggles to stay standing. Already beaten and bloody from her earlier fight with his oversized raccoon, she wipes the blood from her mouth and shouts at Dokja to fight back. She doesn't just suggest it, she orders it like their lives depend on it, which honestly they do. She tells him to kill the creature standing before them. The moment Soyoung shouts Dokja's name, something strange happens. Sung Minyu, who had been in full rage mode, suddenly hesitates. His wild expression twitches, and for a tiny second, something almost human flickers in his eyes. It looks like the sound of Dokja's name punches a hole straight into the beast's thick skull. Dokja, still dangling in the air like a sad piñata, locks eyes with the monster. That stare, that voice, that irritatingly familiar mocking face, it leaves no room for doubt. Minyu, the same brainless bully from school, has somehow crawled his way into this world of chaos. Confused, Dokja wonders, how could a guy like Minyu, someone who thought reading was worse than eating vegetables, become a renouncer? It sounds about as believable as a goldfish winning a marathon. Minyu had always been the typical loudmouth, the kind who believed novels were a complete waste of time. Still gripping Dokja by the collar like he owns him, Minyu leans in closer, squinting at his face. Somewhere deep inside that oversized meatball he calls a brain, a memory starts to wake up. Slowly, Minyu remembers. Back in the old days, he used to get Dokja's phone during class, sneer at whatever story he found, and laugh like it was the funniest thing he had ever seen. In the present, that same memory floats back into the monster's head. Minyu finally pieces it together and realizes who Dokja really is. He even tries to say it out loud with his ugly beast mouth. Dokja, though, stubbornly denies it. Deep down, though, he knows exactly who this monster used to be, and it disgusts him. Minyu lifts Dokja even higher with just one arm, looking like he is showing off at a cheap circus. It is effortless for him, and somehow even worse, his old mocking tone returns. It feels like school all over again. Minyu of the human trash pile laughs at the idea that a weak bookworm like Dokja has managed to survive this far. In his small brain, it is the funniest joke in the world. He mocks Dokja, calling out how he was always lost in his weird web novel, acting surprised that the loser hadn't died already. Dokja's mind races, but he refuses to give in to panic. Monsters like Minyu may be Tier 6 humanoids now, but Dokja has fought worse things before, like a Tier 5 fire dragon that was definitely not handing out hugs. He forces himself to breathe, to focus. He reminds himself that he still has the fourth wall skill, the one thing that has saved his sanity countless times. Just when he tries to tap into it, a system message appears in front of his eyes. The fourth wall shakes. For the first time, something feels wrong. A strange feeling rises from deep inside him. It isn't fear this time. It is something more dangerous, realization. Then the truth hits him hard. The real problem is not Minyu's brute strength. The real problem is buried inside Dokja himself. The fourth wall, his mighty mental shield, is no longer behaving the way it used to. A flash of memory cuts through his mind, that moment when he had entered Young's body in first person. That was when the cracks first started showing. Now he finally gets it. The fourth wall is not just a protective skill. It is a barrier, something that keeps him separated from the story world. And now, that barrier is breaking down. Minyu, that oversized, fur-coated buffoon, stares at Dokja with an expression that almost looks curious, if curiosity had been dragged through the mud first. His jaw stretches unnaturally wide, and his eyes gleam with a hunger that makes his skin crawl. Instead of just punching more, the monster demands something even weirder. He wants to know about the story Dokja used to read. He acts like a starving man begging for a menu. Dokja's heart pounds hard enough to echo in his ears, but strangely, his thoughts stay sharp. The fourth wall, that mysterious skill that had always made the world feel like a fiction, is starting to fall apart. It had always kept him calm, distant, like a reader flipping pages instead of living through nightmares. But now that invisible safety net snaps like a weak thread. Before Dokja can react, Minyu throws him like a sack of trash across the ground. His body slams against the rough asphalt, bouncing and scraping before crashing hard into a concrete wall. His vision spins and blurs, pain lighting up every nerve in his body. Each breath feels like dragging air through broken glass. Flat on the ground, bloodied and gasping, Dokja turns his head upward. Above him, the sky looks heavy and dark. Clouds gather thick and slow, looking harmless to anyone else. But he knows better. Those clouds are not ordinary. They are the warning signs. The Great Hall is about to descend. Dokja knows the brewing storm isn't just bad weather. It is a sign, a huge flashing warning that something much bigger is on the way. Even with pain screaming through his body, his mind refuses to stop working. He continues to analyze the battlefield like a machine. Fast decisions, sharp predictions, no hesitation. It feels almost unnatural, like he's not even inside his own body anymore, like he is simply a character being watched by someone else. All of it is thanks to the fourth wall. This strange power lets him survive by making the brutal reality feel like a distant story. It is like reading about a car crash instead of sitting in the driver's seat. But suddenly, Soyeon's voice slices through the heavy noise around him. Her voice is raw, full of frustration, anger, and the kind of desperation that would make anyone with the heart flinch. She reminds him, no, practically yells into his soul, that he had made a promise she had believed in. And yet here he is lying uselessly on the ground, buried in thoughts instead of moving his feet. Saiyong is already at her breaking point. Her avatars fight with everything they have, trying to hold back the disaster known as Sun Minyu and the extra werewolf buddy he brought to the party. Her nose bleeds freely, her body trembling, veins bulging under the massive pressure. She throws every ounce of magic, every drop of strength into holding things together, but the cracks are starting to show. Still, she does not give up. Her voice rises again, demanding to know why Dokja is standing there like a confused NPC, letting her carry all the weight alone. Dokja remains silent. His body refuses to move, trapped in deeper thoughts. Somewhere inside that spinning mind, a new understanding blooms. He finally realizes what the fourth wall truly is. In theater, it is the invisible wall between actors and audience, the thing that keeps the performers from acknowledging the people watching. His skill works exactly the same way. It keeps him detached, making all the horror and pain feel like someone else's problem. But now something huge has changed. The fourth wall is not just shaking anymore. It's crumbling, piece by piece. That barrier that kept him safe is falling apart, and reality is rushing in. He can no longer pretend Sun Minyu is just another villainous boss fight in a video game. He can see him for what he really is, a living, breathing nightmare from his own past, a twisted memory made flesh. Saiyong's voice cuts through again, refusing to let him sink. Finally, Dokja forces himself to move. He walks toward her, tossing out some weak excuse about powering up. His voice is so low and worn out that Saiyong can barely catch his words. Her mind is clouded by the battle, weighed down by pain and exhaustion, but somehow his words still find their way through the chaos. Dokja doesn't want an easy win. He never has. In his heart, he knows real victories are earned, not handed out like participation trophies. Struggle is what makes stories powerful. Without it, there is no meaning. Saiyong stands next to him, looking like she wants to punch him and hug him at the same time. Her chest heaves with every breath she takes after the brutal fight, her eyes filled with a messy mix of concern, anger, and confusion. She glances at him, hearing bits and pieces of his earlier conversation with Sun Minyu. She had meant to listen, but some things are impossible to ignore. Dokja does not bother denying anything. He quietly admits that he knows Sun Minyu from the past. That name is carved into his memories, deep and painful, like an ugly scar that refuses to fade. It is not just a silly childhood grudge either. It is real trauma, the kind that clings to you like a bad smell long after the event is over. But Dokja brushes it off casually, pretending it is nothing, like trying to cover a leaking dam with duct tape. This only makes Saiyong even more annoyed. Saiyong, who clearly has zero patience for this kind of emotional self-sabotage, does not understand how anyone could talk about trauma like it's a minor paper cut. In her world, pain is serious business. She even offers to help him, standing there, trying to hand him the kind of magical encouragement that usually gives heroes crazy power-ups in novels. That you can do it, kind of words that spark world-ending transformations. But Dokja is not buying it. He reminds himself quietly, and probably hurts Saiyong's feelings a little, that he is not Hyunsung. He is not the type of hero who grows wings and saves the day just because someone claps their hands and says believe in yourself. Pain flashes through Dokja's body, sharp and cruel, especially at the spot where Sun Minyu's earlier attack landed. It feels worse than he expected, like his ribs are trying to hold a party without him. A grim realization hits him. The fourth wall, his precious shield against the horror of reality, is not working like it used to. That sense of detachment, the comfort that made pain and fear seem like distant, unreal things, is slipping away. He forces himself to look directly at the nightmare standing ahead. Sun Minyu? No, that thing can't even be called Sun Minyu anymore. The creature standing there is nothing more than a monster, a two-legged beast that has borrowed a human mask. The boy who once shoved Dokja into lockers for fun has been long gone, replaced by something even uglier. Dokja reminds himself firmly that he is 28 years old now. He is not the small, trembling 17-year-old kid who used to hide in library corners just to avoid being noticed. If the fourth wall crumbles every time a ghost from the past appears, then there is no point in surviving this far. He has to be stronger. He will be stronger. Almost like the world itself is listening to his determination, a new system message pops up. A bounty scenario appears, blinking urgently. Its title hits like a hammer. Overcome your trauma. The objective is brutally simple. Face the past. Defeat it. Do it fast or keep dragging the broken pieces forever. The constellations, those cosmic busybodies who love drama, clearly requested this scenario. Especially the ones who knew exactly how it felt to realize things too late. Dokja turns to Saiyong. She is bleeding, exhausted, standing only by sheer stubbornness. Her spirit is fierce, but her body is ready to collapse. He tells her firmly to stand back. She has already done more than enough. Saiyong, stubborn as ever, looks ready to argue. But when she meets his eyes filled with a fire that wasn't there before, her protest dies in her throat. She understands. This is his fight now. In that critical moment, Dokja makes his move. He pours a massive flood of coins into his stats. focusing everything on strength and agility like a man betting all his chips on a single hand. The changes hit him instantly, burning through his muscles like wildfire, waking up every fiber of his tired body. Drawing the blade of faith, Dokja channels its ether effect, weaving pure holy energy into the weapon. Light dances across the blade's surface, looking like the sword itself has decided to cosplay as a divine relic. Deep inside, Dokja reassures himself there is no real reason for him to lose here. Not anymore. The fourth wall had shaken his heart for a moment, but that moment is over. Fear still lingers at the edges of his mind, but it no longer rules him. Alongside the fear now stands clarity, the unshakable knowledge that he has everything he needs. Power, skills, the burning will to fight. He is not here just to survive anymore. He is here to end the nightmare he has been running from his entire life. Scanning the battlefield, his eyes lock onto Sung Minyu like a hunter spotting prey. Behind him, Sion calls out, worried but hopeful, sensing something powerful awakening inside Dokja. He doesn't answer with words, only with a calm glance filled with steel-hard determination. Even Sung Minyu, who has the brainpower of a potato and the charm of a wet sock, notices the shift. The air around Dokja is completely different now. No longer trembling like some scared high school kid, Dokja now looks like someone who has finally decided to punch his own demons in the face. Dokja closes his eyes for a second, breathing in deep and exhaling all the fear out of his lungs. When he opens his eyes again, every shred of hesitation is gone. The time to overcome his past has finally arrived. Without any delay, Dokja launches forward like a bullet out of a gun. His speed is so intense that Sung Minyu's monster brain barely processes what is happening. Minyu, thinking he can keep up, tries to boost his agility too, but let's be honest. It is like putting racing tires on a tricycle. In one clean, flawless motion, Dokja closes the distance and slashes the blade of faith straight across Minyu's chest. The blade tears through flesh with ease, sending blood spraying through the air like a bad horror movie. Minyu stumbles back, looking genuinely shocked that the punching bag he bullied for years just rearranged his ribs. Even though Minyu tries to leap away, clumsily resisting the force of the attack, Dokja is not done. He slams even more coins into his agility stat, ignoring the sharp pain of the system message flashing before his eyes. Now swiftness courses through him like he's been plugged into lightning itself. His body moves faster, sharper, dodging through the air as Minyu swings razor-sharp claws wildly, claws that now look embarrassingly slow in comparison. Dokja moves like a shadow, barely touched by Minyu's desperate claws. In a flash of deadly precision, he retaliates, slicing cleanly through Minyu's arm. The severed limb flies through the air like a sad, defeated boomerang and crashes to the ground with a wet thud. Minyu howls in agony, blood spraying everywhere like a busted ketchup bottle. His eyes widen in pain, but that cry isn't a scream of defeat. No, it is something much more annoying, the stubborn roar of a monster refusing to stay down. Right in front of his eyes, Minyu's flesh begins stitching itself back together like some grotesque sewing project gone wrong. Even the severed arm starts sprouting back like an ugly weed nobody asked for. Dokja quickly understands the problem. Minyu has physical regeneration, a special ability normally reserved for werewolves. Except this regeneration is on steroids much faster than it should be. Some external force must be boosting Minyu's recovery speed, probably because even the universe feels sorry for how pathetic Minyu is on his own. But for Dokja, this situation is not bad news. It is actually perfect. After all, the bounty scenario doesn't want him to simply kill this oversized mutt. The real mission is to overcome the trauma that Minyu represents. If it were easy, the constellations watching from above would get bored and toss tomatoes at him. Dokja lowers his glowing blade and changes tactics. He decides he won't rely on weapons anymore. Pouring even more coins into his strength stat, Dokja feels power explode through his body again. But the price is heavy. His exclusive skill, the fourth wall, starts trembling dangerously. The mental shield that once kept his mind safe now feels as sturdy as wet paper. Gritting his teeth, Dokja clenches his fist tight enough to make his knuckles crack. Without any fancy moves, he rushes in again, this time armed only with raw determination. His fist smashes right into Minyu's smug face with the kind of force that could reset a man's entire life decisions. The impact boons through the battlefield and Minyu drops to the ground like a sack of poorly made potatoes. It is not just a punch. It carries the heavy weight of silent years, the years when Dokja suffered quietly, hiding behind books and dreams. Dokja stands over the fallen beast, staring down. There is no joy, no feeling of victory or sweet revenge. Deep inside, what he really wanted was something far more complicated. Maybe an apology, maybe a flicker of regret, anything to prove that Minyu had once been human too. But something shifts before Dokja's eyes. The snout and fangs of the monster melt away, revealing the familiar human face of Sung Minyu. The same boy from high school, the same face that used to laugh cruelly when Dokja cried, the same face that thought bullying was some kind of sport. Memories hit Dokja like a truck. His vision blurs, and for a terrifying second, he is no longer the grown man standing tall. He is 17 again. Small, weak, hiding behind cheap novels because reality was too painful. His breath catches, his hands tremble. His raised fist freezes mid-air, trapped between the urge to fight and the fear clawing from the past. It isn't the fear of death gripping him now, it is the older, deeper fear of humiliation, of being powerless. The fourth wall quivers violently inside his mind, barely holding on. Somewhere deep within, a voice echoes, the truth hammering itself in. Sayang had been right all along. There is no such thing as a small trauma. Even now, even stronger than ever, standing over the monster who once fermented him, his hands still shake. That fear has been buried so deeply that even years of strength and growth can't easily dig it out. In that moment, Dokja curses silently, furious at just how tightly the past still clings to his heart. Then suddenly, a surge of willpower rips through his body. Without warning, he shakes off the heavy chains of fear like they were nothing more than cobwebs. Fury takes over. Not the wild, reckless kind, but the deep, heavy anger that has been boiling quietly inside him for years. Dokja lunges forward with the force of a storm, his fists raining down on Minu's pathetic form without mercy. Each punch crashes into Minu's body with the sound of thunder, the air trembling with every brutal impact. This isn't just a fight anymore. This is Dokja hammering years of silent pain into the ground, refusing to let the past hold him prisoner any longer. Minu, now more desperate than dangerous, tries to fight back, not with strength, but with words. He throws out cruel reminders of the past, shouting about the weak, book-loving boy Dokja used to be. Honestly, it is almost funny how Minu clings to the past like it is some sort of weapon, completely missing the point that Dokja has already outgrown it, and him. The man standing over Minu now isn't that lonely boy hiding in libraries anymore. This Dokja has survived scenarios that would make Minu cry for his mom in 5 seconds flat. Minu, on the other hand, has changed about as much as a soggy sandwich. Still the same, still pitiful. The werewolf trying and failing to keep up with a relentless storm of punches. Even when he starts begging for mercy, sobbing with all the grace of a toddler who dropped his ice cream, Dokja doesn't stop. Every punch becomes a declaration. He is no longer helpless, he is no longer small, and he will never be trapped by fear again. Inside, Dokja knows the painful truth. No amount of violence will ever truly erase what happened. No matter how many times his fists land, the scars from those teenage years will remain. Back then, he tried to run away from reality by losing himself in fantasy novels. But the scars didn't vanish just because he grew stronger. Minu howls and pleads, his apologies flying out in a panic, desperate to stop the beating. But Dokja's fists keep moving. He doesn't do this because he wants to hear sorry. At this point, the apology feels about as useful as a screen door on a submarine. The apology isn't even for him anymore. There were others. Other victims Minu had under his feet without a second thought. The pain caused by Minu isn't just Dokja's burden to bear alone. Minu, being the genius he is, looks completely confused. He has no idea why Dokja isn't stopping. For a moment, Dokja pauses, breathing heavily. Deep down, he recognizes the truth. He knows Minu was young and foolish back then. Just another dumb kid who didn't realize how deep his cruelty could cut. Dokja understands that now as an adult. He knows that this violence doesn't fix anything. It is like trying to fill a broken jar with more cracks. A thought strikes him hard. He remembers Jungyuk. What would that cold-hearted survivor have done in a situation like this? Memories from the novel flood Dokja's mind. In one of those scenes, Jungyuk faces the people who betrayed him. No hesitation. No mercy. His sword cuts them down again and again, slicing through flesh, bone, and whatever sad excuses they have for regrets. For Jungyuk, betrayal gets one punishment: destruction. Standing over Minu's broken form, Dokja suddenly laughs. A sharp, unexpected laugh that bursts out of him before he can stop it. Minu, battered and terrified, stares up at him with wide, confused eyes like a dog that just realized the mailman is invincible. He can't understand why Dokja is laughing. But Dokja isn't really thinking about Minu anymore. His mind is somewhere else, somewhere far ahead. He realizes something important. If Jungyuk were here, Minu would already be chopped into mincemeat without a second thought. Compared to that merciless standard, Dokja knows he still has a long way to go. He has changed, yes. He has grown stronger, yes. But deep inside, there is still a part of him that holds back, a part that still believes in something more than just endless violence. Just then, a message flickers before his eyes, but he barely reacts. The fourth wall, that once strong barrier between him and his past, is starting to shake less. He looks at Minu's battered face, and for the first time, he feels nothing. No anger, no fear, no trembling. Just emptiness. It's the kind of peace that comes when you face something that once haunted you and discover that it no longer holds any power over you. He lets out a quiet chuckle. Even now, after everything, he still reads fantasy novels. That part of him, the one that sought escape in those stories, has never really changed. But today, he doesn't need to escape anymore. With a final crushing punch, Dokja ends it. His fist lands with such force that the very air trembles. Minyu's body is sent flying across the space, crashing into the ground like a ragdoll. The impact rips through the asphalt, and the sound of destruction echoes in every direction. Dokja watches as Minyu's broken body skids across the street and slams into a building. He doesn't feel satisfaction. The battle is over, but there's no joy in the victory. As a system message appears, announcing that the bounty scenario has ended and the clear condition has been met, Saiyang approaches, her eyes wide with shock. She can't believe what she's seen. Dokja, an ordinary-looking man, has just taken down a werewolf with nothing but his bare hands. The other werewolf is too afraid to face him in every direction. But Dokja doesn't care. He's not interested in boasting about the kill. Minyu isn't dead yet, and Dokja knows that the real battle, the one that's been haunting him for years, isn't over. He feels the fourth wall inside him no longer trembling as it did before. The trauma isn't completely gone, but now it's something he can stand against. Step by step, he is becoming stronger, not just physically, but mentally as well. Then another message appears before him. A constellation, one who has overcome their own trials too late, has taken notice of Dokja. It offers him a gift, a stigma. It's a power born from enduring great hardship. As Dokja reads the message, his eyes widen. He has gained self-justification, a skill that creates a mental defense system protecting him from being overwhelmed by trauma. It's a shield around his mind, wrapping up the most fragile parts of him, keeping them safe. But then another constellation, known as the Prisoner of the Golden Headband, starts laughing. It finds Dokja's growth amusing, almost admirable. Dokja can't help but wonder if this power is even useful. The name self-justification sounds more like a joke than a gift, and he starts to question if this is truly a reward from a constellation or just another test in disguise. Saiyang calls out, pointing to the fallen werewolf. She reminds him that the job isn't finished yet. Dokja turns his gaze to Minyu, who lies broken on the ground. For a moment, he considers his next move carefully. The being in front of him isn't human anymore. Killing it wouldn't break any scenario rules. In fact, the constellations watching from their thrones are likely hoping for some bloodshed. They are watching with eager eyes, hungry for more violence. The system messages echo in his mind, and the audience on Baiyang's channel is buzzing with anticipation. They want blood. They want to see the beast die. But Dokja makes up his mind. He turns away and chooses to let Sung Minyu live. Saiyang is stunned. She doesn't understand why he would let a dangerous enemy go. She even points out that Minyu must be carrying a lot of coins, but Dokja isn't swayed. His decision is firm. He doesn't care about the coins. Killing Minyu won't make a difference to him anymore. The battle is over in his mind. Saiyang, after a moment of hesitation, asks if she can finish the job herself. Dokja gives a small shrug. He warns her softly that she might regret it, but he doesn't elaborate. He leaves it up to her without any hesitation. Saiyang steps forward with cold precision. Her blade pierces Sung Minyu, ending the last remnants of the creature before them. Sung Minyu's body twitches once, then falls, lifeless. A flood of system notifications fills Saiyang's vision. At first, she scans through them quickly, thinking they might be usual messages about rewards and coins. But then she freezes. Her eyes widen in shock. The messages are not about anything positive. Instead, they carry warnings. A powerful entity has taken notice of her, and the system confirms it. The Demon King, the architect of discord, has marked her. The one who orchestrates chaos has now made her a target. Her heart drops. She stumbles backward, fear paralyzing her. A scream escapes her as the weight of the consequences crashes down on her all at once. Dokja, standing nearby, quietly chuckles. He saw this coming. He predicted this very outcome. The smile on his face is smug, like a teacher who's seen a student ignore warnings and then finally pays the price. Saiyang glares at him, eyes filled with anger. But it's useless. Her furious stare doesn't even make him flinch. What just happened cannot be undone. The Demon King's attention has been drawn, and that's something she can't simply talk her way out of. Dokja knows this goes beyond just the constellations. There are beings far more dangerous lurking in the shadows, and they have their own rules. The Demon Kings are the worst of these entities. They are ancient, powerful, and then can always play by the same rules as the constellations. Some of them have chosen to remain in the shadows, watching from afar, refusing to take on the roles of constellations. Andres, the architect of discord, is one of them. He's a lower-ranked Demon King, part of a group of 72, but don't be fooled by his rank. He's dangerous. His symbol is a wolf, and his curses are no joke. Dokja tries to reassure Saiyang, reminding her of someone from the original novel, Manga. That man was cursed by a far more dangerous Demon King, the god of wrath and lust. Manga survived for a while, so maybe Saiyang will be fine too. Still, Dokja can't help but wonder if Mendo is even alive anymore. He tells Sion that being cursed by someone like Andras isn't the worst thing that could happen. In fact, it might even attract some positive attention. Some constellations might see her survival as a sign of strength and shower her with extra donations. But Sion isn't interested in the archangels or their sympathy. She has bigger plans. The constellation she's after doesn't exactly have a soft spot for the forces of good. She's walking her own path. This realization catches Dokja off guard. For someone as strong as Sion, it's surprising that she hasn't chosen a constellation yet. Most incarnations pick one early on. But Sion hasn't rushed. She's taken her time, smartly holding off to attract a better sponsor later based on her actions and future choices. Dokja hadn't expected her to be so careful. She makes it clear that she didn't fail to get a sponsor. She simply hasn't accepted one yet. This is her first regression, and she's not about to rush into anything. She wants to make the right choice. Dokja nods, acknowledging that Sion is right to be cautious. But now, curiosity stirs inside him. He wonders who she's planning to choose as her constellation. A confident smile spreads across Sion's face when she answers. The constellation she's eyeing has already shown interest in her. She names it with pride, the Abyssal Black Flame Dragon. Dokja feels a cold shiver crawl down his spine at the mention of the name. Memories of the original novel flood his mind. That very constellation had once sponsored Kim Namwoon, the delusional demon, infamous for his insane strength and mad fighting style. Namwoon, wielding a steel sword, had been one of the strongest, but also one of the most insane. Dokja forces a casual response, pretending to approve of her choice. He calls it smart. A powerful constellation like the Abyssal Black Flame Dragon certainly sounds impressive, but his tone betrays him. His voice lacks warmth, and Sion notices immediately. She becomes suspicious of him, sensing his insincerity. With a sharp look, she demands to know who his supporting constellation is. Dokja tries to deflect, pretending to be jealous of her bold choice. But the system isn't fooled. A faint flicker of a notification exposes his lie. Sion, now frustrated, chases him with a burst of energy, mockingly angry at his teasing. They run through the exchange like a playful chase, but it's clear that something deeper is at play. Once the chase calms down, they continue on their journey. Eventually, they reach the base of the werewolves. The place feels unsettling from the moment they step into the area. They're surrounded by a ruined broadcasting station, a cluster of buildings stacked together, forming a narrow, dark forest of concrete and metal. The air is thick with the stench of blood. The cries of people and the howls of beasts echo from within. The battle is ongoing, and as they move deeper into what's clearly werewolf territory, the true horror of the place begins to unfold. They pass by an area where prisoners have been kept, and it's enough to turn anyone's stomach. Dokja's thoughts turn cold. He knows all too well the horrifying ways humans can transform into humanoid demons. One of the most gruesome methods is cannibalism. Desperate times lead people to eat human flesh, sometimes without even knowing it. This act slowly corrupts the body and mind, and once the transformation begins, these demons lose any hesitation. Killing others becomes second nature to them. The scene before them stirs something in Dokja. He looks over at Soyeong, and it's clear that the brutality has affected her too. Despite everything she's seen, this place still manages to shake her. Dokja mentions something he overheard from other prophets. Rumors have spread about Soyeong's intentions. Some claim she plans to take over the world using her vast knowledge. It sounds ridiculous, like the accusations she once faced of being a plagiarist. But Soyeong denies it. Her true goal is much simpler, yet heavier. She wants to stop the world from falling apart. That's why she's gathered her disciples. That's why she's pushed forward even when the world turned against her. Dokja can't help but feel confused by the strange followers around Sion. They look like they came straight out of a different world, all dressed in weird clothes that just don't match the place they're in. But Sion doesn't care what he thinks. She knows who they are, and she's not going to let anyone judge them for it. Suddenly, the silence is broken. A strange, wet sound fills the air, followed by the unsettling sound of bones snapping and flesh tearing. Something is happening up ahead. Then the sharp sound of gunfire breaks through the chaos, echoing through the ruined city. Dokja is stunned. He thought the military had crumbled a long time ago, that no one was organized anymore. But someone is shooting, and it's clear that ordinary guns won't work on these werewolves. Without wasting any time, Dokja and Sion rush toward the source of the gunshots. When they reach the building, the sight that greets them is brutal. Piles of werewolf bodies are stacked up like a gruesome mountain. Every one of them is shot through with bullets, their mangled forms a testament to the violence they met. The number of dead werewolves is so high that it's hard to even take it all in. This wasn't some lucky shot. Someone knew exactly what they were doing. They both noticed something odd about the wounds. At the same time, they realized that the bullets aren't just ordinary ones. They're infused with something special. Holy power. It's what pierced the werewolves' tough defenses. Whoever did this had access to something powerful, maybe even divine. Ordinary weapons wouldn't have done this. Dokja's eyes fall on the group of armed figures nearby. They're holding modern rifles, but what stands out most is their strange clothing. They're all dressed in prison uniforms. Saiyang recognizes them right away. She mentions a group from Sadam Penitentiary, led by someone who looks just like Dokja. This is them. The woman leading them acts like a renouncer, someone who rejects the system's temptation. But even Saiyang's skills can't find anything about her in the profile. These people are survivors, just like her, but they've become stronger than anyone else. Dokja is left confused. If they are so powerful, why didn't they show up when the battle for the throne took place? Back then, no one noticed their absence, but now it's clear they are here and are stronger than ever. As they watch, one woman from the group steps forward. She's not the leader, but her presence is sharp and fearless. Dokja prepares for whatever comes next, pulling out his weapon, while Saiyang gets ready to use her avatar skill. But the woman doesn't aim her gun at them. Instead, she takes aim at the pile of werewolf bodies. She fires and the mountain of bodies is shredded by the burst of gunfire. Something hidden underneath begins to reveal itself. Slowly, a large glowing object starts to show, 2 meters tall and wide. Dokja's eyes lock onto it immediately. It's no ordinary rock. This is a yellow meteorite. He knows right away that this isn't just some random rock, it's one of the key pieces needed to stop a disaster. At the same time, it's also the source of the werewolves' strange, unnatural power. The woman stands in front of the meteorite for a moment, her calm expression hiding the intent in her eyes. Then she shifts her gaze to Dokja and asks him directly if he's Dokja. His mind goes into overdrive. He wonders how she knows his name. Without thinking, he denies it, quickly pretending to be someone else. He introduces himself as Jungyuk Yu and makes a bold claim that he hates Dokja. It's a risky and obvious lie, but Dokja pulls it off. Even Saiyang is surprised. She watches him lie so smoothly, but her reaction is a mix of amusement and annoyance. She knows he can't resist bending the truth. Still, Dokja sticks to his story. He tells Saiyang to send a message to the renouncer, the leader of the group, to stay focused and not interfere with the orders. But the woman doesn't flinch. She calmly states that they already know the truth. They know he is Dokja. At that moment, a system notification flickers in front of Dokja. Saiyang's skill has confirmed what the woman said. She's telling the truth. Dokja feels the weight of her words sink in. They know exactly who he is. The woman then says something that stuns Dokja even more. Their king has decided to entrust the meteorite to him. Dokja can't believe it. Why would they give him such a valuable resource, especially one so crucial to stopping a disaster? It doesn't make sense. The meteorite is essential to preventing a catastrophe, but they're just handing it over without hesitation. Still reeling from the shock, Dokja asks who they really are. The woman answers without missing a beat. She and her group are subjects of the King of the Wanderers. Dokja tries to connect the dots, trying to figure out who this mysterious king might be. He points to the masked person among them, asking if that's their leader, noting the lack of any banners or symbols. The woman explains calmly that their king doesn't care about such things. Then, with one last piece of information, she tells them the group will handle the catastrophe in the north, while Dokja is responsible for dealing with the remaining 4. Before either Dokja or Saiyang can say anything, the woman and her group turn and walk away without offering further explanations. Saiyang is frustrated. She demands to know what's happening and asks if Dokja knows the woman. Dokja quietly admits that he doesn't think so, but something feels oddly familiar about her. He activates his character profile to find out more. He quickly checks the woman's profile. Her name is Yangren Cho, and her supporting constellation is Jojin's top spiritualist. The name hits Dokja hard. He hadn't known there was an incarnation with Jonuchi as a sponsor. Jonuchi may not be as powerful as a judge-type constellation, but it's still impressive. More surprising is that Yangren Cho is classified under the Enforcer class, a rare and powerful path. If this is the strength of one of the king's subjects, Dokja can only imagine how powerful their king must be. Dokja tries to check the information on the king, but the system gives him nothing. No data appears. It's as if the king doesn't even exist within the system's reach. Then, as Dokja continues to observe Yangren Cho, something happens. A sudden sharp pain pierces his head. The pain is overwhelming and instant. His instincts kick in, and he quickly turns his gaze away, feeling his heart race. Something deep within him reacts to the situation. The fourth wall feels like it's closing off, and this reaction is stronger than anything he felt before, even when facing Sun Menu. Even with the protection of self-rationalization, Dokja feels a deep unease. The presence before him is too overwhelming. He doesn't dare challenge it, unsure how far his own powers would hold up if things went wrong. Saiyang notices the change in him. She asks if he's okay. Dokja brushes it off, but inside, his thoughts are in chaos. What he feels is more intense than anything he has ever experienced before. The fear is unlike any other. There is only one person in the world who has caused him this much terror, someone so powerful that even the fourth wall trembled at their presence. It hits him all at once. She's still alive. She survived, and now she's here in Seoul. The group of wanderers begins to move in unison, marching away from the battlefield without hesitation. There's something about their silent unity that is almost magnetic. It's not just that they move together, it's the loyalty in every step. Each one walks with a sense of purpose as if they are bound by the will of their king. Dokja watches them silently, and it dawns on him. He realizes he had almost forgotten something crucial. These wanderers must have been the ones who saved the prisoners taken by the werewolves. The way they move together reminds him of something important. True kings don't need a flag or a throne to inspire loyalty. A real king commands devotion just by being who they are. After a brief moment of contemplation, Dokja's attention shifts to the object left behind, the yellow meteorite, or as its true name reveals, the moonstone. This isn't just any rock. It's a celestial body that once circled the stars of a different dimension. As he touches it, he feels the surging flow of mana through his hand, a soft, glowing light shimmering from within the surface of the meteorite. It's exactly as described in the novel. He had read about this moonstone before. It holds immense power, and that power is key to stopping one of the looming catastrophes. A system message appears before Dokja's eyes. The moonstone is bonding with him, and he feels it. He rejects the connection, knowing it would eventually lead to a transformation into a werewolf. That's not a fate he intends to accept, but even so, he knows the moonstone has more to offer beyond that curse. Its power is not limited to just that. While Dokja studies the meteorite, Sayoung is busy tending to the injured survivors. She moves through the group, offering help and perhaps looking for something more. She might be working to gain attention from higher powers, maybe even from angels or demon kings. Gaining divine support is crucial for her, after all. Dokja watches her work, recognizing it as her way of securing donations. Eventually, Sayoung calls out to him, asking if he's found anything. Dokja gives a vague answer, briefly mentioning how useful his avatar skill is. But Sayoung isn't satisfied. She presses him, wanting to know what he's really thinking, what he's not saying. There's something that's been bothering her ever since their encounter with the Wanderers. She questions the connection between Dokja and the two strange figures, especially the mysterious king who never even showed his face. Dokja admits the truth quietly himself. He did recognize the woman who spoke directly to him. But the masked leader, the one who stayed silent, is probably someone Dokja knows. Sayoung is confused. She remembers Dokja saying he didn't know the woman earlier, and he clarifies in his thoughts. He hadn't met Yang Cho, the one who delivered the message. The person Dokja is referring to is the masked leader, their king. This individual isn't an ordinary incarnation. She's not a renouncer, at least not in the traditional sense. And more troubling, Dokja is nearly certain she hasn't even read the novel. This revelation hits Sayoung hard. The thought that someone else might know the future is already disturbing enough, but to find out it's not because they've read the novel makes the situation even more unsettling. Sayoung demands an explanation. Dokja pauses for a moment before admitting the truth. He tells her he shared the story willingly. This only adds to Sayoung's confusion. Of all people, Dokja chose to share this particular story, the one he dismissed as boring and unimportant. Sayoung struggles to understand his reasoning, but Dokja's response is simple. He needed something to talk about when they were together, and nothing else came to mind at that moment. Sayoung isn't satisfied with his answer. Whether he knows the woman or not, there's a bigger issue here. If someone besides them knows the future, then their advantage isn't as unique as they thought. Their entire situation becomes even more dangerous with this uncertainty hanging over them. But Dokja, ever the pragmatist, has already shifted his focus. The moonstone is his priority now. The Wanderers have entrusted it to him, and he plans to awaken it. Sayoung's expression hardens when she hears this. She questions if he's seriously trying to awaken the catastrophe itself. Dokja quickly corrects her misunderstanding. He isn't trying to awaken the catastrophe. Instead, he plans to infuse the meteorite with mana, preparing it to be used against the coming disaster. He estimates the process will take 10 hours in total, 4 hours of work from him and 6 from her. Sayoung protests immediately. Why does she have to put in 6 hours? Dokja looks at her knowingly and points out the obvious. Her mana level is higher than his, isn't it? He asks her to be honest, how high is her mana? After a brief pause, Sayoung reluctantly admits her mana level is 55. Dokja nearly loses his composure. He had assumed her mana would be high, maybe around level 40, considering how many avatars she's summoned, but 55 is much higher than he expected. That level means she's invested almost all of her coins into mana, leaving little for stamina or strength. Realizing this, Dokja quickly adjusts their plan. He decides he'll only infuse the meteorite for 2 hours, while Sayoung will handle the remaining 8. She immediately objects, calling it unfair. She's already running low on mana, she argues. Dokja anticipated this. Without hesitation, he hands her several mana recovery potions, premium items from the Dabby shop. Sion eyes the bottles suspiciously. If Dokja can afford these high-quality items, his supporting constellation must be incredibly generous. She even jokes about whether he's drugged them. Dokja simply replies that he paid for them himself. Sion hesitates, doubt creeping into her mind as she thinks about the consequences of what they're about to do. The main scenario hasn't even begun yet, and she can't shake the fear that tampering with a meteorite could trigger another warning from the system. They'd already been punished once for stepping out of line. What if it happens again? But Dokja shows no hesitation. His gaze remains fixed on the glowing moonstone in front of them. He reassures her that this situation is different. This isn't a catastrophe, it's something else entirely. But Sion isn't convinced. She asks what exactly is buried inside that stone, if it's not a catastrophe. Dokja seems amused, almost as if he's disappointed Sion hasn't figured it out on her own. He subtly reprimands her for not paying attention, hinting that she must have slacked off while busy plagiarizing the novel's contents. The answer, after all, is right in front of her. Before she can respond, he places his hand on the moonstone. The moment his mana flows into it, a violent reaction erupts. Sparks across the surface, and the stone trembles beneath his touch. A faint hum begins, growing louder by the second, and the energy inside pushes back against his intrusion. It's as if something inside the stone is desperately trying to stay sealed away. Dokja glances at Sion, his voice steady as he asks her if she's truly forgotten what will emerge from the meteorite. Realization strikes her like a bolt of lightning. Fumbling for her phone, Sion quickly scrolls through the novel, her eyes scanning the text with rising urgency. The details are right there, written long before either of them ever set foot in this scenario. Her breath catches in her throat when she finds a passage. The meteorite is far more important than she had thought. Dokja stays focused, pouring mana into the stone, his energy flowing continuously. Minutes turn into hours, and the strain of maintaining the process starts to take its toll on his body. Cracks form on the surface of the moonstone, thin lines of light escaping from within. The pressure inside builds, and Dokja knows that overexerting himself now will only weaken him later. Reluctantly, he pulls his hand away and leans back against the rough ground, closing his eyes for a moment of rest. Time passes. 10 hours slip by, and the potions they brought are nearly gone. The air around them grows heavy, almost suffocating, as the presence within the stone continues to build. Then, suddenly, a cry shatters the silence. Sion's voice rings out with urgency, her tone rising in anticipation. The ground beneath them trembles violently. Cracks spread across the moonstone's surface, glowing fissures, lighting up the dark night. The energy sealed inside is at its breaking point. Dokja's eyes snap open just in time to witness the final moment. The stone shudders once more, and a brilliant light bursts forth, pushing the shadows back. The moonstone finally breaks apart. What emerges isn't the chaotic destruction of a monster's birth or the violent eruption of a disaster. It's something far more dangerous. The shattered fragments of the stone fall away, revealing the being hidden within. At that moment, as if to confirm its significance, a notification flashes before Dokja's eyes. His understanding of this new existence triggers the acquisition of a new skill, Otherworld Interpreter. His ability to comprehend foreign entities has increased, and the silence that followed the skill acquisition is shattered by a voice. The words are fragmented, an alien language not meant for human tongues, but the meaning is clear in his mind. This isn't just any creature. It's one of the ruling species of Kronos, a world where knights are granted transformations, drawing power directly from the moonstone. Known as warriors of the wind, these beings are famous for their monstrous strength and boundless stamina. And among them, this one is the very first of its kind. The dust begins to settle, revealing a towering wolf-like figure. Its gaze, sharp and piercing, sweeps over the two humans before it. With a commanding voice, the creature introduces itself as one of the 5 ruling species of Kronos, a being of great power. Dokja's mind races. He opens his character profile, already suspecting the being before him. The name appears, Lycan Ispering. Dokja confirms his suspicion. Lycan is 371 years old and supported by a powerful constellation known as the Shadow of a Destroyed World. The recognition hits him hard. The 5th scenario will bring 5 catastrophes, each one capable of ending everything. But with those catastrophes come 5 guides, each tasked with helping the challengers fight back. And standing before him now is one of those guides. Lycan, the awakened warrior, turns his gaze toward them. His expression is unreadable. There's no hostility in his demeanor, only acknowledgement. He seems to understand what has happened here, nodding slowly. The tutorial, as it was called, is over. They've entered the real battle now. But Dokja scoffs inwardly at the idea of a tutorial. There is no such thing. Every scenario matters, and every battle could be their last. There's no safety net, no grace period, only survival. Lycan continues, his voice heavy with solemnity. He addresses them as warriors standing on the edge of destruction. He offers his condolences for the catastrophe that has come to their world. But he doesn't speak only of despair. he is here to help. He is their guide, the one who will train them for what lies ahead. He will teach them everything they need to know. Then his gaze sharpens, scanning the area as if searching for something or someone. His expression shifts slightly. Something is wrong. Liken's voice takes on a note of confusion as he questions them. Had they truly been the only ones to awaken him? Sion quickly starts searching her phone, scrolling through the translation for otherworld interpretation, trying to make sense of his words. But Dokja already knows the answer. There's no need for hesitation. They are alone. Liken finds this strange. By now, all 5 guides should have awakened in the same location together. That's how it was meant to be. But something has changed. His voice grows more serious as he asks about the owner of the ruler's throne, the one who should have claimed command over the guides. Dokja understands what Liken means. The guides were meant to gather at the throne once someone had taken it, but that hasn't happened. The truth is simple. No one has claimed the throne. Liken narrows his eyes, trying to piece it together. If there's no king, then had their ruler been killed? That shouldn't be possible at this stage. There should be no one powerful enough to defeat the one meant to sit upon the ruler's throne. Dokja's answer is direct. No one has taken the throne to begin with. He refuses to believe that it's been ignored. The throne was meant to be claimed and not discarded. Liken's frustration grows, his sharp claws twitching at the mere idea that such a thing could have happened. Dokja stands firm under the beast's towering presence. He expected this reaction. His expression remains calm, though the tension is thick in the air. Liken's calm demeanor cracks as he confirms what Dokja has dreaded to accept. The throne hasn't just been ignored, it's been destroyed. The word sends a tremor through the air. Dokja's mind races, piecing together the implications. His voice now laced with suspicion, he presses Liken for confirmation. Had they really destroyed the throne? Liken's response is a snarl. His frustration is now impossible to contain. His powerful fist clenches, his jaw tightening, and a deep, guttural growl echoes through the space. How could they have done such a reckless thing? The sheer stupidity of it fills him with rage. For centuries, Liken's world followed the path laid out before it, obeying the will of the scenarios. And yet, these humans have dared to break the cycle. Meanwhile, Sion, who has been quietly observing the exchange, decides it's time to act. With a swift motion, she purchases the Otherworld interpreter. Her mind is already calculating the significance of this confrontation. She has little patience for Liken's outrage. A flicker of mild amusement dances in her gaze as she watches the chaos unfold. Liken's huge body trembles again. His thoughts break apart, struggling to understand what this all means for the world he stands in. He is nearly drowned in sorrow. That fire inside him fades, replaced by disbelief so heavy it almost crushes him. If no one carries the blessing of the great god, then this world is already lost. Not just broken, but completely doomed. Then, that old scorn comes rushing back like a storm. His eyes sharpen like blades as he turns toward the humans. In his eyes, they are nothing but fools. Worse than fools. No better than kobolds, creatures known for their stupidity, running straight into death without realizing it. These humans have done the same. They walk toward destruction like it's a festival, heads held high, completely blind to the chaos they've caused. But even under this sharp condemnation, Dokja doesn't flinch. His mind stays calm. His thoughts are clear. This entire display, this angry loyalty to a broken system, is exactly what he expected from Liken. These so-called guides, these beings who come from dying worlds and pretend to be noble heroes, always wear the same mask. They act like they bring wisdom and power, offering strength to those who will kneel. But underneath all of it hides something else, an agenda they never speak aloud. Dokja steps forward with quiet confidence. His eyes meet Liken's, and his voice lands like iron. This massive creature, once known as the Prince of the Aniplot, used to rule the world of Kronos like a god. But now he behaves like a defeated coward, ready to throw in the towel the moment something goes off script. It's embarrassing. Liken reacts just as expected. His pride cannot handle being lectured by a human. The idea burns him more than any flame ever could. His voice grows louder, trying to remind everyone of his greatness. He talks about the Aniplot as if they still matter. In his mind, they are a glorious race who deserve respect. He cannot believe these earthlings dare to speak as if they know pain. But Dokja does not stop. His voice stays strong and cuts through Liken's loud nonsense like a blade through silk. Had Liken really forgotten how his own world ended, Dokja keeps pushing. His words do not stop. The Aniplot may have ruled Kronos once. They stood above everyone else, proud and powerful. But that is all dust now. Kronos is gone, this is Earth. And just like Kronos, Earth is standing at the edge. The 5 catastrophes are coming. They have already destroyed Kronos. And not even the mighty Munta, those ancient warriors, could do a single thing to stop them. Liken starts breathing harder. His mind fights to deny the truth, but it's no use. Then Dokja says it, the words that finally break what's left of Liken's pride. The southern land of Kronos, the place he once ruled like a king, wasn't lost by accident. It wasn't a battle. It wasn't war. It was wiped off the map, burned into nothing, destroyed by a force beyond anything they could handle. That force had a name, Ignir, the fire dragon, a monster of endless flames and destruction. It came down like a living disaster and turned Kronos into ashes. Liken bares his fangs. He snarls, claiming that Dokja and his companions are still underestimating what lies ahead. In his twisted view, they are nothing more than clueless insects standing on the edge of death. He believes they will all burn soon, their bodies swallowed by the same fire that once swallowed his home. The screams Lycon imagined, burning bodies in chaos devoured by flame, never came to pass. Dokja stands firm, unaffected by the horror stories. His message is clear. The fire dragon will never arrive in this world. The destruction Lycon feared has already been stopped. That fire, the one meant to erase everything, will not burn here. The beast that should have brought it has already been slain. Lycan freezes. His roaring confidence halts in its tracks. That terrifying energy in his eyes slowly drains into silence. He tries to laugh it off, pretending it's some kind of joke. The kind of joke only fools would believe. But his voice trembles beneath the surface. Dokja reaches into his coat and pulls out a medallion. It glows faintly under the shattered sky, a gentle light in a broken world. The moment that symbol appears, Lycon's smirk vanishes. His entire body stiffens. His gaze locks onto Dokja's hand, unable to look away. This is no shiny toy. It is a sacred item. A symbol known only to bloodlines connected to dragons and fire. A relic of the Imiantar's legacy. And now it's in the hands of a human. That alone speaks volumes. It confirms what Lycon cannot bear to accept. Dokja has not just fought the fire dragon. He has won. That moment is real. That impossible battle has already happened. At Angik Station, Dokja went face to face with a living inferno and somehow walked away. The price was nearly his life. But what matters is the result, victory. The medallion proves it. It's not just a trophy, it's recognition. A mark of honor from the very bloodlines Lycon once served. Lycon, the proud warrior, the one who snarled and shouted just moments ago, cannot hold himself up anymore. His knees hit the ground with a dull thud. His pride, once towering and unshakable, breaks under the weight of reality. His head lowers in silent respect. All that arrogance, that fury, that wild bark of a beast, it all melts away, leaving only solemn reverence. Time passes. An hour later, Dokja finally takes a breath and explains the details to Saiyang, who had been watching everything but didn't follow the earlier parts. Her expression stays cautious. She listens carefully, but doubt still lingers in her eyes. The idea that the fire dragon counted as one of the 5 great catastrophes doesn't sit well with her. In her view, that was a lesser dragon, not the real threat. If that's true, then wouldn't that mean only 4 catastrophes are left instead of 5? The logic sounds strange to her. Too convenient. Like the system suddenly decided to make things easier for no reason. It feels like one of those cheap plot twists you find in second-rate survival stories. But Dokja sees it differently. He knows the system better than anyone. Anything that hatches from a meteorite counts as a catastrophe. That includes the fire dragon. It took Ignor's place. The bigger threat will not arrive now. It's a strange crack in the rules, a rare loophole, but it works in their favor. Still, Soyeon can't help but feel it's all too neat. Ignor never even appeared in the original novel. It was one of its children instead. And if something that powerful had shown up this early in the scenario, then the question arises, how could they have survived at all? The balance of power feels off. Something doesn't add up. Maybe the system is not just broken, it's evolving. Saiyang narrows her eyes at Dokja, her expression teasing. His words sound too perfect, too well-timed, like someone who knows exactly how the story is supposed to unfold. She can't help but wonder if he's hiding something bigger. His understanding of the twists feels unnatural. The way he speaks almost makes it seem like he wrote the entire thing himself. Her attention shifts to the glowing blue medallion still in Dokja's hand. That same symbol of protection, earned by killing the fire dragon, still radiates quiet power. If such a reward could come from defeating a catastrophe, then maybe the others aren't as impossible as they seem. If even Dokja, a regular man with nothing but willpower and stubborn grit, could take one down, then maybe these so-called world-ending monsters aren't untouchable. But Dokja's expression says something else. He doesn't share Saiyang's cautious hope. His survival against the fire dragon was not strength, it was luck, and luck runs out. The remaining catastrophes would not be any easier. In the original story, they were nightmares, each worse than the last. The real trials haven't even begun. Saiyang exhales slowly. If things were going to get worse, they needed a real plan. She looks to Dokja, waiting for his answer. He doesn't hesitate. The only thing they can do now is use what they have. Not far away, Lycon suddenly slams his hand onto a broken car, flattening it like paper. The metal folds beneath his strength as if it's made of tinfoil. Saiyang raises an eyebrow, watching the scene unfold. His strength is obvious. But strength means nothing without will. She doubts whether someone like him, so full of pride, so dramatic, can be counted on in a real fight. Dokja already knows the answer. Lycon may look strong, but he is still just a guide. A glorified messenger from another world. Guides like him cannot fight against the catastrophes of worlds that are not their own. And deeper than that, under all the royal attitude and polished words, Lycon is a coward. But then something changes. Lycon takes a step forward, lowers his head, and pledges himself without hesitation. There is no pride left in him now. Only loyalty, only obedience. He's ready to follow Dokja's command. Yet Dokja feels a strange discomfort. The way Lycon speaks to him, calling him master, makes him uneasy. The title feels wrong. Heavy, it's not what he wants to hear. Lycon, however, refuses to stop. To him, the one who carries the medallion is someone beyond question. A symbol like that cannot belong to an ordinary person. It's a sign of something greater, and Lycon has no right to speak casually to its bearer. Without asking for permission, he prepares to offer a skill passed through generations of his kind. The Way of the Wind. This is no common ability. It is a hidden art. A technique so refined, so dangerous, it allows the user to move the wind as if it were part of their own flesh. The way of the wind gives control over speed, precision, and freedom in battle, an edge that can shape fate itself. Dokja quietly remembers what he read in Ways of Survival. The 5 great catastrophes do not appear randomly. They rise in fixed places, northeast, southwest, and the center of Seoul. But one of them, the catastrophe of the south, is already gone. The fire dragon was meant to destroy everything. Now it lies dead. That means the first disaster has already come and gone. In the 5th scenario, the catastrophe of the east is set to arrive. This is the very reason he decided to hatch Lecha in the first place. The enemy that comes next is no ordinary beast. It is a force of nature, and the only hope of standing against it lies in mastering this ancient skill, the way of the wind. Lycaon stands tall, confident. His posture is solid, like a statue shaped by war. His hands move with sharp precision as he begins the demonstration. His movements are smooth and graceful, but there is strength in every gesture. The technique is complex, yet every part of it carries meaning. He explains the logic. The tempest belongs to the left hand, the storm to the right. The true power of the wind is born at the point where the straight and the curved connect. That is the path of the wind's flow. Dokja, thanks to Ways of Survival, understands this explanation, at least in theory. He believes he does. He studies the motions carefully, repeating them over and over, trying to match them with the rhythm of the technique. But something is off. No matter how many times he tries, the wind does not answer. Something just won't connect. Time slips by. The training stretches out for another hour. Dokja keeps trying again and again. But nothing changes. His control over the wind fails every time. The flow breaks. The movement stumbles. Eventually, Lycaon speaks up. This time, his voice carries hesitation. There's regret in his tone, like he wishes he didn't have to say the words. But he does. In his eyes, Dokja simply lacks the talent for this technique. Worse, he doesn't seem to have the natural skill for any special ability at all. The words strike harder than any weapon. Dokja goes silent, lost in thought. This skill is not optional. It's a requirement. Without it, stopping the catastrophe of the East might not just be difficult, it could be impossible. If he fails, the world falls with him. In the distance, Sighing starts laughing, loud and unbothered. She finds his struggle hilarious. Dokja turns toward Lycaon, demanding to know why this is happening. The frustration boils up, but Suryong keeps laughing. Dokja's failure has gone on for 2 full days. Maybe it's time for him to give up. After all, Jungyuk mastered the same skill in just 5 minutes. That fact hits Dokja like a punch to the chest. Suryong smirks as it all. Has Dokja really been fooling himself this whole time? Thinking he was the protagonist just because things worked out a few times, just because he has made it this far doesn't mean he is Jungyuk. Reality hits hard. Pride cracks. Dokja's jaw tightens, but his mind stays sharp. He knows the theory. He understands what the technique is meant to do. The logic makes sense. The movement makes sense. But that doesn't matter. Knowing something in the head is easy. Making it real with your body is an entirely different fight. He focuses again, repeating Lycaon's words in his mind. Tempest in the left hand, storm in the right, the meeting point of straight and curve, that is where the way of the wind begins. Lycaon watches closely. His expression shifts. He is shocked. Somehow, Dokja actually understands the true concept. He really gets it. His grasp of the theory is flawless. But it still doesn't work. Knowing something means nothing if it can't be applied. Dokja understands the idea, but execution continues to escape him. Even Lycaon is confused. The explanation Dokja repeated just now, it was perfect. So perfect that even Lycaon admits he couldn't have described it better himself. Dokja exhales, shaking his head. The whole thing is just another metaphor, and that is exactly the problem. Inside his mind, everything starts unraveling. He is losing grip. The more he tries to make sense of it, the more it drives him mad. The instructions, the skills, ways of survival itself, it's all written in riddles. Layers of mystery stacked on top of more mystery. Nothing ever explains itself clearly. Every answer feels like wind slipping through fingers. He screams inside, trying to hold it together. Understanding the theory is one thing, but how is he supposed to actually do it? In his frustration, he changes his approach. His voice stays calm, but there's sharpness behind every word. He offers a new interpretation. One wind meets another to form a force called Taeguk. When they meet again, they divide into yin and yang, opposing forces that spin into balance. Lycaon stares, clearly shocked. The wolf-like warrior looks at Dokja as if he's just seen the stars rearrange themselves. That level of understanding doesn't come easily, but Dokja is done waiting for applause. He doesn't want compliments. He just wants to see results. He tells Lycaon to stop being amazed and start demonstrating. Lycaon nods and begins. The air shifts. Winds from different sides come rushing in, slow at first, then faster. They swirl, they clash, they pull the air into chaos. Heat and cold mix in perfect opposition. The winds balance each other just like Dokja described. Then they break apart, then come together again. This is it. Yin and yang in motion. And all Dokja can do is watch. He watches his own theory come alive, but through someone else's hands. That pride he'd been holding on to takes another hard hit. It stings. Suyoung's laughter crashes into the moment like thunder. She laughs with everything she has, holding her stomach, nearly falling over. His failure is her favorite comedy show. Dokja grits his teeth. He refuses to give up. He speaks again, louder. A new idea. What if 4 winds came together to form a wall of shield so strong nothing could break through? Then what if they clashed again, folding into a trigram, a pattern so layered that the wind could be anywhere and nowhere at once? That is what it feels like to him. Lost in a storm of thoughts, surrounded by ideas that he understands but cannot control. He says even Lycaon probably can't perform that, but that storm, that confusion lives inside Dokja. Instead of laughing or mocking, Lycon does something unexpected. He bows, not with arrogance, not with obligation. This is real, deep respect offered without pride. He thanks Dokja not with words of politeness, but with something that feels honest. Then he brings his hands together. A pressure builds. Something powerful begins to rise. Suddenly, system messages pop up in front of Dokja's eyes. The alerts are clear. Prince Lycon of the Imiantar, a 5th-grade species from another world, has reached enlightenment. His gratitude toward Dokja is real and deep. The one who once looked down on humans now bows to him with full respect. Suyong laughs even harder. Her sides hurt. Tears stream down her face. To her, this moment is comedy gold. Dokja, the stubborn hero trying to be great, ends up being the guru to a wolf prince by accident. Dokja's frustration boils again. Just as he prepares to scream at the world, the sky above roars. A loud crack tears through the air. Something, or someone, is coming. In the sky above them floats a familiar shape. The figure is translucent but radiates immense power. The Dokubai has returned. Dokja wastes no time. He activates the Dokubi communication at once. Dokja looks up and finally feels a little relief. The Dokubi has returned. That strange silence after the last incident left him uneasy, especially after the drama caused by that mid-level show-off who thought he could control everything. Turns out that arrogant idiot already got what he deserved. Byung reassures Dokja that the punishment has been delivered, and that clown won't show up again until the official start of the 5th scenario. But what catches Dokja off guard is Byung's next announcement. The channel has leveled up again because of Dokja. His performance continues to bring in attention. Now Byung is being eyed for a promotion. Soon he might be promoted to a mid-level Dokubi himself. Dokja listens but doesn't seem excited. His voice sounds tired, his energy low. Byung picks up on it right away and tries to remind him of the benefits. If Byung climbs the ranks, Dokja gets better rewards, more exposure, and more power. It's supposed to be a win-win. But Dokja doesn't care about upgrades right now. His mind already moves toward the future. He wonders if Byung, after getting promoted, will just get too busy for him. Maybe the attention will fade and he'll be left behind. But Byung cuts that thought off instantly. Most incarnations are nothing but background noise to him. But Dokja is different. He's the main act, the one pulling in all the numbers. There's no way Byung is letting go of his golden ticket. The conversation ends and Soryung walks over. She had been watching everything from a distance. Her usual confident energy is back as she casually asks about the plan. But Dokja hesitates. The sting of failure, of not learning the way of the wind, still weighs heavy on him. He admits he doesn't know what to do next. He needs time to figure it out. But Soryung, never one to waste time, offers a simple solution. Maybe it doesn't matter who learns the skill. If the way of the wind is that important, someone just needs to master it. Anyone. Dokja immediately shuts that down. The rule is clear. Only someone who carries the protection symbol can learn the way of the wind. The scenario itself locked that restriction in place. That medallion isn't just a prop. It's bonded to him. No one else can take his place, not even Soryung. Soryung doesn't flinch. She just shrugs off the rule like it's another minor detail. Her next idea hits like a rock. If Dokja can't do it, then give it to the bolder Jungyuk. She says it like it's obvious. They still have time. All they need to do is find Jungyuk, help him power up, and get him to handle the problem. That way, everyone survives and no one has to stress about skills they can't learn. But Dokja shakes his head. That plan sounds good only on paper. In reality, Jungyuk is impossible. That man doesn't listen to anyone. He doesn't cooperate. He crushes plans that aren't his. Soryung, grinning with unshaken confidence, throws out her next genius plan. If words won't work, she'll just seduce Jungyuk into listening. Apparently, her plan B is charm. Dokja looks at Soryung for a second, then turns his eyes away. A sarcastic thought crawls through his mind. Jungyuk isn't exactly into children, so Soryung's plan might be even more ridiculous than it sounded. The idea is so bizarre it nearly makes him laugh. But behind the sarcasm, the reality hits harder. Even Jungyuk, the perfect warrior, can't learn the wind of the wind without the protection symbol. And that symbol belongs to Dokja alone. The only way Jungyuk could get it would be by taking it from his dead body. That truth weighs heavily on Dokja. After everything he's done to Jungyuk in the past, there's no question what would happen if they met now. Jungyuk would kill him without hesitation. Dokja starts to speak, wanting to explain his thoughts, but something stops him. A desperate scream cuts through the air. Someone is yelling for help. A man is badly hurt. Then, without warning, a storm of system notifications appears in front of Dokja's eyes. One of them mentions the constellation Demonic Judge of Fire, apparently eager for his next move. Others follow. Many constellations are watching, waiting to see what he does. Some even seem to be cheering him on. This sudden pressure from above feels strange. Dokja senses something is building. Something big. No time to overthink. He and Soryung rush toward the voice. When they arrive, Dokja stops dead in his tracks. His eyes widen. What he sees is not just serious, it's shocking. The person lying there bleeding, barely alive, is none other than Jungyuk. The protagonist, the one meant to be unstoppable, collapsed. Unconscious. Vulnerable. Dokja steps closer, still trying to believe what he's seeing. Floating nearby, with that smug grin always glued to his face, is Byung. The little rat looks pleased with himself. Dokja narrows his eyes. His suspicion rises fast. Everything about this screams setup. Byung shrugs, acting like an innocent bystander. But his fake confusion doesn't fool Dokja for a second. The timing is too perfect. The condition Jungyuk is in, the sudden involvement of the constellations, the emergency cry, it all lines up. There's no doubt in Dokja's mind. Byung rigged something. Most likely a hidden sub-scenario. The kind of backdoor manipulation only a Dokubi would try to pass off as fate. Soyoung takes a step back to take in the scene. They found Jungyuk. But now everyone knows what he is. He's the protagonist. The center of everything. Letting him die isn't really an option. Helping him seems like the only choice. But for Dokja, this isn't just another rescue mission. Saving Jungyuk might mean losing his own life. Jungyuk still sees him as an enemy. Soyoung stares at the broken figure on the ground. She doesn't speak right away. Eventually, she asks if there's a way to restrain him, hold him down until they can talk things out. But Dokja already knows the answer. Nothing can hold Jungyuk. He is the kind of person who would rather die by his own hand than be controlled. A trap won't stop him. A cage won't hold him. And if they try to contain him, all they'll get is a corpse. Soyoung pauses and thinks it through. If Jungyuk really dies, then technically he could just regress. He would start over like nothing happened. But that possibility comes with a shadow. She wonders what happens to the rest of them if that reset triggers. That part is unknown, and that unknown is terrifying. Dokja feels the danger crawling in. A regression doesn't just affect one person. It could break everything. Timelines, scenarios, lives. The risk is too high. They have to stop Jungyuk from dying again, no matter how much they resent him. Looking down at Jung's blood-covered body, Dokja's mind starts racing. The injuries are deep. Brutal. This wasn't a slow beating. It was one huge strike, one massive hit that crushed him all at once. A terrifying idea crosses Dokja's mind. He wonders what if the one who landed that hit was him. Soyoung catches the storm in his expression. She asks if something's wrong. Dokja quickly dismisses it. But deep down, he knows. If Jungyuk wakes up and remembers, this won't end peacefully. Their last fight ended with Dokja throwing a punch powered by 100 full points of strength. A hit like that isn't easy to forget. It's only been 2 days. Then suddenly, Jungyuk's eyes snap open. Blood streaks his face. His eyes lock directly onto Dokja. That gaze holds no mercy. His lips move slowly, trying to form words, but his voice is barely a whisper. Dokja and Soyoung instinctively step back. That familiar pressure fills the air again, pure, focused killing intent. Dokja tries to reason with himself. It had been a fair fight. Jungyuk had tried to kill him too. Doesn't that make them even? But there's no fairness with Jungyuk. The man doesn't forgive. He doesn't do, even. He wonders why did ways to survive the apocalypse choose someone like him to be the main character. Violent, cruel, cold, a walking disaster wrapped in human skin. If someone like Hyeonsung or Hwon had been the protagonist, everything would be different. Everything would be easier. But life didn't give them a decent hero. It gave them Jungyuk. Jungyuk keeps mumbling. His words are fading. Still too weak to speak clearly. Feeling uncertain, Dokja activates a skill. Omniscient reader's viewpoint. Everything shifts. Suddenly, Jungyuk's thoughts become clear inside Dokja's mind. The name Kim Dokja appears, not spoken aloud, but projected directly. Dokja freezes. Jungyuk is speaking through thought, and his tone isn't filled with rage. It's confusion. Doubt. He admits he's been watching Dokja all along. He says that, looking back on everything. Maybe he had been wrong. His words crumble with his strength. His eyes close again. His body collapses like a switch turned off. Dokja panics. He calls out to him again, but there's no response. Something feels off. Wounds this serious should have triggered Jungyuk's auto-recovery by now. That man never stays down. Hurriedly, Dokja opens Jungyuk's character profile. What he sees turns his blood cold. There is a status ailment. A powerful one. Something inside Jungyuk's body is blocking his healing. Something unnatural is keeping him from getting back up. The way Jungyuk isn't healing makes it obvious. There is only one answer. Dokja realizes that poison must be the cause. Poison has always been one of Jungyuk's few weak points, especially during the early rounds of his regressions. Before Dokja can think any deeper, a voice calls out from nearby. One of the wanderers steps forward. His face looks unsure. He asks if the person standing there is really Dokja. According to him, Jungyuk kept repeating that name. Even half dead, he insisted on being brought to Dokja. The effort it must have taken only makes the situation heavier. Soyoung still doesn't get it. Her eyes dart around, full of alarm. Nothing is making sense anymore. Then, like a bad joke re-entering a serious scene, the smug little decay floats into the air. Grinning with that same annoying expression, he claims to be uninvolved. He clearly enjoys the chaos but takes no responsibility for it. A textbook parasite. Dokja doesn't waste a second on him. There is no time to deal with that parasite. He immediately calls up the system interface and opens the item shop. The shop lights up. Dokja begins scanning through the list quickly. His eyes move over each item description, checking every ingredient. One by one, he begins purchasing what he needs. Each item has a specific effect, but Dokja knows the combination required for what he is facing. Something clicks in his memory. If the poison in Jungyuk's body is what he thinks it is, 1,000 spirit poison, then one item alone will not save him. The Elaine forest essence, though strong, is useless by itself against something that deadly. The poison isn't just lethal. It is cruel. It drains the will to live. Dokja works fast. No time for second guesses. Soyoung watches silently, curiosity mixing with concern. She eventually asks what he is doing. His answer is sharp and focused. He is making an antidote. Soyoung looks at him, her expression shifting. She wonders if he has really decided to help Jungyuk now, after everything. Despite the fights, despite the tension, despite knowing the risks, Dokja stays focused. Then he admits something. He believes Jungyuk came to him for a reason, even poisoned, even on the edge of death. Jungyuk dragged himself here. That wasn't an accident. Soyoung doesn't fully believe it. She wonders if maybe Jungyuk came for help, not revenge. There's no way someone would travel this far. In that condition, just to finish a fight. Dokja doesn't give a full reply. He says he knows Junghyuk. That's all he needs. He's read every page of Junghyuk's story. He's watched him suffer, survive, and endure hundreds of deaths. He knows the patterns. He knows the choices. He knows the man, even if that man has no idea who he really is. The flames under the small stove flicker. Dokja leans in and adjusts the heat carefully. The pot begins to boil. The liquid inside bubbles violently. The smell in the air is foul, like something scraped from the bottom of a goblin's cauldron. The soup looks hideous, the kind of thing monsters would drink before charging into a meat grinder. But the truth is simple. No matter how disgusting it looks, this mixture is one of the most effective antidotes for high-grade poison. And right now, it is their only hope. Dokja finishes preparing the antidote and picks up the foul-smelling soup with care. He walks over to Junghyuk's still body. Time is short. Every second matters now. Seong watches this strange scene play out like something out of a twisted romance. She mutters to herself, half laughing, about how these two almost look like a couple. Dokja briefly glances at her and offers the job, asking if she wants to do it. Seong instantly shuts that down. Not that it mattered. Dokja never planned to hand this over to anyone else. This moment belongs to him alone. This responsibility is his. He lifts the bowl and gently feeds the antidote to Junghyuk. The response is immediate. System notifications burst into view, flashing one after another. Dozens of constellations flood his screen with praise, each one dumping coins in his account like he's just won a jackpot. Dokja blinks in surprise. He didn't expect kindness to be this profitable. Junghyuk groans faintly. His eyes slowly open. He still looks pale and broken, but the worst seems to be over. His body is weak, but the poison is losing its grip. Color starts to return to his face. The antidote is working. Dokja welcomes him back in a quiet voice, then quickly moves forward with his next step. He pulls a special item from his inventory, Midday Rendezvous. A rare item. One that creates a private space for two people to speak in secret. No interruptions. No listeners. Dokja has many reasons for using it now. First, Junghyuk likely still can't speak clearly. His mouth is probably still numb from the poison. Second, Dokja doesn't want Seong listening in on what's about to be said. And third, he doesn't want Junghyuk to learn that he can read minds. If Dokja had more coins, he would have just bought telepathy. But this item will have to do. He sends a message request. A soft ding confirms it has been delivered. A few seconds pass. Junghyuk accepts. Dokja asks if he can hear him. The reply is sharp and immediate. Junghyuk tells him to go east. No thanks. No pause. Just another order thrown in his face like nothing happened. Dokja clenches his jaw. Of course. Even after being half dead, Junghyuk still acts like the world must follow his lead. Dokja saved his life. Yet Junghyuk acts like the story hasn't changed at all. Then comes a warning. Junghyuk explains that something is waking up. A catastrophe. The catastrophe of questions. Dokja freezes. That name brings weight. He knows it from the novel. It's one of the major disasters. And now it's becoming real. Worse still, Junghyuk adds something else. These events are not just bad luck. Someone is doing this on purpose. Someone is waking up every catastrophe at once. That detail hits like ice. This is not survival anymore. This is sabotage. Later, Dokja and Swyong leave behind the still, silent Lycan, who sits quietly in a trance. The wolf hasn't woken up yet. His enlightenment continues. But Dokja doesn't stop to worry. Instead, he carries Junghyuk on his back and begins running. Swyong raises a concern about leaving Lycan behind. Dokja answers calmly. He explains that as an Imyuntar, Lycan can sense the presence of protection symbol holders. Once he wakes up, he will follow that connection and find them on his own. That isn't what really bothers Dokja though. What bothers him more is the fact that Swyong isn't helping carry Junghyuk. She has the strength of her avatar. Carrying one injured man should be no problem. But she refuses without hesitation. Her reason cuts through the air. She refuses to carry the same man who once decapitated her. Dokja cannot argue with that, not even a little. Then from behind him, Junghyuk's voice breaks the silence. He mutters something about being left behind, claims he doesn't need help. Typical nonsense from someone who nearly died. Dokja, already exhausted, fires back. If Junghyuk keeps acting proud, he might actually get dropped. The man is dramatic enough to win an award for arrogance. Dokja bluntly asks how long it'll take until Junghyuk can walk again. 2 days. That's the answer. Dokja doesn't like it. That's too long to carry someone who might try to kill him. He tries to joke, asks if Junghyuk is planning to murder him then. But Junghyuk says nothing. That silence feels heavy. The joke turns into a knot in Dokja's chest. He starts to doubt himself. Maybe Junghyuk really is planning something. Maybe this isn't over. Dokja tells him straight. He cannot help someone who wants him dead. No one could. Then he lays down a condition. If Junghyuk wants help, he must agree to an oath of existence. A sacred promise not to kill Dokja for the rest of this regression. Junghyuk rejects it. Dokja swears quietly under his breath. He cannot believe how thick-headed Junghyuk is. So he adjusts the terms. A new condition, just until the end of the 5th scenario. That's it. If Junghyuk can't even promise that much, Dokja will leave him behind right now. There is a pause. Finally, Junghyuk gives in. He agrees. The moment the oath is made, cold blue flames burst out of Junghyuk's chest. The fire creeps inward, locking onto his heart. The oath is now real. Breaking it would bring pain so brutal it could rip him apart. But Jungyuk accepts it silently. No complaints, no hesitation. Dokja exhales slowly. For now, he is safe. But Jungyuk opens his mouth again. He says he won't kill Dokja. But revenge for the earlier punch is still coming. He won't forget that hit. Dokja forces out a nervous laugh. One punch. Just one. If that settles things between them, then fine. He can live with that. At least he hopes so. Soon after, they leave Gangnam behind. Dokja and Soyeon cross Changdam Bridge and enter a new district, Gwanggu. As they walk deeper into the area, everything around them begins to change. The ruined city of Seoul no longer surrounds them. The smell of rotting corpses disappears. In its place comes something new, a sharp, disgusting odor. Monster waste. Thick and sour. The road beneath them isn't normal asphalt anymore. Cracks are filled with wild green grass pushing through like nature is fighting back. High above, a massive plant trunk coils around the buildings. Its thick vines stretch skyward, wrapping the concrete like a snake trying to strangle a dying city. A new system message flashes. A Tier 7 monster named Yenisplita has sensed him and become cautious. That is not good. When a monster this powerful gets wary, it means trouble is close. Dokja immediately warns Soyeon. He explains that if they stay calm and avoid sudden moves, they might avoid triggering a fight. But she must be careful. She must not step on any of the roots scattered along the ground. Those roots belong to the plant like being, and stepping on them would be seen as an attack. Now everything is clear. Kronos, a world that once existed far away, has started terraforming Earth. This is part of the fifth scenario. It is not just survival anymore. It is a war between worlds. Earth is being rewritten. Not by time or disaster, but by invasion. Seoul is no longer just Seoul. The streets and buildings are being swallowed by Kronos. China is already under siege from the Wuxia world. Japan is next, with the White Demon world preparing to strike. One by one, countries are becoming battlegrounds. Earth is being erased and replaced. Soyeon curses under her breath. It frustrates her. No matter where they go, something from another world is waiting to consume the land. Nothing feels familiar anymore. Dokja explains the reason. The catastrophe's awakening has likely pushed the invaders to move faster. What was meant to be a slow takeover is now speeding up. The world is spiraling into chaos. Soyeon asks who could be behind this madness. Dokja gives her a pointed reminder. People like her. People who mess with forces they don't understand. People who act without considering the cost. He hasn't forgotten. She was the one who woke up the fire dragon back then. Soyeon fires back immediately. She reminds him that he handled the dragon just fine. But Dokja disagrees completely. The only reason he survived that battle was because a mid-level Dakabi showed up and placed a penalty on the beast. That fight was brutal. It was not some clean victory. Soyeon talks like it was simple, but she never faced the monster herself. She stood on the sidelines. Dokja makes that very clear. Soyeon then asks whether they can count on another miracle. Would a Dakabi step in again? Dokja shakes his head. No help is coming. The catastrophe of questions is a different kind of threat. Penalties won't work this time. And the Dakabis are not interested in saving anyone anymore. The rules have changed. As they move forward, Dokja starts noticing something strange. Many of the monsters that should have been guarding this area are already dead. Their corpses line the path, cut down with precision. Then it clicks. Jungyuk must have passed through this way. Even while poisoned and collapsing, he fought his way through the monsters. Every enemy that fell here fell because he was looking for Dokja. Even while injured, Jungyuk managed to clear the entire area. That simple fact leaves a strange mark on the mind of Dokja. Despite the blood and broken body, Jungyuk never stopped moving forward. That kind of will is hard to ignore. Dokja opens the team chat. There's something he's been holding back. With Jungyuk so close to death, he had expected the man to give up and trigger a regression. But instead of running from the pain, Jungyuk fought through it. He came all the way just to find Dokja. That's what Dokja wants to understand. Jungyuk's reply hits with pride. He speaks like someone who never learned how to quit. If giving up were his nature, he never would have started this journey in the first place. Those words shake something inside Dokja. He starts thinking about the Jungyuk he once knew, the one from 3 Ways to Survive the Apocalypse. That version had lived through 7 regressions. A man who had faced so many deaths, so much betrayal, that all the softness in him had been scraped away. The novel's Jungyuk killed easily, not because he was cruel, but because the pain had eaten through every layer of his soul. But the one standing in front of Dokja now is different. This Jungyuk is still human, still holding on to something, dreams, hope, a future. Dokja starts to question himself. For the longest time, he thought he understood Jungyuk completely, but now he realizes he might not know this version at all. Not really. Then Jungyuk says something that makes everything go quiet. When he was near death, the first person that came to his mind was Dokja. Not his allies, not the gods, not even the mission. He thought about Dokja. He remembers the moment Dokja destroyed the ruler's throne without hesitation. That reckless act stood out. It wasn't a stunt, it was defiance. That kind of boldness is rare even among protagonists. Dokja expected to be scolded for that. He thought Jungyuk would lash out, blame him, say it was foolish. But that doesn't happen. Jungyuk doesn't want to dig up the past. To him, the throne was just a burden. He never cared for it. And deep down, he suspected Dokja destroyed it to block the god from the other world from taking control. Hearing Jungyuk speak with such calm clarity takes Dokja by surprise. This is the first real conversation they've ever had. Not grunts, not insults. A real talk. It makes Dokja pause. Jungyuk has always been strong. That much was obvious. But this version also has insight, awareness, and understanding. He isn't just a sword. He's thinking clearly. He's reading the world. And he's reading Dokja too. That part feels unexpected. Jungyuk admits that destroying the throne made sense in that moment, but the aftermath turned into something messy. Without the throne, the guides scattered. No one knew where to go or what to do. And the meteorites, which should have been gathered quickly, were delayed. That delay opened the door to disaster. The terraforming process started speeding up unnaturally. Entire chunks of Earth began falling under foreign control. The Wanderers somehow tapped into the power of the meteorites, and that energy began spreading the otherworldly territories faster than expected. Dokja knows this doesn't add up. A meteorite by itself shouldn't have that much influence. Using one should not make the process go wild. So he asks Jungyuk what's really behind it. Jungyuk answers with something that stops Dokja cold. One of the 10 evils has taken control of a meteorite. That news alone sends tension straight through Dokja's chest. He asks if it's the poison beauty, Lee Seolhwa. Jungyuk confirms it. Dokja understands instantly. Seolhwa is the only one capable of using Thousand Spirit Poison, a rare toxin that even gods avoid. But one thing doesn't make sense. If Jungyuk knew she was the enemy, why didn't he avoid her? He asks how the poison even got into his system. Jungyuk says something Dokja wasn't ready to hear. He tried to talk to her. That surprises Dokja more than anything. Jungyuk is the kind of man who uses fists, not words. But now it fits together. Jungyuk didn't attack. He wanted to bring her back. He tried to turn her into an ally. Dokja remembers how in the second round, Seolhwa had been one of Jungyuk's closest companions. The 10 evils weren't always villains. Just like Gong Pildu used to be a tyrant and now fights beside them, Seolhwa too had changed depending on the timeline. Even in the very first round, she stood by Jungyuk's side. Of all the people he met in different regressions, Seolhwa was one of the few who kept returning. Over and over. Someone he trusted. Someone he believed in. Dokja looks at Jungyuk and accepts a new truth. What Jungyuk did, reaching out, hoping, felt completely out of character. It wasn't like him at all. Jungyuk quietly agrees. He says it was pathetic. But he still did it. Silence falls between them. Then Jungyuk admits something heavier. The woman he met wasn't the Seolhwa from his memories. She was colder. Different. But in that one brief moment, he let himself hope. Just for a second, he wanted to believe that maybe the real Seolhwa was still inside her. The one who used to fight with him. The one who understood him. Dokja doesn't mock him for it. He understands that kind of grief. That feeling of trying to hold on to someone who's already gone. Jungyuk gives him a sharp look. His eyes narrow. He asks if Dokja has ever regressed before. Because the way he talks sounds too familiar. Like someone who's lived through the same pain. But Dokja keeps his answer simple. He does not need to be a regressor to understand that kind of loneliness. Deep down, Dokja feels torn. He knows he shouldn't throw around heavy words like that, especially not with someone like Jungyuk. This man isn't easy to reach. But a part of Dokja believes that no one has ever truly understood Jungyuk, not in any timeline. Maybe no one ever will. That's why, even if he isn't a regressor, Dokja feels it's okay to say those words, just once. Jungyuk doesn't look away. He says the feeling is strange. He knows Dokja is not a regressor. He's certain of it. But somehow, Dokja speaks with a kind of insight that most people can't even fake. The way he talks, the way he responds, feels too accurate. Jungyuk guesses it must be one of Dokja's powers, something related to his prophet, like role. A cheat code from the system, maybe. But even with that thought, Jungyuk makes it clear he will never lower his guard. After all, he still sees Dokja as the man who took his sister away. Dokja immediately pushes back against that. He says it wasn't like that. He was protecting her. Nothing more. To prove it, he brings up Jungyuk's lie detection skill. That ability should already be telling him the truth. But before they can go deeper, Soyoung's voice cuts through sharply. She calls out with urgency. Their group has reached a high spot, enough to see across the road stretching from Cheonho Bridge to Gangdong. A massive light is glowing in the sky. The clouds have been torn apart. Something huge just dropped into Gangdong Go. Dokja curses under his breath. Everything is moving faster than he expected. Soyoung asks if they're already too late. She wonders if the catastrophe has awakened. But Dokja thinks carefully. The scenario system hasn't activated yet. That means there's still a window left. The disaster hasn't started officially. Then he notices something on the ground. A mark, a symbol burned into the earth. It's a clear sign. They've entered the territory of Seolwa. The poisoned beauty didn't just take the meteorite, she secured her zone and set up a proper defense. She moved fast, faster than anyone expected. Her forces are already in position. Just one look tells Dokja everything. This won't be a skirmish. This won't be a negotiation. Taking that meteorite from her is going to be war. Sayoung turns to Dokja and asks if he has a plan. Dokja responds with calm certainty. They don't need to fight everyone. Their goal isn't to win a war. It's to steal the meteorite. That's it. He says he'll stay behind to slow down the enemy while the others move in and secure the target. Jung-yuk doesn't panic. Despite the rising tension in the air, he keeps his voice even. He says there's no need to rush. Even if the catastrophe begins, it can be stopped quickly. That statement makes Dokja uneasy. He doesn't understand how something as deadly as the catastrophe of questions could be handled so easily, especially with Jung-yuk still injured. It doesn't add up. But Jung-yuk shows no concern. He points at Dokja, says he's the one who will do it. That has always been the plan. Isn't that why he came here? Dokja stumbles at that. He demands to know why Jung-yuk thinks that way. Jung-yuk doesn't hesitate. He assumes Dokja already awakened the guide and learned the skill, Path of the Wind. That's the move he expects. Dokja realizes something. Jung-yuk must be annoyed. That skill is probably something Jung-yuk originally wanted for himself. Now, seeing Dokja with the opportunity must sting a little. But Dokja tells him the truth. He never learned it. Jung-yuk looks surprised. Dokja had time. He had resources. If it was just about understanding, he should have mastered it. Jung-yuk even offers to explain the technique, but Dokja cuts him off. Understanding wasn't the problem. The problem was simple. He lacked the talent for it. That answer makes Jung-yuk visibly frustrated. His voice sharpens, the pressure behind his words heavy. Dokja doesn't even need to see him. He can feel Jung-yuk's glare stabbing him in the back like a knife. Before the tension can rise further, Sayoung cuts in. She alerts the group. There's movement nearby. They are deep inside the domain of one of the 10 evils. That can only mean one thing. The people approaching must be enemies. The figures begin to take shape in the distance. But something feels wrong. Then a woman's voice rises across the space. She yells, telling everyone to run toward Chienho Bridge. These people aren't part of Seolwa's forces. Their faces are filled with fear. They are not fighters. They are survivors running from something worse. They rush past, breathless and desperate. One of them begs for a path through, pleading to be let past. Then it happens. A sound cuts through the air like a scream. Arrows rain from above. One of the fleeing men collapses right where he stands. His body jerks once before going still. The skin on his back turns black, and the flesh begins to rot. The arrows are coated in something vile. Poison. Shouts rise behind the chaos. The poisoners' group is chasing them down. Dozens of enemies, men and women, charge forward without mercy. Another wave of arrows flies through the air. No hesitation. No warning. Dokja and the others move fast. They duck behind a nearby building, using the walls for cover. But just before the arrows land, something strange happens. Silk threads appear in the sky. Dozens of glowing, razor-sharp strands stretch out and twist midair. They form a trap overhead, strong and shimmering. The arrows smash into the web and stop dead. Not a single one makes it through. Sayoung stares in disbelief. She's never seen anything like this. These threads don't come from the poisoners. They come from behind them. They flash like steel and slice through the air like living blades. They are not just for defense. The threads cut through the attackers like ribbons. Some enemies lose legs mid-charge. They hit the ground screaming. The rest stumble in panic. All the threads lead back to a single figure. A woman. She flies through the air, dressed in a tight black combat suit. Her movement is fluid, almost like dancing. Her knives extend from her fingers. She rides the threads like they are part of her body. Every motion is smooth, clean, controlled. The threads change length with each move, wrapping around enemies and tearing through them like paper. In seconds, the poisoner's group is gone. Wiped out. Dokja watches her, trying to figure out who this deadly new force is. He opens her character profile. Nothing. No name. No data. No trace. She doesn't even exist on the character list. Sayoung starts to ask something, her voice full of confusion. But Dokja already knows. He recognizes her now. It's Sangha. Only 2 days have passed since they last saw each other. But something has changed. The quiet office worker is gone. The woman standing before them now is sharper than any blade, deadlier than any poison, transformed. But she is still Sangha. I hope that you liked today's video, and if you did, hit that like button as today's goal is 1,500 likes. Comment next part down below for the next part. Also, consider subscribing with the notification bell on to get notified as soon as a new video drops onto the channel. You can also join the channel to support me financially and watch videos before public release. I'll meet you in the next video. Until then, thanks for watching.